September 13th, 2025, the 22nd day of the 7th lunar month. It is auspicious for rituals and tomb sweeping. All other matters are ill-fated. This autumn, the autumn tiger is particularly fierce, rampaging with an imposing presence, the air thick with a stifling heat that seems to ignite even the act of breathing. In the distance, the Bun's surface lies tranquil, devoid of any ripple, while the French parasol trees lining the avenue droop listlessly, their leaves hanging in despair. The autumn cicadas perched upon the branches emit sporadic, feeble cries, as if lamenting the unbearable swelter. Qi Rongxing cautiously navigates his well-worn, second-hand delivery vehicle through the streets of Changzhou District in Haida City. He remains ever vigilant of the luxurious cars that cost hundreds of thousands, even millions, fearful that a moment's inattention might result in a scrape. Now, he finds himself in dire straits, financially impoverished, and cannot afford any missteps. Having graduated nearly 2 years ago, Qi Rongxing has endured a series of setbacks. Failed labor, bankrupt ventures, and devastating losses in his shares, ultimately reducing him to a meager existence as a delivery driver. Nevertheless, Qi Rongxing does not succumb to despair. After all, in this era of economic downturn, many find themselves grappling with life's adversity is merely one among the multitude. Today, fortune appears to favor him, as he receives a short distance order shortly after stepping out. The cargo is a temperature-controlled box resembling a freezer, to be delivered from Haidu City, Minsheng Private Hospital to the International Salon Club on Funing Road in Changzhou District. A total distance of 14.5 kilometers, with the owner offering 180 yuan. Qi Rongxing, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, practically ignited sparks as he hastily claimed the order. Haidu City stands as the foremost metropolis in Yusha Nation, with traffic congestion rivaling that of Takumi Fujiwara delivering tofu along winding mountain roads. Fortunately, Qi Rongxing is well acquainted with the local traffic conditions. He adeptly maneuvers his van through the bustling streets, navigating several busy intersections before veering into a lane undergoing renovation, where an impressive and grand building comes into view. The Funing International Salon Club, a hub for both domestic and international business elites and cultural trendsetters. Renowned for its exquisite cuisine, fine wines, coffee, literature, music, and advocacy for a green lifestyle, it leads the charge in high-quality leisure trends within the CBD. In simpler terms, it serves as an entertainment venue for the old-money aristocracy and the newly affluent, bearing no relation to the ordinary populace. Qi Rongxing parks his delivery vehicle at the roadside outside the club, awaiting the owner to collect the goods. Seizing this brief interlude, he cannot resist stealing glances at the Salon Club, which is replete with grandeur. The opulent crystal chandeliers dangle from the ceiling, radiating dazzling light. The polished marble floor reflects the illumination, creating an atmosphere of elegance and serenity. Further inside, a spacious lounge buzzes with impeccably dressed men and women, seemingly engaged in a high society gathering. If only I could blend in, perhaps I might snag a complimentary buffet. Qi Rongxing muses, his imagination running wild. Just then, the owner arrives, interrupting his daydream. "Come lend a hand. Help me carry this inside," commands the owner, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, his tone laced with authority. Qi Rongxing says little, assisting in transporting the temperature-controlled box into the club's storage room, thereby concluding the transaction. However, upon his return, he is taken aback. There is a ticket affixed to the windshield wiper of his vehicle, and a traffic officer is busily jotting down notes, not bothering to look up as he states, "Illegal parking, fine of 200. Qi Rongxing quickly pleads, "Officer, please, I was just inside helping with the delivery." The officer glances at him coldly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Traffic regulations are not up for debate. Keep the ticket and proceed to the 2nd Traffic Police Division to settle the fine. Desperation wells up in Qi Rongxing as he points to a luxury car parked nearby, exclaiming, "Why not find that one?" The officer raises his head, looking at him as though he were a fool. "That's an Aston Martin. What does it matter? Fair is fair," Qi Rongxing retorts defiantly. The officer's demeanor shifts to one of hostility. "Are you instructing me on my duties?" As he speaks, the officer turns off the body camera mounted on his shoulder. Qi Rongxing senses the gravity of the situation and quickly waves his hands, I wouldn't dream of it. I'm just a commoner. How could I possibly presume to teach you? If you could drive that car, I wouldn't have issued you a ticket, the officer huffs before mounting his Yamaha 125 and riding away. Qi Rongxing grits his teeth in frustration, yet feels utterly powerless. Settling back into the driver's seat, Qi Rongxing grabs a makeshift teacup fashioned from a peach can, downing several gulps of tea, though his anger remains unresolved. After this trip, he not only earns nothing, but incurs a loss of 20 yuan, truly a stroke of bad luck. As he mutters curses beneath his breath, a beggar-like figure suddenly leans into his window, a look of sheer panic etched across his face as he shouts, "Drive away, quickly. Don't linger here, or you'll be caught for life. What are you on about?" Qi Rongxing snaps irritably. At that moment, a series of dull bangs resound from afar, reminiscent of a construction crew wielding a jackhammer. Upon hearing this, the beggar's expression shifts dramatically, and he cries out in terror, "It's too late! It's too late!" With that, he bolts away around the nearby corner. Is he out of his mind? Qi Rongxing mutters, lighting a cigarette, only to witness chaos erupting within the salon club. The once poised and sophisticated attendees are now frantically fleeing the premises, some tripping over their gowns in a disheveled tumble. The scene utterly chaotic. Qi Rongxing's eyes widen in disbelief, wondering, what are they running from? This isn't a sports event that, in the blink of an eye, pandemonium unfolds both inside and outside the club. Not one to be foolish, Qi Rongxing quickly realizes that something grave has transpired. He starts his delivery vehicle, preparing to make a hasty exit. However, the car door is suddenly yanked open, and a woman clad in a purple gown bends low to enter, unabashedly taking a seat in the passenger seat. Qi Rongxing steals a glance, and his heart races. This woman is breathtakingly beautiful. Her facial contours are striking, her features exquisitely chiseled, and her long, lustrous black hair, though slightly disheveled, adds to her allure. "Miss, what's going on?" Qi Rongxing begins, but before he can finish, the woman leans slightly to the side, her hand resting casually, the dark barrel of the gun now pressed against his thighs. "Drive well, or you'll regret it," she states coldly, her tone edged with menace. A gun. This woman actually possesses a firearm. Qi Rongxing's hair stands on end, instinctively thinking it's a bluff, for Yuxia Nation strictly prohibits firearms. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he notices a crimson stain seeping from her abdomen, blood oozing steadily. You're hurt." Qi Rongxing gasps in shock. "Drive, focus on the road," she replies, her expression unflinching, even smiling at the window. It dawns on Qi Rongxing that the sounds he heard outside were not from a jackhammer, but rather gunfire. Could this woman be an assassin? Indeed, his suspicions seem validated. Less than 200 meters after pulling away, several police cars zoom past, accompanied by a fleet of spring-wind 650 motorcycles blaring their sirens, swiftly heading towards the salon club. Qi Rongxing silently marvels these officers would never dream that the assassin is sitting right next to him, slipping past them unnoticed. "Miss, where are we headed?" he stutters, once they have evaded the police encirclement. "To your home." She abruptly yanks off her wig, revealing a resolute yet fierce buzz cut. Her demeanor transforms instantly from that of a lady to that of a ruthless bandit. "Ah, what do you want in my house?" Qi Rongxing's mind struggles to comprehend. "Don't ask questions that don't concern you." The assassin's voice, though soft, carries an undeniable threat. "Ask again, and he'll silence you for good." Qi Rongxing promptly falls silent, cautiously maneuvering the delivery vehicle as he soon turns into an old residential community. Chapter 2. The Living Ghost in the Inlay Community, an aging and dilapidated building within the third ring of Haida City. There once existed plans for demolition a few years ago. However, ever since the real estate market in Yuxia country took a hard landing, all dreams of wealth have evaporated into thin air, and Qi Rongxing lost his chance to live like a lord. Residing on the 5th floor, his modest abode of over 80 square meters was inherited from his adoptive parents. Indeed, Qi Rongxing is an orphan, taken in by a couple of childless teachers from an orphanage. A few years ago, his adoptive parents, upon retiring, tragically perished in a car accident while on a road trip to a remote area for pilgrimage. By the time they were discovered, their remains had been devoured by vultures, a grim variant of sky burial. Since Qi Rongxing now finds himself utterly alone, supporting the female assassin, he ushered her into the room. Finally, unable to maintain her composure, she collapsed onto the sofa, her legs splayed. Gasping for breath, "Go fetch me some alcohol swabs and a sewing kit," she commanded. After catching her breath, she aimed her gun at Qi Rongxing. He dared not refuse, fully aware that her foul mood could lead to his demise. Fortunately, he had a habit of keeping medical supplies on hand, and soon enough, he procured the items she requested. What followed was an indelible scene that would haunt him forever. The assassin retrieved 2 bullets, removed them upon hearing these words. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, igniting a fervent discussion. Gao Feng turned to the investigator. Nodding in appreciation, the young assistant remained unfazed, pressing on with the case details. The video swiftly transitioned to the moment of the assassination. Li Tao, caught off guard, fell victim as the assassin, seizing the opportunity to feign familiarity, drew a gun from her bag and executed the shooting. Only belatedly did Li Tao's bodyguard react, firing a shot that struck the female assassin in the abdomen. However, this assassin proved remarkably adept, managing to escape amidst the chaos of the scene. The assistant continued to switch videos, directing the focus to the roadside. Utilizing a surveillance camera, they captured the female assassin slipping into a delivery vehicle. The driver of this vehicle was Qi Rongxing, who had delivered goods to the venue 20 minutes prior, inadvertently encountering the female assassin. The assistant speculated, could it be that a Confederate came to her aid? Unwilling to concede, Niefun began her analysis. The timing and location are too peculiar. There's no such thing as coincidence. The assistant shook his head, responding, Qi Rongxing has a clean background. He is a local from Haidu, with simple social connections. He has never traveled abroad, nor even left the province. What does that imply? Niefun inquired, casting a disapproving glance at the young assistant. The cases I handle cannot be dismissed so easily. The assistant articulated, as previously mentioned, the female assassin's methods are highly professional. In our country, aside from the security bureau and the military, such individuals are virtually non-existent. Even those who retire from special units are meticulously registered. In other words, it is highly probable that this female assassin is an outsider. What does that have to do with Qi Rongxing? Niefun pressed. The assistant regarded her with a look of incredulity. Qi Rongxing's background is too pristine. Like most ordinary individuals, he lacks both the opportunity and motive to engage with foreign entities. Thus, we have reason to believe he was coerced that we witnessed the female assassin entering his vehicle. And he even took her back to his home, yet during questioning, he claimed she vanished into thin air. What does that signify? Niefun retorted, visibly agitated. This deceitful commoner is spouting lies. To say she vanished is absurd. He is clearly shielding the assassin, obstructing our investigation. Why doesn't he claim he saw a ghost? In my opinion, he is the prime suspect. An expert from the provincial department interjected, from a psychological standpoint. It is quite possible for an ordinary person to experience significant shock, leading to distorted memories. Just as Niefun was about to speak, Gao Feng interrupted, Detective Nie, you hold a position of authority. Do not fixate on this commoner. I acknowledge that crushing him would be akin to squashing an ant, but the essence of solving a case lies in evidence. If you eliminate him, will that resolve the case? The female detective's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale. Gao Feng, undeterred, continued his inquiry. Xiao Liang, what news do we have from the blood tests? Has there been a match with the DNA database from the Ministry of Public Security? The room nodded in agreement. Team leader Gao's investigative approach was straightforward. The assassin's blood would reveal the flaw. In this era of rapid advancements in DNA testing, even cold cases like the silver case, lingering for 28 years, could be resolved using a cigarette but left by the perpetrator. Given the amount of blood the assassin had shed, it was inevitable that they would be identified. However, Liang Fei, responsible for the evidence examination, appeared troubled. Team leader, the database comparison yielded results. But what? Gao Feng pressed. The DNA found in the blood of the female assassin matches an individual in our national security database, a 4-year-old girl who just started preschool. Liang Fei stated. The room erupted in shock. This was even more bizarre than encountering a ghost. It is well known that biologically it is impossible for 2 individuals to possess identical DNA sequences. Even identical twins cannot achieve this. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that the Ministry of Public Security's database has produced such a mix-up. Could this potentially be a case worthy of a Nobel Prize in medicine? How could this happen? The seasoned detectives began to murmur among themselves. Gao Feng found himself at a loss. The direction of the case had completely defied conventional experience, presenting a formidable challenge. As they pondered their next steps, the young assistant suddenly interjected, Team leader, there is another possibility. What possibility? The room fell silent, all eyes turning toward the unassuming assistant. Xiaoyun, don't keep us in suspense. Share your thoughts, Gao Feng urged, placing significant value on this assistant, who had triumphed over numerous challenges to secure a position within the department. The young assistant spoke earnestly. This possibility suggests that a hacker may have infiltrated the Ministry of Public Security's database, making targeted modifications to conceal the identity of the assassin. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the conference room, plunging it into silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Young lady, this is no jest. An older detective cautioned. If that is the case, we're in for serious trouble. What a shocking revelation, others murmured. The Ministry of Public Security's database contains vital records of the national populace, with an extremely high level of confidentiality. Should a hacker breach such a crucial department, national security would face tremendous risks. If accountability were demanded from above, there would be heads rolling. The thought was too dreadful to contemplate. Do you understand the gravity of your words? Can you take responsibility for what you've just said? Niefan interjected with a sarcastic tone. Ji Zhuyun straightened her posture, asserting, while this hypothesis is alarming, it is still more plausible than the idea of two individuals having identical DNA sequences. How convenient, Niefan retorted, turning away in silence. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Gao Feng could not help but cover his face in exasperation. The situation had spiraled beyond the control of the task force. Yet, there had to be a solution. After some contemplation, Gao Feng suggested, let us begin by investigating the deceased's interpersonal relationships. This is clearly a case of vendetta. Li Tao was a foreign national with complex social ties, likely entangled with financial tycoons and commercial secrets. We should file a report to involve Interpol. The room collectively sighed in relief that it seemed they were preparing to offload this hot potato. For the time being, this appeared to be the most prudent course of action. What about Qi Rongxing? The young assistant inquired casually. Let us detain him for a while and reassess later. If the investigation clears him, we can release him once things settle down, Gao Feng replied, feeling overwhelmed and disinterested in the plight of an inconsequential civilian. Chapter 4. Joys of the Mental Hospital, January 16, 2026. Lunar calendar. The 28th of the 11th month. At the Lianhua Mountain Mental Hospital in Haida City, a large gathering of male and female patients clad in white uniforms congregated, creating a lively atmosphere. A therapeutic assessment for the patients was underway. According to the regulations of Lianhua Mountain Mental Hospital, those who successfully passed this evaluation would be deemed to have effectively managed their conditions and would be eligible for discharge. This prospect heightened the patient's enthusiasm. After all, this quasi-military managed mental facility was akin to a prison. Even without injections or medication, prolonged confinement could drive any sane individual to madness, while most were eagerly anticipating the assessment. A few patients, including Qi Rongxin, seemed disinterested, remaining detached from the crowd. At that moment, Qi Rongxin was strolling in a small garden with another patient. Why aren't you participating in the assessment? You might just get out, inquired a fellow patient named Shiryu, feigning seriousness. Spare me. It's all a ruse. That I know better than anyone that I want to be leaving, Qi Rongxin sighed. Since being embroiled in the September 13th shooting incident, Qi Rongxin had endured considerable physical and mental anguish. Perhaps due to the futility of extracting information from him, the authorities had simply cast him into the mental hospital, treating him as a lunatic. Realizing he was being manipulated, Qi Rongxin had abandoned any hope of release. He understood that he was no match for the forces of oppression. That Qi Rongxin had come to accept his fate. Upon reflection, the situation was entirely bleak. At least he was guaranteed 3 meals a day, and the food was quite decent. Residing there, he no longer had to worry about finding work. The only downside was the daily consumption of inexplicable pills that induced drowsiness, leaving him with a pounding headache. That it must be noted that since entering this place, Qi Rongxin had gained 30 pounds. The two men were engaged in idle chatter when suddenly, a car in the garden suffered a flat tire. Qi Rongxin and Shiryu rushed over to investigate. The owner of the vehicle was frantically pacing, unsure of what to do. What are you standing around for? Change the tire, Shiryu exclaimed. The spare tire doesn't match. I can't replace it, the car owner replied despondently. Nearby, security personnel from the mental hospital approached, equally at a loss. Let me take a look, Shiryu offered, stepping forward to assist with the car repair. Qi Rongxin, possessing some mechanical knowledge, observed the situation and discovered that the bolts on the spare tire were incompatible with the wheel hub, preventing installation. This is simple. Watch me, he declared. Shiryu removed bolts from the other 3 tires and affixed them to the spare tire. With this modification, each tire now had 3 secure bolts, allowing the car to start. Drive slowly, There's a repair shop not far from the hospital, sure you advised, handing back the wrench to the car owner. The owner was taken aback, exclaiming, "You're really clever. Isn't it true that you are a patient here?" Sure you chuckled mischievously, "I may be mentally ill, but I am certainly not insane." With that, he sauntered away, exuding an air of someone who has achieved great things while remaining under the radar. In the astonished gaze of the car owner, Qi Rongxing hurriedly followed Shiryu, exclaiming, "Brother, you possess remarkable skills in car repairs." Shiryu, suppressing his smile, replied, "Let me share a secret with you. I am actually a normal person. I am aware of that." Qi Rongxing nodded, thinking to himself that he too was a normal person. However, Shiryu's next statement made Qi Rongxing believe that this man was indeed quite eccentric. In fact, I am a deputy department-level official. Shiryu lit a cigarette. Deputy department-level official. May I ask what you were doing in this mental hospital? Qi Rongxing was taken aback. Shiryu replied nonchalantly, "There is fierce infighting among the higher-ups in my department, to the point of bloodshed. I suspect that in the end, some will lose their heads while others will find themselves imprisoned. To safeguard myself, I have chosen to feign madness to avoid disaster." "You are truly a wise individual," Qi Rongxing said, genuinely impressed. "It's merely a strategy for self-preservation, a rather desperate one at that." Shiryu sighed. "During this time, I have found myself at leisure, contemplating writing a book." "What kind of book?" Qi Rongxing inquired curiously. "A historical book. In fact, I have even decided on a title, The Affairs of the Tang Dynasty. What do you think? When you publish it, don't forget to send me a signed copy as a token of our camaraderie." "What camaraderie?" "Of course, the camaraderie we share as fellow patients in this mental hospital." Qi Rongxing remarked, "I never expected you to be such an interesting character." As their conversation meandered on, they eventually found themselves back at the testing area of the mental hospital, where the therapeutic assessment was currently in a lively phase. A patient was called over by the director, who pointed to a lovely nurse nearby and asked, "What do you think of her appearance?" "Beautiful, exceedingly beautiful," the patient replied, his eyes glued to the nurse, drooling in a rather lascivious manner. Observing this scene, many of the evaluating doctors wore expressions of disdain. However, the director appeared quite satisfied. "What would you like to do with her?" he inquired further. The patient, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "I wish to remove her clothing." "You scoundrel!" The nurse's face flushed crimson, as she nearly exploded in indignation. "This is a good sign." The director chuckled. "It indicates that the patient has developed normal thought processes, which demonstrates the effectiveness of our treatment." "And then what?" "After you remove her clothing." One of the doctors chimed in, eager to escalate the situation. The patient, filled with excitement, licked his lips and said, "Then I will take off her shoes, her socks, and then her pants." Laughter erupted from the surrounding patients and doctors, while the nurse's face resembled a ripe apple. The director leaned towards his colleague and whispered, "See, this is the kind of progress that leads to discharge." The other doctors nodded in agreement, affirming the director's wisdom. "And then what?" the director pressed. "Then I will remove her underwear," the patient continued, his expression turning shy amidst the uproar that ensued. "Why do you wish to remove her underwear?" Shiryu suddenly interjected loudly. The patient, snapping out of his bashfulness, replied seriously, "Because I want to extract the elastic from her underwear to make a slingshot and shatter the director's window." "That scoundrel director. Always forcing me to take medication. He is truly despicable." Upon hearing this, the room erupted into laughter, and the director could no longer maintain his composure, shouting, "Where are the security guards? Get this patient out of here. He needs to remain for further observation and increase his medication dosage." Qi Rongxing, witnessing the scene, burst into uncontrollable laughter, even shedding a tear. Shiryu turned with a grave expression. "This guy is my neighbor. I have studied him closely. He is a bona fide lunatic." Just as the atmosphere was lighthearted, two burly male nurses accompanied a female administrative staff member towards Qi Rongxing, exuding an intimidating presence. "Mr. Qi, please gather your personal belongings and come with us," one of the male nurses instructed. "Where to?" Qi Rongxing asked, now on high alert. "To your discharge," the female staff member replied. "I have completed all the necessary paperwork for your release." "What? Why am I being discharged?" Qi Rongxing was taken aback. "Shouldn't I stay here? Your treatment has concluded," the female staff member said impatiently, without giving Qi Rongxing a chance to argue. The two male nurses seized him and dragged him back to his room to gather his belongings, subsequently escorting him out of the Lianhua Mountain Mental Hospital as if he were a lifeless dog. Thus, Qi Rongxing's 3-month stint in the mental hospital came to an abrupt and bewildering end. Sometimes, life is indeed quite magical. Strolling back to Enlay community, Qi Rongxing found that his delivery vehicle had mysteriously vanished after months of absence. It appeared he would need to find a new means of survival. And he sighed. Upon reaching the 5th floor and opening his door, he was taken aback. His once chaotic home had undergone a remarkable transformation. The bloodstains on the sofa and carpet had been cleaned, and the trash strewn around the living room had vanished. The floor gleamed with a polished shine. Qi Rongxian doubted he had entered the correct apartment. Just then, laughter echoed from within. Following the sound, he spotted a beautiful woman with short hair lounging on a reclining chair on the balcony, engrossed in a drama on a tablet, his tablet, no less. Hee, a 20-year-old CEO falls in love with a 60-year-old cleaning lady. What a ludicrous plot, she chuckled, her voice reminiscent of silver bells. Qi Rongxian gazed at the unfamiliar woman, and as he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her profile, a shiver ran down his spine, enveloping him in a wave of dread. The assassin who had mysteriously vanished had returned. She was back, and lounging in his rocking chair, no less. What in the world? Qi Rongxian stammered. The assassin turned her head, her face adorned with a serene smile. Surprised? Unexpected? Qi Rongxian managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Assassin sister, this is quite alarming. The assassin sat up from the recliner and replied. Qi Rongxian, I left in such a hurry that things ended up in disarray. Luckily, I had some time today, so I decided to tidy up your place. Qi Rongxian took a deep breath, suppressing his fear. Miss Assassin, the world is searching for you. Do you not realize that your situation is perilous? Yet, you still have the leisure to clean my house. It's nothing to worry about. I've grown accustomed to it. She replied. Moreover, please don't call me Assassin sister. I am not your sister. I have a name. Xia. Very well, Miss Xia. Given the gravity of your situation, are you not afraid? Qi Rongxian asked. What is there to fear? Xia tilted her head, playfully gazing at him. But I was completely ruined by you. I spent several months in a mental hospital. Qi Rongxian lamented. Xia's expression turned serious. Speaking of business, finding you was not easy. Qi Rongxian's mind raced. Did you rescue me from the mental hospital? Isn't that obvious? Xia shot him an incredulous look. If it weren't for me, who would care about you? What methods did you employ to extricate me? Qi Rongxian inquired. Quite simple, really. I forged a discharge certificate. Though it was a bit troublesome to create a fake government seal, Xia explained. This assassin possessed remarkable capabilities. Will I be in danger now? Qi Rongxian asked, genuinely concerned. Do not overestimate your importance. I have looked into your background, and you have no blemishes on your record with the Public Security Bureau. In other words, you are innocent. Your confinement in the mental hospital was merely the sadistic amusement of certain corrupt officers. Xia clarified. Then why did you save me? Qi Rongxian questioned. You saved me, and I saved you. It's mutual assistance, Xia replied with a chuckle. You truly are a good person, Qi Rongxian remarked, pinching his nose. Hee, I'm glad you understand. Xia smiled, revealing her adorable little canine teeth. How did you come to know I was in the mental hospital? Qi Rongxian inquired, intrigued. Finding you was not easy. It primarily relied on this, Xia said, pointing to an old newspaper resting on the coffee table. Qi Rongxian picked up the newspaper, noting its yellowed and faded appearance, clearly indicating its age. A segment was circled in red marker, and as he squinted to read it, his heart sank. The headline in bold font read, Fire at Lianhua Mountain Mental Hospital. No survivors. Qi Rongxian could hardly believe his eyes and immediately scrutinized the article. On the evening of January 17, a fire suddenly broke out at Lianhua Mountain Mental Hospital. Following the incident, Mayor L. Wei-Hua rushed to the scene for disaster relief. Due to the hospital's unique architectural structure, not a single patient escaped. Mayor L. ordered thorough accountability, vowing to investigate to the bottom of the matter. The identities of some of the deceased have already been confirmed, including Qi Rongxian scanned a lengthy list of names, his heart racing as he found his own. He quickly glanced at the publication date at the top of the paper, which read January 18, 2026. Wait a moment. Qi Rongxian's mind finally began to process the shocking revelation. Today is indeed January 16. How could there be a newspaper dated the 18th? What on earth is going on? Qi Rongxian's mind froze for a solid 5 seconds. Xia softly remarked, as you can see, I have actually traveled back from the future. Future. Qi Rongxian's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Xia nodded affirmatively and said, That's right. I have come back from the year 2050. Hee. This must be a prank. You can't play tricks like this. Qi Rongxian shook his head vigorously, as if he had seen through Xia's little ruse. If he were to believe this nonsense, it would mean there was truly something wrong with his mind. Observing Qi Rongxian's incredulous expression, Xia appeared unfazed, as if such reactions were already anticipated. I understand that this information may seem too sensational for you. However, I possess ample means to prove that I am not deceiving you. As she spoke, Mo Xia picked up a piece of paper and a pen from the table, inscribing a series of numbers. 3, 7, 18, 23. What is this? Qi Rongxing stared at the 7 numbers on the paper, utterly bewildered. These are the winning numbers for tomorrow night's Super Lotto. After tomorrow, you will know whether I have lied to you. Mo Xia explained. Huh? Is that even possible? Qi Rongxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Mo Xia smiled sweetly. But Qi Rongxing, I must warn you, lotteries can be subject to manipulation. If you buy too many tickets in hopes of sweeping the jackpot, it is entirely possible that the organizer may alter the numbers. One must not be overly greedy. Qi Rongxing gazed at the paper in his hand. At this moment, he couldn't even trust the punctuation marks in what Mo Xia had said. Yet, Mo Xia paid little heed to his doubts. Merely continuing, I don't have much time left. I will soon be sent back. In order for us to meet again, we must establish a temporal coordinate. What do you mean? Qi Rongxing found it hard to comprehend. Mo Xia produced an old, yellowed postcard from her possession, on which was depicted a magnificent building, its terrace opening to a city skyline adorned with fireworks. She handed the postcard to Qi Rongxing, stating, on this day next month, February 16th, you must check into room 8502 at the Haidu International Hotel, and I will be there to meet you. Qi Rongxing grimaced. Is there any way we could skip that meeting? No. You will come to meet me, Mo Xia replied with a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with confidence. What makes you so certain? Qi Rongxing couldn't help but inquire, because human beings are driven by insatiable curiosity. And you are no exception. Once you discover that what I have said is true, you will come to see me. Mo Xia's voice took on an ethereal quality. In the next moment, this stunning woman astonishingly vanished right before Qi Rongxing's eyes. Chapter 6. Unexpected Windfall. Qi Rongxing was not particularly shocked by Mo Xia's sudden disappearance. This was not the first time it had happened. Moreover, having undergone training at the Lianhua Mountain Psychiatric Hospital, he was quite thick-skinned about such occurrences. Nevertheless, Qi Rongxing did not take Mo Xia's words seriously. After all, there were plenty of people in the psychiatric hospital who were even more unhinged than Mo Xia. Believing in such nonsense would surely indicate a problem with his own mind. Hey, where's my tablet? Qi Rongxing suddenly realized that Mo Xia had stealthily taken his tablet with her. His mood instantly soured. Coming from a family of modest means, this was just the cherry on top of his misfortunes. Sighing, he resigned himself to his fate. Qi Rongxing made his way to the kitchen, cooked some noodles to fill his stomach, and then lay in bed, quickly falling asleep until the next day. Truly, there was no place like home, where he wasn't woken in the middle of the night for medication. Upon waking, Qi Rongxing washed up quickly and set out to find work. He was nearing the point of desperation, as living without a job was no longer an option. After scouring the job market, Qi Rongxing felt a chill in his heart. This year, there were over 14 million fresh graduates. And even the top-tier graduates from 985 and 211 universities were competing for domestic help positions. Compared to these young talents, he felt utterly disadvantaged. As Qi Rongxing was feeling utterly lost, he heard someone calling his name. Hey, Qi Rongxing, is that you? A familiar voice rang out amidst the sea of job seekers. Qi Rongxing turned to see a familiar face among the crowd, young Lele, his former high school deskmate. What a coincidence. Qi Rongxing greeted the petite girl. Are you here looking for work too? Yang Lele asked, drawing closer. Yes, and you? Qi Rongxing replied. Yang Lele offered an awkward smile. Me too. Any leads? Qi Rongxing inquired. Yang Lele's expression darkened. None. The competition is just too fierce. Good jobs are hard to come by. Heh, same here. Qi Rongxing chuckled bitterly. Yang Lele scrutinized Qi Rongxing for a moment before commenting. It seems like these years since graduation have not been easy for you either. Everyone's in the same boat. Have you gotten married? Qi Rongxing noticed Yang Lele's slightly rounded belly, realizing that his former deskmate seemed to be pregnant. Yes, and you? Yang Lele asked. I'm still a single dog. Qi Rongxing joked self-deprecatingly. Let's add each other on WeChat and keep in touch, Yang Lele suggested, pulling out her phone. The two exchanged WeChat IDs before parting ways, after wandering around the job market and coming up empty-handed. Qi Rongxing reluctantly turned his attention to the labor market. Here, there were plenty of jobs available, but they all required physical labor, such as screwing bolts. The unscrupulous middlemen took hefty cuts, and some unscrupulous factories had even driven the wages down to 7 or 8 yuan an hour. How could one possibly support a family on such meager earnings? It was as if the world had turned into a den of thieves. No wonder so many young people were choosing to do nothing. Qi Rongxing sighed and exited the labor market. Was it really so difficult to make a living in this day and age? With the country's fortunes declining, a cold winter seemed to be approaching. Lost in thought, Qi Rongxing found himself pausing outside a lottery shop. Mo Xia's words echoed in his mind. Touching the piece of paper in his pocket, Qi Rongxing stepped into the lottery shop. "What can I do for you?" The shopkeeper greeted with a smile. "I'd like to place a bet on the lotto," Qi Rongxing replied, handing over the paper. "Just one ticket?" the shopkeeper asked. "Just one," Qi Rongxing confirmed. "How many multiples?" The shopkeeper appeared disinterested. "1 multiple," Qi Rongxing replied. "Would you like to add more?" "It's just an extra yuan." The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted, losing its cheerfulness. Qi Rongxing gritted his teeth, feeling a pang of reluctance. "All right, let us add it. That'll be 3 yuan in total." The shopkeeper handed over the ticket without even sparing Qi Rongxing a glance. Distracted, Qi Rongxing pocketed the ticket and left the shop. The entire day passed with Qi Rongxing tirelessly searching for work. Yet, ultimately, he still could not find a suitable position back at home. He boiled the leftover noodles from the previous day into a mushy mess and paired it with pickled vegetables for a quick meal. While eating, Qi Rongxing pulled out his phone to catch up on the news. After months of neglect, the world remained in chaos. Greenland's referendum to join the Lighthouse Empire had officially passed, making it the 51st state. Arthur was planning to build a concentration camp in the Golan Heights, treating the locals like livestock. Jackie Chung had gone missing after a concert in Taidong, with local authorities conducting a full-scale search. And this year's Spring Festival Gala was set to be directed by Lei again, with dumpling making on the agenda. Having finished his noodles, Qi Rongxing prepared to wash the dishes when his phone suddenly pinged with breaking news. Lottery results announced. Winning numbers are 3, 7, 18, 23, 25, with blue balls 10 and 12. Clang. Qi Rongxing's hand trembled, and the bowl he was holding shattered on the floor. Without a second thought, he fished out his lottery ticket to check. "Oh my goodness, not a single number is off. I actually won them all." Qi Rongxing muttered to himself, initially harboring no hope for this situation. He never expected it to be true. Amidst the bewilderment and shock, the joy of unexpected wealth enveloped him entirely. Qi Rongxing felt exhilarated. 10 million. After tax, that amounts to 8 million in cash. He could hardly fathom how to spend such an amount. He had never seen so much money in his life. Instantly, Qi Rongxing felt a surge of confidence. Just that day he had been fretting over job prospects, and now it seemed he had been worrying for nothing. With this money in his pocket, work? What work? There would be no need to work again in this lifetime. Ahahaha. Qi Rongxing lay back on the sofa, foolishly laughing for nearly 10 minutes. Once he regained his composure, Qi Rongxing began to fantasize about how he could spend this windfall to truly deserve it. Setting aside any other thoughts, tomorrow morning, when he has noodles again, he must add an extra egg. Just as Qi Rongxing was lost in his daydreams, his phone pinged again with a new message. Breaking. A fire has broken out in Donghai District, and the flames are raging. Qi Rongxing paused. Donghai District. Isn't that where the Lianhua Mountain Psychiatric Hospital is located? Realizing this, he quickly rummaged through the trash bin. Soon, the old newspaper dated the 18th was unearthed. It was true. Everything lined up perfectly, including the timing. How could this be? Could it be that Mo Xia truly came from the future? Qi Rongxing sat motionless on the sofa, utterly dazed, unable to discern whether he had lost his mind or if the world had spiraled into madness. Chapter 7. Class reunion. Tossing and turning with excitement all night. The following morning, Qi Rongxing, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the lottery center, eagerly completing the redemption process. After about 2 hours of formalities, a staggering 8 million in cash was transferred into his designated bank account. As he gazed at the 7-digit balance, a weight lifted from his heart, bringing him immense joy in that moment. However, this elation was short-lived, as a wave of sorrow washed over him. Despite acquiring such a fortune, he found himself in a desolate state, surrounded by no one with whom to share his happiness. Ever since his adoptive parents had passed away, Qi Rongxing felt like an isolated soul in this vast world. The desire to care for one's parents remained unfulfilled, and the echoes of childhood camaraderie had long faded. This overwhelming joy, which should have been celebrated, was swiftly dimmed by the loneliness he felt. Nevertheless, money must be spent. Qi Rongxing had never been a spendthrift, and now faced with such a windfall, he pondered how to utilize it wisely. While he contemplated how to indulge himself, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. To his surprise, it was young Lele, an old classmate. Their communication had been surprisingly frequent lately, which made him chuckle. "Rongxing, you sound so happy. Have you found a job?" Her voice was still as pleasant as he remembered. Not exactly. Qi Rongxing held back the urge to boast. He sensed that young Lele's situation was far from rosy, as she was seeking employment while pregnant, indicating her own struggles. He decided not to seek validation from her. "Is there something you need to discuss?" He inquired. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Our class is organizing a gathering today, and since you're not in the WeChat group, I wanted to make sure you knew. Young Lele explained. Is that so? Chi Rongxing mused. During their school days, he had often been a solitary figure, with few close friends, and after graduation, he had refrained from joining any WeChat groups, even keeping his contact details private. This behavior stemmed largely from his status as an orphan. It is widely acknowledged that school is a microcosm of society, with its own hierarchy. Children like Chi Rongxing, who came from humble beginnings and were adopted, often found themselves at the bottom of this social ladder. Such individuals, lacking even the right to choose romantic partners, were often relegated to a status just above that of historical slaves. However, there were exceptions, such as young Lele, who had been his deskmate for 2 years and had shown him kindness. Though both had struggled academically, young Lele, being a girl, had faced less hostility than he had. So, are you going to the gathering? Chi Rongxing asked. Absolutely. Young Lele replied enthusiastically. This time, Du Zhenghong is hosting. You know, the wealthy heir with the family mind. We're dining at Shangheju. Upon hearing this, Chi Rongxing raised an eyebrow. He had heard of Shangheju's reputation. Its average meal cost exceeded 3,000. A sum equivalent to several months' salary for an ordinary person. Is it appropriate for Du to spend so much? He questioned. Rongxing, both of us are currently job hunting. We should set aside our pride from school. This is an opportunity. Perhaps a classmate could assist us in overcoming our current difficulties, young Lele urged. Chi Rongxing pondered this deeply. In the past, he would have unequivocally declined such a gathering, fully aware that it would devolve into a competition of status and flattery. However, his circumstances had changed. With money in hand, he felt a newfound confidence. All right, if you're going, then I'll join as well, he replied. Deal. I'll wait for you outside Shangheju at 6 this evening. And we can enter together. It'll bolster our courage. Young Lele laughed. After hanging up, Chi Rongxing contemplated whether he should purchase a more presentable outfit. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that he had no desire to impress those individuals. Yet, there was one thing he was eager to do. He took out his phone and began browsing intently. T550. Chi Rongxing arrived as promised. After waiting for 5 minutes at the entrance of Shangheju, he spotted young Lele approaching, elegantly attired in a fitted dress and high heels. Aren't you cold? He remarked, noticing her attire, especially given the frigid January weather. Yes, but one must maintain poise, she replied with a radiant smile. Reminiscent of her student days, Shangheju resembled a Michelin star restaurant, its decor refined and the heating ample. Upon entering the private room, they found 5 or 6 classmates already seated. Among them was Du Zhenghong, who was animatedly discussing matters while puffing on a cigar. Upon spotting young Lele and Chi Rongxing, he disregarded Chi altogether, fixing his gaze solely on young Lele. Well, who is this stunning beauty? Du Zhenghong exclaimed. Since Du is treating today, I must join in. Young Lele smiled shyly and took a seat beside Chi Rongxing. Come sit next to me. Young Lele, I want to see you up close. I didn't realize how much you've changed. Du Zhenghong gestured for another classmate to move aside, but young Lele, seemingly wary of him, insisted, no need. I'll sit here next to Chi Rongxing. We were deskmates after all. Du Zhenghong's gaze turned towards Chi Rongxing. A hint of hostility evident. Chi Rongxing remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea while ignoring Du's piercing stare. The animosity between them was palpable. Du Zhenghong, the son of a mine owner, had a notorious reputation for bullying classmates during their school days, leveraging his father's wealth to escape consequences. Chi Rongxing, you've come uninvited, Du Zhenghong remarked with a sarcastic tone. Chi Rongxing narrowed his eyes at Du, forcing a smile. Should I leave then? Come now. We all classmates here. After years apart, we should be more amicable. The class monitor, Li Huan, interjected quickly. Yang Lele chimed in. Exactly. When I mentioned Chi Rongxing, you agreed. Du Zhenghong held back his irritation, his face darkening. Chi Rongxing, however, remained indifferent, treating him as if he were invisible. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a confident voice announced, Apologies for my tardiness. I was caught up in a meeting. The newcomer was clad in a deep blue suit, his hair slicked back, exuding an air of youthful bureaucratic arrogance, with a national emblem pinned to his chest. Everyone turned to look, surprised. Chi Rongxing was taken aback. It was Qian Dongxing. His memories of Qian were minimal. Once an unremarkable student with mediocre grades and a quiet demeanor, he had faded into the background of their school. However, the transformation was striking. As Qian entered, Du Zhenghong's demeanor shifted dramatically. The arrogance dissolved as he adopted a subservient posture. Director Qian, Please, take a seat, Du Zhenghong implored, practically bending over backward to accommodate him. Qian smiled, but corrected him. Oh, Du, please don't call me that. I'm merely a deputy section chief, not a director. Though he downplayed his title, it was evident that he relished the respect it commanded. Understood, Director Qian, Du Zhenghong replied. Nodding vigorously, Qian settled comfortably into the main seat, while Du Zhenghong attended to him, pouring tea and serving him like a subordinate. At that moment, Yang Lele leaned closer to Qi Rongshan and whispered, I heard Qian Dongxing's family has 4 generations of civil servants. His great-grandfather was even a cadre sent south. Qi Rongshan contemplated this revelation. Indeed, in the realm of true power, the son of a mine owner was but a triviality. What are you two whispering about? Du Zhenghong seized the opportunity to provoke Qi Rongshan. Qian looked over, his interest piqued by Yang Lele. She seems quite familiar. Old friend, you must have forgotten. This is Yang Lele. The girl from the last row who cried when she failed math, Du Zhenghong blurted out, exposing her past indiscretions. The atmosphere lightened with laughter, except for Yang Lele, whose face reddened in embarrassment. Qi Rongshan scoffed. At least failing a test is better than someone who flunks entirely. Du Zhenghong's smile faded, his expression darkening. I never cried over it. That's because you lack a sense of shame. Qi Rongshan retorted casually. Well, it seems you've decided to challenge me today. Du Zhenghong bristled. As tensions escalated, Qian Dongxing coughed lightly and interjected. All right, everyone. We are all classmates here. Let us not let things get unpleasant. With Qian's intervention, Du Zhenghong glared at Qi Rongshan and declared, I am giving face to Director Qian today, so I want to hold this against you. The gathering had arrived, and someone urged, let us order. Shall we? Du Zhenghong waved his hand grandly. Order whatever you like. With Du Zhenghong footing the bill, everyone felt free to order lavishly. Soon, an array of exquisite dishes graced the table, and Fei-Tian shrimp was uncorked, filling the air with clinking glasses and laughter, revitalizing the atmosphere. After several rounds of drinks, Du Zhenghong leaned toward Qian Dongxing and inquired, Director Qian, regarding the issue with my family's mine. Qian Dongxing set down his glass. His gaze stern, do you not understand the rules? Is this the proper setting to discuss such matters? Yes, I will punish myself with 3 drinks, Du Zhenghong stammered, hurriedly consuming alcohol to mask his embarrassment. Observing this scene, Qi Rongshan could not help but secretly marvel at the display of official authority. As the drinks flowed freely, the classmates engaged in lively conversations. Eager to regain his footing, Du Zhenghong glanced at Wang Wei sitting nearby and discreetly gestured. As Du Zhenghong's sycophant, Wang Wei understood immediately and cheerfully asked Qi Rongshan, Rongshan, where have you been working since graduation? Before Qi Rongshan could respond, class monitor Li Huan chimed in. I remember Rongshan was with an advertising agency. Wasn't he? Ahem, that's ancient history. Last summer, I saw Rongshan driving for Hualala. He even helped me move some furniture, another classmate revealed, drawing everyone's attention to Qi Rongshan. Indeed, although everyone had gone their separate ways post-graduation, none had fallen as low as Qi Rongshan. In the face of their scrutiny, Qi Rongshan remained composed, merely raising his glass to drink alone. At this moment, Wang Wei added, no wonder, given your shabby attire. Here, Rongshan, eat up. It's unlikely you'll get to dine at a place of this caliber again. Laughter erupted among the group. Someone even directly urged Qi Rongshan, Rongshan, why not soften your stance with Mr. Du? Apologize and plead with him. He could easily resolve your employment dilemma. This was precisely the reaction Du Zhenghong sought. Seizing the moment, he chuckled, my company could use a few strong security personnel. Qi Rongshan, you would fit the bill perfectly. Wang Wei chimed in. Being a security guard is great. It saves you from 30 years of detours. The laughter grew louder. Yang Lele felt a twinge of regret for encouraging Qi Rongshan to attend this gathering. Fearing it would only bring him trouble, she glanced anxiously at Qi Rongshan, who was devouring his food, seemingly unfazed by their jibes. In the past, Qi Rongshan would have stormed out in indignation when faced with such humiliation. But he had changed. With money in hand and having returned from a mental health institution, his disposition and demeanor were utterly transformed. Instead of being angered by the mockery from his so-called classmates, he found it amusing. They were merely a troupe of foolish clowns. Why bother engaging with them? Seeing Qi Rongshan continue to eat without responding, Du Zhenghong grew irritated and resumed his taunts. Just look at how Qi Rongshan eats. A true glutton. Before he could finish, a glass shattered on the floor. Qian Dongxing slowly rose, his expression darkening. The group turned to him, puzzled by the source of his ire. While they had been ridiculing Qi Rongshan, They had overlooked the fact that Qian Dongsheng was the key figure in the room. He was seething with frustration towards Du Zhenghong, who had underestimated his status. What is Qian Dongsheng, you ask? I hail from a distinguished family of civil servants, serving as the deputy director in the Haidong City Government Office. The MY career trajectory is clear. In 3 years, I could be a department head. And in another 3, a deputy division chief. If I were to network effectively, by the time I'm in my 30s, I could easily be a county governor. How dare you, Du Zhenghong, treat me and a mere delivery driver as equals at your table? With that, Qian Dongsheng stood, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and calmly stated, Mr. Du, I've already gauged the old man's stance on your mine project, and I regret to inform you that my family cannot assist. You should explore other avenues. Du Zhenghong's face turned a shade of deep crimson upon hearing Qian Dongsheng's words, but it did not end there. Qian continued, I appreciate your hospitality today, Mr. Du. However, government regulations impose strict dining standards for civil servants. This meal has significantly exceeded those limits, and I cannot allow you to treat us. Therefore, let us adhere to Director Qian's principle of an equal split. I will cover my share. He added. I have other engagements to attend, so I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves, old friends. With that, Qian Dongsheng ignored the protests and departed, not once glancing at Qi Rongsheng. Du Zhenghong's plan had backfired spectacularly. His intention to curry favor with Qian Dongsheng had resulted in humiliation. As Qian Dongsheng exited in a huff, Du Zhenghong's frustration boiled over, but he found no outlet for his rage. The mocking classmates had focused their derision solely on Qi Rongsheng, who remained unperturbed. The gathering, which had devolved into such chaos, was effectively over, yet Du Zhenghong was unwilling to accept this. Today's meeting had been an opportunity to ingratiate himself with Qian Dongsheng. But now it seemed futile. Despite appearing confident, Du Zhenghong was internally distressed. His family's mind had become a target of scrutiny, and he had desperately sought Qian Dongsheng's assistance. Yet, he was oblivious to what had provoked Qian's ire. Frustrated by the presence of these so-called classmates, Du Zhenghong decided to retaliate. Since Director Qian has decreed that we split the bill, let us abide by his wishes. We shall go Dutch to prevent any mistakes. With a cunning glint in his eye, he quickly devised a malicious plan. If he was to suffer, then everyone else would too. Following his instructions, the waiter soon presented the bill, revealing an astonishing average cost of over 5,000 per person. The classmates were instantly filled with regret, realizing they should have never attended. They had hardly eaten anything, so how could the bill be so exorbitant? Unbeknownst to them, this establishment catered to a high-end clientele, where a single small shrimp could cost nearly 800, and a mere broccoli could be priced at 238. Though others were still hungry, Qi Rongsheng was an exception, while everyone else nibbled delicately and engaged in loud conversations. He had been wholeheartedly indulging in his meal. I'll cover the difference. Everyone can chip in 5,000, Du Zhenghong said with a sinister smile. He had no intention of letting anyone leave unscathed after the chaos of the evening. Finally, someone could no longer contain their frustration and exclaimed, Didn't Mr. Du promise to treat us? Why the sudden change at bill time? Du Zhenghong, unfazed, retorted, We mustn't let Director Qian make a mistake. He is a civil servant, but I am not. His errors do not concern us. This sentiment resonated with the group, and they echoed their agreement. With an air of defiance, Du Zhenghong declared, Enough talk. Anyone who refuses to pay 1 TB leaving. His words dripped with arrogance and tyranny. No amount of arguing would change the outcome. The classmates were left with no choice but to begrudgingly pay, reluctantly pulling out their phones to scan the payment code. Qi Rongsheng observed coolly, convinced that this gathering would signify the end of their so-called friendship group. He wiped his mouth and prepared to pay. He noticed Yang Lele looking distressed, seemingly embarrassed. A thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Du Zhenghong, saying, I'll cover Yang Lele's share. Without hesitation, Qi Rongsheng scanned the payment code and stood to leave, doing so without a trace of hesitation. Outside, the air was chilly, but Qi Rongsheng felt a sense of contentment wash over him. Thank you, Qi Rongsheng, Yang Lele called as she rushed to catch up with him. It's nothing. Consider this meal my treat to you. Qi Rongsheng replied with a smile. I can't accept that. I'll repay you once I have the means. Yang Lele expressed her gratitude. Then we shall wait until you are able to do so. Qi Rongsheng chuckled. Du Zhenghong is truly despicable. He actually set up a banquet to ensnare us. After Yang Lele was rescued, her spirits lifted, and recalling Du Zhenghong, she clenched her fists and cursed. It doesn't matter. We were never on the same wavelength. Perhaps we shall never cross paths again in the future. Qi Rongsheng remarked. That makes sense, Yang Lele replied, looking over. You certainly have a broader perspective. As the two conversed, the door of Shanghai residence swung open, and their classmates began to trickle out. This meal had been exceedingly expensive, leaving everyone in a sour mood, and thus they dispersed without any attempt at camaraderie. "Hey, isn't that my stunning Yang?" Zhu Zhenghong called out. "Why haven't you left yet? Where are you headed? Allow me to escort you." T glanced over with a mischievous grin plastered across his sinister face. Zhu Zhenghong pressed the key fob in his hand, and the Lexus nearby responded with a beep that no need for your escort. "I'm leaving with Qi Rongxing," Yang Lele retorted with irritation. "Qi Rongxing is driving a logistics vehicle. Are you really planning to ride in that?" Zhu Zhenghong laughed. "What's wrong with a logistics vehicle? It's still a car, and certainly preferable to you driving after drinking." Yang Lele shot back defiantly. Zhu Zhenghong scoffed. "The traffic police are all my friends. Who would dare to apprehend me? Let us hurry." "Where's your car?" Yang Lele urged, not wanting to engage further with Zhu Zhenghong. Qi Rongxin waved his phone, saying, "You know not to drive after drinking. I've called for a designated driver." At this point, Zhu Zhenghong burst into laughter. "What a joke. You're calling for a designated driver for a logistics vehicle? That's rich." Just then, a designated driver sped up on an electric bike. Qi Rongxing tossed the keys to him and led Yang Lele towards a luxury car. Upon witnessing this, not only was Yang Lele taken aback, but even Zhu Zhenghong, who had been watching for amusement, was left agape. "Goodness, that's an Aston Martin Rapide. The market price is nearly 4 million. Although Zhu Zhenghong came from wealth, he could hardly fathom purchasing such an extravagant vehicle. How had Qi Rongxing acquired it? It was utterly surreal. Zhu Zhenghong was dumbstruck at that moment. Qi Rongxing turned to Zhu Zhenghong, a calm and confident smile gracing his face. "So, what do you think of my logistics vehicle?" With that, Qi Rongxing slid into the driver's seat, uninterested in addressing the stunned Zhu Zhenghong. "Wow, Qi Rongxing, you've struck it rich," Yang Lele exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "It's merely a modest windfall. Let us not get carried away." Qi Rongxin feigned nonchalance. "But you should flaunt it like this," Yang Lele chastised. "This car is incredibly expensive. Why did you buy such an extravagant vehicle? To avoid getting fined." Qi Rongxin replied casually. Chapter 10. A New Year's Eve shock. In the following days, Qi Rongxing fully indulged in a life of opulence. However, time flew by swiftly, and the date he had mutually agreed upon with Mo Xia drew nearer. During this interval, Qi Rongxing wrestled with inner turmoil. Should he break his promise? After all, he had already secured the funds. Surely it wouldn't be difficult to lay low. With this money, he could live comfortably. There was no need to entangle himself further with that female assassin. After all, it was quite perilous. Yet, before long, Qi Rongxing dismissed this absurd notion. The woman named Mo Xia was formidable, her modus operandi akin to that of a specter. If he were to abscond with her money, he would likely evade initial consequences, but not for long. This was a woman devoid of emotions. After all, if he provoked her, he would surely face dire repercussions. Of course, this was merely one reason. Following a series of bizarre encounters in life, Qi Rongxing found himself gripped by intense curiosity. Mo Xia claimed to have traveled from the future. Was this true? If her words held any merit, what would the future be like? The allure of the unknown ignited an insatiable desire within him. Thus, on February 14th, Qi Rongxing checked into room 8502 of the Haidong International Hotel ahead of schedule. Room 8502 was a presidential suite, encompassing over 800 square meters. Upon stepping into the suite, he was overwhelmed by its lavishness. The floor was polished from solid white jade, its smooth texture akin to walking on clouds. The walls adorned with authentic oil paintings by masters, each worth a fortune. In the center of the living room stood a massive crystal coffee table, laden with the finest fruits and wines from around the globe. The foul stench of blood splattered, and the creature struggled more violently. Yet this was merely its final frenzy. After a few minutes, the monster finally ceased its thrashing, and Qi Rongxing's knife had embedded itself deep within its skull. Outside the window, the sound of explosions crackled, accompanied by the jubilant cheers of Happy New Year. Qi Rongxing and Mo Xia slumped together, survivors in the aftermath of a calamity. Chapter 11. Humanity has no future. I have taken a life. Qi Rongxing gradually regained his composure, a sense of dread creeping in. This is a society governed by law, and Qi Rongxing was not one to languish in a prison cell. Rest assured, this being is, strictly speaking, no longer human. I will personally take care of the aftermath shortly. Mo Xia rose and approached the washstand to clean the blood from her body. It was then that Qi Rongxing noticed her disheveled state. Her once tattered tactical jacket was riddled with tears, and through the ragged openings, various wounds on her body were visible. Bruises and bloodstains marred her face, and one of her tactical pants bore large, dark splotches of blood. This woman seemed as though she had crawled out from a pile of corpses. Mo Xia, Qi Rongxing called out, unable to contain himself as he stood behind her. The woman, her face buried in the wash basin, replied lazily. Qi Rongxing gritted his teeth and said, "Aren't you going to explain this to me?" "Oh, what explanation do you seek?" Mo Xia dried her face and finally turned to face Qi Rongxing. Their eyes met, and once again, Qi Rongxing was struck by the delicate features of her visage. "What on earth is going on?" Qi Rongxing asked, glancing at the monster's corpse lying in the living room. Mo Xia approached the creature's body and kicked it lightly, saying, "This thing came through purely by accident. The base was attacked, and the situation became perilous. This creature is called a blood corpse, transformed from infected humans. It has reached the second stage of evolution, developing a hard, chitinous exoskeleton. Aside from a few limited fatal weaknesses, this creature is remarkably resilient. Blood corpse, infected humans, what are these?" Qi Rongxing's emotions began to unravel. Mo Xia sat down on the sofa, picked up an apple from the table, and began to eat, continuing, "The night is long. It seems I need to have a chat with you. You see, I traveled back from the future. And the reason for doing so is singular. To reverse the future and save humanity.It is indeed a noble and great mission." Mo Xia began to unfold her tale. It turned out that in the not-so-distant future, a horrific bioweapon virus would erupt on Earth. This virus would kill 99% of humanity and transform the deceased into another species, which is the very blood corpse lying before them. Over 7 billion people would be turned into monsters in a short span of time. The surviving humans would dwindle to less than 60 million, hiding in various shelters and safe havens, struggling to prolong their existence for decades. Mo Xia had traveled back from the year 2050, at which point the evolution of the blood corpse had accelerated, leading to the gradual downfall of human shelters. Once intelligent blood corpses were born, humanity lost the opportunity to reclaim control of the future. The remaining humans were on the brink of extinction. Mo Xia was dispatched to rewrite history and reverse the future from its source. This was a desperate gamble by the remnants of humanity. I am an agent of the United Human Government, and I have been executing the sacred mission bestowed upon me by the highest authority. So I am not a killer. I am a savior, Mo Xia declared, munching on her apple while speaking of the most alarming revelations with a calm demeanor. "Then why did I encounter you?" Qi Rongxing asked, still grappling with the significance of his own existence. Mo Xia replied, "The day you met me was because I was tasked with traveling back to eliminate a very important figure. That person is Li Tao, a formidable virologist. In the future, we gathered extensive data and intelligence, and numerous pieces of evidence indicate that the blood corpse virus, which led to the world's destruction, is intricately linked to Li Tao. It is highly likely that he is the architect of humanity's demise. Thus, to eliminate future threats, the United Government ordered me to return and kill him. As for your involvement, that was purely an accident." "Did you succeed?" Qi Rongxing pressed, more concerned about the fate of humanity than his own circumstances. Mo Xia smiled ruefully and said, "If I had succeeded, I would not be here now. So you killed the person, and I ended up in a mental hospital, yet your mission failed? Is that how it is?" Qi Rongxing felt a surge of anger. Mo Xia responded seriously, "It cannot be said to be a complete failure. In the timeline where Li Tao is alive, the apocalypse caused by the blood corpse virus will erupt globally around June 2026. With no whistleblower, no grace period, and no contingency plan, humanity will be utterly defeated. However, because of Li Tao's death, that timeline has been postponed to October. In other words, Li Tao's demise has bought humanity 4 additional months. These 4 months could provide numerous opportunities for humanity." Qi Rongxing's mind raced to keep pace with Mo Xia's reasoning. "So you mean Li Tao's death did change history, proving that the catastrophe is directly tied to him? You did not kill the wrong person." Mo Xia nodded, saying, "After killing him and reporting back, the United Government conducted extensive data analysis and reached a conclusion. Li Tao was employed by the Mengshan Genetics Company of the Dark Lighthouse Empire. His death did not eliminate the X virus. There is only one possibility." Qi Rongxing snapped his fingers. "Someone at Mengshan took over his project." "You are quite astute. You grasp it immediately." Mo Xia praised. "So what are you planning to do this time? Are you going to eliminate the Mengshan Company?" Qi Rongxing inquired. Mo Xia shook her head. "The Mengshan Genetics Company is a colossal entity. One of 4 spin-off Fortune 500 companies, with the Dark Lighthouse Empire backing it. It is impossible for me, with my limited power, to directly bring it down. Therefore, The organization has instructed me to accomplish another important task. No, now it should be 2 tasks. And what about me? Why am I here, a mere bystander? Qi Rongxing asked. Mo Xia smiled gently. There is no such thing as coincidence in this world. Your involvement, though accidental, has now become part of the plan. What plan? Qi Rongxing's heart raced. Mo Xia whispered. Did you buy the lottery ticket I mentioned? Did you? Yes, I bought 1 ticket. Qi Rongxing nodded, feeling somewhat guilty. Mo Xia spread her hands, grinning at Qi Rongxing. What are you doing? Qi Rongxing felt uneasy under her gaze. Hand it over. I need the money, Mo Xia said. Are you trying to extract my innards? Qi Rongxing lamented. Chapter 12. The Oak Tree Bar. Ray Ray Baby. Pat the belly, pat the baby. Ray Ray. There is a game that makes you younger the more you play. It is the mobile game Peacekeeper Elite. Here, no one calls you bro, because everyone calls you a primary school student. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the front desk girl at Haida Hotel was busy with her work, oblivious to a man and woman quickly pushing a large suitcase down to the parking lot. Prodigal son, is this what you spent $4 million on for a car? You are wasting money. Mo Xia scolded like a furious tigress, while Qi Rongxing, with a head full of bandages, fell silent. The Aston Martin exited the parking lot and entered the bustling street. Where are we going? Qi Rongxing asked timidly. The blood corpse is teeming with viruses. It must be dealt with properly. It would be best to turn it to ashes. Mo Xia pondered. Where can we find an incinerator? An incinerator? The funeral home has one, Qi Rongxing replied. Then let's go to the funeral home. Mo Xia decided. Qi Rongxing hesitated. You may not understand. Without a death certificate issued by the community, we cannot burn the body. Don't worry. I've got this. Mo Xia said confidently. Can you really handle it? Qi Rongxing's face showed skepticism. I'm the best at using reason to persuade people, Mo Xia asserted, clenching her fist. All right. I will follow your lead. Qi Rongxing set the navigation and drove toward the nearest funeral home. An hour later, in front of the first incinerator at Nanshan Funeral Home, Qi Rongxing tossed the blood corpse's body along with the suitcase onto the incinerator platform. Watching the flames roar, Qi Rongxing exhaled a sigh of relief. How did you convince those night shift security guards at the funeral home? Qi Rongxing asked Mo Xia, who stood beside him. I just let them take a nap. Mo Xia answered. You can hypnotize them? Qi Rongxing could hardly believe his ears. He had been too focused on transporting the body to notice Mo Xia displaying her skills. Mo Xia's face flushed slightly as she huffed. A physical sort of hypnosis. Qi Rongxing understood immediately, then lamented. But there are cameras here. Tomorrow I could be in big trouble. Mo Xia smiled lightly. Don't worry, I have some hacking skills. Altering the surveillance footage is a piece of cake. By the time they finished disposing of the body, it was nearly 5 in the morning. Exhausted, Qi Rongxing intended to return to the hotel for some sleep, but Mo Xia glanced at the glimmering black bracelet on her wrist and said, There's no time to sleep. My time is running out. What's the next step? Qi Rongxing forced himself to stay alert. The next step is to retrieve the goods. Mo Xia gritted her teeth as she spoke. Retrieve what goods? Qi Rongxing was perplexed. Search for a place called Oak Bar. Mo Xia instructed. Qi Rongxing, though somewhat baffled, complied. After a thorough search, he indeed found a bar bearing the same name. Let us proceed there. Mo Xia settled into the passenger seat, closing her eyes to rest. Qi Rongxing took on the role of the driver, steering them towards their destination. The Oak Bar is located in the coastal district of Haida City, beyond the city's third ring road and by the seaside. In the early hours of the morning, the ring road was free of traffic. With Qi Rongxing's commendable driving skills, they swiftly arrived at their destination. Upon pushing open the bar's revolving door, a mlang of alcohol, bodily fluids, and perfume assaulted their senses. Inside, the lights flickered, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced through the crowded dance floor. In the center of the dance floor, men and women swayed intimately to the pulsating music, their scantily clad bodies moving exuberantly. Surrounding booths were filled with patrons indulging in drinks. On stage, alluring dancers performed sultry pole routines, their graceful figures exuding an enticing allure with every movement. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, with patrons occasionally showering the stage with wads of cash. Near the entrance, a man wearing sunglasses brushed past Qi Rongxing, his arm around an enchanting woman. Qi Rongxing caught a fleeting glimpse of the woman, noticing what appeared to be remnants of bubble tea at the corner of her mouth. Hey there, handsome, care to play? Just a drink, and I can keep you company for a while. While Qi Rongxing was momentarily taken aback, a striking girl resembling Naza approached him, taking his hand and guiding it towards her pristine chest. A captivating fragrance enveloped him. Qi Rongshan's heart raced. No wonder this bar thrived. The caliber of women here was astonishing, and their boldness was undeniable. Before Qi Rongshan could react, a hand suddenly intervened, gripping the girl by her collar and pulling her away as if she were a mere chick. Mo Xia executed a forceful wall slam, pinning the girl against the wall. Where did this wild songbird come from? Daring to steal a man in front of me? Do you want me to ruin your pretty face? The girl, having never encountered such a confrontation, burst into tears. Casting aside the girl, Mo Xia took Qi Rongshan's hand and led him away. Rongshan, you lack experience in this area. That woman reeked of cheap perfume. She is undoubtedly a promiscuous type. If you were to sleep with her, you might end up with quite the trouble, Mo Xia teased. You know that? Qi Rongshan exclaimed, his eyes wide. Mo Xia chuckled, her expression enigmatic. Hey, after hitting someone, you think you can just leave? Not a chance. You owe me an explanation. No sooner had they taken a couple of steps when a burly man adorned with flashy gold chains obstructed their path. Well, I was just lamenting my inability to find someone to ask for directions. And here you are, delivering yourself to me. Mo Xia flashed a playful smile, stretching her limbs. Inside the private room of Oak Bar, a man sat alone, drinking, flanked by two beauties who dared not make a sound. In stark contrast to the raucousness outside, the private room was eerily quiet. The man, in his 30s, bore a square jaw and a crooked nose, his bare shoulders revealing a faint dragon tattoo, projecting a menacing aura. This man was none other than the bar's owner, known as Brother Dao. At that moment, Brother Dao was celebrating the new year in his establishment when the door to the private room swung open, and one of his subordinates was unceremoniously tossed inside like a lifeless dog. Following that, a man and a woman entered. Assessing the two young individuals, Brother Dao was momentarily taken aback. Are you two here to cause trouble? He inquired. Old Dao, you made it easy for me to find you. Mo Xia boldly sat opposite the man, exuding familiarity as she lit a cigarette from the table. Do we know each other? Brother Dao asked, a puzzled expression crossing his face. We didn't know each other before, but now we do, and soon, we shall be quite familiar, Mo Xia replied, exhaling a smoke ring with a mysterious smile. Brother Dao chuckled. Interesting, little sister. I appreciate your spirit, and would be delighted to befriend you. Tonight, I'll cover all your expenses here. I hope you enjoy yourself. Although Brother Dao was uncertain of Mo Xia's background, he recognized that the young woman before him was no ordinary character, especially given the lifeless state of his subordinate on the floor. Let us skip the drinks, Luo Dao. I'm here for business, Mo Xia stated, her tone commanding. Upon hearing Mo Xia call his name, Brother Dao's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Few knew his name in the underworld. You truly know me? He asked. Mo Xia replied. Let us not waste time. I'm in a hurry. I need you to allocate a portion of your next shipment of arms meant for the Jialadu gang. I require it urgently. At this declaration, the two beauties beside Brother Dao reacted with exaggerated expressions, as if they had just heard a ghost story. Brother Dao's gaze sharpened, glinting like a polished blade as it scrutinized Mo Xia. You're quite the joker. Little girl. As a bar owner, how could I possibly be involved with such deadly contraband? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Stop pretending. Others may be unaware of your dealings, but do you think I am? Mo Xia replied impatiently. I'm pressed for time and have no intention of dancing around. If you refuse to cooperate, I'll simply escort you to the docks to locate Container 32 myself. Upon hearing the mention of Container 32, Brother Dao's expression twitched, his muscles betraying a flicker of tension. Who told you about this? He demanded, his tone menacing. Mo Xia remained unfazed. That's not important. The two parties faced off, tension palpable for nearly 2 minutes. Brother Dao coldly stated, what if I deny everything? Then you shall suffer the consequences, Mo Xia declared, brandishing a dagger and plunging it into the table. Ah, so you believe you have me at your mercy? Brother Dao's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, Mo Xia replied with calm assurance. Seeing that no further probing would yield results, Brother Dao abruptly shifted his approach. Fine. I'll concede that you possess some capability to know my secrets, but since we are engaging in a transaction, where is your sincerity? Mo Xia signaled to Qi Rongshan, who placed a snakeskin bag on the table. Brother Dao glanced inside, discovering bundles of cash, at least several dozen stacks. This is not the place for discussions. Follow me. Brother Dao rose and beckoned his subordinates to enter, pointing to the two beauties in the corner. These two know too much. Arrange for them to be sent away immediately. I don't want to see them in Haidu City again. One of the subordinates made a throat-cutting gesture. Boss, do you want us to take care of them? Brother Dao scolded him. What else can you do besides that? Don't you realize organs are valuable? With that, Brother Dao ignored the terrified escort girls and led Mo Xia and Qi Rongxing out of the bar. They drove towards the seaside, with Brother Dao and his men leading the way while Qi Rongxing followed closely behind. How did you know this Brother Dao is an arms dealer? Qi Rongxing couldn't help but ask during the drive. Mo Xia sighed. I'm not certain about others, but this Luo Dao has survived until 2050 and was in the same shelter base as me. Everything I know is from him boasting about his exploits. Upon hearing this, Qi Rongxing felt a tremor of anxiety. When I arrived, the shelter base was under siege by a horde of undead. The situation was dire, and I had to put aside my organizational tasks. I need to procure a batch of weapons to swiftly return and save the base, or else it would be doomed. Mo Xia revealed her predicament. Now I understand why you're in such a hurry. Qi Rongxing responded. Mo Xia handed Qi Rongxing a handgun, cautioning him. Rongxing, you must grasp one truth. Anyone who has survived to our time, regardless of their character, is surely not a good person. If anything unexpected occurs, you'd best turn and run. Qi Rongxing frowned. It seems you don't trust this Brother Dao. Mo Xia smiled wryly. In 2050, I had a decent rapport with the 60-something Brother Dao. But that was 24 years ago. Look at the way he is eyeing us. Does he seem like a good person? Qi Rongxing pondered her words. Before long, they arrived at the coastal dock. The customs officials here were evidently familiar with Brother Dao, allowing them to pass without hindrance. Qi Rongxing followed Brother Dao to a container distribution area. An unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. Qi Rongxing sensed something was amiss. It was too quiet. Ahead lay container 32, filled with goods bound for Jialadu, ready to be loaded onto a ship today. Brother Dao pointed in a direction and led the way. Mo Xia surveyed the area, a hint of coldness crossing her face. Given the circumstances, even if they were capturing fish in a barrel, they had no choice but to proceed with grit. Things were unfolding in the worst possible direction. As Qi Rongxing ventured into the dimly lit container passage, two groups appeared from both ends, effectively blocking their path. Run. Mo Xia urged Qi Rongxing. I can't afford to worry about your fate. Qi Rongxing, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned and fled. Boss, everything is as you instructed. The brothers are already ambushed. One of the subordinates reported to Brother Dao. Very well. Send 2 men to capture the runaway kid. We cannot leave any survivors today. Brother Dao spat. Could these 2 be undercover cops? One of the subordinates inquired. If they are cops, then they must be eliminated. Brother Dao replied. We are in a line of work where a moment of compassion can lead to eternal damnation. Understood. Then let us first deal with that girl. The subordinate commanded the group of assassins in a clumsy form of Mandarin, and they immediately moved to encircle Mo Xia. Mo Xia glanced at Brother Dao and sneered. Dao, you remain as cunning as ever. As he spoke, Mo Xia pulled out an item from his pocket, revealing a pair of iron knuckles designed for combat. Girl, stop calling me Dao. We are not acquainted. Brothers, seize her, violate her, then kill her, and finally dispose of the body in the sea, Brother Dao coldly commanded. Chapter 14. A minor test of skill. Qi Rongxing fled frantically amidst mountains of stacked shipping containers at the dock, the shouts of his pursuers echoing behind him. Kid, stop right there. As the chase unfolded, Qi Rongxing's mindset began to shift. Why should I let you chase me? In truth, Qi Rongxing was not as pathetic as he had anticipated. Although he was timid, he was not entirely without merit. Having struggled at the bottom for a long time, he had forged a strong physique, yet had grown accustomed to being docile, rarely revealing his fangs to others. But this time was different. 2 assassins relentlessly pursued him, determined to end his life. If he did not fight back now, he would truly be a coward. As he ran, Qi Rongxing seized an opportunity, picking up a steel rod leaning against the roadside, and then feigned exhaustion to create an opening for his pursuer. The man, wielding a machete, believed Qi Rongxing was out of stamina and grinned as he closed in. However, in that very moment, Qi Rongxing, seemingly half dead, suddenly sprang to life, swinging the iron rod at the man's calf. With a sickening crack, the man let out a scream and fell to the ground, not daring to linger. Qi Rongxing quickly concealed himself. Another approaching assassin, hearing his comrade's cry of agony, rushed to assist. This played perfectly into Qi Rongxing's hands. As the assassin crossed his path, Qi Rongxing thrust the steel rod out, tripping the man who fell face-first onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Rongxing swiftly delivered 2 crushing blows, knocking the man unconscious. At this point, Qi Rongxing had completely escaped the crisis and could contemplate a calm escape. However, he found himself in a moral quandary. He could flee, but what about Mo Xia? Despite her fierce demeanor, if she fell into the enemy's encirclement and ambush, her fate would likely be dire. Should he save her or not? That was the dilemma. Watching the advancing assassins from Old Stick Country, Mo felt a twinge of regret. Had she overestimated her capabilities, from the ambush at the base to battling amidst bloodshed? And now being surrounded, Mo had endured a prolonged period of intense combat, and her body was beginning to falter under the strain. Given the current circumstances, it seemed her luck was running out. Old Dao, you are treacherous. You truly intend to eradicate me. After knocking one man down, Mo seized a moment to catch her breath and shouted toward Brother Dao. Girl, you fight well, but what good is that? I have many brothers. Even if a few fall, we will wear you down, Brother Dao replied with an air of confidence. Old Dao, we need not fight to the death. Mo softened her tone. Brother Dao sneered. Girl, I am in the business of severing heads. How can I allow anyone to know my affairs? You must die for me to rest easy. This is non-negotiable. Mo sighed. I never intended to negotiate with you. Brother Dao coldly ordered. Eliminate her. Mo's heart sank to the depths. Was she truly to die here today? As she watched the encroaching assassins, she tightened her grip on the blood-stained iron knuckles. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind Brother Dao. Stop. Whoever dares to act will be shot dead. Caught off guard, Brother Dao found himself at gunpoint. Mo looked up at the container and saw Qi Rongshan had bound Brother Dao. Upon witnessing this, Mo smiled brightly. Rongshan, I knew I had not misjudged you. The standoff ensued. With Qi Rongshan's unexpected return, the situation took a dramatic turn. Both parties now held bargaining chips. Little brother, is that a gun in your hand? Take my advice. You might not be able to control it. Brother Dao, seeing himself in a compromised position, felt anxious but maintained a facade of calm, launching a psychological offensive against Qi Rongshan. In Brother Dao's eyes, Qi Rongshan was merely an inexperienced rookie, not a true threat. Put down the gun, and I will let bygones be bygones. Furthermore, I will allow you and your friend to leave. Brother Dao proposed. Silence. Qi Rongshan shouted in anger. I don't care who you are, Dao. I'm not in your line of work, but I know you are untrustworthy. You are nothing but trash. Brother Dao was displeased. You can point a gun at my head, but you cannot call me untrustworthy. I have a reputation to uphold in the city of Haidu. Brother Dao retorted. Nonsense. Qi Rongshan spat. We came with money to conduct business. How dare you attempt to kill us? Is this how you conduct business? Brother Dao was left speechless, swallowing hard as he said, Little brother, you must be inexperienced with guns, thinking you hold a toy gun. Right? Upon hearing this, Mo felt a wave of dread. This was a high-stakes psychological game. Qi Rongshan was likely to suffer due to his inexperience. Indeed, the subordinates, who had been wary, immediately began to stir. This was precisely the effect Brother Dao sought. Only in chaos could he find an opportunity to turn the tables. However, Brother Dao had underestimated Qi Rongshan's nerve and was unaware that Qi Rongshan had been a top student at Lianhua Mountain Mental Hospital. Is it a toy gun? One shot will reveal the truth. With the safety off, Qi Rongshan aimed the gun at Brother Dao's left ear and fired. Bang! The sound erupted like fireworks, the bullet grazing Brother Dao's scalp and striking a hapless subordinate nearby. A wail of agony followed. Damn it! Are you insane? Brother Dao was terrified, his composure shattered. Qi Rongshan, in his dazed manner, replied, My apologies, you claimed the gun was fake. I thought I would test its efficacy. You, Brother Dao stammered. Qi Rongshan continued. Time is of the essence. Let us get down to business. The money is at my feet. Shall we continue our transaction, or not? If you agree, we will buy what we need and be on our way. If you refuse, I will shoot you dead and burn the money. Had this been in the bar, Brother Dao would have never believed Qi Rongshan had such a fiery temperament. Yet now, he believed it. This kid was indeed a naive hothead. Brother, remain calm. Business is business. It can be negotiated. Put down the gun, and I will withdraw my men, and we can discuss the deal. Sound good? Brother Dao conceded, realizing he had a vast fortune yet to enjoy and did not need to confront a reckless youth. Thus, both parties reached an understanding, and Brother Dao led Qi Rongshan and Mo to container number 32. Upon opening it, a dazzling array of weapons lay before them, various retired standard-issue weapons from Xia country. Neatly arranged in metal boxes, all labeled with the insignia of self-heating true hotpot.it was abstract in the extreme. Qi Rongshan remarked, after consuming this batch of self-heating hotpot, one might find themselves a bit too fiery. Mo entered the container and began a frenzied procurement. From automatic weapons to ammunition, from fragmentation grenades to high explosives, she expertly selected the most lethal weapons. Soon, this short-haired woman had armed herself as a harbinger of death. My goodness, with this ensemble, you could raid the military command, Brother Dao remarked, his eyelids twitching. Sister, if you cause a sensational incident in Haidu, please don't implicate me. Pay up, Emosia. Thoroughly satisfied with the weapon's performance. Nudged Qi Rongxing. The two paid and drove away with a flourish. Watching the dust settle from the departing Aston Martin, a subordinate approached Brother Dao and said, Boss, we took quite a hit. Should I gather people to pursue and eliminate them? No need. Brother Dao exclaimed. These two youngsters are undoubtedly capable of great deeds. As he spoke, the sports car returned, and Brother Dao furrowed his brow. Little brother, why are you back? Brother Dao looked at Qi Rongxing. Qi Rongxing remained silent as Mo Xia rolled down the window and said, Brother Dao, I carry a message for you. Before March 15th. It would be best for you to cease your activities. Do not blame me for not warning you. The customs chief, Director Wu, has now fallen under national security scrutiny. If he is caught, your fate will be dire. With that, the sports car roared to life once more, vanishing into the faint morning light. Chapter 15. Professor Ning. The sports car came to a halt on the beach. On the first day of the Lunar New Year. The beach lay in serene silence. After a night of revelry, it was devoid of any human presence. Only the retreating tide glimmered faintly along the horizon, heralding the imminent arrival of dawn. Thank you. Qi Rongxing, you were even more remarkable than I had imagined. Mo Xia remarked to Qi Rongxing. A flush crept up Qi Rongxing's ears as he hastily replied, Oh, not at all. I was nearly scared out of my wits just now. Ugh. Suddenly, seizing an unguarded moment, Mo Xia planted a soft kiss on Qi Rongxing's lips. After their tender exchange, their eyes locked, and Qi Rongxing felt a ripple of unfamiliar emotion stirring within him. So fragrant and soft. Just as he began to lose himself in his thoughts, the black bracelet on Mo Xia's wrist emitted an unusual white light. Accompanied by this luminescence, Mo Xia's form began to shimmer slightly. Her expression turned serious as she instructed, Qi Rongxing, the technology for traversing time is not yet perfected. My time is running out. I must return to save the base, and you must help me complete the unfinished task. This is my mission, and now it is yours. What task? Qi Rongxing asked earnestly. Mo Xia handed him a dossier, saying, This document contains an address. You must locate an elderly man named Ning Jianhua before the 22nd. Deliver a sum of money to him, and ensure he survives. Huh? Qi Rongxing was filled with confusion. What sort of task is this? Mo Xia explained. Ning Jianhua is a prominent figure in the field of medicinal polymer materials. His research is crucial for improving the technology of time travel. To combat the molecular inhibitors during transit, we require his research to support us. Qi Rongxing listened, still bewildered by terms like medicinal polymer materials, molecular computation, and time travel inhibitors. What on earth are those? Mo Xia, not allowing him much time for contemplation, continued at a rapid pace. In history, old Ning committed suicide on February 23, 2026. He lived in destitution due to the obscurity of his research field. You must find a way to help him survive, at least until October. Her voice grew faint. If old Ning can live for another 6 months, I believe his research will yield significant advancements. If our analysis holds true, when we take over this technology, it will not be as arduous as it is now. I understand. Qi Rongxing declared. I will do everything in my power to ensure old Ning lives. If you succeed, I believe we will see each other again soon. As her voice faded, Mo Xia vanished entirely from before him. The air lingered with the fragrance of her hair, and a creamy sweetness still graced his lips. Yet, Qi Rongxing felt an inexplicable sense of loss. After a night of turmoil, Qi Rongxing returned to his hotel and fell into a restless sleep, upon awakening at 2 in the afternoon. He had a light breakfast and then opened the dossier to study it meticulously. The document revealed that the elderly Professor Ning Jianhua was born in the 1950s and was now in his 70s. His life story, as noted in the dossier, was quite complex. As a member of the founding generation, Professor Ning's family was of a disadvantaged background, marked as a target during the political upheavals. During the land reform, many of the Ning family were executed, including Ning Jianhua's uncle and great-uncle. The family's properties were nationalized. Professor Ning's youth was spent in hardship. As a student, he faced discrimination, unable to lift his head high. When sent to the countryside, he endured even more hardships, having been subjected to persecution and confinement. Yet this Professor Ning was truly resilient. Despite facing such adversity, he never gave up. After the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, at the age of 28, he was admitted to Yuhua South University, becoming a legitimate member of the educated elite. Following graduation, he taught at Yuxia University of Science and Technology, joining the ranks of academia. For decades, Professor Ning dedicated himself to educating students at this prestigious institution, even returning for reappointment after retirement. In addition to teaching, as a pioneer and theoretical foundation of medicinal polymer materials in Yuxia, he led and completed numerous research projects. After reading about Professor Ning, Qi Rongxing felt a surge of admiration for the elderly man who had devoted his life to the betterment of Yuxia. This ordinary yet extraordinary figure shone brightly in reality.It is no exaggeration to say that it is due to the selfless dedication of countless elders that Yuxia has risen swiftly from a century of humiliation. Though Qi Rongxing's education was limited, it did not prevent him from possessing a heart that faced the sun. I must save him, he resolved. Considering the timeline given by Mo Xia, he knew he was pressed for time. The urgency of his mission weighed heavily upon him. Without hesitation, he decided to follow the address in the dossier immediately. Acting swiftly, Qi Rongxing checked out of the hotel and drove away from Haidu International Hotel. The dossier indicated that Professor Ning resided in an old community designated for faculty housing of Yuxia University. Following the navigation, Qi Rongxing soon arrived at the location. After parking by the roadside, he felt a rush of excitement as he walked into the community. The architecture reflected the style of the 1980s and 1990s, reminiscent of tenement buildings. The concrete path beneath his feet bore fine cracks from age, with resilient wild grasses sprouting through the fissures. Old bicycles were haphazardly parked at the entrance of the building, their bells rusted. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. All of this evoked a sense of nostalgia in Qi Rongxing, transporting him back to his carefree childhood days. In the courtyard, a group of children played, their laughter ringing like silver bells as they chased each other with slingshots in hand. Nearby, an elderly woman sat on a small stool basking in the sun, the sound of traditional opera wafting from her radio. The walls of the red brick houses were adorned with green vines, and occasionally, small unknown flowers peeked out. "Young man, who are you looking for?" the kindly grandmother sitting at the entrance of the corridor inquired. "I am looking for Professor Ning Jianhua," Qi Rongxing replied. Upon hearing Ning Jianhua's name, the grandmother's expression turned cautious. "What do you want with old Ning? Are you his student?" Qi Rongxing, mustering his courage, nodded. "Yes, I came to see Professor Ning." The grandmother scolded gently. "Why did you wait so long to come? You're too late." "Huh?" Qi Rongxing asked. "What has happened?" The grandmother replied. "Old Ning has moved away, and the house has been sold." "You've come too late." Qi Rongxing's heart sank at her words, and he hurried upstairs to investigate the address in the dossier. Chapter 16. The Search for the Elderly Man. Sure enough, Professor Ning's room was entirely empty. Even the furniture had been cleared out, and several renovation workers were plastering the walls. Upon inquiry, Qi Rongxing learned that old Ning had put the house up for sale through an agency. But the agency deemed the property too old to fetch a good price, so they sent workers to try to spruce it up. Qi Rongxing descended to ask the grandmother, soaking up the sun. "Do you know where Professor Ning has moved?" The grandmother replied. "I'm not sure. You should inquire at the university. The Human Resources Department for retired staff should have information on old Ning's whereabouts." Qi Rongxing, pondering her words, asked thoughtfully, "Grandma, shouldn't a professor of his stature, having dedicated his life to education, be living somewhere better after retirement?" To Qi Rongxing, this place seemed more suited for the lowest tier of laborers. However, the grandmother chuckled at his remark. "Young man, why do you say that? Old Ning is not a deity. Living here isn't beneath him. That's not what I meant." Qi Rongxing felt awkward and wanted to explain. Yet the grandmother continued with a knowing smile. "I understand your point. You think this place is inadequate for someone of old Ning's status, that he deserves better material conditions. But have you considered that many people living here might share similar circumstances to old Ning?" Hearing this, Qi Rongxing felt a jolt of realization. The grandmother seemed to rarely engage in conversation, so she continued with enthusiasm. "Take me for instance. I'm a retired professor from the mathematics department of Yuxia University. In my youth, I had the fortune of being part of Professor Hua's research team, contributing to the resolution of the Goldbach conjecture. Yet, I also live here." Qi Rongxing was taken aback. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly ordinary elderly woman had such an impressive life story. However, before Qi Rongxing could express his admiration, the grandmother shifted the topic, saying, "Actually, people like me and old Ning are quite fortunate. We have allocated housing, pensions, and state subsidies, but others have it much worse. Like old Du, who used to live over there. Before retiring, he worked at the observatory directly under Yuxia Academy of Sciences. In 1975, he discovered a nova with his naked eye, and his story was even included in the language textbooks. Yet, during his lifetime, he lived in a 13-square-meter cubicle and had to share public facilities for bathing and using the restroom. When he passed away 2 years ago, he hadn't even moved into a new house. How could this be? Qi Rongxing felt his worldview shattered. The weight of the conversation pressed heavily upon him. He was oblivious to how he had left the aging tenement housing for faculty. His heart had been profoundly shaken. Indeed, Over the years, the kingdom of Yuxia has achieved remarkable progress. However, beneath this facade of prosperity lies a disheartening reality. According to the elderly woman's analysis, Professor Ning, at an age when he should be resting in peace, is compelled to sell his home, suggesting that he is entangled in unavoidable troubles. Qi Rongshan's mood began to grow tense. He realized he must locate Professor Ning without delay. Otherwise, the events of the past might tragically repeat themselves. With this thought in mind, Qi Rongshan hurried to the main campus of Yuxia University of Science and Technology. As night had fallen, he was unable to find any staff from the Human Resources Department and was left with no choice but to spend the night nearby. The following morning, he arrived at the department responsible for managing retired employees. This department originally belonged to the university's labor union. However, since the commercialization of higher education began, the union has become a mere shadow of its former self, and matters concerning the welfare and security of retired employees have fallen under the jurisdiction of this management department. It is often said that while the king of hell is easy to see, dealing with the little demons is a different story altogether. This department, though modest in size, boasted staff who were exceedingly arrogant. The situation could hardly be resolved, as it was merely a battle of words. In the waiting area, Qi Rongshan witnessed the staff, portly and brusque, engaged in heated arguments with retired elderly individuals. After a prolonged wait, when it was finally his turn, Qi Rongshan entered the office and inquired, only to be met with impatience from the staff member. Professor Ning Jinhua's welfare file has been severed from our university. It is no longer our concern. Why is that? Qi Rongshan asked. Why are you asking me? Ask someone else, the staff member retorted, irritation evident in their tone. You are the staff member. If I do not ask you, whom should I ask? Qi Rongshan, now agitated, slammed his hand upon the desk and demanded. What a joke. He is no longer our university's concern. He has been expelled from the institution. Why should I know anything? The staff member continued with undeniable disdain. If you have nothing else to discuss, then leave. If you continue to pester me, I will call for assistance, the staff member snapped. What? Expelled? How could that be? Qi Rongshan was momentarily taken aback. This is not normal. How could a retired professor, after many years, be expelled from the university? What could Professor Ning possibly have done? Qi Rongshan was utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, this did not deter Qi Rongshan. There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. With diligent investigation, he was certain he would unearth some clues. Thus, after a lavish meal and a few fine cigarettes, he gleaned the entire story from an elderly security guard. It turned out that Professor Ning was expelled not for any egregious offense, but merely because he had offended the president of the university. As for how the president could hold a grudge against a retired old man, Qi Rongshan was eager to understand. Young man. In these times, the root of all conflicts invariably revolves around money, the security guard remarked, belching as he spoke. You can deduce this easily. It is a certainty that old Ning obstructed someone's financial interests, and thus they aimed to eliminate him. Qi Rongshan praised, your analysis is astute. Flattered by Qi Rongshan's compliment, the security guard continued, you, my friend, have caught my eye, so I'll throw in an additional piece of information. I know where old Ning is currently located. Where? Qi Rongshan inquired eagerly. In this chilly weather, my wife is in need of a battery-operated scooter for grocery shopping, the security guard said with a sly twinkle in his eye. Qi Rongshan immediately understood. Producing a wad of cash from his pocket and placing it on the table, the security guard beamed with delight and then whispered an address into Qi Rongshan's ear. Chapter 17. A clash of wills. Following the address provided by the security guard, Qi Rongshan drove to a desolate industrial area located beyond the fifth ring of Haida's city. This area was once envisioned as an economic node within Haidu's planned industrial ring, with the city government harboring high hopes for its revival of the secondary industry. Unfortunately, in today's economic downturn, even the tertiary sector is struggling, and those high-energy consuming, high-polluting industries have been left with no viable space to thrive. These zones, designated for industrial use, could not be reallocated for commercial purposes, leaving them devoid of real estate potential, leading to their decline and eventual closure. Navigating through the sparsely populated industrial area, Qi Rongshan searched diligently until he finally stumbled upon a nondescript building overgrown with weeds. Unlike the towering granulation plants that characterized large industrial enterprises, this structure was only 3 stories tall, boasting a quaint Soviet architectural style, unremarkable and entirely utilitarian. Observing the aluminum plaque at the entrance, Qi Rongshan knew he had arrived at the correct location. The Third Research Institute, affiliated with the teaching department of Yuxia University of Science and Technology. The security guard had mentioned that Professor Ning held a position as the head of this institute. And although the university had expelled him, The land of the research institute had originally been granted by the Yuxia Academy of Sciences, thus the university had no authority to reclaim it directly. If Professor Ning still had a place to call home, this would undoubtedly be his last refuge. Upon entering the research institute, Qi Rongxing noticed the guard booth was abandoned. The outer walls of the dilapidated laboratory were mottled with rust, and withered ivy clung to the walls, exuding a sense of desolation. The surrounding open space was littered with discarded test tubes and instruments, clearly reflecting a prolonged neglect. As Qi Rongxing approached the main building, he was met with the sound of a fierce argument erupting from within. He beheld a fashionable middle-aged couple surrounding a frail old man. The woman, with a sharp and cutting tone, was berating. "Father, this is your final ultimatum. Think carefully." The elderly man, clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit, was seething with rage, shouting, "Get out, get out. I will not listen to your nonsense. There is no way I will give in." The middle-aged man, seemingly frustrated yet furious, paced back and forth in the laboratory, smoking a cigarette. "Father, the future of our nation rests in your hands. All it takes is a single word from you. A simple concession, and we can report back to the higher-ups." The woman continued to plead. Yet, the old man remained resolute. "You cannot take that thing from me, and neither can your leaders. You have no idea how crucial it is." "Father-in-law, let me offer you a piece of advice." The middle-aged man attempted to interject, but the old man interrupted with a fierce retort. "Shut your mouth. Your mind is only occupied with your own ambitions. Do not forget you are a Yuxiao person. If you sell that thing to foreign capital, we will be irreparably doomed in this field. This is a city decision, a collective resolution. You and I have no say in it." The middle-aged man countered. The old man shot back. "You officials, for your own selfish interests, are you willing to sacrifice the nation's welfare?" "Professor Ning Jianhua, you stubborn old fool, calling you father-in-law is already a compliment. You think too highly of yourself. To be frank, whether you comply or not, that thing will be taken. The city has already made the necessary decisions. If I cannot reason with you today, others will come, and you will not escape unscathed," the man declared, glaring viciously at the old man before storming out. Outside, a black official car slowly rolled away from the laboratory. The middle-aged woman, in a fit of rage, yelled, "You old fool, because of your obstinacy, our family's future is at stake." Professor Ning shouted back, "Get out. I have no daughter like you." The woman shot him a venomous glare, her eyes ablaze with hatred. "Old fool, when you die, no one will come to collect your body." She cursed maliciously before turning to leave. As she departed, she cast a resentful glance at Qi Rongxing, as if to project her frustrations onto him. Once the woman had left, the laboratory fell silent. Qi Rongxing turned his attention to the elderly man, who, moments before so defiant, now appeared hunched over and weary, slumped on a stainless steel chair. "Are you Professor Ning Jianhua?" Qi Rongxing approached, hoping to initiate a conversation. "Young man, this is not a place for you." The old man replied curtly, not lifting his head, exuding an air of rejection. "Professor Ning, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions." Qi Rongxing attempted to clarify, but Professor Ning abruptly interrupted. "No need for explanations that I can tell you unequivocally. Regardless of which faction you represent, do not expect to take anything from me." Qi Rongxing sighed. It seemed that Professor Ning was under immense pressure. How could he communicate effectively? Standing there, Qi Rongxing struggled to formulate a plan. At that moment, several figures appeared outside the laboratory, dressed in the attire of the Industrial Park Management Committee, adorned with red armbands. "Where is the head of your laboratory?" the lead official called out loudly. "What do you want?" Professor Ning, summoning his weary frame, stood to face them. The committee official thrust a document into Professor Ning's hands and scolded. "What is going on with your unit? You have defaulted on water, electricity, and management fees for several months. This is utterly unacceptable." Just a moment ago, Professor Ning had been defiant, but upon hearing this, he quickly softened. "Director, please, just grant us a little more time. We've already granted you several months. How much longer do you need?" The official sneered. "There is nothing to negotiate. I am here to inform you that, effective immediately, your unit will face water, electricity, and gas shutdowns, and we reserve the right to pursue legal action against you." Professor Ning trembled as he spoke. "I am in the process of selling my house. Once it is sold, I will settle the debts. Could you please extend the deadline a few more days?" The committee member sighed and said, "Professor, please do not put us in a difficult position. What is the purpose of this? You are a distinguished university professor, enjoying the benefits of state subsidies, yet you find yourself in such a predicament. Are you not aware of your situation? I do not hesitate to tell you the truth. The park has made a decision. You must either promptly settle your debts or seek an alternative path. How can one's arm twist a thigh?" Professor Ning, realizing the implication, responded, "So, you are aligned with them." The committee member did not answer the question, merely stating, "Let us not dilly-dally. Will you pay the outstanding fees or not? I have no money at present." Professor Ning lamented in despair. "If you sell your patent, you will have everything you need." The committee member retorted. Professor Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. "If I sell my patent, what purpose would I have for this laboratory? That is no concern of mine." The official sneered, his face almost inscribed with the word shameless. Just as Professor Ning felt cornered, a voice rang out, "It's merely a matter of utility fees. I will cover it." Everyone turned to see that the speaker was none other than Qi Rongxing. "Who do you think you are?" The committee director glared menacingly. Just as they were about to force Professor Ning to capitulate, an unexpected savior emerged, provoking their ire. Qi Rongxing, unfazed by the director's hostility, calmly remarked, "Your methods are quite crude. Is it really so easy to manipulate Professor Ning over such trivial debts? Truly despicable. As he approached Professor Ning, he took the receipt from him, sneered, "You dare bully him over such a trifling sum? Keep your change." With that, Qi Rongxing pulled out a wad of cash, nearly throwing it at the committee director's face. "Do you even realize what you are doing?" The director fumed. "What you say is nonsense." Qi Rongxing retorted coldly. "Do you know whom you are provoking?" The director warned. "Are you threatening me?" Qi Rongxing met the director's gaze without a hint of fear. "I will remember you," the director spat, storming off with his colleagues in a huff. Chapter 18. The Confluence of Fate. After the committee members departed, Qi Rongxing returned to Professor Ning's side. At this moment, Professor Ning's expression softened slightly. No longer as cold as before, perhaps out of gratitude for Qi Rongxing's intervention. Yet, that was the extent of it. "Young man, you have offended powerful individuals. The consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear." Professor Ning warned. "That is of no concern to me. I have no regard for them." Qi Rongxing replied nonchalantly. At least that was how he perceived it. How could a mere official from an industrial park pose a threat to him? But the question remained. Was that truly the case? "Young man, I can grant you 5 minutes to express your intentions," Professor Ning said as he rose to scrutinize Qi Rongxing for the first time. "Professor, do not misunderstand. I come with no demands. On the contrary, I wish to offer you assistance." As he spoke, Qi Rongxing produced a bank card, stating, "There are 3 million within. While it may not resolve all your troubles, it can alleviate your immediate crisis." Taken aback by the card, Professor Ning stammered, "Young man, what is your motive? I reiterate, I seek nothing from you. I am merely acting on behalf of others, hoping you can use this money to continue your research endeavors. Although I am unaware of the specifics of your work, I understand its significance for the future." Qi Rongxing spoke earnestly. "Is that truly all?" Professor Ning expressed skepticism. "Indeed, that is all," Qi Rongxing affirmed confidently. "Is this a pie falling from the sky?" "Ha, young man, having lived for 80 years, I am acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You offer me 3 million in cash? A sum that an ordinary person might earn in a lifetime, without asking for anything in return. Are you seeing ghosts, or am I?" Professor Ning regarded Qi Rongxing with a mocking gaze, having experienced much in his life. Ning Jianhua had witnessed the malice of human nature, thus he found it hard to believe Qi Rongxing's claims. "Unless you provide me with a credible reason, I cannot accept this money," Professor Ning declared. Qi Rongxing sighed. "Professor, it is not that I do not wish to be honest with you. Rather, I fear you may not believe the truth. If I told you that I was sent by individuals from the future to deliver this money to you, would you believe me? Individuals from the future?" Professor Ning found this notion intriguing. His reaction was not as exaggerated as Qi Rongxing had anticipated. Instead, he showed genuine interest. "Please elaborate. What do you mean?" Professor Ning settled back into his chair, lighting a cigarette and crossing his legs, preparing to listen intently. Qi Rongxing, not holding back, recounted the entire story. To bolster the credibility of his claims, he handed over the dossier left by Mo Xia, allowing Professor Ning to peruse its contents. Initially, Professor Ning jested, "Interesting. Your people have conducted quite thorough investigations." However, upon discovering that the biomedical polymer technology he was tirelessly defending was laid bare in the dossier, with specified applications and fields, Professor Ning could no longer remain composed. "How can this be?" He gasped, beginning to mutter incoherently. Qi Rongxing looked on in confusion. "It's just a dossier. Why such a dramatic reaction?" Little did he know, there was good reason for the old professor's astonishment. Even his most capable assistant, along with those so-called prodigious students, as well as his daughter and son-in-law, had failed to grasp the true purpose of this technology. Yet, that purpose was explicitly outlined in the dossier. It was akin to one's deepest, most concealed secret being thrust into the open. The shock it brought was something only Professor Ning could fully comprehend. But the surprises did not end there. Upon reading a line of Redding's commentary in the dossier, tears welled in the corners of Professor Ning's eyes. Today is February 18th. Does that mean I have only 5 days left to live? Have those people truly become so desperate? A look of utter despondency crossed Professor Ning's face, as if he were contemplating something grave. Qi Rongshan quickly reassured him, Professor Ning, do not be so pessimistic. I am here, are I not? The future individuals urge us to strive. We still have a chance to change history. Had it been anyone else, they might have dismissed Qi Rongshan's seemingly delusional claims. However, Professor Ning would not. The technology he was researching was precisely to advance the technology of time travel. Thus, upon confirming Qi Rongshan's motives and objectives, Professor Ning instinctively regarded him as a comrade in arms. In a situation where he felt utterly besieged and without options, the discovery of a helping hand extending from the future was undoubtedly a much-needed lifeline for the despairing professor. As their conversation deepened, the two found themselves engrossed for hours, until the day began to wane and Qi Rongshan's stomach protested. How forgetful of me. I lost track of mealtime in my enthusiasm. Let us go eat something and continue our discussion. I am in a good mood today. I will treat you. Professor Ning stood up, taking Qi Rongshan by the hand, and leading him outside. On this chilly February evening, Qi Rongshan followed Professor Ning along the streets beyond the 5th Ring Road. There's a noodle shop nearby that smells delightful. Let me take you there, Professor Ning said. His spirits lifted as he chattered away. The town beyond the 5th Ring was lively, even at night. The two meandered through the streets toward the noodle shop. Just then, a beggar appeared at the roadside. Unable to bear the sight of someone begging in such cold weather, Qi Rongshan pulled out a 100 yuan note and handed it to the beggar. The beggar, astonished, clearly did not expect to receive such a generous amount, repeatedly thanked Qi Rongshan. Unfazed, Qi Rongshan smiled warmly at the beggar and continued following Professor Ning. What a commendable character you have. Young man, Professor Ning couldn't help but praised Go. It was just a small act of kindness. It hardly merits such commendation. Qi Rongshan replied modestly. The two entered the noodle shop, oblivious to the fact that a car had been tailing them the entire time. Report to Mr. Liu. That old fellow Ning has entered a noodle shop, the driver communicated via phone. Block them. I'll come over personally, a brazen voice responded from the other end. Meanwhile, the beggar discreetly tucked away his belongings before wandering into a public restroom to change. Emerging as an unremarkable worker in a second-hand down jacket, a familiar sight in the industrial park. Boss, the reconnaissance work is nearly complete. A short, slender figure whispered. This is not the place for idle chatter. There's a noodle shop ahead. Let us discuss inside. Also, call over a few others, the leader instructed. Chapter 19. The ruthless bandit. Inside the noodle shop, Qi Rongshan and Professor Su sat in a corner, slurping their noodles while the table was adorned with several cloves of garlic. So, the apocalypse is imminent? Professor Su inquired, his curiosity akin to that of an eager schoolboy. It seems to be the case. Qi Rongshan remarked. What does the apocalypse look like? Professor Ning inquired once more. I am not well versed in the specifics, but I do have a modicum of knowledge regarding the monsters that traverse from other realms. Qi Rongshan meticulously recounted the harrowing struggle against the blood corpse, captivating Professor Su's interest. Are you perhaps an author of web novels, with blood corpses and apocalyptic themes? I must admit, I do have a penchant for such narratives. Often listening to audiobooks while tightening screws. As a fellow diner rose to settle the bill, he did not hesitate to engage Qi Rongshan in conversation, causing Qi Rongshan to wish he could vanish beneath the table. At that moment, two impeccably dressed individuals in suits and sunglasses appeared at the entrance of the noodle shop, parting the curtain. One patron, observing this scene, could not restrain himself from murmuring. Wearing sunglasses at night and dressed like they're ready for a film shoot? Professor Ning, however, lifted his gaze, his eyes piercingly fixed on the sliding door of the establishment. Outside, a man clad in a suit and draped in a mink coat sauntered in leisurely. Professor Ning, you are quite hard to find, he said with a slight smile, revealing a distasteful expression on his overly plump face, likely due to excessive indulgence. And who might you be? Professor Ning inquired, maintaining a demeanor of neither deference nor hostility. The man produced a business card from his breast pocket and placed it on Professor Ning's table. I am Liu Baolong, chairman of Haida City Investment. That I do not recognize you, Professor Ning replied tersely. Upon hearing this, Liu Baolong's expression hardened momentarily before he continued. My brother is Liu Weihua, the mayor of Haida City. And what of it? Professor Ning's tone turned frosty. I have come to personally convey the mayor's goodwill, Liu Baolong asserted. Oh, a decrepit old man such as myself warrants the mayor's concern, Professor Ning scoffed. then fell silent, regarding Lu Baolong with a steady gaze. Lu Baolong, feeling a mixture of indignation and anger, was accustomed to others bowing and scraping upon revealing his identity. Yet, the individual before him remained impervious to his status, rendering both his identity and his brother's influence ineffectual, which greatly vexed Lu Baolong. "You old fool, I am addressing you as professor out of respect," Lu Baolong snapped. His face darkened. "I am here representing the organization and the city to negotiate with you. You would do well to cooperate and relinquish the patent in your possession. Collect your transfer fee and enjoy your retirement. It would be a win-win situation. Win-win? My foot." Professor Ning slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "You traitors, do you possess no conscience beyond your lust for profit? You old man, mind your words. Who are the real traitors?" Lu Baolong's face contorted with rage. "Anyone who sells such things to foreign capital is a traitor," Professor Ning retorted. "Nonsense. This is an organizational decision. Are you, an old relic, going to oppose the collective?" Lu Baolong shouted angrily. Professor Ning laughed in disbelief. "You few who have been bought by foreign capital dare to claim to represent a collective? You old fool, do you think I won't use money to crush you?" Lu Baolong boasted. "Be gone. Do not linger here as an eyesore," Professor Ning replied without a hint of courtesy. Old man. Lu Baolong, finding himself at a loss for words, revealed his true nature, rolling up his sleeves as if to strike. "What do you intend to do?" Qi Rongxing interjected, swiftly positioning himself in front of Professor Ning. Deflecting Lu Baolong's hand. Lu Baolong, accustomed to a life of comfort, might bully an elderly gentleman, but he found himself utterly outmatched when confronted with someone like Qi Rongxing, who was used to hard labor. In that instant, Lu Baolong let out a chilling scream. Two bodyguards, witnessing the commotion, immediately advanced toward Qi Rongxing. The situation grew dire, as the imposing presence of the bodyguards was palpable. Qi Rongxing, sensing the impending threat, even contemplated taking Lu Baolong hostage. "Go ahead and strike. Kill him if you must," Lu Baolong roared. Qi Rongxing, vigilant, shielded Professor Su behind him. Just then, a table full of patrons, having witnessed the scene, rose in unison to obstruct the two burly bodyguards. "What do you intend to do? Are you going to strike an elderly man?" the leading diner admonished coldly, exuding an air of righteous indignation. This individual was none other than the beggar from earlier, now dressed differently. "It's none of your business," Lu Baolong shouted. "It may not concern me, but I cannot abide your tyrannical demeanor," the diner retorted. "What do you want?" Lu Baolong hissed, his composure faltering. "I want to teach you a lesson," the diner declared forthrightly. "How dare you?" Lu Baolong exclaimed. "Do you know who I am?" "I do know," the diner replied with a smirk. "You just claimed to be the chairman of Haida City Investment. Did you not? Knowing does not give you the audacity to stand against me. Who gives you the courage? Is it Liang Jingru?" Lu Baolong bellowed. The diner chuckled at this. "Do you know who I am?" "I do not. But are you someone of significance?" Lu Baolong retorted, eyes wide. "Then do tell your identity, and I shall entertain your words." The diner scoffed. "You, an imbecile, can be the chairman of an investment company? You must truly be the foolish son of a landlord." "What did you just say?" Lu Baolong bristled, taken aback by the audacity of this stranger. Yet, the next words from the diner struck Lu Baolong with a sense of gravity. "You fool, since you do not know who I am, do you dare provoke me? Believe it or not, I could kill you here and now and make my escape." As he spoke, the diner's companions encircled him, intent on subduing Lu Baolong. "Lu, the situation is turning dire," one of the bodyguards remarked. Realizing their disadvantage, panic began to set in for Lu Baolong, who recognized he was facing an unexpected challenge. The scene had escalated, and more patrons were gathering, some even pulling out their phones to live stream the incident. "Very well, you are all brave souls. We shall see what becomes of this," Lu Baolong retorted, retreating hastily from the noodle shop, ultimately fleeing the scene. "Thank you." Qi Rongxing expressed his gratitude to the patrons who had intervened, failing to recognize that one among them was the beggar he had encountered earlier. "It's nothing," the diner replied with bravado. "Such audacious individuals deserve a lesson." Qi Rongxing and Professor Ning expressed their gratitude and quickly departed the noodle shop, wary of potential retaliation from Lu Baolong. On their way back, the two exchanged little conversation. Professor Ning was understandably preoccupied, and Qi Rongxing shared his concern. The complexity of this situation exceeded his initial expectations. The individuals coveting Professor Ning's patented technology were not limited to those within the university and park management. Now, even the chairman of Haida City Investment had entered the fray, backed by the mayor of Haida City. These were figures of considerable power. Qi Rongxing sighed, uncertain of whether he could withstand the pressure. The implications of this matter were far-reaching. Mo Xia had presented him with a significant dilemma. After Qi Rongxing and Professor Ning departed, the group of patrons who had come to the aid swiftly vacated the noodle shop. They quickly vanished into the streets, making their way to an unfinished building. In the industrial area, where people were already scarce, the abandoned structure was even more desolate. This group, ever vigilant, frequently glanced over their shoulders, ensuring they were not being followed. Once they confirmed that no one was tailing them, they slipped into the underground of the dilapidated building. After lighting candles, they settled within the basement, which revealed a hidden world, adorned with various maps and markings on the walls. "Boss, we have thoroughly investigated the credit union's situation," one man exclaimed excitedly. "The security company's cash transport route and schedule are all here. One of the escort personnel is armed, while the other two are mere pretenders." Upon hearing this, the others became animated, their eager gazes fixed on their leader. "Boss, after staking out for so long, when do we make our move?" one inquired. However, the leader sank into silence, deep in thought. After a moment, he asked, "How much cash is in that escort vehicle?" The intel suggests that due to the location being in the suburbs, the cash flow is not substantial, so the escort vehicle's cash is unlikely to exceed 5 million. Usually, it hovers around 2 to 3 million, the scout reported. The leader suddenly appeared distracted. "Boss, what has you lost in thought?" someone questioned. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the leader snapped back to reality, tearing down the notes he had painstakingly studied for days. "What are you doing, boss?" The group stared in confusion. The leader clapped his hands and declared, "This deal isn't worth it. Betting on uncertain millions while risking gunfire is simply not necessary." This, one of the burly men grew agitated. "Old Wu, are you afraid? Without courage, how can we expect results?" Another young man chimed in urgently. "Exactly. We all need money. Wu, don't you want to marry my sister? If you don't, I'd like to marry your sister." The woman present kicked the man, scolding, "How do you speak to my brother like that? With such nonsense, do you expect to pass an entrance exam?" The man, having received a kick, fell silent, but the confusion was evident on everyone's faces. As a startup group, they had dedicated substantial effort to this endeavor, from reconnaissance to robbery plans and rehearsals. Yet, at the moment they were to act, the leader suddenly expressed his reluctance. What could this possibly mean? Just as the group was about to voice their frustrations, the leader spoke again. "I've decided to change the business model." "What do you intend to do, boss?" A subordinate inquired. "I plan to kidnap someone for fun." "The old path. Who to kidnap? Can it be profitable?" the crowd inquired. The old path responded, "Let's kidnap the chairman of Haida City Investment." The crowd instantly realized, and they eagerly cast their votes in favor. "What a splendid idea. That fellow seems rather arrogant. I've long wanted to teach him a lesson. I've heard that city investment companies are quite wealthy." Upon hearing this, the leader smiled slightly. "In that case, let us go for it." Chapter 20. Behind the scenes emerging from the noodle shop, the humiliated El Balong was preparing for revenge. "Damn it, I have never suffered such a humiliation in Haidu. I will make these scoundrels understand the meaning of consequence." El Balong urged his two bodyguards to make a call. "Get someone. I need someone right now. I want to deal with these fools." The bodyguards promptly began dialing. However, at that moment, El Balong's phone rang first. Who on earth is calling at this hour? Completely lacking awareness. Enraged, El Balong was about to unleash a torrent of insults over the phone, but upon seeing the caller ID, his demeanor shifted dramatically. "Brother, what instructions do you have?" El Balong's voice dripped with deep flattery, tinged with a hint of fear. "Come over here immediately. The address is." The voice of Mayor El came from the other end, authoritative and unyielding. "All right, I'll be there right away." El Balong, obedient to his brother, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow after just a few words. No delays. My time is precious. On the line. Mayor El seemed somewhat impatient. I don't understand. Hanging up, El Balong set aside thoughts of revenge and hurriedly departed with his subordinates. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class sped towards a privately owned clubhouse situated in a prime location within the second ring of Haida City. The exterior of this clubhouse exuded understated luxury. The entrance, crafted from a special metal, was adorned with intricate engravings, as if concealing some ancient and mysterious power. Stepping inside, the ambience was dim yet stylish, with walls embedded with energy crystals emitting an ethereal blue glow. A unique lighting feature of the establishment. It was El Balong's first visit to this place, and upon observation, he discovered 2 or 3 familiar faces, all of whom were either affluent or influential. With no time for pleasantries, El Balong exchanged greetings and entered a private room. Inside the room, the space opened up, and 2 individuals were illuminated under the spotlight. Playing indoor golf, the leading figure, clad in an executive jacket and exuding an air of superiority, was none other than the powerful Mayor Wei-Wa of Haida City. Engaging joyfully with him was a tall, slender Caucasian. This foreigner maintained an air of confidence, even dominance, before the formidable mayor, leaving Bao-Long somewhat bewildered upon entering. Mr. Alex, that eagle shot was splendid. In response to the hole-in-one executed by the foreigner, the typically proud Wei-Wa surprisingly applauded with admiration. Unfazed, the foreigner slowly put away his golf club and remarked, "Mayor L, don't forget our wager." Wei-Wa chuckled. "Rest assured, Mr. Alex, when you return to your hotel, your steak will be waiting for you on the bed, absolutely pristine and untouched." Hearing this, Alex nodded in satisfaction. "The next time you visit my country, I'll take you to Lowly Island for a bit of fun, where you can experience our way of life in the land of freedom." "That sounds delightful. I look forward to it," Wei-Wa replied with a hint of flattery. The Caucasian glanced at the obsequious Bao-Long, then patted Wei-Wa on the shoulder. "Our consortium has already begun lobbying on your behalf. Given our influence within the Wuxia domestic sphere, it won't be long before you ascend in your position, at which point you will truly understand the strength of our consortium." This scene bore a resemblance to a meeting orchestrated by an organization, leaving Bao-Long momentarily stunned. When did his brother become so amenable? However, Wei-Wa was bowing and scraping with gratitude, nearly bending over backwards. The foreigner, seeing Wei-Wa's sincere attitude, finally displayed a satisfied expression. "Nonetheless, Mayor L, we are diligently handling your matters, even at the cost of utilizing precious resources. But how are you managing your end of the deal?" The tone shifted, and the foreigner finally broached the crux of the issue. Wei-Wa responded respectfully, "We are making efforts to persuade that obstinate old fool. Our time is limited." The foreigner sighed. "We are not overly concerned with Professor Ning himself. We simply need to acquire his technology. Thus, your methods can be a bit more forceful, even extreme." "Understood." Wei-Wa glanced at Bao-Long. "Did you hear that? Mr. Alex's words reflect my sentiments. If necessary, you may arrange for this old fool to simply disappear." The foreigner added coldly. At these words, Bao-Long felt a jolt in his heart. Are they really asking me to commit murder? What a joke. As the chairman of City Investment, I'm not about to resort to such drastic measures. While Bao-Long had dabbled in the darker side of business, it was merely a dabble, not enough to warrant violence. In this land of Wuxia, such actions were long since unacceptable. Those adept in such matters had either been dealt with or were languishing in the desolate northwest. Individuals of my standing have no need for such undertakings. I must be out of my mind to even consider such foolishness. No. Brother Bao-Long turned to Wei-Wa, his face a mask of embarrassment. Wei-Wa shot him a sharp look, signaling him to silence. "Mr. Alex, rest assured, we will see this matter through." Wei-Wa declared confidently to the foreigner, "You had better resolve this issue for me. Do not disappoint me. For when we take action ourselves, you will no longer be of any consequence." The foreigner casually slapped Wei-Wa's face, an act laden with humiliation. "I understand. I understand." Wei-Wa hurriedly affirmed. "No, you do not understand." The foreigner continued, "What we mean is, when we take action, you will no longer be our chosen agent. At that point, we will require you to return the initial investment, principal and interest included. Consider this your warning." After delivering this message, the foreigner arrogantly exited the clubhouse. Watching him leave, Bao-Long scoffed. "Brother, does that foreigner have the audacity to speak to you like that?" Wei-Wa slapped Bao-Long across the face. "Stop your nonsense and get to work. My future depends on this matter. You must not let me down." "Are we really going to kill someone?" Bao-Long exclaimed. "The arrow is knocked and cannot be unloosed." Wei-Wa replied. "Here is how we will proceed." The two brothers whispered amongst themselves. "Brother, you truly have thought this through. It seems unlikely anyone will trace it back to us." Chapter 21. The accident. February 23, 2026, the 7th day of the first lunar month. A day for prayers, a day to avoid construction. In recent days, Qi Rongxing had been assisting Professor Ning in restoring the laboratory to operational status. Thanks to Qi Rongxing's investment, Professor Ning, who had been on the brink of despair, finally began to regain his footing. This funding might only address immediate concerns. Substantial investment would still be required for ongoing technological development. Professor Ning did not share Qi Rongxing's optimistic outlook. Instead, he appeared troubled. "How long can we sustain this?" Qi Rongxing inquired. "At most, 6 months, Professor Ning replied. "Well then," Qi Rongxing concluded, "based on the information received, the world is predicted to end in 6 months. And at that point, our historical mission will also be complete. Why worry about anything else? When the sky falls, someone will hold it up." "That attitude is not conducive to scientific research," Professor Ning admonished. "We need to be prepared." After much contemplation and deliberation over the past few days, Professor Ning made a decisive choice. He took out his phone and dialed a number, far away in the capital, at the Kyoto University laboratory. A middle-aged female researcher in her 40s was reprimanding her assistant, her demeanor reminiscent of a fierce matriarch, instilling fear in all present. Can't you idiots do anything right? The middle-aged woman was exceedingly irritable. The young researchers stood in silence, too intimidated to breathe. If you don't present a viable plan today, you'll all be dismissed tomorrow, she declared coldly. At that moment, the woman's phone rang. She ignored it, continuing her tirade with even greater ferocity. The phone rang 3 times before she finally begrudgingly glanced at it. However, upon seeing the caller ID, her expression changed instantaneously. Hurriedly picking up the phone, she cradled it in her hands, her face revealing a rare mixture of anxiety and bashfulness. Hello. Is this teacher Ning? On the other end, the voice of Ning Jinhua resonated. Xiao Guan, I have a favor to ask of you. What are you saying, teacher? Your concerns are my concerns. The middle-aged woman instantly transformed into a bashful young girl, turning on her heel and leaving the bewildered young researchers exchanging glances in confusion. Did you all see that? One researcher murmured. What did you see? Another asked. I think I just saw the old witch smile. The researcher replied. Am I hallucinating? This old hag actually smiled. I thought she had gone through menopause. You're not hallucinating. That old sorceress actually blushed. A female researcher, who had just been reprimanded, interjected. Something's off. Very off. As evening fell, Qi Rongxing and Professor Ning exited the laboratory, intending to grab a bite in the nearby town. The two strolled along the industrial road, engaging in light conversation. Professor Ning appeared to be in good spirits, his tone considerably more relaxed than it had been earlier that day. I have good news for you, Professor Ning declared, his enthusiasm palpable. Oh, Professor, you seem quite elated. Did you secure some funding? Qi Rongxing inquired with a smile. Not exactly, Professor Ning said, pulling a handful of soybeans from his pocket and chewing them with interest. Just as Qi Rongxing was about to ask another question, a deafening roar erupted from behind them. He turned abruptly, only to see a pickup truck barreling towards them at breakneck speed. Damn it. Qi Rongxing realized it was aiming for Professor Ning. With barely a moment to react, he shoved Professor Ning aside, only to be struck squarely by the pickup. In an instant, consciousness slipped away from him. Professor Ning scrambled to his feet from the roadside brush. Thanks to the greenery lining the road, he emerged unscathed. However, the sight of Qi Rongxing was harrowing. His body was grotesquely contorted, blood oozing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Professor Ning had no time for reflection, as the rampaging pickup was now veering back in his direction. Panic surged through him. He dashed forward, desperate to evade the impending collision. Yet, how could an elderly man outrun a 240 horsepower pickup truck? Just as it seemed Professor Ning was doomed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Out of nowhere, a dump truck surged from the roadside. The ancient vehicle, caked in a thick layer of dust, roared forward, directly colliding with the pickup. The two vehicles crashed together, the dump truck showing no signs of slowing down as it crushed the pickup beneath its weight. The air filled with the shrill screams of twisted metal and the thunderous sound of bursting tires. Dust and debris erupted, shrouding everything in a cloud of chaos. The pickup twisted and crumpled under the immense force, its glass shattering like fragile paper. With a resounding crash, the dump truck plowed through the wreckage of the pickup and continued on its way, leaving Professor Ning utterly stunned. With no time to comprehend the situation, Professor Ning quickly retrieved his phone to call the authorities, then summoned an ambulance, hurrying to check on Qi Rongxing. At that moment, Qi Rongxing was on the brink of death. His body was grotesquely deformed, limbs bent at unnatural angles, his face ashen and barely clinging to life. Professor Ning realized that, given Qi Rongxing's condition, the ambulance might not arrive in time. Watching his vital signs weaken, he made a fateful decision. From a hidden compartment in his clothing, he extracted a syringe, no thicker than a pinky finger, with a heavy heart. Professor Ning located Qi Rongxing's carotid artery and injected the serum into his body. Kid, this is all I can do. Whether you survive is up to you now, he sighed, a sense of resignation washing over him. Chapter 22. The professor's demise. When Qi Rongxing awoke, he found himself in a hospital bed. Tubes inserted into his body and the sounds of various machines surrounding him. Turning his head, he spotted Professor Ning sitting in a nearby chair, his gaze fixed intently on him. You're finally awake. Professor Ning exhaled in relief. How long have I been asleep? Qi Rongxing queried, feeling utterly drained. Not too long, just a few hours. Professor Ning replied. Am I going to die? Qi Rongxing asked. Dying is not so simple. Professor Ning reassured him. You're on the road to recovery. At that moment, the attending physician entered the room, astonished to see Qi Rongxing awake. Just hours prior, the doctor had personally checked his pulse and heart rate. which had indicated signs of imminent death. The fact that he was now awake after such a short period was nothing short of miraculous. The doctor glanced at the monitor, his face displaying a look of disbelief. "Doctor, what is my condition?" Qi Rosheng inquired, still vividly recalling the excruciating pain from being struck by the pickup. He feared his future would be spent in a wheelchair. "You have multiple fractures. But the good news is that your internal organs are all in good shape." The doctor comforted him. "Rest for now. Once your condition stabilizes, we'll schedule you for orthopedic surgery." Hearing the doctor's words eased Qi Rosheng's mind slightly. After the physician departed, only Qi Rosheng and Professor Ning remained in the room. Qi Rosheng sighed, saying, "Professor, it seems they truly want you dead. I can no longer protect you. You must be cautious." Professor Ning glanced at his watch and smiled. "Xiao Qi, it's now February 24th. "What, Professor? What are you talking about?" "I don't quite understand," Qi Rosheng responded, momentarily taken aback. Professor Ning explained, "Your data indicated I would die on the 23rd, but here I am, alive on the 24th. This means we have altered history." Upon hearing this, Qi Rosheng realized the truth. "Indeed, it seems that way. Qi Rosheng, there is something I feel compelled to share with you." Professor Ning suddenly shifted his tone. "What could be so serious?" Qi Rosheng asked. "I had intended to keep this to myself, as everyone has their secrets. But the situation has changed, and I believe you must bear this burden with me." Professor Ning began. "Professor, just speak plainly. Don't keep me in suspense." Qi Rosheng urged. Professor Ning sighed. "The research on medicinal polymer materials that you're concerned about, its foundational principles were not my invention. I don't quite understand," Qi Rosheng replied. Professor Ning took a deep breath. "Let me tell you a true story. I hope you will listen patiently." With that, Professor Ning began to recount his tale. Ning Jinhua was born in the 1950s into a well-to-do family. The Ning family had been engaged in commerce for generations, with several ancestors holding notable positions, some even achieving the rank of third-grade officials. Such a lineage was considered prestigious. However, this very privilege placed the Ning family at the epicenter of the upheaval during the revolutionary changes of the founding era. That was a sweeping transformation across Wuxia, and the Ning family could not escape its wrath, becoming targets of persecution. Many family members were shot, and their land and properties were confiscated. Professor Ning was born into such a tumultuous environment. Due to my background, I faced discrimination from a young age, being labeled as part of the Black 5 categories during my school years. Professor Ning recounted his early experiences slowly. Qi Rosheng had seen this information in documents, but hearing it from the person himself carried a different weight. "Do you harbor resentment?" Qi Rosheng asked. "Resentment? What is there to resent? If a mother spanks her child, should the child hate her?" Professor Ning replied with a smile. "Of course, this isn't the crux of the story I wish to tell. At the age of 16, during a time when national movements were fervently underway, I answered the call of the state and went to a remote rural area in the Northwest to participate in Reformation efforts." Professor Ning continued, "Due to my background, I was assigned to live in a cow shed, alongside those labeled as monsters in local labor camps for quite some time. I was not the primary target for Reformation. My main responsibility was to maintain the normal operations of the farm. This was no easy task, as those who had been suppressed were often avoided, and many children distanced themselves from their parents due to political purity. In the labor camps, if there were any good assignments, I certainly would not have received one. It was precisely because of my poor background that I found myself in this arrangement. Living in the cow shed inadvertently provided me with peace and quiet. As the saying goes, calamity often conceals fortune, and fortune may harbor calamity. Many of those confined in the cow shed were eminent figures in various academic fields, true elites with genuine talent. Spending time with them allowed me to maintain my studies. Thanks to their guidance and support, I excelled in the college entrance examinations after their reinstatement, thus breaking free from the shackles of fate. However, these details are not the crux of what I wish to convey. The key point is that, besides the academic elites, there was another presence in the cow shed, a Taoist priest known as Qingyu. This old Taoist was the master of a temple, which had been destroyed during the Four Olds campaign, and he was captured and sent to the farm for reformation. Because the Qingyu Taoist possessed some medical knowledge and the ability to heal, he was quite respected in the labor camp. I, being young, developed a close bond with him. Professor Ning fell into a reverie, his tone growing increasingly somber. The incident occurred that winter when a massive earthquake struck the northwestern region. The location of the labor reform farm in the mountain village was poorly chosen. Situated at the foot of the mountain. As a result, an earthquake triggered a landslide, burying more than half of the villagers alive. I was among those entombed. My condition was worse than others when I was excavated. The falling rocks had pressed down on me for 7 or 8 hours. Not only did I suffer multiple fractures, but the pressure syndrome had caused widespread necrosis in my body, rendering it beyond medical treatment. To speak candidly, my situation was far more dire than yours is now. Just when I believed my demise was imminent, the Qingyu Taoist appeared. He produced a syringe that did not belong to that era and administered an injection to me. Miraculously, I returned to normal. Upon hearing Professor Ning's words, Qi Rongxin could hardly believe his ears, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could it truly be so extraordinary? Qi Rongxin's tone reflected skepticism. Professor Ning did not respond directly, but continued, "That day was the last time I saw the Qingyu Taoist. After he saved me, he seized the opportunity to leave the labor reform farm. I inquired where he was headed, and he mentioned that the person he had been waiting for had arrived, and he needed to conclude some matters. Should he not return, he would not come back from that place. Since then, I have not seen the Qingyu Taoist again. The earthquake claimed many lives, including those of the arrogant leaders of the labor reform farm. Yet I survived. At this juncture, Professor Ning fixed his gaze on Qi Rongxin and declared, although the Qingyu Taoist vanished, that syringe remained unspent. From the remaining serum, I discovered numerous derivative medications, achieving multiple academic accomplishments, including the much-coveted time-travel technology inhibitors. Qi Rongxin was utterly astounded by this revelation. Such a monumental secret. He had no idea the situation had such profound implications. Before he could fully grasp this secret, Professor Ning continued, "Little Qi, do you comprehend the saying that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure? I have safeguarded this half-vial of serum for over half a century, never revealing its existence to anyone. I am firmly convinced that this substance does not belong to our era. The identity of the Qingyu Taoist remains shrouded in mystery. Even today, medicine has yet to advance to a point where it can be adequately explained. This serum can only be compared to the mythical elixirs capable of resurrecting the dead." Listening to Professor Ning's musings, Qi Rongxin was perplexed. "Professor, you could easily keep this secret to yourself. Why share it with me?" Professor Ning replied, "The reason I am divulging this to you is that I have injected the remaining half-vial of serum into your body." "What?" Qi Rongxin exclaimed, springing upright from his hospital bed in shock. In his astonishment, he failed to notice the abnormal state of his own body. Professor Ning, however, observed everything without excessive surprise, for he had experienced similar occurrences himself. "Little Qi, should you survive in the future, remember to keep this secret buried deep within you. This is not a technology of our time. It must not fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. My current predicament is also a result of my own carelessness," Professor Ning cautioned. After their exchange, a weary Professor Ning rose to take his leave. Exhausted, Qi Rongxin succumbed to a deep slumber once more. When he awoke again, he found several police officers standing before him, regarding him with unusual expressions. "Qi Rongxin, you have awakened just in time. We have some inquiries to make," the officer stated gravely. "Is it about the car accident?" Qi Rongxin seemed prepared for this. However, the officers replied, "The car accident is only part of the matter. We wish to inquire about Professor Ning Jianhua. What has happened to Professor Ning?" Qi Rongxin's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. The officers exchanged glances, and the highest ranking among them spoke. "Qi Rongxin, please do not become agitated by what we are about to say. Professor Ning Jianhua recently committed suicide in his laboratory." "What?" Qi Rongxin's mind buzzed, nearly leading him to faint again. How could he possibly have taken his own life? Absolutely impossible. Qi Rongxin nearly screamed in despair. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes, not merely because his efforts had crumbled into dust, but also due to the inexplicable bond and feelings he had developed with Professor Ning over the past few days. Had he truly failed in the end? Qi Rongxin. Whether Professor Ning Jinhua's death was a suicide or due to other causes will be determined by our police. You need not draw conclusions. You only need to cooperate with our inquiries, the officer stated. "What do you wish to know?" Qi Rongxin asked. "We want to know everything you know," the officer replied. "You must honestly disclose your motives and purpose in dealing with Professor Ning." Qi Rongxin realized that these individuals were trying to extract information from him. There was no ulterior motive. "We were merely friends across generations," he asserted. "Then do you know of anyone in Professor Ning's social circle?" The officer pressed. "You are the police. It is your responsibility to investigate. So why come to me?" Qi Rongxin retorted with a cold smile. "How dare you speak to us like that?" One of the younger officers shouted angrily. Qi Rongxin responded coolly, "There are some things I would dare to say, but would you dare to investigate? How can you say that? We have nothing to fear." The officer protested. "I fear you will not be able to contain it." Qi Rongxin shot back. "Speak your mind," the officer urged impatiently. Qi Rongxin, undeterred, declared, "Very well. I suspect that Professor Ning's death is suspicious." He proceeded to name several bureaucrats, including the president of Yuxia University of Technology, the chairman of Haida City Investment Group, Liu Baolong, and the mayor of Haida City, Liu Weiwa. Upon hearing Qi Rongxing's words, the expressions of the police shifted dramatically. Qi Rongxing, be quiet. Do you even realize what you are saying? The leading officer scolded. Did you not wish to hear it? Why do you suddenly wish to retract? Qi Rongxing challenged. For now, let us leave it at that. Qi Rongxing, you need to rest. Our inquiry with you is concluded. The police departed the hospital room, cautioning, assign 2 officers to keep an eye on this fellow and ensure he keeps his mouth shut. This guy has multiple fractures. Can he really escape? The assigned officers were skeptical. However, unbeknownst to them, Qi Rongxing had already removed the tubes from his body and was struggling to sit up. Testing his body's agility, he stood and attempted to walk. An incredible phenomenon occurred. In just 2 days, the critically injured Qi Rongxing had risen to his feet again. This was nothing short of a medical miracle. No, even a medical miracle could not explain this event. Seizing the opportunity before the police could impose further restrictions, Qi Rongxing brazenly changed out of his patient attire and left the hospital as if nothing was amiss. Qi Rongxing hailed a taxi and made his way directly to the funeral home. Yearning for one last glimpse of Professor Ning. Though Professor Ning had passed, Qi Rongxing understood that there were still matters he needed to address. Upon arriving at the room where Professor Ning's body lay, he observed the professor's daughter and son-in-law engaged in conversation with a high-ranking officer. Ms. Ning, Secretary Yu, how this matter is to be investigated ultimately depends on your family's wishes, the officer stated in a bureaucratic tone, clearly implying something beneath the surface. Yu Jinghua, fully aware of the situation, promptly asserted, my father-in-law's death is a natural occurrence. We see no need for further investigation. Let us proceed with the cremation and allow the old man to rest in peace. Upon hearing this, a look of approval spread across the officer's face. You are indeed a commendable ally of the municipal government. Your awareness is commendable. This way, we can avoid further persuasion on my part, and we will close the case from our end. That sounds good. It spares us any inconvenience. Ning Lin, Professor Ning's daughter, chimed in, echoing the sentiment. The officer smiled, though his eyes betrayed a barely perceptible disdain for Ning Lin. Chapter 23. Farewell. Xia outside the morning hall, a commotion ensued. Once the representatives from the school and other related parties had departed after paying their respects, Ning Lin and her husband retracted their feigned sorrow and exited the funeral home with evident joy. It was clear that, through Professor Ning's death, the couple had achieved their desires. Qi Rongxing observed this scene from the shadows, lamenting within, what is the purpose of living if this is the outcome? Once everyone had departed, Qi Rongxing approached the morning hall. Gazing at Professor Ning's lifeless form within the coffin, he was rendered speechless. Though his acquaintance with Professor Ning had been brief, it felt as though they had known each other for many years. Now, this chapter had come to a close. After paying his respects to Professor Ning, Qi Rongxing left the funeral home in a daze. As he wandered aimlessly, he found himself outside the industrial zone beyond the Fifth Ring Road. Standing before Professor Ning's laboratory, the laboratory remained eerily deserted, surrounded by police tape, indicating that the authorities had already been there. Qi Rongxing tore down the tape and entered the laboratory, surveying the surroundings. Signs of vandalism were evident, with numerous pieces of furniture and equipment damaged, suggesting that Professor Ning had engaged in a fierce struggle prior to his demise. As he ventured into the office, he discovered that essential experimental equipment and computers had been emptied. It was clear those individuals had executed a thorough and calculated theft. Professor Ning's research and legacy had likely been entirely plundered. He had utterly failed. It was a complete mess. The more he pondered over it, the more distressed he became, and Qi Rongxing couldn't help but burst into tears. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Rongxing, what on earth is a grown man like you crying about? Upon hearing the voice, Qi Rongxing turned to see Xia standing behind him, a gentle smile gracing her face. The sight of Xia, whom he hadn't seen in ages, only deepened Qi Rongxing's sorrow. I'm sorry, I've ruined everything. I couldn't change a thing. However, upon hearing this, Xia shook her head and said, no, Qi Rongxing, you have not failed. If you truly had, I wouldn't be standing here. Huh. Qi Rongxing wiped away his tears, a look of confusion on his face. Xia chuckled. Rongxing, you may not realize it, but your presence has altered Professor Ning's mindset. He has made advanced backups of his experimental results and projects. This backup has been sent to the students at the Beijing Research Institute. This single change has given us a significant advantage. His student, Dr. Guan Washan, has continued this research and received direct guidance from Professor Ning. Although the progress may not match that of Professor Ning himself, it is already sufficient to change many things for our future. Is that true? Qi Roshan was taken aback. He never expected that Professor Ning would have left a contingency plan. The old man truly thought ahead. At that moment, Mo Xiao placed a reassuring hand on Qi Roshan's shoulder and said, "Therefore, your mission has been successfully accomplished." A sense of loss stirred within Qi Roshan, and he shook his head. "No, it shouldn't be this way. What regrets do you still have?" Mo Xiao inquired. Qi Roshan spread his hands. "I completed my mission." "But does that mean Professor Ning died in vain?" Mo Xiao replied, "That is a matter of the past. Do not dwell on it too much. I believe I should avenge Professor Ning," Qi Roshan declared. "And how do you intend to take revenge?" Mo Xiao asked. Qi Roshan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, how could he seek vengeance? Was he to personally wield a blade? Such actions would be illegal in a society governed by law. "So, shall we just let it go?" Qi Roshan questioned. "You can only let it go," Mo Xiao responded. "Everyone has their own fate to confront. That's true." Qi Roshan sighed. Mo Xiao comforted him. "But you can rest assured. Those responsible will not meet a good end. From what I know, the executor who killed Professor Ning, the chairman of Haida City Investment, something like Liu Baolong, was kidnapped just a few days after this incident. The kidnappers not only took the money but also tore the tickets." Qi Roshan's eyes widened. Mo Xiao continued. "This matter had significant repercussions. The authorities investigated and, starting from Liu Baolong, uncovered a multitude of criminal evidence, leading to the arrest of a whole group of individuals connected to the case, including the mayor of Haida City, Liu Weihua, who was also thrown into prison. But none of that matters now. When the X virus erupts, every single one of them will face their doom." Qi Roshan reflected on Mo Xiao's words, realizing she spoke the truth. Some issues, once understood, allowed one to release their obsessions. Qi Roshan turned to Mo Xiao and asked, "Did you come here this time with another mission?" "I mainly came for you." Mo Xiao looked at Qi Roshan, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. "For me?" Qi Roshan was taken aback. Mo Xiao stated, "Qi Roshan, due to your success, we have altered much of history, and our circumstances are not as dire as they once were. My sole purpose in traveling back this time is for you." "Can you guess what I intend to do?" Qi Roshan shook his head, unsure of Mo Xiao's intentions. Mo Xiao declared, "I have been tasked with bringing you to the future. The organization has decided to welcome you as a member of our team." Qi Roshan squinted slightly and asked, "Can I refuse?" Memories of Professor Ning's words flooded back to him, urging him to remain low-key, lest he face dire consequences. Upon hearing Qi Roshan's words, Mo Xiao playfully punched him twice. "Qi Roshan, are you an idiot? You would turn down such a splendid opportunity? Do you want to die?" Qi Roshan shivered at her words. "It's not. Are you really going to kill me if I refuse?" Mo Xiao looked at him as if he were a fool. "I've made it abundantly clear. When the X virus erupts, 99% of the world's population will perish due to the virus. And you will be no exception." Qi Roshan's expression shifted in surprise. He seemed to have overlooked this crucial detail. "However, if you join us, we can take you to the future, provide you with targeted medications to enhance your resistance to the virus, allowing you to safely navigate through the peak outbreak period, thus ensuring your survival," Mo Xiao added. After contemplating, Qi Roshan realized he truly had no choice. "You should cherish this opportunity. It is a change unprecedented in your life." Mo Xiao retrieved a syringe from her small bag and said to Qi Roshan, "This is a time travel suppressant developed from Professor Ning's research findings. Once this is injected into your body, we can utilize the future's remote positioning system to transport you. Thankfully, you completed your mission. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this technology in the future." With that, Mo Xiao injected the serum into Qi Roshan's body. Chapter 24. Welcome to the Apocalypse. As the suppressant coursed through him, Qi Roshan felt an immense discomfort. Every inch of his muscles felt as if countless needles were simultaneously piercing him. His throat burned as if scorched by fire. An uncontrollable itch compelled him to cough violently. It was unbearable. Just when Qi Roshan thought he might perish, the pain gradually subsided, replaced by a strange warmth flowing within him. "You're adapting so quickly." Mo Xiao's face bore an expression of disbelief. Mo Xiao's astonishment was warranted. When she had injected the suppressant, she had been tormented to the brink of death, and the side effects had lingered for a long time. Yet, remarkably, Qi Roshan seemed to recover swiftly. "You didn't tell me how painful it was." Qi Roshan complained. "My apologies, I forgot." Mo Xiao replied with a smile. "Hey, I think I feel something trying to control me." Qi Roshan exclaimed. "Come, let me show you the true visage of this world." Mu Xiao proclaimed. "Is this not real?" Qi Roshan queried in confusion. Mu Xiao replied, "In this damned era, merely surviving within the base is the greatest fortune. What you are about to witness is the essence of true horror." With that, Mu Xiao led Qi Roshan around the settlement, navigating through the filthy subway tunnels, until they arrived at a fortified iron gate guarded by sentinels. "What is the situation today?" Mu Xia asked the guard. The taciturn sentinel shook his head and slowly opened a corner of the hydraulic iron door. As they entered, they found themselves in the subway station's maintenance room. After traversing the maintenance area, Mu Xia guided Qi Rongxing to a vertical shaft. They began their ascent, swiftly reaching the top. Upon lifting the manhole cover, Mu Xia peered out to ensure no danger lurked before swiftly pulling Qi Rongxing out of the shaft. Marking their departure from the subterranean realm, "Stay close to me, and make sure to keep your voice down," Mu Xia cautioned, leading Qi Rongxing towards a nearby building. The foundation of the structure had completely collapsed, leaving only a narrow gap for them to slip through. Inside, they discovered an unexpected sight: a dozen soldiers guarding the only passage. "This is the outpost we established at great cost," Mu Xia remarked as they ascended the spiral staircase. As they passed, the soldiers cast curious, even hostile glances at Qi Rongxing. Yet, none dared to impede him, and soon he found himself at a higher vantage point, standing before a floor-to-ceiling window. Qi Rongxing finally beheld the city's full panorama. What lay before him was a city in ruins. The sky bore an ominous leaden hue, oppressive and heavy. Abandoned vehicles lay strewn across the streets, their exteriors eroded by time and cloaked in layers of creeping vines and withered grass. But that was not the crux of the matter. The true focus was that amidst this desolate city, innumerable ghastly figures roamed. Blood corpses, the very terrifying blood corpses that had been slain that night. There were far too many. They infested the entire city, creating a unique and chilling density of horror. The sensation was akin to Qi Rongxing confronting a swarm of hatching maggots in a latrine. They staggered, dragging their broken bodies through the ruins. Qi Rongxing steeled himself against the fear as he gazed at these zombies. Their skin was gaunt, marred by wounds and stained with blood, their eyes hollow and devoid of life. How could this be? Qi Rongxing shivered involuntarily. After so many years of apocalypse, these creatures remained alive, as if they were the most profound curse upon humanity. Seeking vengeance. Mu Xia could not help but sigh. At this juncture, she looked at Qi Rongxing with grave seriousness and declared, "Rongxing, you must help us avert disaster." Upon hearing this, a sacred sense of mission blossomed within Qi Rongxing. Without further contemplation, he found himself nodding almost involuntarily. Chapter 25. The flickering light in the apocalypse. Seeing that she had persuaded Qi Rongxing, Mu Xia felt a surge of relief. At that moment, Qi Rongxing seemed to notice something and exclaimed, "Mu Xia, look, what is happening over there?" Following the sound, Mu Xia's gaze fell upon the distance, where a group of blood corpses was relentlessly pursuing something. These blood corpses dashed through the ruined city with remarkable agility, as though they were traversing rooftops. Witnessing this, Mu Xia's expression shifted. The prey they were pursuing was none other than a few humans, survivors from another base, surely scavenging for supplies, now ensnared by the blood corpses. Alas, they are doomed. Mu Xia sighed. Watching her fellow humans perish at the hands of these terrifying monsters, right before her eyes, evoked a profound sense of sorrow. Qi Rongxing, however, was even more astonished. Those bloodthirsty horrors exhibited astonishing coordination. They moved like a pack of wolves hunting on the prairie, swiftly weaving a net of doom through the ruins, capturing all survivors within. "Let us depart. There is nothing more to see. Nightfall approaches, and the city at night is not to be trifled with," Mu Xia urged, pulling Qi Rongxing away. Unbeknownst to them, every movement they made in front of the floor-to-ceiling window was observed by a hidden blood corpse. Lurking several hundred meters away in another building, this blood corpse, indistinguishable from most of its kin in the ruined city, possessed a glint of cunning intelligence in its crimson eyes. He. The blood corpse emitted a peculiar chuckle, akin to a mischievous child discovering an anthill. Following Mu Xia, Qi Rongxing returned to the underground world unscathed, slipping back into the pitch-black subway shelter. Suddenly, Qi Rongxing halted. On the platform, an old subway station sign caught his eye. "Chen Gongqiao Station. Isn't this a subway station in Haida City?" Realization struck him. "We are in Baishan City underground." Mu Xia elaborated for Qi Rongxing. Baishan City possesses unique geographical advantages. Due to the war, many air raid shelters were preserved. Furthermore, in response to the dire global situation and the potential for nuclear conflict, Baishan City excavated its shelters and air raid bunkers to great depths, while some remain abandoned. Many have been repurposed as integral points of the subway loop. "I am aware of this," Qi Rongxing replied. "The Baishan region is characterized by its towering mountains, with subway stations built several hundred meters underground, serving as natural nuclear shelters. "I have been transported here," Mu Xia nodded. Though the survivors did not await nuclear war, they faced the apocalypse wrought by blood corpses. The subway loop's considerable depth allowed those who took refuge underground to seal off entrances. Creating a unique enclosed environment.It is precisely because of this comprehensive network of subway lines spanning over 100 kilometers that we have established the largest survivor base in the central region of Yushan Nation. Everything is interconnected, Qi Rongxing exclaimed. Since the onset of the apocalypse, over 20 years have elapsed. In the early days of the viral outbreak, there were still thousands of survivor bases worldwide, but over the course of 2 decades, news of bases falling has been a monthly occurrence. Today, only a handful of shelters remain under human control within Yushan Nation, amidst the bases governed by the United Government's resource allocation and control. There are merely 7 left, including this one. Mu Xia continued. Originally, there were 8 bases within Yushan Nation, but just last month, the Dongshan shelter on the east coast fell. The Dongshan base was a significant refuge, relying on the sea as a barrier, established on an archipelago off the eastern coast. Logically, if the inland shelters succumbed, Dongshan should have held firm. What transpired? Qi Rongxing inquired. Mu Xia shook her head. We do not know what occurred. We only understand that the evolution of blood corpses has exceeded human comprehension. They must have discovered a way to traverse the sea. How is that possible? Qi Rongxing struggled to believe his ears. Each word from Mu Xia felt like a ghost story. Thus far, we have yet to unravel the mechanisms of blood corpse evolution or ascertain their level of intelligence and social structure. Yet, we are acutely aware of one undeniable truth. Humanity's extinction is now on a countdown. Mu Xia's gaze deepened as she turned to Qi Rongxing. We may truly be humanity's last hope. Qi Rongxing nodded. For the sake of this ravaged world, he felt a surge of fervor, resolved to stake everything he had. The two returned to the underground laboratory just in time for dinner. Qi Rongxing navigated the passageway back to the lab, where he encountered the venerable Dr. Guan. So, Qi Rongxing, are you satisfied with this world? Dr. Guan smiled at him. Satisfaction is hardly the word. One could only describe it as a shattered landscape shrouded in darkness. Qi Rongxing replied, let us not be so pessimistic. After all, we are still alive. Dr. Guan maintained a remarkably positive demeanor, his cheerful disposition infecting Qi Rongxing. Suddenly, Qi Rongxing realized that perhaps only someone like Dr. Guan could survive in such a desolate environment. To celebrate your arrival, our research department has organized a banquet. While the quality may not astonish a youth from a civilized era for the base staff, it is a coveted opportunity, Dr. Guan said, leading Qi Rongxing to the dining hall. A long table was laden with several large dishes. As Qi Rongxing leaned closer, he nearly retched. The first dish was a mass of dark, fried cockroaches. The oily, glistening cockroaches emitted a potent, repulsive odor. Do not be surprised. In the underground world, cockroaches are considered a delicacy, one of the few sources of high-protein sustenance. Dr. Guan explained. Qi Rongxing averted his gaze to inspect the other dishes, charred rats, marinated earthworms, and plump maggots, all still wriggling. The only vegetables on the table were some wild greens and fungi. My dear mother, not a single dish here was one he could bring himself to eat. Yet, Qi Rongxing noticed that everyone around him was fixated on the dining table, some even drooling. That moment, he grasped a profound truth. He now understood why Mu Xia, upon her arrival at his home, devoured the entire bowl of plain noodles. He also comprehended why, after a life-and-death struggle against a blood corpse in the hotel, Mu Xia's first instinct was not to tend to her wounds, but rather to sit on the sofa and munch on an apple. Chapter 26. Lu Kuan. Under Dr. Guan's arrangements, everyone took their seats. After a few casual exchanges, they began to eat heartily, disregarding any semblance of table manners. Qi Rongxing, seated beside Mu Xia, reluctantly moved his chopsticks, merely going through the motions of courtesy. Given the repulsive nature of the food on the table, he felt he could go 3 to 5 days without eating before he could stomach any of it. Thus, it became evident to him just how dire the living conditions were in this place. In the survivors' base, the research department was considered elite, enjoying special privileges, yet even they were reduced to such a state. One could only imagine the plight of others. This place was rife with immense survival pressure. Although the food was far from palatable, the atmosphere at the table was jovial, perhaps due to Qi Rongxing's unique status. Everyone present was exceedingly kind to him, particularly Dr. Guan and Mu Xia, who frequently inquired about his well-being. Such attentive care left Qi Rongxing somewhat flabbergasted. However, just as he attempted to integrate into this unfamiliar group, an unexpected incident occurred. A sinister voice echoed from afar. Look at you lot, feasting so well. You consumed all the base's rations, you bunch of gluttons. At the sound, Qi Rongxing turned toward the cafeteria entrance, where a group of battle-hardened individuals approached, looking weary from their travels. Clad in tattered combat gear and wielding both cold and hot weapons, each exuded an aura of menace. The speaker, with a face reminiscent of a shoehorn, had hawkish eyes glaring viciously at the research department personnel. The researchers were momentarily taken aback, some appearing utterly at a loss. Damn it. I risk my life on the front lines while you gluttons enjoy the food we earn with our blood. You should be damned. With a furious shout, the shoehorn-faced man hurled an object onto the table where they were dining. The item struck the stainless steel bowl that held their food, sending it flying, spinning several times before landing ominously close to Chi Rong's hung. As he focused on the object, a chill ran down his spine. What lay before him was none other than the severed head of a blood corpse, detached from its neck, yet still exhibiting movement. Its mouth, filled with jagged teeth, opened and closed on the table, instilling sheer terror. Lu Kuan, enough! Dr. Guan trembled with rage, slowly rising to confront him. The food rations for our research department are allocated to us by the United Government. You have no right to dictate how we utilize them. Stop spewing nonsense. I simply cannot stand your idiotic presence. Aside from squandering the base's resources on your worthless research, you are nothing but a pack of liars. Utterly useless liars. The more Lu Kuan berated them, the more his disdain for Dr. Guan intensified. Many researchers displayed fear towards the man, most of them too intimidated to utter a word. At this moment, Mo Xia stood up, glaring at Lu Kuan with displeasure. Lu Kuan, that's quite enough. We have important guests from the research department today. Do not disgrace us. Oh, little beauty, so you're here too. The man's face broke into a lewd grin upon seeing Mo Xia, exuding a palpable sense of predatory intent. Mo Xia, disinterested in engaging with Lu Kuan's gaze, turned away to ignore him. Lu Kuan attempted to flirt with her again but was quickly distracted by Chi Rongxing. Hey, you look awfully familiar. Where did this wild dog come from? How dare you sit beside my Xia? Lu Kuan's glare was ferocious, as if he were ready to devour Chi Rongxing. Why is your mouth so foul? Chi Rongxing retorted, angered by the man's provocations. Are you tired of living? I'll put a bullet in you. Fury ignited within Lu Kuan as he drew his gun. Mo Xia stepped in front of Chi Rongxing, declaring, Lu Kuan, do me a favor and don't make things difficult for Chi Rong's hung. So this fellow is Chi Rongxing. What is he wearing? There is no such person in the Baishan settlement. Which base did he run away from? Lu Kuan questioned Mo Xia, his tone laced with disdain. What business is it of yours? She shot back. Lu Kuan persisted. Xia, when did you start associating with other men? Who gave you permission? Did you consult me? Chi Rongxing was momentarily dumbfounded. Was this Lu Kuan fellow unhinged? Mo Xia's affairs are none of your concern, she replied sharply. Lu Kuan continued, Little Xia, when did you start dating someone else? Did you have my consent? Chi Rongxing was taken aback. This man named Lu Kuan was truly deranged. Mo Xia glared fiercely at him. Lu Kuan, my affairs do not require your oversight. You should rein it in, or else when your brother finds out, you'll be the one to suffer. Nonsense. My brother will only protect me. Lu Kuan rolled up his sleeves and slammed a handgun onto the table, aiming it at Chi Rongxing. Listen here. Everyone in the base knows that Mo Xia is the woman I intend to have. No man here dares to approach her, let alone sit beside her. You've crossed a line, and today I will break your face. As he spoke, Lu Kuan advanced toward Chi Rongxing. You dare. Mo Xia attempted to intervene, but two soldiers stepped forward and restrained her. Chi Rongxing, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of dread wash over him. Had he known this would happen, he would have never come. These individuals were akin to wild beasts. The exploration team had taken control of the cafeteria, leaving the researchers in fearful silence. Dr. Guan trembled with anger yet felt utterly powerless. Mo Xia wanted to act, but she too was firmly held back by the soldiers. Lu Kuan, with an air of nonchalance, removed his camouflage jacket, revealing his muscular physique, as he slowly approached Chi Rongxing. You dare to touch my woman. You're the first. Today, I'll beat you to a pulp. Clenching his fists, he produced a series of bone-cracking sounds. Chi Rongxing squinted, surveying his surroundings, rapidly devising a strategy. Yet, before he could formulate a plan, Lu Kuan had already struck. A fist the size of a sandbag came hurtling toward him with astonishing speed. Chi Rongxing attempted to evade, but it was too late. Caught off guard, the fist collided violently with his abdomen. It felt as if he were soaring through the clouds, only to crash into the cafeteria wall. A horrifying indentation formed in the reinforced concrete as debris rained down. Along with it, Chi Rongxing crumpled to the ground, defeated. Chapter 27. Lu Qian. The sheer force of that punch was staggering. Observing Chi Rongxing sprawled on the floor like a lifeless dog, Lu Kuan sneered, What a waste of space. To think you would dare to vie for a woman with me. You truly are courting death. Mo Xia gasped, her eyes wide with alarm as she looked at Chi Rongxing. Let me go. I need to get to him. She struggled against the grip of the two burly men, but her efforts were futile. Though Mo Xiao was a genetically enhanced evolver, her captors were also evolvers. And as the leader of the exploration team, Lu Kuan's strength was beyond question. With that punch, it was likely Qi Rongxing had fractured a rib or two. "Lu Kuan, you fool!" Dr. Guan exploded, directing a frantic shout at him. "If anything happens to him, you will bear full responsibility." Lu Kuan merely chuckled derisively. "Dr. Guan, are you out of your mind? I, Lu Kuan, am a distinguished figure in the Baishan settlement. Who would dare to cause me trouble? You do not comprehend this individual's significance." Dr. Guan attempted to explain, but Lu Kuan was irrepressibly brutish, unwilling to entertain any reasoning. "I cannot fathom why you are all so anxious over this powerless waste. Are you all deranged? Or have your brains turned to mush from your incessant research?" Dr. Guan attempted to interject further, but Lu Kuan was evidently not listening. Just then, a deep roar emanated from behind Lu Kuan. "You bastard! Who are you calling a waste?" Lu Kuan's expression shifted slightly at the sound, and he turned to see a solitary figure standing not far away, trembling yet defiant. Who else could it be but the very person he had just sent crashing against the wall? "Oh ho, looks like you have quite the tenacity. Interesting. But that's all there is to it." Lu Kuan pivoted and strode toward Qi Rongxing, delivering a vicious hook directly to his chest. Bang! The massive fist unleashed a terrifying force, sending Qi Rongxing flying before he collapsed once more, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth, rendering him as limp as a puddle of mud on the ground. Isn't that the end of it?" Lu Kuan sneered, turning to gaze at Mo Xiao with a sense of smug satisfaction, as if he were a fierce beast on the savannah, victorious over a rival and claiming his mate. However, Mo Xiao's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Her eyes widened, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. No, not only did Mo Xiao's expression appear somewhat peculiar, but even the incompetent individuals from the experimental department regarded him as if they had seen a ghost. Moreover, Lu Kuan cast a perplexed glance at his dazed subordinates. "What in the world are you all looking like that for?" he inquired, bewildered. "Captain, behind you!" One of them cautioned. Lu Kuan spun around abruptly, only to find Qi Rongxing rising once more, his eyes glaring at him with a sinister redness. For reasons unknown, the intensity of that gaze sent a shiver down Lu Kuan's spine. "What? Are you a bit tough to handle? Fine. I shall deal with you directly." Lu Kuan, irritated by Qi Rongxing's stare, unsheathed his dagger, preparing to sever Qi Rongxing's head. However, before he could make a move, Qi Rongxing rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Yet, Lu Kuan had no intention of sparing Qi Rongxing. He toyed with the dagger as he approached, intent on eliminating this audacious provocateur. "Stop!" A commanding voice resonated. Though not loud, it bore a formidable authority. Accompanying the voice was a man who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Kuan. This man, with a face that resembled a shoehorn but adorned with a prominent scar, exuded an imposing aura. Dressed in a gray trench coat, he walked with an air of confidence. His deep, piercing eyes scanned the surroundings, causing the brutish members of the exploration team to salute him without exception. Big Brother, the rebellious Lu Kuan, upon seeing the newcomer, instantly lost his bravado, akin to a mouse caught by a cat. Upon witnessing this figure, Dr. Guan seemed to have found his anchor, exclaiming, "Lu Qian, you arrived just in time. Look at the trouble your brother has caused. He nearly jeopardized everything." Dr. Guan stepped forward to relay the situation succinctly. Lu Qian's expression darkened ominously. "Kuan, do you even comprehend what you are doing?" he inquired, fixing his gaze upon Lu Kuan. "Brother, I simply cannot stand the incompetence of the experimental department wasting our base's precious resources." Lu Kuan attempted to explain, but Lu Qian swiftly delivered a resounding slap, reproaching him. "You, the one who achieves little but causes great trouble, nearly compromised our critical operations." Rarely, Lu Kuan refrained from exploding in anger. Under his brother's oppressive presence, he merely stood trembling in place, clearly infuriated. "What are you all still doing? Hurry and save him. If anything happens to this man, you lot will be the ones facing punishment." Lu Qian bellowed. At that moment, Mo Xiao finally broke free from her restraints and rushed to Qi Rongxing's side to assess his injuries. Lu Kuan was an evolved human, a new breed resulting from genetic enhancement, possessing enough strength to fell a bull. "Doctor, Qi Rongxing needs urgent medical attention," Mo Xiao exclaimed after checking Qi Rongxing's pulse. Dr. Guan swiftly approached to examine the situation. "This is dire. The injuries are too severe," he remarked, turning to Lu Qian. "Lu Shoubei, you are one of the heads of the Baishan base. I must request an I-type genetic serum immediately." Lu Qian frowned at the mention, but he is a human from the old era, transported here in 2026. Can he withstand the side effects of the iterative genetic serum? We have no other choice. Only the adrenal hormones in the I-type genetic serum can keep him alive. We must treat this like a dying horse being treated as a living one." Dr. Guan insisted. "Very well. I shall authorize it. You all in the experimental department are responsible for saving him. Lu Qian hastily scribbled a note, instructing someone to retrieve the emergency medical supplies. After completing this, he turned in a fit of rage and delivered a kick to his younger brother, sending the unfortunate Lu Kuan flying several meters. You wretched fool, decades of effort from the United Government are about to be ruined by your hands. If the United Conference holds you accountable, be prepared for execution, Lu Qian roared furiously, despite the pain from the kick. Lu Kuan was stunned, overwhelmed by the conversations he had just heard. Was this person truly from the past? Chapter 28, Genetic Serum. While Lu Qian berated his brother, his subordinates had already returned with the serum. The doctor promptly administered the injection to Qi Rongxing. However, those knowledgeable understood that this was merely a desperate gamble. That it had been nearly 20 years since humanity had developed the genetic serum while researching the blood corpse virus. In that time, the serum had evolved from Z-type to I-type, marking an era of rapid enhancement in human physical capabilities. Yet, Qi Rongxing belonged to the old world. The I-type serum might not be something his primitive body could endure. Based on past experiences, individuals injected with the serum who could not survive the matching period would either become disabled from genetic collapse or perish immediately, but without administering the serum. Given the base's dire lack of medical resources, Qi Rongxing was undoubtedly doomed. Thus, they had no choice but to take the risk. After the injection, Guanwushan instructed Mo Xia to transport Qi Rongxing back to the laboratory for close observation. Fortune seemed to smile upon them. Approximately a few hours later, Qi Rongxing's breath and pulse began to stabilize. This was a sign of successful rescue, and Lu Qian, Guanwushan, and Mo Xia all breathed a collective sigh of relief. We selected 12 individuals from the past to bring here, but only he has succeeded. It seems this is not mere coincidence, Guanwushan analyzed. Let us hope our efforts do not amount to naught. Lu Qian gazed at Qi Rongxing, who lay on the sickbed, lost in profound contemplation. What is the current situation? Guanwushan inquired of Lu Qian. Which aspect are you referring to? Lu Qian furrowed his brow. The United Government, Guanwushan clarified. Lu Qian's side, his tone somber. The Beijing base is embroiled in a bloody battle. The blood corpses are overwhelming. It is only a matter of time before we fall. The time the United Government has secured for us is running out. That if we fail, humanity faces extinction. Guanwushan echoed his sentiment with a sigh. The resources at Beijing base have been completely depleted. Without a fundamental turnaround, our efforts are merely a means of prolonging the inevitable. Lu Qian nodded. You speak true. But what if he dies? Lu Qian posed the question. Guanwushan pondered. If he perishes, the plan must proceed as originally intended. How is the ideological work with Ma Tenghua progressing? Lu Qian responded. Mobilization is not an issue. That old fellow is quite enthusiastic. The only concern is whether his body can withstand the side effects of the traversal. Guanwushan looked towards Mo Xia in the distance, remarking, if we had a few more fortunate individuals like Mo Xia, it would be splendid. Such opportunities are rare and elusive. Lu Qian lamented, there are few humans left alive, and selecting those capable of traversing is exceedingly difficult. As they conversed, an experimental staff member exclaimed in delight, Doctor, Sir Shoubei, look, the patient's pulse and heartbeat. Qi Rongxing awoke from the sickbed, realizing he was still alive. With Mo Xia standing beside him, beaming at him. You truly did not die. Mo Xia exclaimed with joy. Were you hoping I would? Qi Rongxing retorted, somewhat irked. The inexplicable disaster had allowed Qi Rongxing to witness the savagery and frenzy of the apocalypse survivors firsthand. Qi Rongxing, you are awake. Guanwushan approached, wearing a peculiar expression. Your body's recovery ability is unlike that of an ordinary human from the old era. It resembles that of a superior evolved being. Qi Rongxing grimaced, please, spare me the details. Can I go home now? I wish to leave this dreadful place at once. Before Guanwushan could respond, a cheerful voice chimed in. Comrade, how can a minor setback defeat you? You must stand tall like a man. Qi Rongxing turned to see Lu Kuan approaching him with a jovial smile. Instantly, Qi Rongxing tensed, disregarding the pain from his fractured ribs, and propelled himself from the sickbed. The newcomer quickly clarified, do not misunderstand. I am not the one who struck you. Who are you? Qi Rongxing inquired warily. Mo Xia interjected, Qi Rongxing, allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Qian, the chief officer of the Beijing survivor settlement. He is primarily responsible for the military and defense of the entire base and is one of the top decision-makers of the United Government. Lu Qian added, the person who struck you was my inept brother, and I have already punished him. Rest assured, such an incident will not occur again. So, I was beaten for nothing? Qi Rongxing expressed his annoyance. Lu Qian chuckled, not necessarily. You could say you have gained fortune from misfortune. How so? Qi Rongxing inquired with curiosity. Take a moment to feel your own body, Lu Qian encouraged. Qi Rongxing, intrigued, clenched his fists and assessed his physique. I seem to have become stronger. Your assessment is accurate. Lu Qian affirmed, the I-type genetic serum is currently the most advanced evolutionary serum provided by the United Government, reserved only for elite warriors who have made significant contributions. Subsequently, Lu Qian explained the intricacies of the genetic serum. Throughout the protracted struggle against the blood corpses, humanity had reached a dead end. These new beings possessed terrifying evolutionary capabilities, fearless of death, and even if their limbs were severed, they experienced no pain. Humanity was being crushed underfoot, with their living space continually diminishing. By a twist of fate, researchers stumbled upon evolutionary factors embedded within the blood of the blood corpses. Building upon this discovery, brilliant scientists developed the initial genetic evolution serum. Heralding the dawn of human evolution, the primary function of this genetic serum is to enhance the comprehensive attributes of the evolvers, significantly improving their strength, agility, and intellect. It is precisely due to the development and iteration of the genetic serum that a new breed of evolvers has emerged among humanity. Thanks to the resistance provided by these evolvers, humanity has found a glimmer of hope to survive against the odds. However, very few can qualify for the Type 1 genetic serum. You are one of the fortunate ones. Given your current physical condition, with time, you will ascend to become the pinnacle of human capability in terms of solo combat, Lu Qian remarked to Qi Rongxing. Qi Rongxing listened in astonishment, unable to contain himself. He asked, does that mean I will become a superhuman? Lu Qian replied, it may not be as formidable as you imagine, for the evolution of blood corpses is far more terrifying than that of humans. At this juncture, Lu Qian cast a meaningful glance at Qi Rongxing and said, comrade, we have high hopes for you. We hope you can turn the tide. Qi Rongxing stuck out his tongue and replied, how could I possibly possess such ability? Lu Qian shook his head, saying, comrade, you may not be aware, but the resources at the Bashan settlement have been completely depleted. If we continue down this path, only collapse awaits us. Our time is running out. Qi Rongxing inquired, what do you need me to do? Lu Qian patted Qi Rongxing on the shoulder and said, first, focus on your recovery. Once you are healed, you will begin training, and we hope you can complete the assessment swiftly. An assessment. Qi Rongxing was taken aback by this revelation. Lu Qian replied, this is for your own responsibility. Surely you wouldn't want to meet an untimely demise without reason. Would you? Chapter 29, Countdown to Extinction, First Update. It soon became evident that Qi Rongxing's physique had long surpassed that of an ordinary human, even after suffering severe injuries and being beaten nearly to death by Lu Kuan. Qi Rongxing merely spent 3 short days resting in a hospital bed. After those 3 days, he was once again a vigorous man. Once it was confirmed that his health was intact, the base swiftly arranged targeted training for him. The first phase involved theoretical studies, where the organization required Qi Rongxing to gain a comprehensive understanding of the current apocalyptic landscape. This segment of the course was personally taught by Lu Qian, the head of the base. Under Lu Qian's guidance, Qi Rongxing gained a thorough understanding of the destruction wrought by the blood corpse virus throughout various historical moments and the significant events it triggered. Through Lu Qian's exposition, Qi Rongxing learned that the human world had become irreparably fragmented. Only a handful of survivor bases remained, and within the vast territory of Yuxia, there were only 7 survivor bases that could still be contacted. In other words, these 7 settlements were the last flickers of hope for humanity. Faced with such a dire situation, Qi Rongxing understood the immense responsibility that weighed upon his shoulders. The 7 survivor bases utilized radio communication to establish a unified government. Coordinating their efforts, I am one of the executive committee members of this united government, Lu Qian explained to Qi Rongxing. As they conversed, Lu Qian paused momentarily before shifting his tone to a grave one. Continuing, Qi Rongxing, I must be candid with you. The Shanjing base among the 7 survivor bases is currently facing an existential crisis. What did you say? Qi Rongxing gasped in surprise. This was a live transmission from the direction of Shanjing. As Lu Qian spoke, the dimly lit conference room suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. In an instant, a vivid and realistic image was projected onto the pristine white wall. Qi Rongxing fixed his gaze upon the projection, which displayed a grand and imposing survivor base, ingeniously constructed upon a towering and treacherous cliff. Its length spanned several dozen miles. Yet, this seemingly impregnable fortress was now besieged by an overwhelming horde of monsters. The multitude of creatures swarmed like frenzied ants, relentlessly charging toward the survivor base. They launched wave after wave of ferocious assaults, their claws bared and faces grotesque, emitting bone-chilling roars. Drones soared above the heads of these monstrous beings. Qi Rongxing felt a shiver run down his spine. Within the Shanjing base, human warriors stood steadfast against the tide of blood corpses. They did not waver, bravely engaging in a desperate struggle against these relentless foes. The battlefield was a scene of unimaginable carnage. The cacophony of battle cries and anguish screams intertwined, composing a harrowing symphony of death. Blood splattered, and severed limbs were strewn about, transforming the land into a colossal meat grinder. Qi Rongxing's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the hellish scenes unfolding before him, his breath quickening involuntarily. The clash between humans and blood corpses was shockingly brutal. It was simply overwhelming. So densely packed, there was no way to withstand. The second-generation blood corpses differ significantly from their predecessors, exhibiting two starkly contrasting modes of mutation. Dr. Guan, with a grave expression, extended a finger towards one particularly enormous blood corpse. Drenched in blood, and solemnly introduced, this is a Type A second-generation blood corpse. As the blood corpse virus continuously remodels the host's body, this variant gradually increases in size, typically exceeding 3 meters in height. Some exceptional specimens may even reach heights of 5 or 6 meters. The virus's impact on the muscle tissue not only alters the concentration and distribution of myoglobin but also restructures the skeletal framework, creating an entirely new mechanical system that propels their bodies towards a giant-like stature. Consequently, both their resilience and survival capabilities are significantly augmented. Dr. Guan swiftly shifted his finger to another blood corpse, in stark contrast to Type A. This is a Type B second-generation blood corpse, which has undergone a completely different evolutionary trajectory. The blood corpse virus has primarily enhanced its core strength, endowing it with characteristics reminiscent of a leopard. The direct result of this transformation is a terrifying increase in agility and speed. It is noteworthy that even the world's top sprinters require approximately 9.6 seconds to complete 100 meters at full throttle. However, for these creatures, surpassing that record is utterly effortless. They can easily sprint within 7 seconds. Upon hearing Dr. Guan's words, Qi Rongxing felt a chill rise from his tailbone, swiftly enveloping his entire being. With wide eyes filled with terror, he murmured, "If that's the case, does it mean humanity has no hope of survival?" Dr. Guan responded, "Although the second-generation blood corpses are fearsome, they are not yet capable of cornering humanity. After all, we are evolving as well." With the advent of genetic warriors, the impact of the second-generation blood corpses is not particularly lethal. Qi Rongxing fell into contemplation. It seems that an evolved individual like Lu Kuan lacks sufficient strength to confront the second-generation zombies head-on. Dr. Guan smiled slightly and remarked, "You possess a keen analytical mind. Indeed, in terms of individual strength, evolvers like Lu Kuan may not yet be a match for the second-generation zombies. However, do not forget that, in addition to our own evolution, we also wield technology." With a snap of his fingers, Dr. Guan switched to a three-dimensional image, revealing a suit of armor reminiscent of mecha. This is the pinnacle of technology in the apocalyptic era. A combat armor technology perfectly compatible with genetic warriors. Skilled operators of the battle armor can effortlessly slay second-generation blood corpses in direct confrontation. Battle armor technology? What an astonishing and unfamiliar concept. Qi Rongxing's curiosity was instantly ignited, and he eagerly yearned to learn more about this uncharted realm. However, Dr. Guan did not linger on the topic, quickly redirecting his focus to further analysis of the second-generation zombies. Currently, the known second-generation zombies can be broadly categorized into two types, speed-oriented and strength-oriented. While they are indeed terrifying, they are not insurmountable. The true horror lies in the third-generation blood corpses. The screen transitioned to a chilling image of an autopsy. Within the visual, several researchers clad in pristine white lab coats and tightly fitted protective masks surrounded an unimaginably massive corpse, conducting their dissection with tension and precision. Yet, there was an inexplicable eeriness to this autopsy. Unlike typical dissection scenes, these researchers wielded not conventional instruments but rather crude tools like machetes, chainsaws, and axes. Despite employing such heavy implements, the dissection progressed with great difficulty. Witnessing this, Qi Rongxing's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. A strong sense of foreboding washing over him. What on earth is this creature? Is this the body of a third-generation blood corpse? Qi Rongxing inquired. Dr. Guan nodded slightly. It seems you have quickly grasped the crux of the matter. As he spoke, Dr. Guan gently manipulated the three-dimensional image, revealing a bloodied and mangled muscle tissue that had just been excised from the corpse. This is the precious visual data painstakingly acquired and provided to us by the Beijing base. They paid an exceedingly heavy price to successfully eliminate this terrifying third-generation blood corpse. From this footage, it became clear that compared to the second-generation blood corpses, The third generation not only exhibited denser and more resilient muscle tissue, but also developed a unique keratinous layer on its surface. It is precisely due to this peculiar physiological structure that conventional blades and instruments cannot easily breach its defenses. Qi Rongxing parted his lips, intending to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Dr. Guan, undeterred by Qi Rongxing's silence, continued. As the third-generation blood corpses continue to evolve, the keratinous layer that has formed on their surface will gradually transition into an exoskeletal structure. Once this transformation is complete, the fourth-generation blood corpses will emerge. While the defensive capability of the keratinous layer is already formidable, firearms can still inflict lethal damage. However, for fourth-generation blood corpses equipped with exoskeletal armor, the efficacy of conventional firearms diminishes severely. Faced with fourth-generation blood corpses, conventional military forces become utterly ineffective. Only an armored legion grounded in evolved beings can hope to contend with them. Qi Rongxing exhaled a heavy breath. If there remains a chance to fight back. That is reassuring. Reassuring. Dr. Guan replied. If humanity truly possessed the capability to withstand that endless tide of blood corpses, it would be one thing. But the crux of the matter is that we are utterly defenseless. Increasingly, more survivor bases are meeting their demise, primarily due to the sheer numbers of blood corpses, which far exceed the count of evolved beings. At this point, Qi Rongxing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I just thought of a question. What question? Dr. Guan asked curiously. Qi Rongxing continued. Given the dire situation, why not deploy nuclear weapons? In my view, the three great nations Yuxia, the Rising Sun Red Star Empire, and the distant Dark Lighthouse Empire possess enough nuclear warheads to scour the Earth multiple times. If we were to launch all these nuclear weapons in one fell swoop, could we not annihilate all the blood corpses in one go? Dr. Guan chuckled wryly. Qi Rongxing, your idea aligns quite well with the thought processes and logic of humanity from the bygone era. To be frank, during the early stages of the blood corpse virus outbreak, there was indeed a nation that attempted such a course of action. Oh, which nation? Qi Rongxing asked, his face a mask of astonishment. Dr. Guan replied slowly. The Rising Sun Red Star Empire. And what was the outcome? Qi Rongxing pressed, his eyes wide with anticipation. The result, naturally, was failure. Dr. Guan stated. Failure? How could that be? Qi Rongxing was taken aback. Dr. Guan explained. In the early days of the outbreak, witnessing the situation spiral out of control, the Rising Sun Red Star Empire resolutely decided to activate their nuclear arsenal, attempting to curb the spread of the pandemic by obliterating major cities densely populated with blood corpses. However, the actual outcome was entirely unexpected. The blood corpses were not eradicated, but the population of the Rising Sun Red Star Empire suffered significant losses. What on earth happened? Qi Rongxing inquired eagerly. Dr. Guan took a deep breath. First, you must understand the principles of destruction that nuclear weapons operate on. Generally speaking, the explosive force of such weapons does not possess overwhelming destructive power, typically limited to a radius of several kilometers. The true extensive lethality arises from the severe radiation unleashed after the detonation. Radiation can penetrate human cells, causing cellular damage, DNA mutations, and protein dysfunction, ultimately leading to the death of organisms. However, these weapons are primarily designed to target humans and other mammalian species. Blood corpses, however, fall outside their scope of effectiveness. Upon hearing this, Qi Rongxing was left speechless, stunned into silence. Dr. Guan continued. After that cataclysmic nuclear explosion, the affected area was reduced to ruins. All living survivors perished. Yet those terrifying blood corpses continued to thrive. Due to prolonged exposure to intense radiation, a new breed of blood corpse emerged within the Rising Sun Red Star Empire, the nuclear radiation blood corpse. This new type of blood corpse is even more fearsome and dangerous than the ordinary ones. The nuclear radiation blood corpses are infused with high concentrations of radioactive materials, with radiation levels far exceeding our imagination. Even within the radius of their presence, human beings can suffer fatal harm without direct physical contact. They are akin to mobile sources of radiation, leaving no chance for survival in their wake. Following this nuclear disaster, the Rising Sun Red Star Empire tragically became the first human nation on Earth to be utterly annihilated by blood corpses. Once a glorious lineage, the Lady Laugh's bloodline, which had persisted for millennia as an ancient branch of humanity, has now been irrevocably extinguished. Upon hearing this, Qi Rongxing could not help but shudder, a wave of indescribable dread surging within him. He found it unfathomable that the once formidable Earth's third pole of his era had met such a fate. Dr. Guan paid no heed to Qi Rongxing's thoughts, continuing to speak. If the evolution of the blood corpses were to cease here, humanity might still avoid the brink of annihilation. Chapter 32, The Fifth Generation Blood Corpses, Part 4. What do you mean by that? Qi Rongxing inquired. Dr. Guan slowly elucidated. Despite the blood corpse's extraordinary ferocity and brutality, at their core, they exhibit behavior akin to mere instinctual actions of wild beasts. These blood corpses may wreak havoc, but to truly undermine the fundamental pillars upon which humanity relies for survival, they are still lacking. After all, humanity possesses advanced intellect. He continued, we are indeed regarded as the pinnacle of all living beings. Yet, all of this was rendered futile by the emergence of an entirely new organism, leading humanity to its irrevocable doom. Dr. Guan gently tapped a few keys, and a chilling photograph materialized on the three-dimensional screen. Qi Rongxing focused intently, and in an instant, he felt as though struck by lightning, his body trembling involuntarily. In that photograph, an individual sat amidst a group of fearsome and grotesque third- and fourth-generation high-level blood corpses. That person appeared utterly nonchalant, exuding an air of audacity and arrogance. Wearing a broad-brimmed sun hat, they sat leisurely upon the back of an astonishingly large blood corpse, holding a bottle of Coca-Cola in their right hand. Clad in loose beach shorts, their feet dangled carelessly in a pair of tattered flip-flops. This. What on earth? Qi Rongxing's eyes widened, scarcely able to believe what he beheld. In the midst of the pile of blood corpses sat a figure that looked indistinguishable from a human. How could this be possible? This was not a human, but a fifth-generation blood corpse. Dr. Guan's voice was chillingly cold. The birth of the fifth-generation blood corpses is a watershed moment. They not only inherit the terrifying physiques of the fourth generation but also possess intellect comparable to that of humans. They can learn and imitate various behaviors, and even more terrifyingly, they exhibit a certain degree of creative thinking ability. Upon hearing this, Qi Rongxing's mouth fell agape, wishing to object, yet finding his throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him utterly speechless. If the blood corpses had truly evolved to such a terrifying extent, did humanity still have a path to survival? Was this protracted war between humanity and the blood corpses not destined for humanity's defeat? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of despair surged within Qi Rongxing. Dr. Guan seemed to see through his feelings. The emergence of the fifth-generation blood corpses almost certainly seals humanity's fate. What can we do then? Is there truly no hope left? Qi Rongxing had completely immersed himself in this era. Dr. Guan replied, here, in this era, we are fated to fail. The birth of the fifth-generation blood corpses signifies that we have no possibility of turning the tide. Yet, we have not yet lost. We still have you, and Mocia, and others. Although we may have lost in the future, we can choose to fight our battles in history, reshaping the future by altering the past. Can we succeed? Qi Rongxing's confidence was markedly lacking. However, Dr. Guan insisted, we must succeed, for we have no other options. I understand. Qi Rongxing clenched his fists. Dr. Guan continued, your theoretical training with us concludes here. Starting tomorrow, you will undergo systematic combat training, which is the skill that will enhance your chances of survival. The following morning, Qi Rongxing immersed himself in training without delay. First, he connected with specialists from the armament department. Several weapon instructors meticulously taught him the methods and techniques for using various weapons. Dozens of weapons, developed exclusively for the apocalyptic era, lay before him for learning. Currently, the weapon and ammunition reserves at the base are quite strained, so we are unable to provide you with live-fire training, one of the instructors explained. I understand, Qi Rongxing replied, casting a longing glance at the combat armor he yearned for, feeling a surge of eagerness. Your battlefield does not lie in direct confrontation with the blood corpses, so you only need a basic understanding of armor operation. What you truly need to master is combat skills, as they are vital for your survival. The instructor clarified. Having briefly completed the theoretical course on weapons, Qi Rongxing was promptly assigned to combat training. Chapter 33, Training Day. Pushing open the door to the combat room, Qi Rongxing's gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Mocia stood there, arms crossed, regarding him with a knowing smile. What are you doing here? Qi Rongxing's pupils constricted, his tone tinged with surprise. Mocia's lips curled into a sly grin. Surprised to see me? Qi Rongxing scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. What is the organization up to? Mocia raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with arrogance. The organization specifically arranged for me to guide you. What? Are you not pleased? Who would dare say that? Qi Rongxing hurriedly waved his hands, exaggerating his response. I just didn't expect the esteemed instructor Mo to take such a hands-on approach. Mocia snorted, adopting a mock-serious demeanor. Quit the banter. I warn you. I want to go easy on you in training. Before she could finish, she had already clenched her fists, the knuckles cracking sharply. Qi Rongxing couldn't help but tease. Whoa, so fierce. Be careful, or I might just spank you. A glint of danger flashed in Mocia's eyes as she coldly retorted. Looks like you're itching for a fight. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wait. Qi Roshan's words were cut short as Mo Xia lunged at him like a leopard, her fist slicing through the air towards his face. Damn. Ambush. Qi Roshan barely had time to shout before he was sent sprawling to the ground, crashing heavily. From above, Mo Xia looked down at him, a hint of disdain on her lips. Is this all you've got? Get up. Stop playing dead. Qi Roshan grimaced as he clambered to his feet, muttering, You may be cocky now, but one day I'll show you my true strength. Mo Xia scoffed, launching another attack. This time, Qi Roshan was more prepared, managing to endure for half a minute. Again, Mo Xia showed no mercy, her relentless onslaught crashing over him like a tidal wave. At the end of the day's training, Qi Roshan was bruised and battered, yet his resolve had only grown stronger. Under Mo Xia's tempestuous assault, he had managed to hold out for 3 minutes. Not bad. You've made progress, Mo Xia remarked, a rare note of approval in her voice. Breathless, Qi Roshan grinned. Of course, I'm like a cockroach that can't be killed. In the days that followed, Qi Roshan gradually adapted to Mo Xia's rhythm, even beginning to attempt counterattacks. From initially landing 1 punch for every 10 he received, he eventually reached a point of parity, his improvement astonishing. 3 weeks later, a dull thud echoed in the training arena as Qi Roshan seized an opportunity, bringing Mo Xia crashing to the ground. How about that? Are you convinced? Qi Roshan perched atop her, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. Mo Xia struggled for a moment, only to realize she was firmly pinned down. Her teeth clenched as she seethed. Qi Roshan, just wait. With a hearty laugh, Qi Roshan lightly slapped her on the rear. After all this time you've been beating me, I finally got a point. Mo Xia's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and indignation as she shouted, You jerk, let me go. At that moment, Lu Qian's voice interrupted from the side. All right, that's enough training for today. Only then did Qi Roshan release Mo Xia, and the two tidied their clothes, concluding the skirmish. In the stillness of the night, Qi Roshan returned to his room, his body weary. After showering, he stepped out of the bathroom, sensing a peculiar presence. Who was there? He hissed, swiftly assuming a defensive stance. A shadow lunged from the darkness, and Qi Roshan reacted swiftly, grabbing the intruder's calf and throwing them onto the bed, just as he prepared to strike. He realized it was Mo Xia. What are you doing? Qi Roshan was taken aback. Mo Xia's cheeks flushed, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. What do you think? Before he could respond, she climbed onto his neck, the distance between them shrinking in an instant. 12,888 words omitted. Chapter 34. Ma Tinghua in the small conference room of the Beishan base. Qi Roshan sat quietly in a chair, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. With all the training mandated by the organization now complete, today marked a significant moment as he participated in an official mission. While awaiting the arrival of others, he scanned the room, assessing the high level of confidentiality surrounding this meeting space. The room appeared somewhat disheveled. The table and walls were cluttered with a variety of items. Piles of photographs lay scattered haphazardly across the table, old blueprints were stacked chaotically, and photo albums mingled among them, while stacks of old newspapers loomed like small hills. Just as Qi Roshan considered sifting through them, the door to the conference room creaked open, revealing a frail, disheveled old man peering in. Qi Roshan instantly recognized that this elderly gentleman was well into his twilight years, at least 80 or 90 years old. His head, adorned with a crown of white hair, danced in the wind, while his slightly stooped frame appeared fragile, akin to a flickering candle in the breeze. The elderly man's face was a tapestry of wrinkles, reminiscent of desiccated chrysanthemums, and he wore a pair of gold-framed spectacles. The lenses had long lost their luster, their surfaces marred by countless scratches from years of wear, imparting a sense of indistinctness. Greetings, comrade, he said. The old man, exhibiting a humble demeanor, bowed slightly to Qi Roshan, his expression tinged with a hint of trepidation. Hello, sir, Qi Roshan replied, rising to return the gesture, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired. What shall I call you? Just call me Old Ma, he replied, tiptoeing to find a chair, his posture reminiscent of an anxious schoolboy. Qi Roshan felt an uncanny familiarity with the elderly figure, yet could not recall where he had encountered him. Noticing that the old man seemed disinclined to converse, Qi Roshan shifted his focus to the array of old newspapers strewn across the table. These newspapers, A.M. Lang of type spanning from the 1920s and 30s to the early days of the apocalypse, included publications from various regions of Wuxia and even foreign lands. Qi Roshan casually flipped through them, passing the time. Before long, Mo Xia and the other attendees began to arrive in succession. Once Lu Qian and Guan Wuxian entered the conference room, The meeting commenced in earnest. Dr. Guan cleared his throat and stated directly, "Comrades, given the grave situation we currently face, I shall not indulge in superfluous words. This time travel mission will be executed collaboratively by Qi Rongxing, Mo Xia, and Mr. Tinghua. Prior to this, the three of you should familiarize yourselves with one another. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qi Rongxing's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Wait, Ma Tenghua, why does that name sound so familiar?" The old man hastily responded in a hushed tone, "I am Ma Tenghua, and I hope you two young comrades will take good care of me." Qi Rongxing sprang from his seat as if electrified. Incredulity etched across his face as he pointed at old Ma, his voice trembling with shock. "How can this be Mo Xia? Are you really that Ma Tenghua?" Qi Rongxing steadied himself, pressing for answers. A flicker of brilliance flashed in old Ma's murky gaze. "Have you heard my story?" Qi Rongxing stammered, "Of course I know you. Not just me, but who in my time does not recognize you?" He recounted with fervor the old man's former identity and accolades, the founder of Suntung Technology, once the richest man in Yuxia, vice chairman of the Youth Federation, a tycoon who could command the winds and summon the rain. "But you were supposed to have. How could you possibly be here?" Qi Rongxing's words tumbled out in a flurry. Old Ma was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile, self-deprecatingly remarking, "I never imagined that after all these years, someone would still remember me. Those glorious days are but fleeting memories." He sighed gently, a hint of melancholy shimmering in his eyes. Dr. Guan interjected, "Old Ma, Qi Rongxing was born in 2002. He hails from your era." Enlightenment dawned upon Ma Tenghua, causing him to regard Qi Rongxing with renewed interest. Liu Qian then took the floor, elaborating on Ma Tenghua's experiences following the outbreak. This once affluent entrepreneur found himself in the Baishan region, conducting an important project when the X virus emerged. The sudden onslaught of the virus swept across the globe, disrupting the rhythm of life for all. Leaving Ma Tenghua stranded in Baishan, his commercial empire had its heart in the southern metropolis of Deep Crimson City, a bustling city of 30 million that succumbed entirely to the virus's wrath. Almost overnight, Ma Tenghua's immense wealth and resources were reduced to nothingness, with what little currency remained rendered worthless, requisitioned by the government. Stripped of these resources, he became an ordinary man. The dawn of the apocalypse. He managed to secure a respectable position in the temporary government due to his expertise in computers and information technology. However, as more cities fell, the temporary government collapsed, leaving Ma Tenghua's skills redundant, forcing him to barely survive in the harsh new world. Soon, this once powerful man found himself among the most vulnerable survivors, struggling daily on the brink of life and death. Surprisingly, he had managed to endure until now. "It is fortunate that old Ma is still alive, granting us an opportunity," Liu Qian stated. "Your mission is to travel back to 2026, before the virus's outbreak, and leverage old Ma's unique status to secure ample resources. Constructing a survival base in Baishan. We need this base to alter our current predicament," Dr. Guan added, "if circumstances permit. You may also actively engage influential figures in the national decision-making circles to enlist their support." Chapter 35, Three's Company, First Update. The group quickly immersed themselves in preparations for the time travel mission. The atmosphere tense, yet orderly. Qi Rongxing followed Dr. Guan's lead back to the mysterious room where he had first arrived at the survival base. At this moment, the room was ablaze with light, all electrical devices operating at full capacity, illuminating every corner as brightly as day. Under this brilliant illuminations, Qi Rongxing finally had the chance to closely examine the breathtaking time travel apparatus. The device resembled a gigantic CT scanner, intricately connected to various peculiar devices, creating a rich cyberpunk ambience. Unseen components glimmered with mysterious light, and the complex web of wires sprawled out like a spider's silk, overwhelming the senses. Dr. Guan briefly explained, "These devices can transform the human body into a molecular computing model, utilizing a powerful particle accelerator to swiftly transport individuals in a special state to specific time nodes in the past or future." He then carefully produced a yellowed old newspaper. Qi Rongxing peered closely, recognizing it as the Deep Crimson City Daily, dated March 4, 2026. Dr. Guan continued, "Existing historical texts and other mediums can serve as crucial anchors during our temporal journey. The destination for your time travel is precisely the date recorded in this newspaper." After outlining the details, Dr. Guan instructed Qi Rongxing and the others to enter the transmission chamber. The hydraulic door gradually closed, and the laboratory staff began to methodically adjust various instruments and parameters. Liu Qian solemnly cautioned, "This mission is of utmost importance. You three must give it your all. Remember, only when we summon you back does that signify the task's successful completion." Qi Rongxing, filled with curiosity, asked, "What if we fail to accomplish our mission?" Lu Qian paused briefly, then offered a bitter smile. If you should, unfortunately, fail, there would be no need to return. For if you falter, it would mean we have reached the brink of extinction. This statement struck Qi Rongxing like a heavy blow, enveloping him in a sense of oppression. However, Lu Qian appeared remarkably optimistic, rallying, "Comrades, lift your spirits. Show the courage of those who are willing to risk everything. Trust in the triumph of human will over fate." As the time travel machine emitted a deafening roar, it seemed as if the entire Baishan base's power was drained and funneled into the colossal device. In an instant, darkness enveloped the entire Baishan settlement, the blackout spreading like a plague. Simultaneously, Qi Rongxin, situated within the transmission chamber, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of disorientation. Every cell in his body felt activated. The molecules in his blood thrumming with agitation. A cacophony of noise erupted in his ears, akin to the roars of 1,000 colossal beasts. At that moment, Qi Rongxin felt as though he had been thrust into an immense blow dryer. A powerful current battering against him, nearly toppling him. This extreme discomfort threatened to drive him to madness, and he fought the urge to scream. However, before he could open his mouth, his body underwent an astonishing transformation beyond his control. His skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs seemed to be enchanted, disintegrating at a visible pace in the air. Countless minuscule particles of his being gradually faded into nothingness, ultimately vanishing completely. March 4, 2026, the 16th day of the first lunar month. The old lunar calendar read, "Suitable for sacrifices, unsuitable for construction." I in the women's restroom on the 18th floor of the Ivory Coast City Shopping Center in the southern district of Deep Crimson City. A vivid scene unfolded. A pair of lovers engaged in intimacy within a stall, the portly man brazenly groping the woman. The heavily made-up woman, unable to withstand the thrill, emitted a series of moans. Just as their passions reached a crescendo, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The restroom's incandescent lights began to flicker wildly, and the entire space seemed to fall into an indescribable state of distortion. Darling, I feel terribly dizzy. Could it be low blood sugar? The man trembled, mumbling, yet his hands continued their indiscreet exploration. The woman, leaning against the toilet, desperately attempted to accommodate his advances. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, fixated on a point ahead. Her gaze betraying a mixture of shame and fear. Just moments ago, as the strange lights flickered, the stall door inexplicably vanished. Even more astonishing was the sight beyond the threshold. 3 individuals, 1 elder and 2 youths, stood there. 6 eyes unblinkingly fixed upon them. Ahem, what a vivid scene indeed, remarked the silver-haired old Ma, shaking his head as he instinctively adjusted his trousers. Standing calmly beside him, Mosia, with an air of seriousness, commented, "My dear, your posture is quite improper. In truth, you are not at ease, merely feigning compliance. Alas, why must a woman endure such hardship? If I were you, I would seize the initiative." Upon hearing these words, the woman nearly let out a shriek. Her inner sense of shame surging like a tidal wave, almost overwhelming her composure. All right, let's just take a quick look and leave." Qi Rongxing hurriedly pulled the 2 away, making a swift exit from this awkward encounter. Chapter 36, Old Ma's Dream returns to 2026, second update. The trio dashed forward, only stopping once they confirmed their safety. Breathing heavily, Old Ma, still shaken, remarked, "These days, they scrutinize identification thoroughly. Thankfully, we were in fast out if that pair of lovebirds had called the police. The 3 of us would have surely spent a few days at the station." Qi Rongxing chuckled dismissively. "Don't be too anxious. Those 2 are clearly having an affair. They're even more afraid of the situation escalating than we are. How could they possibly report it?" Mo Xiao interjected. "Where to next? Do we have a plan? First, let's find a clothing store to get you both some new outfits. The way you're dressed makes you look like aliens." As Qi Rongxing spoke, he magically produced a wallet from his bag, pulling out a thick stack of cash. Old Ma's eyes widened in astonishment. "Where did you get that wallet?" "Found it," Qi Rongxing replied nonchalantly. "When did you find it?" "I didn't see you pick anything up," Mo Xia asked curiously. Qi Rongxing shot him an irritated glance. "You were too busy staring at that girl's backside to notice the wallet." The 3 of them strolled through the mall, each acquiring a new ensemble. Upon exiting, they no longer appeared out of place amidst the bustling city. However, despite their transformed appearances, Old Ma still seemed bewildered by this civilized world. He stood on the street, gazing vacantly at his surroundings. The vibrant neon lights adorned the streets with a dazzling brilliance, while the incessant flow of vehicles and throngs of pedestrians left Old Ma momentarily teary-eyed. "Old Ma, mind your gaze management," Qi Rongxing pointed out, indicating a few security personnel approaching from a distance. Old Ma snapped back to reality, quickly concealing his wide-eyed curiosity reminiscent of Lu Lalao entering the Grandview Garden. I apologize. I've been in the survivor's base for so long that I completely forgot what the civilized world looks like. Seeing it all at once is quite overwhelming, Old Ma explained. That's quite normal. Mo Xia remarked casually. When I first traversed here, I was even worse off than you. The trio continued their banter as they walked, and before long, a magnificent skyscraper appeared before them. The building, consisting of two towering spires connected by a long aerial corridor, resembled a giant pair of underpants from a distance. Upon seeing the structure, Old Ma's eyes welled up with emotion. The reason was simple. It was the headquarters of Xuanting Technology Group. This is all my empire. Old Ma murmured, lost in a sea of nostalgia. Just as he was immersed in memories, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz sped by. The rapidly spinning wheels splashed a large puddle of dirty water, mercilessly drenching Old Ma. Get off the road, you fool! A sharply dressed man leaned out of the car window, shouted, and then quickly rolled it up, speeding away. Old Ma glared at the retreating license plate, a flicker of malevolence crossing his kind face. Do you know that person? Qi Rongxing inquired. Old Ma scoffed. Just a trivial character who used to work under me. I never expected him to be so arrogant now that I must find an opportunity to slap him twice. Returning to the civilized world seemed to ignite a spark in Old Ma's spirit, his demeanor subtly exuding the aura of someone in a position of power. Let us go, we're heading in. Qi Rongxing declared, striding confidently towards the Xuanting headquarters. Wait, what are you planning to do? Old Ma asked. Qi Rongxing turned back. What do you think? Of course, we're going to find the younger version of you. Old Ma shook his head gently. You won't be able to find him. Why not? Qi Rongxing asked, intrigued. Old Ma explained, in my younger days, I was perpetually swamped with work. My schedule had to be booked in advance. Without a certain identity or status, not only could you not enter my office, you couldn't even set foot through the building's doors. Upon hearing this, Mo Xia couldn't help but chuckle. Sister, what is so funny? Old Ma asked, puzzled. Mo Xia raised her right hand, shaking her fist. See this? Old Ma looked bewildered. What am I supposed to see? A fist as big as a sandbag, Mo Xia quipped, raising an eyebrow. If you don't let me see him, I'll just have to force my way in. Old Ma was taken aback, letting out a resigned sigh. My dear girl, this is a civilized society. Relying solely on brute force won't solve anything. Besides, do you really think you could take on many people? Mo Xia dismissed his concerns. I can take on quite a few. Old Ma patiently elaborated. Xuanting is no ordinary corporation. Its market value exceeds 4 trillion. Their security team is comprised entirely of elite retired soldiers, each one formidable in their own right, that if you force your way in, you might not even make it to the entrance before getting apprehended. Mo Xia hesitated slightly, turning to Qi Rongxing. What about him? If we work together, we should be sufficient. Old Ma thumped his chest. Before you two even reach the entrance, the SWAT team will have arrived. At that point, things will escalate dramatically. What should we do then? Mo Xia asked, now perplexed. Qi Rongxing looked at Old Ma. Do you have a plan? Old Ma grinned. I do have an idea, but you must follow my lead. All right, we'll follow your plan. Qi Rongxing agreed. So, what do we do? Mo Xia inquired. Old Ma smiled mysteriously. Shao Qi, you first use your identification to book a room at a nearby 5-star hotel that will enjoy a nice meal, and then strategize from there. I have a little something to say, but I'm unsure if it's appropriate, Qi Rongxing remarked darkly. Old Ma patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, everything is under control. Chapter 37, The Bun Shop, third update, following Old Ma's instructions. The three checked into a luxurious high-end hotel. Once settled, Old Ma began the ordering process. Before long, a table laden with sumptuous dishes was set before them. Old Ma eagerly dug in, savoring the meal with great satisfaction. After indulging in food and drink, Old Ma, still unsatisfied, decided to take a night tour of Deep Red City. The streets were ablaze with lights, and the neon glow flickered vibrantly. Various entertainment venues buzzed with life. Bustling with energy, Old Ma navigated through this dazzling scene, relishing the human experience, as if attempting to compensate for the 23 years of torment he had endured. Time slipped away quietly until the late hours of the night, when Old Ma returned to the hotel, still filled with unquenched excitement. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, Qi Rongxing was awakened by Old Ma's insistence. When he glanced at the clock, it was only 6:30. You old rascal, You certainly don't let anyone rest. Qi Rongxing grumbled, still groggy. After returning the previous night, he and Mo Xia had engaged in a passionate night of exploration, deeply delving into the martial arts of the human body, only finally dozing off in the early hours. It was hardly any time before old Ma began knocking on the door. "What is it, you old coot? Disturbing my peaceful dreams at this early hour?" Qi Rongxing complained, irritation etched across his face. Old Ma stood at the door, brimming with energy and wearing a composed smile. "Let us go." Old Ma snapped his fingers. "Where to?" Qi Rongxing asked. "Why, to have breakfast, of course." Mo Xia, frowning, retorted, "You old fool. Do you want me to knock you out? I am not a morning person. Don't waste time on trivial matters." Old Ma's demeanor shifted to seriousness at the mention of trivial matters. Mo Xia and Qi Rongxing reluctantly crawled out of bed. After a quick wash, they followed Old Ma out the door. Old Ma's knowledge of Deep Red City exceeded Qi Rongxing's expectations as he expertly led them through winding alleys until they arrived at an unassuming breakfast shop. "This is the place," Old Ma halted, a nostalgic expression on his face. Entering the small shop, Old Ma found a vacant spot to sit that moment. A drowsy server approached, asking, "What would you like to eat?" "Just the usual 3 items," Old Ma replied. The server displayed a hint of surprise at his request that in no time, steaming porridge, fragrant buns, and tasty pickles were served before them. Qi Rongxing couldn't help but yawn widely. "Old Ma, you didn't come all this way just for a bowl of porridge and a few buns, did you?" Old Ma feigned mystery. "Some secrets are not to be revealed." Mo Xia, sitting beside him, wore a dark expression, ready to unleash her frustration on Old Ma. "You best have a good explanation for this, or I'll give you a good thrashing." Mo Xia took a sip of the congee. Her eyes filled with resentment. Old Ma, however, paid her no mind, seemingly waiting for something outside the shop. Around 7:30, as daylight broke, the soft morning light filtered through the leaves above. A gray Volvo slowly entered the quiet alley where the breakfast shop was located. The driver, skilled in his movements, exited the vehicle and briskly approached the rear door, gently pulling it open. Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary casual attire emerged. He walked with firm steps, his sharp gaze emanating an aura typical of someone in a position of authority. The man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, identical to Old Ma's. Upon seeing the man, the breakfast shop owner's face instantly brightened with a smile, and he eagerly greeted, "Mr. Ma, you're here. The usual 3 items?" "Yes, the usual 3 items," the man replied with a smile, nodding as he made his way to his usual seat. The older generation of pioneers are well aware that Mr.Ma from Shuanting Technology holds a particular fondness for this breakfast shop. In the years when Mr.Ma first arrived in Shenhui City, his career had yet to take off, and life was quite arduous. During that time, he often mingled in the bustling streets, merely to secure a livelihood. This modest breakfast shop became a frequent haunt of his. As time flowed on, Mr. Ma has long since achieved great success and transformed into a business magnate of immense wealth. Yet, even so, he has not altered his old habits. Perhaps for Mr. Ma, this place not only offers delectable food, but also harbors precious memories of his arduous journey. As the familiar dishes were served, Ma Tenghua was about to pick up his chopsticks to enjoy his meal when an unexpected figure intruded. Seating themselves directly across from him to his astonishment, the stranger wasted no time. Without waiting for Ma Tenghua to react, they extended their chopsticks towards the steaming basket on the table, unceremoniously snatching a bun and stuffing it into their mouth. Chewing heartily, Ma Tenghua was seething with rage. How could someone of his stature tolerate such an affront? Just as he was about to erupt in fury, he suddenly froze. Raising his gaze, he was struck by an overwhelming familiarity with the elderly figure voraciously devouring his bun. Yes, it resembled his late great-grandfather, who had passed away many years ago. In that instant, a chill surged through Ma Tenghua's spine, causing him to tremble involuntarily. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the old man before him, his lips quivering as he managed to utter a single word. "You." Upon hearing Ma Tenghua's exclamation, the driver and bodyguards in the car immediately tensed, moving closer to investigate. However, just as they took a few steps forward, a figure blocked their path. Qi Rongxing coldly regarded them, expressionless as he stated, "Mr. Ma is currently in discussion. It would be prudent for outsiders to refrain from interference." The bodyguards were not easily swayed by such words. One of them, displaying a look of disdain, insisted on pushing forward a tea that moment. Emotion made her move. In an instant, she appeared before the bodyguard, swiftly delivering a punch directly to his temple. The bodyguard was caught off guard, experiencing a sharp pain in his head before everything turned black, and he collapsed. Witnessing this, the remaining driver turned pale with fright, his legs trembling in a panic. He fumbled for his phone to call the police. Yet before he could press the dial button, Qi Rongxing moved like lightning, swiftly snatching the phone from his hand. If you wish to avoid a beating, remain here quietly, Qi Rongxing warned. The driver, overwhelmed by the situation, was utterly terrified as the sun gradually bathed the bustling street in light. The atmosphere in the breakfast shop became peculiar. In a humble corner, two figures sat silently facing each other, their gazes locked. As if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment, Tenghua stared at the elderly man before him, momentarily lost in thought. The old man, suppressing his emotions, maintained a steady demeanor. Their eyes met, revealing a complex array of expressions. Finally, the young Ma Tenghua could no longer contain the silence, and, with a hint of hesitation, inquired, "Elder, do we know each other?" His voice carried a note of uncertainty. The aged Ma Tenghua slightly raised his head, looking at his younger self with a hint of melancholy in his tone. "Shall we converse for a moment?" Initially, the young Ma Tenghua intended to refuse. Faced with such a strange and unfamiliar elder, doubts swirled within him. Yet for reasons unknown, an inexplicable force compelled him, and the words he was about to utter transformed. "What would you like to discuss?" The aged Ma Tenghua took a deep breath, slowly articulating, "Let us talk about your fate." The young Ma Tenghua paused, a sudden chuckle escaping him as he found the notion absurd. Then do enlighten me. What does my fate entail?" He plucked a bun from the table and began to chew, his tone dripping with skepticism. However, when the aged Ma Tenghua spoke the words, "Your family will be shattered. Your wife and children will part ways, and you will languish in solitude." The young Ma Tenghua's countenance darkened instantly, an inexplicable fury welling within him. The old man was cursing him, having long reveled in a life of luxury and admiration. Ma Tenghua perceived the elder's words as a blatant insult. "Old fool, were you to speak a few kind words, perhaps I might have rewarded you with a token or two, but if you wish to curse me, today's affair is far from over," Ma Tenghua retorted coldly. Yet, the elder leisurely withdrew an aged photograph from his pocket, gently placing it on the table. The young Ma Tenghua leaned in for a closer look. An icy sensation coursed through him. The photograph depicted a family portrait. If his memory served him correctly, it was taken just a few days ago during the New Year celebrations when the Ma family had gathered in their ancestral home. However, the troubling aspect was that the photograph before him appeared exceptionally old and riddled with creases, as if it had endured the ravages of time. Tenhua's gaze remained fixated on the picture, a multitude of questions swirling within him. What on earth was happening? How did this mysterious elder possess such a photograph? A web of enigmas ensnared Ma Tenghua, a seasoned businessman familiar with the capricious nature of the market, plunging him into profound confusion. After a lengthy silence, he finally set the photograph down and remarked, "Old man, your group has clearly put considerable effort into this. The aging technique is quite impressive. Why not pursue something else? With your level of expertise, you could have easily achieved great wealth in another field." The aged Ma Tenghua shook his head, asserting, "The photograph is genuine. You know this in your heart." Another silence enveloped them. The young Ma Tenghua fixed his gaze on the elderly man before him. His once gentle eyes now gleamed with sharpness, as if they could penetrate the very soul of the other. "Who exactly are you?" A faint smile graced the aged Ma Tenghua's lips as he replied unhurriedly, "I am you." The young Ma Tenghua was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of disdain and skepticism crossed his face, tinged with mockery. "Old man, are you jesting with me? This is no laughing matter. If there is nothing further to discuss, our conversation ends here. My time is quite valuable." As he spoke, Ma Tenghua prepared to leave. The aged Ma Tenghua sighed softly. "This may be difficult for you to accept at first, and I completely understand, for anyone in your position would hardly believe such a thing. But the truth is, I am indeed you, 20 years from now. This is impossible. Do you take me for a child?" The young Ma Tenghua's anger flared, feeling insulted by the implication of his intelligence being questioned. Nevertheless, the aged Ma Tenghua continued unabated, detailing everything about himself. Ma Tenghua, from his hometown to his residence, and even his personal habits and character traits. Every detail was conveyed with utmost clarity. The old man's confidence and certainty caused a flicker of doubt to surface within the young Ma Tenghua. Yet, it was fleeting. The young Ma Tenghua shook his head, calmly countering. What you've said can be easily found with a little effort online. It hardly proves your identity. Upon hearing this, the aged Ma Tenghua's lips curled into a mysterious smile. In that case, allow me to share something that cannot be found online. For instance, that you cheated during your college entrance examination. As soon as the words left his mouth, the young Ma Tenghua's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the elderly man before him, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Memories long buried beneath the sands of time surged forth. The young Ma Tenghua recalled that during the examination, had he not risked copying the answers from the girl seated next to him, he would have never gained admission to the prestigious Southern University of Science and Technology. Missing out on that esteemed institution would have undoubtedly thwarted the wealth and success he now enjoyed. Reflecting on the girl who had unwittingly aided him, a wave of emotion washed over Ma Tenghua. She had been a true genius. Alas, fate had been cruel. She had succumbed to a terminal illness at such a tender age. Had she lived, she would undoubtedly have excelled in her field, commanding respect and admiration. The young Ma Tenghua's mind was awash with memories. Each seemed vividly reappearing, stirring profound turmoil within him. However, this was merely the beginning of the revelations. The aged Ma Tenghua continued, "You also have an illegitimate child, residing on the distant Palm Island of the Dark Lighthouse Empire. If one were to calculate, it has been 2 full months since you last saw Jiahui." "Yudit, how do you know these things?" The young Ma Tenghua could no longer maintain his composure, his voice trembling. This was a genuine secret. Even his wife was unaware of this matter. The aged Ma Tenghua did not directly answer his question. Instead, he slowly reached into his pocket and produced an object, placing it gently on the table. It was an old Hero brand wristwatch. It lay quietly upon the table, its strap having long since frayed. The antiquated mechanical dial unremarkable, the hands having ceased their motion ages ago. When the young Ma Tenghua inadvertently caught sight of this watch, his emotions erupted like a dam burst, nearly overwhelming his composure. He stared wide-eyed at the timepiece, his hands trembling ever so slightly, veins bulging on his forehead. "You possess a myriad of exquisite watches, from the unparalleled luxury of Patek Philippe to the masterful craftsmanship of Vacheron Constantin, and the timeless elegance of Omega. Each a remarkable gem in its own right. They gather dust in your display cabinet, a testament to your wealth and taste. Yet, even if one were to sum the value of all these watches, it would pale in comparison to the one before him, for this is a cherished memento left behind by my late grandfather in his final moments." The aged Ma Tenghua spoke slowly, each word striking the young Ma Tenghua's heart like a heavy hammer. Unable to contain his bewilderment any longer, the young Ma Tenghua shook his head vigorously, incredulity lacing his tone. "How could you possibly know so much about my affairs?" The elder Ma Tenghua inhaled deeply, repeating with an undeniable authority, "Because I am you. I hail from 23 years into the future, having traversed the river of time to return here, solely to impart upon you some critically important counsel. This advice pertains to the survival of our family, to whether the Ma clan can safeguard its vast estate and wealth, and even to the survival of all humanity. What has happened in the future?" The young Ma Tenghua inquired. "That tale is a lengthy one." The elder Ma felt a surge of joy. He had managed to persuade his former self, at least gaining initial trust. Director Wang of the Nanshan District Police Station had just settled into his office chair. He hadn't even had the chance to savor a bite of the steaming, aromatic rice rolls when the station's emergency phone erupted into a cacophony of ringing. "Hello? What's going on?" Director Wang picked up the phone. Irritation evident in his voice, an anxious voice on the other end exclaimed, "It's bad. Ma Tenghua, the CEO of Shuanting Technology, has been kidnapped." "What?" Director Wang nearly leaped from his seat, astonished. "Don't joke around. This is no trifling matter. Who would be foolish enough to cause such a ruckus early in the morning? The location is, the kidnappers are still there. Send someone quickly." After hanging up the phone, Director Wang had no appetite left for the enticing rice rolls. That he sprang to his feet, bellowing to everyone in the office, "Attention, everyone! Arm yourselves and accompany me on a mission." In an instant, the previously tranquil police station transformed into a hive of activity. Officers who had just arrived at their posts hastily set aside their tasks, Gathering swiftly to prepare for departure, Director Wang felt a headache coming on. It is worth noting that CEO Ma is indeed the financial benefactor of Nanshan District. His company, Xuanting Technology, not only brings immense economic benefits to the area, but has also resolved numerous employment issues. As for him personally, his official status is at least that of a department head. If something were to happen to him, the consequences would be dire. Not only would my modest position be at stake, but even the district chief of Nanshan could find himself implicated. For the sake of his future, Director Wang exerted every ounce of effort to rush to the scene. Upon arriving, however, the sight before him left everyone dumbfounded. There stood CEO Ma, engaged in jovial conversation with others. This relaxed demeanor bore no semblance to that of a kidnapped individual. If you have been abducted, just blink, Mr. Ma. Director Wang cautiously approached, attempting to communicate with him. Upon seeing this, Mr. Ma burst into laughter. Officer, you have completely misunderstood. These three are my relatives from my hometown, here to visit me, not criminals. Hearing this, Director Wang's previously anxious heart finally settled. He let out a long sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Everyone can rest easy. However, do take care in the future to avoid such misunderstandings. My blood pressure can't handle it. With that, Director Wang felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Chapter 39. The cunning rabbit has three burrows. The understated Volvo sedan slowly approached the gates of Xuanting Technology's headquarters. As the vehicle came to a halt, a throng of assistants surged forward like a tide, eagerly awaiting its arrival. Each of these aides was a paragon of excellence, individually tasked with providing specialized support for the CEO and overseeing critical business segments. Their sole purpose for gathering was to await instructions and report on the day's agenda. A tall, attractive female assistant gracefully stepped forward to open the rear door, only to be taken aback by the unexpected number of individuals emerging from the vehicle. Goodness, how could so many people fit in with Mr. Ma? Remarkably, the female assistant quickly composed herself. Mr. Ma, here is today's work itinerary for your review, she said, slightly bowing as she respectfully extended the folder to the newly alighted CEO. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Ma Tenghua interrupted. All previously scheduled arrangements are hereby cancelled. This includes the meeting this afternoon. Please inform the parties involved. Ma Tenghua loosened his collar, issuing the command with an air of authority. The mayor of Donghai City is scheduled to visit you this afternoon. Another assistant interjected. In no time. Send him back. With a sweeping gesture, Ma Tenghua decreed. From this moment forth, I will not entertain any visitors. Without my express permission, no one is to set foot in my office. Having said that, Ma Tenghua ascended into the dedicated elevator with several accompanying individuals, leaving his staff momentarily stunned as they watched the elevator ascend. The assistants and HR personnel stood rooted in place, their faces etched with astonishment and confusion. Such behavior was exceedingly rare, completely out of character for Mr. Ma. Typically, he was a whirlwind of activity, meticulously managing his schedule. What could have prompted such impulsiveness today? Has the sun risen from the west? The beautiful female assistant murmured softly. What about those three individuals who accompanied Mr. Ma? They seem to hold considerable importance in his eyes. Another assistant pointed out that I don't recognize them. They appear quite unfamiliar, the HR manager replied, shaking her head. If they were company personnel, I would certainly know them. The group engaged in hushed discussions, their minds swirling with curiosity and perplexity. This news spread like wildfire, swiftly circulating through the various departments of the headquarters, igniting a flurry of gossip and speculation. On the 18th floor, within the private restroom of the CEO's office, the elder Ma Tenghua stood before the urinal for a full 5 minutes. With age, the body's functions inevitably decline. The elder Ma was indeed quite aged. His prostate had become increasingly unruly, and today it was particularly tormenting. After considerable effort, he finally managed to expel the last drop of urine. But upon glancing down at the urinal, he froze in shock. The urinal was awash in a distressing crimson hue. Alarm surged through Ma Tenghua as he suddenly succumbed to a violent coughing fit. With each cough, blood mixed with phlegm erupted from his nose and mouth. The elder Ma hurried to the sink, turning on the tap, splashing cold water on his face. After a tense washing, the bloodstains were finally cleansed away. Trembling, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a bottle of pills. Carefully swallowing one as the medication took effect, the coughing and bleeding subsided. Attempting to steady his troubled heart, the elder Ma reflected on the words of Dr. Quan before his journey through time.It became clear that time travel was not without its costs. When the human body is disassembled into minuscule molecular states for transport, the resultant impact and pressure can inflict considerable harm. For someone as frail as the elder Ma, whose immune system was already compromised, the side effects manifested rapidly and severely. Undoubtedly, the current symptoms of hematuria and hemoptysis were ominous signs of his body's genetic disintegration. Contemplating this, Ma Tenghua's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, it seemed that the time left to him was alarmingly brief. The elder Ma slowly approached the mirror, gazing at the nearly unrecognizable visage that stared back. And he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, his once straight back now slightly hunched, as if burdened by the weight of the years that I must endure. I still have responsibilities yet to fulfill. After a brief pause, the elder Ma stepped out of the restroom once more. The young Ma Tenghua sat quietly nearby, deftly pouring a cup of hot tea for his elder self. That I in your view. What course of action should I take? Young Ma inquired softly, his tone reminiscent of a humble student. After hours of conversation, he had been thoroughly impressed by the elder Ma. This man was a superior version of himself. In terms of knowledge and perspective, the elder Ma far surpassed him. With the elder Ma by his side, the young Ma felt as though he had truly hit the jackpot. The elder Ma straightened his appearance slightly before speaking methodically. In the event of an apocalyptic disaster, it is evident that Deep Red City will be unable to withstand the onslaught. After all, this area is densely populated and will inevitably become a disaster-stricken zone. Therefore, our most urgent task at present is to swiftly consolidate resources and identify a secure location to establish a new base for survival. Only in this manner can we safeguard the invaluable wealth we have accumulated over the years. What do you think is the most suitable course of action? Little Horse inquired. Old Horse glanced at the entrance, confirming that Qi Rongxing and Mo Xia were absent from the office, and then whispered, "Even cunning rabbits have 3 burrows. How much more so for humans? One must never place all their eggs in a single basket." There are 3 potential locations to consider, 1 overt and 2 covert, ensuring absolute security. These 3 locations are the Baishan region, the southern coastal waters, and the Arctic. Do you not trust them? Little Horse instantly grasped Old Horse's meaning, piercing through the gaze of the latter. Upon hearing this, Old Horse remarked, "It is not a matter of trust. These 2 young fellows are utterly ignorant. After all, they are merely pawns in our game. Their involvement poses no burden on us. Why true distrust lies with the coalition government established after the apocalypse. That bunch of incompetent fools has committed far too many blunders throughout history. Entrusting our fate to a cadre of mediocrities has never been my modus operandi." As he spoke, Old Horse's eyes sparkled with intensity, revealing his inherent ambition. The young Ma Tenghua pondered for a moment and swiftly made a decision. "No problem. I will commence fundraising now to consolidate the cash flow for this endeavor. Moreover," Old Horse interjected, "the entire group's strategy must be adjusted immediately. The entertainment and gaming sectors can be abandoned. In a few months, they will become worthless. The company must focus on AI training and unmanned technologies. Furthermore, we must acquire several biotechnology firms. Their technologies are crucial. The only entities capable of combating the undead in the future will be technology. I will compile a detailed document for you. Follow my instructions, and you will undoubtedly gain a competitive edge." Thus began an in-depth conversation that lasted several hours, during which they meticulously discussed and analyzed various potential scenarios and corresponding strategies. Once this lengthy dialogue concluded, Xuanting Technology Company promptly convened a highly significant meeting to AT this gathering. Ma Tenghua, serving as both CEO and chairman, exhibited formidable leadership and decisive authority, despite facing skepticism and dissent from numerous board members. He resolutely announced the expedited initiation of the construction project for the global new headquarters in the Baishan region. Not stopping there, he further proposed the ambitious creation of the largest logistics and warehousing facility in the world within the Baishan area. One board member, visibly perplexed, stood up and questioned, "Chairman Ma, we are a company focused on technological innovation. Logistics and warehousing have never been our domain. Is it necessary for us to compete with the Qiangzi in this market? Are you questioning my decision?" Chairman Ma's expression darkened. "I dare not." The board member wiped the sweat from his brow. "If you know nothing, keep your opinions to yourself. Times are changing, and we must step out of our comfort zone and explore other deep blue oceans." With a decisive wave of his hand, Chairman Ma settled the matter. What if this provokes a strong reaction from Deqiangzi's faction? Someone inquired. Should we not consider the possibility of igniting a business war? Ma Dinghua replied nonchalantly, do not worry about that. I will personally fly to Beijing to discuss deep cooperation with Liu Daqiang. The crowd was taken aback. Beijing Network was a commercial behemoth on par with Gonville Technology. Was this a union of titans? In the business world of Wuxia, only a handful possessed the power to stir the winds. Whom did Ma Dinghua intend to confront? The room buzzed with speculation. Nevertheless, Ma Dinghua remained resolute, issuing several administrative orders. Before troops are mobilized, provisions must be secured. The company's business development and financial execution departments will set out for the Baishan region to establish a preliminary presence and liaise with the local government. I will subsequently travel to Baishan to oversee operations. Following this series of personnel directives, a working group for the Baishan region was swiftly established. However, few noticed that among these appointments, 3 unfamiliar names had emerged. Chapter 40. The onboarding turmoil in the spacious and elegantly designed tea break area of Gonville Technology's Human Resources Department. Qi Rongxing lounged on the sofa, appearing somewhat bored. He had come to collect his employee badge and complete the onboarding process. However, things did not unfold as smoothly as he had anticipated. The Human Resources Department was overflowing with people, men and women clad in sharp business attire, their faces betraying a palpable sense of anxiety. Curious, Qi Rongxing approached to inquire and soon discovered that Gonville Technology's annual large-scale recruitment event had commenced. The individuals present were all job seekers who had come from far and wide. Upon witnessing the bustling scene, Qi Rongxing couldn't help but lament his predicament. He had thought the onboarding process would be straightforward, but it had turned into a cumbersome affair. Just as he contemplated returning to seek assistance, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Qi Rongxing. Instinctively, he turned towards the voice and saw a young woman in a sharp professional uniform, standing not far away, her gaze fixed on him. Upon closer inspection, he was momentarily taken aback. Li Huan, is that you? Qi Rongxing greeted with a smile. It turned out that this girl was his high school classmate, Li Huan. In his memory, Li Huan had always excelled academically, serving as class monitor. She had also attended their last class reunion. Qi Rongxing, are you here for a job? Li Huan approached him with a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Qi Rongxing nodded slightly. Yes, sort of. What about you? Oh, what a coincidence, Li Huan exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. I am here for a job as well. I never expected to run into an old classmate here. What a twist of fate. She said. Qi Rongxing, intrigued, inquired, class monitor, weren't you developing in Haida City? What brings you to Shenhong City all of a sudden? Li Huan sighed helplessly and explained with a wry smile. Oh, don't even get me started. After the new year, the company there began massive layoffs, and I unfortunately became a casualty, leaving me utterly exhausted. I heard that Gonville Technology was expanding its workforce and seemed to have a large-scale project in the works. So, I came here to try my luck. Upon hearing Li Huan's words, Qi Rongxing couldn't help but admire Ma Dinghua's remarkable execution. He truly lived up to his reputation. When he said he would do something, he did it without hesitation. This was the mark of a person who accomplished great things. As the two engaged in lively conversation, a man strode up to them. He approached Li Huan directly, his sharp gaze fixated on Qi Rongxing, harboring an imperceptible hint of hostility. Li Huan, who is this person? The man asked, his tone stern and unyielding. Qi Rongxing frowned slightly. The man's demeanor towards Li Huan resembled that of an interrogator. Serious and cold. Li Huan's face displayed a hint of embarrassment, but she quickly masked it. Yin Dong, this is Qi Rongxing, my high school classmate. He is also here for a job. Then she turned to Qi Rongxing. Qi Rongxing, this is Yin Dong, an employee at Gonville Technology's headquarters and my boyfriend. Oh, you are also here for a job. Yin Dong's expression revealed a sense of superiority, his gaze tinged with disdain. Qi Rongxing nodded lightly, choosing to ignore his arrogance. However, Yin Dong's expression suddenly darkened. He glared fiercely at Li Huan, exclaiming, you foolish woman, how many times have I told you? This recruitment at our company is an excellent opportunity. You should keep your mouth shut. Li Huan, suddenly berated by her boyfriend, wore a look of grievance. She opened her mouth to defend herself, but before she could speak, Qi Rongxing interjected, you may have misunderstood. My onboarding here has nothing to do with your girlfriend. Yin Dong, failing to notice that Qi Rongxing had said onboarding rather than job seeking, coldly retorted, you are here to apply. May I ask which university you graduated from? A third-rate university, hardly worth mentioning, Qi Rongxing replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yin Dong's lips curled into a barely perceptible sneer. My dear fellow, let me be frank. You need not waste your efforts here. You would be better off looking for work elsewhere. Qi Rongsheng raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of annoyance. This Yin Dong had repeatedly exhibited an inexplicable sense of superiority in front of him, which was rather excessive. I don't quite understand the meaning behind your words, Qi Rongsheng patiently inquired. Yin Dong crossed his arms, surveying the surrounding throng of job seekers. Qi, look around you. Most of the people here are high-achieving graduates from prestigious universities. Among them are many with extensive work experience, numerous elites holding graduate degrees, and even returnees from abroad. Given your academic background, it may be challenging for you to find a position in our company that matches your qualifications. So, take my advice and seek your fortune elsewhere. After hearing Yin Dong's lengthy diatribe, Qi Rongsheng nearly laughed in disbelief, retorting, Yin, are you implying that this company belongs to your family? At this remark, several onlookers among the job seekers could not help but chuckle. Yin Dong, embarrassed and furious, could not lash out on the spot, instead opting to reply coldly, I am just an average employee in this company, working as an HR in the Human Resources Department. I am responsible for this recruitment effort. The onlookers among the applicants fell silent upon hearing those words. This young master held the power of life and death. Everyone turned their gaze towards Qi Rongsheng, their expressions seemingly conveying sympathy for his plight. Yin Dong surveyed the room, noticing a hint of awe in many people's eyes, which filled his vanity to the brim. Unable to resist, he straightened his posture, eager to showcase his position within the company. Oh dear, Yin Dong, please help this classmate of mine. Li Huan inhaled deeply, mustering the courage to speak. Yin Dong shot a fierce glare at Li Huan, coldly retorting, shut your mouth. You can't even handle your own affairs. How dare you plead for someone else? Li Huan was taken aback, nearly brought to tears. Qi Rongsheng, unable to stand by, quickly reassured, you needn't worry about me. I can handle my own matters. Just you? Yin Dong scoffed disdainfully. What? Do you seem to have a problem with me? Qi Rongsheng finally could not contain himself, casting a cold look at Yin Dong. I absolutely do have a problem with you. What business do you have laughing and joking with my girlfriend? Yin Dong's eyes were filled with provocation. Qi Rongsheng instantly understood. It seemed this fellow was merely jealous. Such a petty individual. Qi Rongsheng chose to ignore him. Yin Dong, infuriated, had a long face. Kid, I'll let you experience what workplace bullying feels like. Mark my words, you shall not enter this company. Qi Rongsheng laughed heartily. You really overestimate yourself, don't you? Strutting around like a peacock. Do you really think you're some big shot? Take a look at your own worth. You're but a fraud masquerading as a hunter. At this, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Just you wait. Yin Dong's face darkened to the utmost, and with a cold huff, he turned to leave. I'll be waiting. Qi Rongsheng replied coolly. Watching Yin Dong's retreating figure, Li Huan furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face as he cautioned Qi Rongsheng. Oh dear, Qi Rongsheng, you really ought to temper that stubbornness of yours. Always being so headstrong can easily lead to offending everyone. Yin Dong is quite vindictive. Your chances for this application seem bleak. Just him. He is not worthy of dictating my fate. Qi Rongsheng replied earnestly to Li Huan. I'm indifferent, but you, dear class monitor, must choose your partner wisely. After all, work-related matters are trivial, but choosing the wrong companion could jeopardize a lifetime of happiness. Upon hearing this, Li Huan let out a soft sigh, a hint of indescribable bitterness flashing across his face. Yin Dong returned to the interview venue in a frenzy. In the spacious, well-lit room, several HR employees were sifting through the applicants' documents that a group of nervous candidates awaited their turn in the discussion area. Yin Dong approached one of his colleagues, observing the documents in their hands discreetly. Sister Huang, are you busy? Yin Dong approached with a beaming smile, leaning slightly towards a 30-something HR female colleague with an attractive visage, his grin nearly spilling over. Xiao Yin, what's the matter? Sister Huang asked without looking up. Sister Huang, could you do me a small favor? Yin Dong lowered his voice, leaning closer to whisper in Sister Huang's ear. Oh, what do you need? Sister Huang looked at Yin Dong, her eyes filled with curiosity. Could you check if there's an applicant named Qi Rongsheng? I know him all too well. He has nothing but a good for nothing. Don T mind him. Just discard his file. Yin Dong spoke, his disdain for Qi Rongsheng palpable as he gestured with his hands. Huh? Do you have a grudge against him? Sister Huang inquired. Oh, Sister Huang, to be honest, he has been sneaking around with my girlfriend. Do you think someone like that should be allowed into our company? Yin Dong seethed, fists clenched in indignation. So that's how it is. You've been wronged. Poor thing. Don't worry. I'll make sure you get your revenge. Sister Huang, whether influenced by too many Korean dramas or simply her own nature, gritted her teeth as she declared, I'll have that pair of scoundrels removed. Huh? Yin Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Huang turned to her computer and quickly began searching the records. After a while, she frowned. Strange, Xiaoyan, I can't find any applicant named Qi Rongxing here. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Faced with Sister Huang's query, Yin Dong was equally perplexed. That's impossible. I remember it clearly. Could it be a name mix-up? Yin Dong was at a loss. Just as the two were pondering, the sound of footsteps echoed at the office door. A group of HR employees was ushering two individuals towards them, with none other than the HR department head. Bao Datong, leading the way. At that moment, Director Bao was engaged in cheerful conversation with a young man who, despite appearing unremarkable, had Bao's demeanor tinged with a hint of flattery. Everyone, please pause your work for a moment and lend me your ears. Director Bao's voice boomed warmly, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Once the crowd's focus was secured, Director Bao cleared his throat and announced, I would like to proudly introduce our new Vice Minister of the newly established External Development Department, Mr. Qi Rongxing. From now on, I hope everyone will cooperate fully with his work and get acquainted quickly. Director Bao was a seasoned veteran in the workplace. The newly formed External Development Department represented a consolidation of power from the HR, security, and finance departments, aimed at enhancing the efficiency of project development in the Baishan region. This Qi Rongxing, whose background and qualifications were untraceable, had nonetheless been specifically appointed by CEO Ma Dinghua. Such an astonishing status could only imply that Qi Rongxing either possessed extraordinary skills to navigate the business world adeptly or had intimate connections with CEO Ma. Coughing softly, Director Bao mused to himself, considering the young man's age, it was entirely possible he could be CEO Ma's illegitimate son. With this thought, Director Bao subconsciously adjusted his demeanor, lowering himself a notch. Colleagues, our new Minister Qi is no ordinary individual. The higher-ups have made it clear that for the new projects in the Baishan region, all matters from personnel allocation to security assurances will rest squarely on Minister Qi's shoulders. If you encounter any challenges, do not hesitate to reach out to Minister Qi for guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous applause erupted, and everyone cast envious and admiring glances towards Qi Rongxing. Among them, many sycophants scrambled to express their compliments, eager to curry favor with this new figure of prominence. However, amidst this bustling scene, one individual stood out conspicuously, Yin Dong.At this moment. He trembled uncontrollably, his complexion as pale as a sheet. His heart racing with anxiety. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yin Dong felt as if he were digging his own grave. Yin Dong, it seems you're in trouble, Sister Huang observed gleefully. Her face alight with gossip. Qi Rongxing, acknowledging the greetings from those around him, was keenly aware of the situation. He needed to rapidly familiarize himself with the environment and the resources at his disposal, and if necessary, establish his authority. These were tasks assigned to him by the old horse. Thus, Qi Rongxing cheerfully acknowledged everyone, ensuring he became a familiar face. When Qi Rongxing reached Yin Dong, he paused. Xiaoyan. Qi Rongxing smiled at Yin Dong, his expression dripping with the condescension of a victor. Yin Dong bowed his head, humbly responding, Leader, young man, you're quite spirited, Qi Rongxing encouraged, patting Yin Dong on the shoulder. Keep up the good work. Indeed. Yin Dong was overwhelmed with excitement, thinking perhaps this Minister Qi was a straightforward person, and maybe he could persuade him to let Li Huan go, thus earning a favor. After Qi Rongxing departed from the recruitment scene, he approached Bao Datong at the door. Director Bao, I have a small request. Just say the word, Minister Qi. Your business is my business. I'll make sure it's handled appropriately. Bao Datong responded with a cheerful grin. Find that fellow named Yin Dong a job cleaning toilets, Qi Rongxing instructed. Huh. Bao Datong's eyes widened in astonishment, thinking he must have misheard. Was this guy trying to set him up? Qi Rongxing clarified. I'm just saying, he brought this upon himself by provoking Li Yunlong. Chapter 41. Planting the flag. After a brief appearance at the HR department, Qi Rongxing hurried towards the security department. In the carefully orchestrated plan laid out by Old Ma, the power held by the HR department was merely the tip of the iceberg. The personnel involved in this groundbreaking initiative were primarily newly recruited novices. These young individuals, fresh to the workforce, were akin to blank slates, devoid of any background, and naturally needed to seek support. Thanks to the relative independence of the Baishan project, Old Ma effortlessly brought them under his control. However, the security department posed a true challenge. As the most powerful tech company in Yuxia, Yuxia Technology Security Department was packed with elite individuals boasting astounding combat prowess. To establish oneself within the security department, each applicant was, without exception, a highly skilled veteran from the military. These individuals were battle-hardened, with commendable achievements. without at least second or third-class honors, or having excelled in military competitions. One wouldn't even meet the admission criteria to this company. In the land-clearing endeavors within the Baishan region, the role of the security department has exceeded all expectations. According to Lao Ma's recollection, during his personal inspection of the Baishan area, he profoundly recognized the social issues plaguing the region. Renowned for its fierce local customs, the Baishan area has become a battleground where the recent arrival of Xuanting Company resembles a mighty dragon crossing the river, inevitably leading to conflicts with the entrenched local enterprises. Without sufficient military backing, the task at hand would prove daunting. It is for this reason that Lao Ma issued a stern mandate to Qi Rongxin, insisting he must secure absolute control over the security department and establish authority if necessary. Upon Qi Rongxin's arrival at the security department, he fortuitously witnessed quite the spectacle. Several burly men had thrown Xia out at the entrance. When did matters concerning our security department become subject to the whims of a woman? One man sneered. Do you believe I could knock your teeth out? Xia seethed with indignation, desperately seeking an outlet for her frustration. The men present erupted in laughter, casting disdainful glances at Xia. Accompanying her was a secretary from the president's office. This secretary, surnamed Tang, lingered at the doorway, seemingly reveling in the chaos. Qi Rongxin approached Xia and inquired, "What is the matter?" Xia retorted with irritation, "These obnoxious men are causing me trouble." The executives who had accompanied Qi Rongxin paused, intrigued by the unfolding drama, some even sporting amused expressions. Aware of the underlying power struggles at play, Qi Rongxin turned to Secretary Tang. "Aren't you going to intervene?" Secretary Tang shrugged, replying, "I would like to, but the security department has always been under Minister Su's authority. As a mere secretary from the president's office, I am reduced to a runner. Please do not put me in a difficult position." With that, she nonchalantly stepped aside, observing the scene with a detached gaze. This secretary from the president's office possessed keen insight. Recently, several individuals with mysterious backgrounds had been parachuted into the company, one of whom was an elderly gentleman directly appointed as a Level 5 executive president. Their sudden emergence had detonated a bombshell within the previously tranquil Xuanting group, in this vast corporate empire. There had never been a vacuum of power. The titans of various departments had long delineated their territories. Now, with the need for a new division of the pie, discontent was inevitable. Consequently, some seized the opportunity to assert dominance over these newcomers. "What are you all doing here? Don't you have any sense of decorum?" a gruff voice boomed. "Guests have arrived at the security department, and you don't even know to welcome them." As the voice faded, a robust man strode in with purposeful steps, clad in the uniform of Xuanting Company and donning heavy tactical boots along with tailored riding pants. He bore a square face and a buzz cut, exuding the aura of a seasoned soldier fresh from rigorous training, emanating a chilling, iron-willed presence. Upon his arrival, the security department's men immediately chorused, "Minister Su." Their unified voices echoed loudly. Secretary Tang, witnessing this, quickly altered her demeanor. Rushing forward with a sycophantic smile, "Minister Su, you have finally arrived." Su Li nodded slightly, his piercing gaze sweeping the room before settling on Secretary Tang. "I heard we have a new deputy minister in our department today?" Secretary Tang, beaming with a smile, introduced, "This is the newly appointed deputy minister." As she spoke, she gestured towards Qi Rongxin. Su Li raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Qi Rongxin from head to toe. "You're quite young. How many years did you serve in the military?" His tone, seemingly casual, was laced with hidden implications. The military is a place where seniority matters. Su Li's inquiry was evidently a probe into Qi Rongxin's credentials. In response to Su Li's question, Qi Rongxin remained composed, smiling calmly as he replied, "I apologize, but I have never served in the military." As soon as the words left his mouth, a flicker of barely concealed disdain crossed Su Li's face. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight, derisive smile. "Never served. Well, you won't last long here. Best to resign to the higher-ups." Qi Rongxin frowned at this remark. "Is there such a rule in the security department?" Su Li crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, adopting an air of seniority as he slowly stated, "The least experienced in my department has served 3 terms. How could someone without military experience command any respect?" Qi Rongxin retorted with a cold smile, "Your statement is fundamentally flawed." "What do you mean?" Su Li inquired. Qi Rongxin continued, "You speak as if the personnel of the security department are paid by the military." "What do you mean by that?" Su Li's brow furrowed, his expression darkening, as if he were on the verge of losing his temper. Qi Rongxin disregarded Su Li's glare and declared loudly, "I am here to lead on behalf of the company headquarters. Responsible for Xuanting. Who the hell are you responsible to?" With that, Qi Rongxin cast a penetrating gaze over the crowd, Regardless of how formidable you once were in the military, you are now veterans, returning to civilian life as ordinary employees. Therefore, there is no need to impose your military demeanor in the office. Su Li retorted sharply. You have quite the audacity, young man. Qi Rongxing, undaunted, met Su Li's stare. And I possess quite the strength. Are you challenging me? Su Li rose, his bones cracking ominously as he stood. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two became charged, as if a confrontation were imminent. On the spacious terrace above the security department, sunlight spilled onto the ground, a gentle breeze providing a refreshing coolness. Two figures stood side by side, quietly observing the unfolding drama below. The young Ma Tenghua commented. Before his discharge, Su Li was the squad leader of the Special Forces Brigade in the Central Theater Command. Qi Rongxing may be in for a rough time. Should I intervene personally to defuse the situation? Lao Ma shook his head. Do not underestimate those two. They are no ordinary individuals. Really? Young Ma responded. Your Minister Su is bound to face a setback. Lao Ma replied. Hearing that, I cannot help but raise an eyebrow. What if your side ends up losing? Chapter 42. Establishing Authority. Lao Ma shrugged nonchalantly. Even if they do lose, it serves to demonstrate their inability to accomplish the tasks assigned by the joint government, which is of no concern to me. Seeing Lao Ma's calm demeanor, young Ma could not help but ask, aren't you the least bit worried? Lao Ma scoffed. If one cannot handle such a minor situation, how can they even dream of discussing grand aspirations like saving the world? That would be utter nonsense. Young Ma nodded thoughtfully. The two fell silent, continuing to focus intently on the escalating farce unfolding below. Young man, you certainly exude arrogance. Su Li's gaze fixated on Qi Rongxing. His sharp eyes like the blades of a hawk, ready to dissect Qi Rongxing. In the face of Su Li's oppressive stare, Qi Rongxing appeared unfazed. Minister Su, place your hand on your chest and tell me. Do you not wish to make an example of me? Qi Rongxing challenged. Su Li smirked coldly. At this point, further discussion is futile. Let us see your abilities. With Su Li's aggressive demeanor, Qi Rongxing grew disinterested in further conversation. Turning decisively toward the boxing ring in the gym. Upon reaching the ring, Qi Rongxing raised his hand, pointing at the dozen or so security personnel present. I know you harbor doubts. Now I offer you a chance to challenge me. Will you face me one at a time, or all at once? As these words left his lips, a stunned silence enveloped the security department. They had witnessed many reckless individuals, but none quite like this. The seasoned warriors were momentarily bewildered. What was he attempting to achieve? The audacity of youth. Su Li snorted derisively. Ahau, go and have a go with him. A young man named Ahau eagerly leapt into the ring. Brimming with enthusiasm. Qi Rongxing regarded Ahau, calmly advising, I suggest you refrain from being the first to expose yourself. Ahau, brash and impulsive, retorted, I intend to be the first. What of it? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ahau was in motion. Assuming a fighting stance, he unleashed a powerful right kick toward Qi Rongxing with the force of a whirlwind. The kick was fierce, generating a gust of wind, and if it landed, it could surely break down a door. However, Qi Rongxing did not flinch. Not only did he remain stationary, but he did not even make a move. Qi Rongxing simply took the kick head-on. After the impact, Ahau winced in pain, his expression contorted. What on earth? Is he made of iron? Ahau's perception of Qi Rongxing shifted dramatically. His aim was commendable, but the force was lacking. Qi Rongxing commented coolly, you're just pretending to be impressive. Let us resolve this quickly, as I need to eat lunch. Moxia, standing by the ring, yawned. To her, the gap between evolved individuals and ordinary people was insurmountable. Upon hearing this, Qi Rongxing wasted no more time and approached Ahau. Sensing the pressure, Ahau began to retreat. However, the ring was limited in size, and with nowhere left to back away, he had no choice but to retaliate. With his right leg already injured, he now unleashed a swift kick with his left. Just as he was about to strike Qi Rongxing, the latter sprang into action. Qi Rongxing's figure flickered like a ghost, swiftly evading his opponent's assault. With a powerful shoulder throw, he hurled Ahau off the stage. Boom! Ahau was flung from the platform, landing in a most undignified manner. The scene left the onlookers in stunned silence, as if a pin drop could be heard. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon the crowd. This was no ordinary contender. The sheer strength of this individual was unnaturally formidable. Witnessing such a shocking display, the initially raucous audience wore expressions of disbelief. It is worth noting that those present were not mere novices. They were elite individuals, rigorously trained and battle-hardened, each with a wealth of experience and exceptional prowess. Yet now, they found themselves at a loss for words. Observing the now silent crowd, Qi Rongxing reveled in the effect he had achieved. As the saying goes, strike the mountain to scare the tiger. He had attained his objective. He then turned his gaze to Su Li. Minister Su, Care to join me for a few rounds? Qi Rongshin called out. Su Li, amidst the throng, felt his heart race, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He was well aware of Ah Hao's capabilities. Although he could defeat Ah Hao, he certainly could not do so with such casual ease. Would stepping into the ring now jeopardize his reputation? The situation was indeed precarious. Su Li felt trapped between a rock and a hard place. To fight was to risk defeat, yet to abstain would tarnish his standing. What was he to do? Just as Su Li was engulfed in turmoil, a hearty laugh echoed from outside. M'Enhua entered with a cheerful demeanor. Little Qi, you truly possess remarkable skills. Come down from the stage promptly. We wouldn't want to disrupt the harmony. Upon witnessing this, Qi Rongshin couldn't help but curse inwardly. That old Ma and young Ma were indeed cunning. After laboriously establishing his dominance, he was on the verge of solidifying his authority. Yet these two rushed in to reap the rewards. Noticing Su Li cast a grateful glance towards Ma Tinghua, Qi Rongshin realized he had played the fool. The arrival of the two Ma's diffused the previously tense atmosphere. Su Li, witnessing this, felt a heavy weight lift from his chest. He exhaled deeply, as if shedding an immense burden, and quickly approached Ma Tinghua. He had nearly compromised his own standing. Damn it. At that moment, Su Li seemed transformed. No longer the iron-willed soldier, he wore a wide smile, leaning slightly forward in a gesture of deference. Mr. Ma, it is an honor to have you here in person. Su Li greeted Ma Tinghua warmly. Ma Tinghua raised an eyebrow, mused internally. Ignorance can be truly frightening. If I didn't come in person, would you expect to stand in? He cast a disapproving glance at Su Li, whose reputation within the security department was marred by his indecisive nature. During internal power struggles, he was often seen as a fence-sitter, making it cumbersome even for Ma Tinghua to utilize him effectively. This was a perfect opportunity to admonish him. If I hadn't come personally, could you have resolved this predicament? If this continues, it would be utterly embarrassing. Humph. Ma Tinghua feigned seriousness as he reprimanded Su Li. Su Li lowered his head in submission. It is entirely my fault. As the head of the security department, I bear an undeniable responsibility for failing to unite my colleagues. Good to know, Ma Tinghua thought, smirking inwardly at Su Li's slippery nature. Mr. Ma, your newly recruited little Qi is truly a rare talent. He effortlessly took down Ah Hao, showcasing remarkable bravery. Before Su Li could finish his flattery, Qi Rongshin widened his eyes and retorted, Little Qi, please address me by my title during work hours. Hasn't Gao Yuliang taught you this? Su Li was momentarily speechless. None in attendance were fools. They understood the underlying dynamics. Qi Rongshin recognized Ma Tinhua's intention to adopt the role of the stern figure, while he was left to play the part of the more amiable counterpart. As expected, Ma Tinghua quickly intervened. Enough. Old Su, little Qi, you are both invaluable assets to me. As we embark on our mission to the Beishan region, it is imperative that you work in unison. Upon hearing this, both Qi Rongshin and Su Li nodded in agreement, pledging their unwavering support for the company's directives. Seizing the moment, Ma Tinghua swiftly grasped their hands, bringing them together in a gesture of camaraderie. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qi Rongshin had only seen such a scene in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. That rascal Ma truly fancied himself as Liu Bei, didn't he? Ma Tinghua was indeed a pioneer. In just a few short days, he had decisively completed the internal resource reorganization. The external expansion department was officially established, and a significant number of elites from other departments began their journey to the Beishan region, just as Qi Rongshin and Mo Xia prepared to head to Beishan City. An unexpected turn of events quietly unfolded. Qi Rongshin. Mo Xia called out uncertainly, Do you sense something? Qi Rongshin, puzzled, replied, What do you mean? Mo Xia's brow furrowed, her tone urgent as she explained. The beacon signal within you. Haven't you noticed anything amiss? Qi Rongshin concentrated on his internal state, shaking his head after a moment. No, I genuinely feel nothing unusual. What on earth is happening? Mo Xia's expression grew increasingly grave as she bit her lip and slowly spoke. Something feels off. The organization is initiating an emergency recall procedure. They are attempting to summon me back. A tightening sensation gripped Qi Rongshin's heart as he inquired anxiously, If you leave, what am I to do? Mo Xia took a deep breath, offering reassurance. Do not worry. Trust in your abilities and continue to execute the mission as planned. Before her words could fully settle, Mo Xia's body began to flicker with faint light. The luminescence intensified, enveloping her entirely. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into countless tiny specks of light, vanishing into the air, leaving Qi Rongshin in a state of bewilderment. Mo Xia had been summoned back. Though the situation felt strange, the mission must go on. March 16, 2026, the 28th day of the first lunar month. Auspicious for groundbreaking. Inauspicious for interment, Qi Rongxing walked through the spacious and bright waiting hall of Deep Red City International Airport, holding a sign in preparation for boarding. Today, he was to meet his colleagues in Beishan City. Perhaps as a gesture of special consideration for Qi Rongxing, Ma Tenghua had permitted him to use his private jet. This was a rare honor, one that would elude most employees throughout their careers. As Qi Rongxing traversed the special passageway, he caught sight of a brand-new Gulfstream G700 private jet steadily parked in front of the terminal. Sunlight glistened upon its surface, reflecting dazzling rays, as if the aircraft itself were a magnificent work of art. Following the staff's guidance, Qi Rongxing entered the cabin. The interior was exquisitely adorned, with comfortable seating and luxurious materials that exuded opulence and grandeur. He chose a window seat, adjusting his posture with eager anticipation for the journey ahead. However, as time ticked by, the aircraft showed no signs of takeoff. Growing increasingly impatient, Qi Rongxing inquired with a flight attendant, only to learn that another passenger had yet to arrive. After waiting for about an hour, soft footsteps were heard at the cabin door. A striking figure emerged, a young woman radiating an innate aura of nobility, akin to a peony in full bloom. She was of similar age to Qi Rongxing, clad in a meticulously tailored fashionable outfit, her delicate features captivating enough to warrant a second glance. Yet, Qi Rongxing sensed a hint of disdain and scrutiny in her gaze. "You are Qi Rongxing, the rumored illegitimate son of my father." The woman spoke, her voice clear and melodious. "No. May I ask your esteemed surname? What about your father?" Qi Rongxing replied, taken aback. The woman raised her chin defiantly, coldly stating, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ma Xiaoling, and Ma Tenghua is my father. And you, Qi Rongxing, who are you?" Qi Rongxing was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he regained his composure. He had not anticipated that this woman, Ma Xiaoling, was indeed Ma Tenghua's daughter. Fate often arranges the most unexpected encounters. Qi Rongxing's mind raced with the information regarding the Ma family that Guan Wenshan had provided him. The details on this heiress of Shuntung Company were merely sketched out, mentioning her tragic fate. She had succumbed to the blood corpse virus at a young age, becoming one of the first global victims. At that time, the world was ill-prepared, with no knowledge of how the virus spread. Despite the medical staff's best efforts, she ultimately perished on a hospital bed in the CDC. Who could have foreseen that destiny would intertwine their paths, allowing him to cross paths with someone who had long since departed this world? "Who exactly are you?" Ma Xiaoling's piercing gaze fixated on Qi Rongxing. Regaining his composure, Qi Rongxing smiled gently. "Miss Ma, you just thought I am simply myself. Since you know my name, why inquire further?" Ma Xiaoling scoffed. "Are you truly the illegitimate son of my deceased father? Do not jump to conclusions. Rumors can be harmful. I assure you, my relationship with your father is not of that nature." Qi Rongxing replied nonchalantly. "Humph, I knew it." Ma Xiaoling lifted her chin proudly, declaring, "With your impoverished appearance, no matter how downtrodden my father was, he could never have fathered someone of your lowly caliber." At this remark, a surge of anger welled up within Qi Rongxing. As the saying goes, one's face is one's livelihood, and trees have their bark. Although Ma Xiaoling possesses remarkable beauty, her sharp tongue is unbearable. Qi Rongxing has never indulged such a spoiled second-generation air. "Miss Ma, did you happen to consume stinky tofu before boarding the plane? Your mouth reeks," Qi Rongxing remarked indifferently, deliberately averting his gaze and adopting an air of disregard. Ma Xiaoling's expression instantly darkened, her once exquisite features contorted with rage. Having been adored like a star since childhood, she had never endured such humiliation. Unable to tolerate the insult any longer, she erupted. "Qi Rongxing, what did you say? Repeat it if you dare." She glared at him, resembling an enraged lioness. Yet, Qi Rongxing remained unfazed. He cast a cold glance in her direction, his eyes filled with disdain. "I said, your breath is utterly foul, quite nauseating, in fact. Therefore, I suggest you cease your incessant chatter. You insufferable wretch." Ma Xiaoling trembled with fury, pointing at Qi Rongxing. Yet due to her limited vocabulary, she struggled to articulate a complete insult. Witnessing her plight, Qi Rongxing nearly burst into laughter. "Qi Rongxing, you are but a negligible employee in our company. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I want to have you dismissed in an instant?" Ma Xiaoling finally managed to utter a threat. Qi Rongxing merely smiled faintly. "Dismiss me? Go ahead. If you truly have that capability, feel free. I want to mind." Ever since Mo Xia was summoned back to the future, Qi Rongxing had lost all interest in his current task. His attitude was simple: do what you can, and if you can't, then forget it. He had no desire to engage in the grandiose notion of saving the world. As for the haughty young lady before him, he had no qualms about setting her straight. Truly, one who seeks nothing is strong, That describes him perfectly. Ma Xiaoling was so enraged that her pretty face flushed crimson. Clenching her silver teeth, she forced out, "Fine, very well, Qi Rongxing, just you wait. I shall make sure you pack your things and leave immediately." As she spoke, she dialed a number. "Hello, is this Human Resources? Get me Bao Dadong. I want to terminate someone." The voice on the other end responded respectfully. In a fit of rage, Ma Xiaoling listed Qi Rongxing as transgressions, demanding his immediate dismissal. However, after a lengthy discussion, she was astonished to discover that her wishes could not be fulfilled. "Miss, according to company regulations, to dismiss an employee of Qi Rongxing's level, you must first apply to the CEO's office. It would be best if you contacted him or Ma directly." Bao Datong deftly redirected. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoling's rage intensified. Qi Rongxing smirked, adding fuel to the fire. "Don't waste your efforts. Instead of entangling with Human Resources, why not just call your father? If he gives the nod, I'll leave immediately." With that, he provocatively raised his chin toward Ma Xiaoling. Unable to bear such an affront, she shot him a furious glare and promptly dialed Ma Donghua's number. However, what transpired next was entirely unexpected. On the other end, Ma Donghua not only refused to agree to Qi Rongxing's dismissal but also chastised her severely. "Xiaoling, you're no longer a child. How can you still behave so willfully? Throwing tantrums like this? How will you manage the company and oversee affairs in the future?" Ma Donghua's tone was stern. "I advise you to cultivate a good relationship with Qi Rongxing. You will be working together long term, and if you cannot handle this small matter, how will you accomplish great things in the future?" His words carried the weight of serious counsel. After hearing this, Ma Xiaoling could scarcely believe her ears. What was happening with her father? Was he actually siding with an outsider? She numbly gripped her phone, trembling with anger, her eyes filled with helplessness. "Finished with your call? Care for some sunflower seeds?" Qi Rongxing chuckled, cheekily extending a bag of seeds towards her. Ma Xiaoling, seething with fury, had no desire to snack. She shot him a fierce glare, her eyes seemingly ablaze. "Qi Rongxing, don't you think I can't deal with you? Just wait until we reach our destination, then you will be begging me." With that, she huffed and sat down, refusing to glance at him again. As the plane gradually ascended, both engaged in a silent standoff, the cabin thick with tension and awkwardness. Fortunately, the journey was brief, and roughly an hour later, the aircraft landed at Tianbei Airport in Baishan City. As soon as the door opened, Qi Rongxing eagerly rose, striding off the plane. Upon stepping outside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A large crowd stood on the tarmac, holding flowers and banners, evidently there to greet someone. Upon closer inspection, he recognized many familiar faces. It was clear to him that they were not there for him. Their true purpose was to welcome Ma Xiaoling, who, as soon as she appeared, was met with a chorus of cheers. The crowd surged forward, enveloping her in their midst, while Qi Rongxing was left to the sidelines. Seeing this, Ma Xiaoling cast a triumphant glance at Qi Rongxing, as if relishing the contrast and deriving a sense of vindication from it. Childish. Qi Rongxing turned his face away, uninterested in her antics. Chapter 45. Under currents, it soon became evident that Ma Xiaoling was no pushover. Upon arriving in Baishan City, her first course of action was to swiftly strip Qi Rongxing of all his authority. Poor Qi Rongxing, having just touched down, found himself completely sidelined, reduced to an outsider. Moreover, to further vex him, Ma Xiaoling had his workspace removed. In the makeshift office, there was no place for Qi Rongxing at all. Faced with such a predicament, he could only smile wryly. He had anticipated Ma Xiaoling's retaliation but had not expected her to be so ruthless. With no other recourse, Qi Rongxing resigned himself to keeping company with the security guard at the entrance, spending his days in the security booth, not one to dwell on his unfortunate circumstances. Qi Rongxing shrugged it off. Let them do as they please. Bring it on. He dialed Old Ma's number to report the current situation in detail. Old Ma responded calmly, assuring him that everything was proceeding according to plan, and advised him to wait and watch. Once Ma Donghua arrived in Baishan, all issues would be resolved. With this directive, Qi Rongxing felt liberated, spending his days wandering about like a vagabond, while others were overwhelmed with work. He found himself at loose ends, truly a case of the droughts and floods affecting different people. Meanwhile, in a concealed small conference room at Suntung Company, several prominent shareholders were seated together. Each represented a formidable faction within the company, backed by wealthy patrons and holding substantial shares. It is worth noting that these factions had a long history of animosity, often engaging in open and covert conflicts, making their current calm gathering a rarity. The only reason they could temporarily put aside their grievances and convene was that they had a common enemy. Is it truly safe to speak here? What if Ma catches wind of it? We'll all be in deep trouble. Someone cautiously warned. Rest assured, this room has been specially treated. There are absolutely no eavesdropping devices. As long as everyone present is reliable, there is no risk of a leak. The organizer of the meeting assured confidently. After receiving this confirmation, the attendees felt somewhat relieved. The key figure leading the meeting then surveyed the room, confirming once more. "Is everyone here?" A senior executive replied. "Most who can speak are present, though Oldley is currently on a business trip in Europe and can only join via phone." With that, he skillfully operated his phone, connecting to Oldley and activating the speaker function. A voice came through from the other end, and someone eagerly inquired, "Oldley, what's the situation on your end? Is the information we received accurate?" The conference room fell into a heavy silence, all ears straining to hear the crucial news from afar. After a tense moment, Oldley finally spoke. "The situation is as reported. Mr. Ma has sold off all the company's overseas shares at an incredibly low price." At this revelation, the room erupted into chaos. One executive, visibly shocked, exclaimed, "Has Ma Dinghua lost his mind? We invested countless resources and effort to develop the overseas market." However, Oldley's subsequent words sent further shockwaves through the group. Moreover, Ma Dinghua has also packaged and sold off a dozen unicorn companies under his control. Oldley stated emphatically. "Damn it. What on earth is happening? Those are golden geese." Anger and confusion filled the room. The atmosphere tense enough to ignite. An agitated executive could no longer contain his fury. Seizing a teacup from the table and smashing it to the ground. As the shards scattered, he bellowed, "What is Ma Dinghua trying to do? Is he really willing to abandon the overseas market we worked so hard to build?" Someone calmly analyzed. "Based on the current situation, it seems Ma Dinghua is determined to withdraw completely from overseas operations." "But why? What underlying reasons could there be?" A clever mind spoke up. "The only plausible reason for Ma Dinghua's urgent need for such a massive cash flow is." At that moment, the realization dawned upon them. Ma Dinghua's efforts to gather such substantial cash flow clearly pointed to one objective, the Bashan project. At this moment, someone in the crowd spoke sarcastically. "Is M.A. truly considering the path of industrial salvation? Let us not forget, we built our empire on the deception of developing games for elementary students, and now we are venturing into the realm of Dechang. Is this not a case of neglecting our primary business?" Soon after, another voice chimed in. "Indeed. How can we possibly compete with Dechang now that we are turning our attention to logistics and warehousing? Dechang's storage bases have already spread across the entire continental shelf." The chatter grew louder and more fervent. "We must quickly devise a plan to redirect Mr. Ma's focus," someone proposed loudly. The crowd turned their gazes toward the speaker. "What brilliant insight do you have?" "I possess no brilliant insights, only humble suggestions," the individual replied nonchalantly. "What do you mean?" someone pressed. The person smirked coldly. "Since M.A. is determined to succeed with the Bashan project, let us simply sabotage it. And that should suffice." "Now, that is a splendid idea." The crowd's minds began to whirl. "Do any of you have relevant resources at hand?" After a brief silence, someone finally stood up to respond. "I have some connections and resources in Bashan that could prove useful." The atmosphere in the meeting room gradually grew heated, and a covert counteroffensive against Ma Dinghua was quietly set in motion. Chapter 46. Difficult Journey in the Bashan Region. The storage-based project of Shuantin Group was unfolding with great vigor. Thanks to the swift arrival of funds, the project progressed smoothly, with the construction site bustling with activity, machines roaring, and dust swirling, presenting a scene of industriousness. However, behind this seemingly thriving construction lay an undisclosed crisis. Within the Bashan City Investment Promotion Office, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Ma Shaoling was engaged in a fierce confrontation with city officials. With eyes wide open, she glared at a group of pompous officials and hissed. "You pests have gone too far. When we purchased the land, you said nothing. When the construction teams began their work, you remained silent. Now that the project is fully underway, having invested considerable manpower, resources, and finances, you come to lecture me? Do you find this amusing?" In response to Ma Shaoling's accusations, a city official wore a forced smile and explained, "Miss Ma, please calm down. We are merely approaching this with a pragmatic attitude, analyzing and resolving issues based on the facts. There are indeed some thorny matters regarding the land's classification. Transitioning from agricultural to industrial use must adhere to the strict regulations set by the state, and our local government simply cannot contravene these rules." Ma Shaoling scoffed, her beautiful yet stern face seemingly encased in frost. "Do not waste my time with such frivolous talk. Why was this not made clear during the site selection?" The official replied, "Policies are subject to change at any moment." Ma Shaoling retorted, "You have prattled on for ages, but the crux of the matter is that you simply want our company to obediently pay this hefty fine. The city official maintained that irritating smile. Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. Ma Xiaoling slammed her hand on the table, rising to glare at the officials across from her. Do not even think about intimidating me. You greedy lot have no chance. The tension was palpable, as Ma Xiaoling's unyielding reprimand reverberated like thunder in the meeting room. The faces of the Baishan city leaders seated at the head table turned instantly somber. With the discussion reaching this impasse, the atmosphere had become increasingly fraught. One leader could no longer contain his anger, his face darkening as he sarcastically remarked, "Very well, if your side continues to be obstinate and unyielding, then we shall have no choice but to adopt stringent measures and temporarily halt your construction site." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoling's complexion turned ashen. She was acutely aware that the company had already invested substantial funds and resources into this project. If construction were to be forcibly halted now, the daily cost of wages, equipment rentals, and material losses would continue to flow out like a torrent. While it might not devastate the company, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for her career. The audacity of these local bureaucrats was astonishing. Ma Xiaoling could hardly fathom such shamelessness from the Baishan bureaucratic system. It was evident that this was a meticulously orchestrated trap. However, this only fueled Ma Xiaoling's ire. As someone who refused to be victimized, she silently vowed vengeance. These audacious local officials had dared to target Gonville technology. It was time to see just how formidable they truly were. Ma Xiaoling prepared to fight tooth and nail. Just then, a sharp ring of the phone pierced the tension. Despite her reluctance, she reluctantly picked up the receiver when her secretary urgently interjected. "Miss, it's the CEO on the line." The reluctant Ma Xiaoling answered the call. The deep voice of Ma Tinghua resonated from the other end. "Xiaoling, no matter what conditions they propose, agree to them all. Remember, regardless of the cost, our project must not be halted." "But, Father." Ma Xiaoling attempted to argue. Ma Tinghua interjected, "There are no buts. We must prioritize the greater good. I understand, Father." Ma Xiaoling responded through gritted teeth, her anger still simmering fiercely within her, ready to explode at any moment. Having acquiesced, she resolved to leave the subsequent negotiations and payments to her subordinates. With a grim expression, Ma Xiaoling kicked open the meeting room door and strode out. Gonville technology is truly financially robust. To pay such a hefty fine without batting an eye is truly remarkable. One official remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm and jealousy. "Indeed, I initially believed they would attempt to wriggle out of it or haggle over the fine, but they accepted it so readily." Another added, "This has resulted in a considerable influx of revenue for us, which can somewhat alleviate the city's strained finances." The officials chattered excitedly, clearly pleased. Undoubtedly, this fine would prove lucrative. However, it seemed to undermine Mayor Wen's painstaking efforts. One official sighed softly. No matter. Another suddenly sneered. His gaze was cold as he watched Ma Xiaoling depart, stating icily, "Mayor Wen is always meticulous in his calculations, since he is determined to target Gonville technology. This will certainly not be the end of it. I believe there are more formidable measures awaiting them." Thus, they resolved to observe the unfolding events with patience, with substantial cash flow at her disposal. Ma Xiaoling successfully settled the hefty fines imposed by the municipal authorities and negotiated all issues regarding land planning with the relevant departments. The young woman displayed remarkable decisiveness, taking charge of the project's construction work herself. However, to everyone's astonishment, troubles began to surge like an unstoppable tide. In less than 2 days, officials from the Municipal Bureau of Technical Supervision and the Construction Safety Department arrived in concert, as if summoned. These inspectors, clad in white hats, appeared somber as they brandished various testing instruments and documents, launching a comprehensive and meticulous inspection of the entire construction site. Consequently, the project's progress suffered significant delays. Ma Xiaoling was anxious and frustrated, but felt powerless. Safety inspections and technical guidance were explicitly mandated procedures on construction sites. Ma Xiaoling could only divert some of her energy to contend with these bureaucratic obstacles. After enduring the safety inspections, she hoped for a moment of respite. However, just as she thought the ordeal was over, representatives from the Labor Union and Women's Federation arrived in quick succession. It felt as though the troubles were endless. "Could there not be a moment's peace? Miss, it's bad. A group of unknown suppliers has arrived, insisting on meeting with you." Her secretary rushed in, panic evident in her voice. "Suppliers, we have our own supply channels. We do not need these outsiders. Decline them," Ma Xiaoling declared firmly. However, before her words could settle, a cacophony of footsteps approached. Moments later, several burly men, adorned with tattoos and imposing physiques, burst into her office. "Who are you?" Ma Xiaoling's pupils dilated. She never expected such a large project to be overseen by a mere girl. The lead man, with a round face and an abundance of flesh, leered at Ma Xiaoling. A revolting smile spreading across his face, his lewd intentions unmistakable. What do you want? How dare you barge in here? Ma Xiaoling suppressed her anger, fixing her piercing gaze on the uncouth man clad in a suit over a t-shirt. Demanding loudly. Chapter 47. Qiangxing Building Materials. The imposing figure of the man let out a sinister chuckle, bearing a set of yellowed teeth. The sight was utterly revolting. The burly man chuckled as he slowly extended a chubby hand adorned with several glimmering gold rings. Resembling a pig's trotter, with his motion, a dark, unremarkable business card was presented before Ma Xiaoling. Young lady, take a good look, the man urged. Ma Xiaoling cast a skeptical glance at the card, which bore the bold inscription Qiangxing Building Materials. What is this Qiangxing Building Materials? I have never heard of such a name, she replied. The man, sensing her disdain, laughed mockingly. Well, you've heard of it now. Suppressing her disgust, Ma Xiaoling coldly inquired, what do you actually want? The man, dropping his jovial facade, replied earnestly, we don't have any grand plans. We merely wish to deliver a shipment of premium construction materials to your site. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoling rejected him, stating, I'm sorry, but we don't require such items at present. We have our own suppliers. Please take your leave. At your command. Su Li led a group of security personnel briskly into the room. The recruits from the security department had finally found their moment to shine. What, do you intend to act recklessly? The burly man inquired coldly. Ma Xiaoling fixed him with a fierce gaze. I advise you to leave at once, or you shall not find me gracious. The man's face twisted into a sneer of disdain. Am I to fear your actions? A bunch of naive fools daring to stir trouble in our territory. Do you even know who we are? Su Li pressed. And who might you be? The man arrogantly lifted his chin. Who in Beishan does not know? Qiangxing Building Materials is under the domain of young Master One. Whoever this young Master One is, I've never heard of him. Get these people out, Ma Xiaoling commanded. Her contempt for the intruders evident. At that moment, her secretary leaned in and whispered, the young master when they speak of must be the son of Wen Xiong, the mayor of Beishan. Before the secretary could finish, Su Li sprang into action. The top-ranking martial artist swiftly executed a precise maneuver, pinning the burly man's arm behind his back. With a forceful shove, he propelled the man out of the office. Ouch, that hurts, the man yelped. The others from Qiangxing Building Materials attempted to intervene, but they were no match for the security personnel, eager for a chance to test their skills against local gangs. The recruits followed Su Li's lead. It was evident that those trained in the art of combat were on a different level. The Qiangxing thugs stood no chance, swiftly subdued. You truly dare to lay hands on us? Despite being firmly restrained, the burly man continued to shout, you insolent fools, young Master One will not let this slide. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoling's fury ignited further. Her previously lovely countenance twisted in rage as she furrowed her brow and spoke with a voice sharp as a blade. Throw this man out forcefully and call the police. At her command, the surrounding individuals sprang into action, hastily shoving the troublemakers out the door. Once the ruckus was quelled, Ma Xiaoling sat in her office. Her mind in turmoil, unsure of her next step. Instinctively, she glanced towards the door, only to spot a shifty-eyed individual approaching her office. Clutching a thermos, he was chatting amiably with the security guard, none other than Qiangxing, who had avoided 30 years' worth of detours. Ma Xiaoling's ire flared. Furiously, she slammed the office door shut. Startled, Qiangxing nearly dropped his thermos as he observed the security personnel training little Ma in a foul mood. He remarked. The security guard, looking concerned, asked, do you think we might lose our bonuses? Qiangxing retorted, you're overthinking it. You don't even have a bonus. That's true, the guard replied, relieved, as he lit a cigarette and offered one to Qiangxing. Qiangxing muttered, little Ma, barely in her 20s, has such a temper. She must be entering menopause 2 decades early. At this rate, she'll be in menopause before long. Chapter 48. Young Master One. After the Qiangxing Building Materials personnel were expelled, Ma Xiaoling's secretary promptly called the police. Shortly thereafter, local officers arrived, but surprisingly, they were reluctant to file a direct case, favoring mediation instead. This was a clear indication of Qiangxing's influence in the area. After a tiresome back and forth, the Qiangxing crew left grumbling, and the construction site finally regained a semblance of peace. Yet, all were acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. That evening, 2 young men from the security department decided to unwind at a bar after work. Initially, everything went smoothly as they sipped on light beverages. However, for reasons unknown, they found themselves embroiled in a heated argument with another group, which escalated into a brawl. Despite their exceptional skills, they were outnumbered and doused with soap water. Ultimately, they emerged battered and bruised. When Ma Xiaoling arrived at the hospital, it was too late to salvage the situation. Both men suffered severe injuries, and the police were intent on holding someone accountable. The bar owner had called the cops, yet no assailants were apprehended, and the bar's surveillance system had malfunctioned. The situation grew increasingly convoluted, with authorities treating it as mutual combat. Overwhelmed, Ma Xiaoling had no choice but to contact a lawyer for assistance. Regardless, it was evident that the two would be unable to continue their work. This was merely the prologue. The following day, the construction site was besieged by uninvited guests. Dozens of private cars blocked the essential access routes, while over 100 burly men, their faces adorned with tattoos, gathered at the entrance. These men, sporting large gold chains around their necks and intricate tattoos, were clearly from the underworld. They greeted one another enthusiastically. "Brother Zhang, you're here too." Someone called out. "Oh, isn't that my Broly?" "What a coincidence," came the reply. "Old Wu, long time no see. What have you been up to lately?" Another inquired. "Not much. Just enjoying life since Faizi got caught." Old Wu replied with a hint of pride. Old Wu knows how to have fun. "Are you all summoned by young Master One?" Someone asked. "Of course. When young Master One calls, who dares to decline?" Another person remarked. "It seems young Master One holds quite the influence in Beishan." Someone mused. As the crowd engaged in animated conversation, the rumble of engines pierced the air. All eyes turned to a black Bentley that slowly approached. "Young Master One has arrived," someone shouted, and the atmosphere fell silent. The vehicle halted in front of the temporary office, and as the door swung open, a pair of gleaming leather shoes came into view. Next, a young man, looking disheveled and bleary-eyed, emerged from the back seat. Each arm wrapped around a heavily made-up, scantily clad woman. Staggering slightly, he seemed on the verge of collapse yet continued to flirt with his companions. Behind him trailed several burly bodyguards clad in black t-shirts. The crowd rushed forward to greet him. "Greetings, young Master One." With a beaming smile, young Master One replied, "Brothers, you've come at just the right time. Thank you for your support. After today, I'll host a feast to show my gratitude." The atmosphere grew even more lively. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoling stood before the office window, observing the scene with a sense of unease. Though she commanded respect in the business world, she felt utterly powerless against such brazen thuggery. "Call the police. Hurry." Ma Xiaoling's panic escalated. Just then, the office door was kicked open, and young Master One swaggered in, flanked by a group of tattooed ruffians. "Are you Ma Xiaoling?" he asked, plopping down at the boss's desk. Leering at her, "You're quite the beauty." Ma Xiaoling's expression hardened. "Young Master One, please behave yourself." Enough with the pleasantries. Young Master One continued to gaze at her, his eyes almost lecherous. "Your company, Yunsa Technology, is a major player. Don't forget this is Beishan. Here, I am the Emperor. Upon seeing me, you ought to show some respect." "What do you want?" Ma Xiaoling shot back. "Let us keep things cordial. I admire your large project and wish to be involved," he declared. "I'm afraid that won't be possible," Ma Xiaoling replied icily. "Our company does not require additional investment." Young Master One's gaze bore into her. "In Beishan, no one dares to refuse me." "And you are that someone," Ma Xiaoling retorted defiantly. "Little girl, you are making me quite uncomfortable. When I'm displeased, the consequences can be severe," young Master One threatened. "And how severe might that be?" she countered. Unwavering. "Offending me means you'll find it impossible to accomplish anything in Beishan." With a fierce declaration, Wen Shao turned to the thugs and commanded, "Everyone, attack." Upon hearing his orders, the thugs sprang into action, wreaking havoc on the machinery at the construction site. "Where are the security personnel?" Ma Xiaoling shouted anxiously. Su Li and his comrades had long been on standby, and upon receiving Ma Xiaoling's command, the security team rushed into the fray. Chapter 49. Zhao Zilong of Shijiazhuang. At the sound of Ma Xiaoling's crisp and decisive command, the security team, previously restless, surged forward like arrows released from their bows. These vigorous and energetic young men had been yearning for an opportunity to engage with the local underworld since their arrival in Beishan City. Until now, they had endured in silence, constrained by their duties. However, the moment they received Ma Xiaoling's permission, they erupted with excitement, akin to school children released from class, rushing towards the gangsters to join the fray. Despite their numbers being a mere 20 against the much larger group summoned by Wen Shao, their strength was undeniable. Each of these young men was a seasoned veteran, well-versed in combat. As the clash commenced, the security team charged into the enemy ranks with the ferocity of tigers descending from the mountains. The local thugs, caught off guard, fled in disarray, lamenting their misfortune. What was anticipated to be a cataclysmic confrontation transformed into a one-sided spectacle. In mere moments, The reinforcements Wen Xiao had summoned were easily vanquished, leading to a relentless pursuit. Witnessing this scene, Ma Xiaoling felt a surge of joy akin to a volcanic eruption. All her pent-up grievances from recent days found an outlet, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her beautiful eyes gleaming with fervor. Fight. Hit them hard. The secretary cautioned, if this continues, someone might get seriously hurt. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Ma Xiaoling, ever the instigator, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, amidst the chaos, she overlooked a crucial detail. Her subordinates had charged into battle, leaving only a few delicate secretaries and an elderly security guard by her side, with no one left to protect her. The security team, like wild stallions, dashed forward, completely disregarding Ma Xiaoling's safety. Meanwhile, in the office, another group was present, Wen Xiao and his bodyguards. Suddenly, Wen Xiao, who had previously seemed to lack any advantage, recognized an unexpected opportunity. By the gods, what fortune, he exclaimed. Acting swiftly, he commanded, brothers, capture that girl. If we can seize her, we can turn the tide. At Wen Xiao's furious shout, the bodyguards snapped to attention. The thugs, brimming with aggression, advanced menacingly towards Ma Xiaoling. In that instant, Ma Xiaoling was utterly taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been reveling in her triumph, feeling in control, but now she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. It's over. This is truly a disaster. Suli. Save me. She cried out in panic. However, Suli had already dashed several hundred meters into the fray, focused solely on the fight, leaving Ma Xiaoling isolated and vulnerable. Overcome with frustration at her own foolishness, Ma Xiaoling lamented her grave miscalculation. Yet regret was futile. Survival was paramount. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee. But it was too late. Her escape was thwarted. Just a few steps away, her trembling legs were easily overtaken by Wen Xiao's men. Just as Ma Xiaoling seemed destined for despair, a lithe figure appeared like lightning before her. The newcomer, unremarkable in appearance, held a gleaming stainless steel thermos, steam wafting from it, exuding a delicate fragrance of goji berries and chrysanthemum. In an instant, the figure pulled Ma Xiaoling with a powerful yet gentle force, lifting her effortlessly and evading the encroaching thugs. This breathtaking scene could only be described as a textbook example of turning peril into safety. Who was this remarkable savior? Ma Xiaoling's heart raced with curiosity, but upon closer inspection, her jaw dropped in disbelief. It was none other than the infamous Qi Rongxing. How could this be? Shouldn't the knight in shining armor be a prince? She mused, her emotions a tumultuous mix. Why are you dawdling? Qi Rongxing coldly commanded. Step aside and don't hinder my performance. Snapped back to reality. Ma Xiaoling, who had been momentarily starstruck, retreated with a sulky expression. With space to maneuver, Qi Rongxing flexed his muscles, ready to showcase his prowess. He tightened the lid of the thermos and, with a sudden burst of energy, raised it high, tracing a smooth arc in the air before bringing it down with tremendous force upon the first thug charging at him. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly mundane thermos would be wielded as a weapon? The 304 stainless steel proved formidable. The thermos descended rapidly, creating a gust of wind as Qi Rongxing transformed into a ferocious tiger, pouncing upon his foes. The lead thug, completely unprepared for such audacity, met a resounding thud as the thermos struck his head, rendering him unconscious before he could utter a sound. Look at this motley crew, Qi Rongxing scoffed, as he advanced towards the remaining thugs, who now appeared pale with fear. Charge, Wen Xiao bellowed, urging his men forward. Yet, their bravado quickly waned as Qi Rongxing closed in. With the thermos once more descending like a bolt of lightning, 2 more thugs fell, incapacitated by precise strikes to their heads. He's attacking with a thermos. Someone cried out in panic, and chaos erupted as people scattered in terror. Yet, none of this fazed Qi Rongxing. His movements remained fluid and decisive, leaving no room for his adversaries to retaliate. Remarkable, Ma Xiaoling watched in awe, captivated by Qi Rongxing's heroic stance, feelings of admiration swelling within her. My goodness, that young man is truly impressive. Even Zhao Zilong from Shizhuang would pale in comparison. But excitement was fleeting. Before Ma Xiaoling could fully appreciate the spectacle, Qi Rongxing swiftly dispatched the remaining thugs, who, despite their imposing stature, were nothing more than frail shells, drained by indulgence, having dealt with the lowly henchmen. Qi Rongxing strode confidently towards Wen Xiao. So, you are Wen Xiao? He inquired. At this moment, Wen Xiao was trembling with fear, his expression shifting drastically upon encountering Qi Rongxing's formidable presence. It was no wonder. As a young master of the underworld, he had witnessed his fair share of violence. But Qi Rongxing's sudden and overwhelming prowess was akin to a superhero descending upon the scene. "Please don't hurt me." When Xiao stammered, his voice quivering as he desperately pleaded for mercy. With a cold smile, Qi Rongxing raised the seemingly innocuous thermos, fixing his gaze on Wen Xiao with an intensity that could pierce steel. Yet, he had no intention of striking. Instead, he leisurely unscrewed the lid and took a sip of tea, his demeanor exuding an effortless elegance. "Wen Xiao, you've caused quite a ruckus. What do you have to say for yourself?" Qi Rongxing inquired, the outcome of the situation already apparent. Wen Xiao, defeated and crestfallen, muttered, "What do you want me to say? Can I sing conquer? Can you?" "Just a little." Qi Rongxing pressed. "What are you waiting for? Do you need me to give you a cue?" Qi Rongxing's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's talon. After reluctantly belting out a few lines from the song, Wen Xiao and his band of miscreants slinked away from the construction site. Thoroughly humiliated, as they departed, the once bustling and chaotic construction site gradually returned to a state of tranquility, and the tempest had finally subsided. It is rather amusing to note that, even at this juncture, the police had yet to respond. Qi Rongxing, with an air of nonchalance, lifted his thermos cup and quietly exited the office, returning to his own security booth. The elderly security guard, squinting his eyes, remarked, "Young man, you are quite the standout." Qi Rongxing glanced at the guard and replied, "You seem to have reaped quite a bounty yourself." The guard revealed his pocket, which contained an astonishing 7 or 8 mobile phones. The two exchanged a knowing smile, as the day was indeed splendid. Chapter 50. The turn of events. The construction site once again buzzed with fervor. The cacophony of machinery echoed throughout, as workers navigated the various work zones. Busy yet orderly. In a corner of the site, Qi Rongxing sat leisurely on a dilapidated chair, basking in the sun alongside the elderly guard. The spring sunlight enveloped them in warmth, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. "I must say, this semblance of a retired life feels like I've circumvented 40 years of hardship," Qi Rongxing mused with his eyes half closed. Just then, the office's young secretary rushed over, exclaiming, "Vice Minister Qi, Miss Ma is looking for you." "What business does a menopausal maiden have with me?" Qi Rongxing asked languidly. The secretary replied with a smirk, "Vice Minister Qi, you mustn't call her that. She will fly into a rage if she hears you." "Fear not. She does not consume human flesh," Qi Rongxing retorted as he stood up, tossing his cigarettes to the elderly guard. "I'm off, and I likely won't return to bask in the sun again. Keep this for yourself." "Leaving, are you?" the guard inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Qi Rongxing said, departing without a backward glance. Upon returning to the office, Ma Xiaoling feigned busyness for a few minutes before lifting her head to say, "I've arranged for a room next door for you, complete with an independent workspace and internet access. There's no need for that." Qi Rongxing waved his hand dismissively, adopting a mindset of a temporary worker. His presence here was merely waiting for Dr. Guan to send him back. Under such circumstances, he was indifferent to the office environment. Ma Xiaoling looked at him, a hint of reproach in her tone. "You hold a position of rank. Isn't it rather inappropriate to be idling in a security booth all day?" "I thought the same at first," Qi Rongxing replied nonchalantly. Ma Xiaoling blushed, recalling that she had been the one to remove Qi Rongxing's workstation. Realizing that the fault did not lie with him, "This is settled then. Do take a look at the environment." She gestured towards the dedicated phone on her desk. "If anything arises, I will call for you." "Understood." Qi Rongxing stood up, preparing to leave. "Wait," Ma Xiaoling suddenly called out. There's something else." Qi Rongxing turned back to ask. Thank you for covering for me," Ma Xiaoling said, somewhat bashfully. Qi Rongxing, incredulous, approached her desk, staring intently until her face flushed crimson. "What are you staring at?" she huffed. Qi Rongxing, in all seriousness, replied, "I don't care who you are. Get off her back immediately." "Huh?" Ma Xiaoling stared at him, bewildered. Qi Rongxing, you lunatic. What on earth are you doing? Ha ha. Now that's more like it. I thought you had been possessed by something. Your temperament has changed completely. He laughed heartily, leaving behind a flustered Ma Xiaoling. When Xiao stormed home, recalling the events at the construction site, his face burning with humiliation. He had been forced to kneel on the ground, singing conquer in front of everyone, each word slicing through his heart like a knife. The humiliation made him wish he could disappear into a crack in the earth. Just then, Wen Xiong returned. Wen Xiao immediately rushed forward, lamenting the indignities he had suffered. "So, not only did you fail to accomplish the task I entrusted to you, but you also became a target for bullying?" Wen Xiong, cigar in mouth, wore a contemplative expression. "Father, you must help me avenge this grievance." Wen Xiao cried, "Who would have thought the security at Xuanting Technology would be so formidable? Had I known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have willingly walked into this trap." Wen Xiong remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "That was indeed excessive. They are slapping my face. Exactly. Wen Xiao added fuel to the fire. Son, remember that often in life, strategy is key, Wen Xiang said as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Go. Make sure this is handled properly and invite Ma Dahua's daughter over as a guest for a few days. Wen Xiao was taken aback. Father, it's you again. How did I not think of this? Wen Xiang smiled faintly. Son, you must remember that the world is not merely about fighting and killing. I understand. The world is about human relations and social intricacies, Wen Xiao interjected. Nonsense about human relations, Wen Xiang scoffed. The world is not about fighting and killing. That is because those who engage in head-on confrontations are either languishing in the coal mines of the Northwest or nibbling on peanuts. There are no human relations in this world. The strong prevail, and everywhere you find the strong beating down the weak. What is the world then? Wen Xiao asked curiously. The world is about deception and trickery. Wen Xiang sneered. I've been running things in Beishan City for years. Anyone who comes here must bow and scrape before me. Even those Hong Kong stars, they have to climb into my bed like courtesans. How could I not manage a mere private enterprise? Wen Xiao looked at his father, who was commanding and assertive, with eyes full of admiration. Due to his outstanding performance, Qi Rongshan's status in the expansion department soared, earning him not only a private office but also a standard room at the luxurious hotel the company had booked. This was undoubtedly a reward from Ma Xiaolingji. As night fell, Qi Rongshan had just returned to his hotel room when a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw Ma Xiaoling, her expression fraught with worry. What's the matter? Qi Rongshan asked as he opened the door. Something's gone awry. Come with me, Ma Xiaoling said, her urgency palpable. What has happened? Qi Rongshan noticed that Ma Xiaoling was alone, without her usual sidekick Su Li. She quickly recounted the events, to reward everyone for their bravery during the day. She had allocated a bonus and sent Su Li with the young security team for some relaxation. However, shortly after they left, they were apprehended at a bathhouse by the police, suspected of soliciting prostitutes and consuming illicit substances. I never imagined something like this could occur. Ma Xiaoling's eyes brimmed with tears. Qi Rongshan furrowed his brow, sensing that there was a conspiracy lurking behind this incident. Upon arriving at the bathhouse, they found the group's lawyer in negotiations. What's the situation? Ma Xiaoling inquired, caught red-handed with evidence. The lawyer sighed. Qi Rongshan glanced at the row of young men squatting in their underwear and furrowed his brow. Where's Su Li? The lawyer replied. Su Li attempted to resist arrest and assaulted an officer. He was subdued with several shots of electric shock. He likely won't be emerging anytime soon. A Xiaoling turned pale. I'll go negotiate with the police. She gritted her teeth. Qi Rongshan stopped her. Given the current circumstances, it is not prudent for you to remain here. Leave the trouble to the lawyer. Come with me. Are we just going to abandon them? Ma Xiaoling's eyes widened. Qi Rongshan calmly analyzed. They are likely targeting you. They are merely using these individuals as according to Qi Rongshan's perspective, given the considerable effort and trouble the other party has expended to pacify Su Li and others, their intention is evidently directed towards Ma Xiaoling. Yet, this oblivious girl seems utterly unaware of the impending danger. Astonishingly, she remains carefree enough to sleep soundly, leaving one at a loss for words. Alas, as the saying goes, when it rains, a mother must marry. Let her be. Some matters are ultimately beyond prevention. Qi Rongshan has come to terms with this. In the normal course of history, Ma Xiaoling is destined to meet her demise in October, since fate has already decreed it thus. Let her frolic to her heart's content. When fatigue overtakes her, she may as well embrace her end swiftly. With this realization, Qi Rongshan finds himself untroubled. After a simple cleansing routine, he climbs into bed and drifts into slumber. In the stillness of the night, a faint knocking sound disturbs the silence from outside the door. Qi Rongshan awakens in a daze, instinctively sitting up, a tinge of wariness flooding his mind. Who could be knocking at this hour? Glancing at the time, he notes it is 1:40 a.m. Who would seek him out at such a late hour? Filled with curiosity, he quietly slips out of bed and cautiously approaches the door. Peering through the peephole, to his surprise, a sweet-looking young girl stands outside, her appearance strikingly attractive, yet her attire provocatively revealing. Cradling a small, exquisite case in her arms, the contents of which remain a mystery. Taken aback by this scene, Qi Rongshan lowers his voice and inquires softly. Who are you? Why are you knocking? Sir, you ordered a special service, the girl replies, her lips parting delicately, her voice syrupy sweet, as if capable of melting bones. Special service? Qi Rongshan is momentarily taken aback, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. He quickly realizes that the girl at the door is likely a courtesan. I did not place any order. You must have the wrong door. Qi Rongshan responds, aware that something is amiss. This door cannot be opened. Upon hearing this, the flamboyantly dressed girl outside suddenly stiffens, She glances to her side awkwardly before turning and departing. Qi Roshing exhales, finally feeling a slight sense of relief, but the matter is not yet resolved. Suddenly, a new sound emerges from outside the door. Listening intently, Qi Roshing realizes someone is cautiously retrieving a room card. Alarm bells ring in his mind. Indeed, someone intends to confront him. They have even bribed the hotel. With no time to lose, Qi Roshing extinguishes all the lights in the room and hides behind the door. True to his fears, the door creaks open with a click, and several shadowy figures, resembling wolves, burst into the room. The darkness envelopes them, rendering the space pitch black, and they dash towards the bed without noticing Qi Roshing concealed behind the door. The last person to enter prepares to insert the room card into the slot to illuminate the surroundings at that critical moment. Qi Roshing seizes the opportunity. With precision, he delivers a powerful punch directly to the intruder's face. A muffled thud resounds as the assailant fails to emit a sound, his body toppling backward uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, Qi Roshing swiftly shuts the door and securely locks it, without a moment's pause. He lunges towards the intruders in an instant. The room erupts into a cacophony of muffled sounds of combat. The resonant thuds of fists meeting flesh, the groans of anguish, and the crash of furniture colliding with the ground intertwine, forming a heart-pounding symphony. Within just a few breaths, the once fierce struggle gradually subsides. Qi Roshing takes a deep breath and presses the wall switch. Instantly, bright light floods the room in its glow. He observes several individuals sprawled haphazardly on the floor, each sporting blackened eyes and battered faces, all rendered unconscious. Chapter 52, A Heroic Rescue. Second update. Qi Roshing quickly searches the incapacitated kidnappers for clues. Just then, a mobile phone begins to ring unexpectedly. He answers it, and a chilling voice on the other end inquires, "Have you successfully captured them? To hell with you." Qi Roshing retorts vehemently, "Where are you? If you have the guts, provide a location, and I'll deal with you right now." The voice on the other end appears momentarily stunned, followed by a chilling laugh, before the call is abruptly terminated. Qi Roshing discards the phone, hastily dresses, and rushes upstairs. His instincts tell him that these kidnappers' target is not someone as inconsequential as himself. Their true aim is Ma Xiaoling. With this realization, he quickens his pace, heading straight for the opulent suite on the 22nd floor. As the elevator doors open, he spots Ma Xiaoling's door ajar. His heart sinks as he steps inside. Finding the room in disarray, bags and shoes strewn across the floor, and even a pair of undergarments tossed onto the bed, yet Ma Xiaoling is nowhere to be found. Oh no. Qi Roshing rushes to the window and peers outside. Indeed, a black sedan is parked at the hotel entrance, two burly men forcefully shoving a towel-wrapped figure into the car. Ma Xiaoling. Qi Roshing gasps, inwardly cursing. This oblivious girl has finally gotten into trouble. He makes a swift decision. He must rescue her. Regardless of the risk, he cannot stand idly by, especially when it concerns Ma Xiaoling. Time is of the essence. There is no opportunity to chase them through the front door. Qi Roshing glances around the room and his gaze lands on the floor-to-ceiling window. Resolutely, he leaps out, gripping the fire hose, and swiftly descends like a nimble monkey. The height of 22 floors feels trivial to him. He skillfully utilizes the air conditioning units and leaps when necessary, his movements fluid and agile, as if possessed by the spirit of Spider-Man. As he passes a certain room, Qi Roshing catches sight of a couple engaged in passionate activity through half-drawn curtains. In that awkward moment, their eyes meet, creating an atmosphere of palpable embarrassment. Qi Roshing clears his throat and cheekily remarks, "Youngsters, know when to stop. You don't want to end up with kidney deficiency." With that, he vanishes into the night, leaving behind a terrified scream, a ghost. Despite Qi Roshing's astonishing speed in reaching the hotel entrance, the black sedan has already started and is speeding away. The distance between him and the car rapidly increases. Yet he refuses to relent, gritting his teeth and sprinting with all his might. Inside the vehicle, the kidnapper in the passenger seat glances back through the rearview mirror and can't help but scoff. "This idiot thinks he can chase us down with two legs against our four wheels. Has he lost his mind?" The driver joins in the laughter. "Slow down a bit. Let's toy with him." Thus, the car deliberately reduces its speed, playfully toying with Qi Roshing like a cat with a mouse. In the back seat, Ma Xiaoling, pinned down by the kidnappers, weeps profusely, filled with regret. If only she had heeded Qi Roshing's warnings, she wouldn't have found herself in this predicament. However, in their arrogance, the kidnappers overlook the unique terrain of Baishan City, built amidst hills. The city is crisscrossed with overpasses and winding roads. Qi Roshing quickly assesses the vehicle's route. Taking a shortcut to ascend the overpass. As the sedan passes beneath him, he leaps down and lands squarely on its roof. With a resounding crash, he smashes a large hole into the car's top. Like a ferocious beast, he burrows inside, delivering a punch that knocks the passenger side kidnapper unconscious, followed by an elbow strike that shatters the window. The two kidnappers in the backseat barely have time to react before Qi Rongxing unleashes a flurry of blows, sending them reeling. The driver, panicked and flustered, careens the vehicle into the greenery. Qi Rongxing promptly yanks the handbrake, bringing the car to an abrupt halt. He swiftly dispatches the driver and pulls Ma Xiaoling from the vehicle. Placing her in a safe area, with tears in her eyes, Ma Xiaoling gazes intently at Qi Rongxing, as if beholding a superhero descended from the heavens. She collapses into his embrace, sobbing, "You scared me to death." Qi Rongxing helplessly pats her back. "It's all right. You're safe now." Ma Xiaoling, still trembling, asks, "What do we do now?" Calmly, Qi Rongxing analyzes, "We can't return to the hotel, and calling the police is out of the question. Only Wen Xiong possesses the power to mobilize such resources in Beishan City. We'll wait for dawn. Once your father arrives, he can handle anything that comes our way." He leads Ma Xiaoling to a modest hotel, securing a room for the night. After an exhausting evening, Qi Rongxing collapses into bed. However, in the middle of the night, he feels an unfamiliar warmth beside him. Ma Xiaoling, "What are you doing?" Qi Rongxing awakens. Eyes wide as he regards the girl who has slipped into his bed. With a soft voice laced with tremors, Ma Xiaoling replies, "I'm scared. Hold me tight." Qi Rongxing's heart races, his blood surging. He is, after all, a young man, unaccustomed to such temptations. In the next instant, he completely succumbs. Here follows a lengthy passage of 12,000 words omitted. Chapter 53. Chaozhengde, third update. A large private jet slices through the clouds, landing steadily on the runway of Tianbei International Airport. The cabin door gradually opens, and Ma is the first to descend the staircase, followed closely by a cadre of elite personnel from Sun Tung Company. Each individual appears spirited and confident, clearly brimming with optimism regarding the upcoming project in Beishan City. Notably, aboard this aircraft is a distinguished and enigmatic tycoon. His origins and background remain shrouded in mystery. Yet his presence exudes an air of authority that rivals even Ma Tenghua himself, with an imposing demeanor evident in every gesture. As the convoy exits the airport, they are greeted by the long-awaiting Ma Xiaoling. The moment she lays eyes on her father, the tension in her heart shatters instantly. She could no longer contain her inner emotions, which surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. As she rushed into her father's embrace and wept uncontrollably. Ma Tenghua gently patted his daughter's back, a flicker of heartache crossing his eyes. Once Ma Xiaoling's emotions had somewhat subsided, Ma Tenghua learned from her the full story of what had transpired. To his shock, his beloved daughter had been kidnapped. The typically composed Ma Tenghua was instantly consumed by rage. However, he quickly suppressed his fury and regained his composure. He turned to Qi Rongxing and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I owe you a great deal. Without your intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Qi Rongxing waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "It was merely my duty, nothing to commend." Yet, in his heart, Xiao Qi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Your daughter has already thanked me." Ha ha ha. After arriving at the hotel, Ma Tenghua and the accompanying executives immediately began analyzing the situation. After much deliberation, they all unanimously concluded that the mastermind behind it all was Wen Xiong, a powerful figure in Beishan City. If we wish to establish a foothold in Beishan, we must find a way to placate Wen Xiong, old Ma stated gravely. "Let us first meet with him. As long as it pertains to business, there is always room for negotiation." Xiao Ma appeared rather composed in contrast. The following day, within the conference room of the City Hall, senior executives from Xuanting Technology engaged in a tense negotiation with the Beishan City government. Ma Tenghua attempted to communicate with Wen Xiong sincerely, but the latter was evidently unyielding. The city government presented a series of stringent conditions, particularly regarding control over the Beishan project, with Wen Xiong openly revealing his ambitions and directly demanding power. This unreasonable demand violated Ma Tenghua's bottom line. He argued vehemently, resolutely defending the interests of his company. However, despite his efforts, the negotiations failed to yield any substantial progress. Ultimately, both parties parted ways in discord. Upon returning to the hotel, Ma Tenghua stood heavily at the window, a glass of Remy Martin clasped in his hand, his brow furrowed in thought. At that moment, the enigmatic tycoon Chaozhengde approached him. "Mr. Ma, if you find yourself at a loss, I may be able to assist you." Chaozhengde's voice was deep and authoritative. Ma Tenghua lifted his gaze to this old friend he had met at Lakeside University. With a substantial background and considerable influence, Rumors had it that he had close ties with a high-ranking member of the Elder Council in the capital. Old Xiao, do you have a way to persuade Wen Xiong? Ma Dinghua inquired cautiously. Chao Zhengde chuckled lightly, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Wen Xiong's appetite is too great. He cannot be satiated. The only solution is to remove him. Isn't it rather difficult to displace a committee-level official? Ma Tinghua frowned. Chao Zhengde smiled dismissively. Indeed, it is no easy feat, but coincidentally, I possess certain resources that could lead to his utter ruin. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Ma Tinghua's eyes. He understood the depth of Chao Zhengde's connections. If he took action, Wen Xiong might find it hard to withstand. Yet, there is no such thing as a free lunch, Ma Tinghua asked. Old Chao, I have never doubted your capabilities. However, invoking your assistance will surely come at a steep price, won't it? Chao Zhengde's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Mr. Ma, you are indeed perceptive. To be frank, I am quite interested in your project in Beishan and would like to invest. Ma Tinghua maintained his composure, replying calmly. I am engaged in logistics and warehousing. Is that of interest to you? Chao Zhengde laughed. Mr. Ma, who is unaware that you are in the realm of network technology? Suddenly venturing into logistics and warehousing certainly raises some eyebrows. Ma Tinghua remained unfazed. It was merely a whim, a playful endeavor. Chao Zhengde's gaze deepened as he fixed his eyes on Ma Tinghua. Then allow me to invest a sum. And I shall join you in your playful venture. How does that sound? The two men locked eyes for a moment, an unspoken tension palpable in the air. Ultimately, Ma Tinghua declined Chao Zhengde's proposal. The Beishan project was a contingency plan he had set for himself. He did not wish to have his backdoor compromised. However, one must always be wary of the however. Time was running short for Ma Tinghua to devise a countermeasure. Just a day after his failed negotiations with Wen Xiong, an unexpected assassination attempt unfolded right beside him. Four gunmen, like phantoms, infiltrated the hotel where Ma Tinghua was staying, launching a targeted assassination, caught off guard. Ma Tinghua was attacked and nearly killed on the spot. Fortunately, Qi Rongxing acted quickly, shielding the two mas, saving their lives. However, several employees of Xuanting Company tragically lost their lives. After the incident, the assailants fled immediately, leaving chaos in their wake. The implications of this assassination attempt were anything but ordinary. It is noteworthy that Yuxian nation enforces strict gun control laws. To brazenly execute such a shocking shooting in a bustling urban area transcended the bounds of a mere public safety issue. The authorities promptly escalated the matter to a counterterrorism and stability maintenance level. The local government also displayed a heightened sense of urgency, intervening immediately to initiate a comprehensive and rigorous investigation. Initially, it was hoped that this incident would cause the hidden opposing forces to retreat. Yet, unexpectedly, the situation took a dramatic turn. Just after Ma Tinghua's assassination attempt, Wen Xiong similarly fell victim to a targeted assassination. This shocking event transpired within the conference room of the city government, while Wen Xiong was presiding over a meeting. During a break in the proceedings, Wen Xiong went to the restroom at that moment. A small bomb hidden beneath his chair suddenly detonated. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, flames erupted, and thick smoke billowed. Two government officials seated near Wen Xiong were caught off guard and perished instantly. Meanwhile, several other officials sustained varying degrees of injuries, with some bleeding profusely and others collapsing. The scene bleak and tragic. This sudden act of violence struck like a bolt from the blue, plunging the entire Beishan city into extreme panic and chaos. The once peaceful city was now fraught with fear. The security in Beishan seemed to regress overnight to a time before liberation. As the incident gained exposure and investigations commenced, the situation began to spiral downward. All fingers pointed unerringly at Ma Tinghua. Matters began to spiral out of control. Such a brazen assassination attempt against high-ranking government officials was exceedingly shocking. Its repercussions were beyond imagination. Even a public figure as formidable as Ma Tinghua found it difficult to remain detached. Soon, relevant authorities established a task force to conduct a comprehensive investigation into Ma Tinghua. Consequently, the atmosphere within Xuanting Company became rife with anxiety, and some with ulterior motives seized the opportunity to stir trouble. In just a few days, the Ma family appeared to be on the brink of capsizing in a hotel room. The two Mas sat facing each other, a go board between them, its black and white stones intricately intertwined. At this moment, their thoughts were evidently not focused on the game. After a long silence, Xiao Ma spoke up. What is your perspective on this situation? Old Ma replied. To encircle Wei to rescue Zhao. A clever tactic. If all of this is indeed orchestrated by Wen Xiong, then his cunning and strategy are terrifying. To be frank, I do not wish to have such a person as my adversary. Xiao Ma pondered for a moment before asking, what ultimately becomes of Wen Xiong? After a moment of contemplation, old Ma slowly responded, Wen Xiong survived until the outbreak of the blood corpse virus. But he did not endure through the concentrated outbreak period. Xiao Ma, upon hearing this, expressed his concern. If we cannot resolve the present predicament, our plans will falter, and we will lose everything. Old Ma remained silent. Merely nodding, Xiao Ma tentatively suggested, what if we proactively take a step back, relinquishing some of our interests? There might still be a chance for a turnaround. Old Ma shook his head. Having come this far, showing any sign of weakness would only invite ruthless exploitation from the other side. Wen Xiong is ruthless. Dealing with him is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. The atmosphere grew exceptionally tense. Xiao Ma, wearing a worried expression, asked, what shall we do then? Old Ma took a deep breath and lowered his voice. There are indeed options, but they come with a certain degree of risk. Xiao Ma caught on. You mean, let the Chao family intervene. Let them wade through the murky waters, Old Ma said, placing a black stone on the board, capturing a large swath of white stones. You lost, Old Ma remarked. At least I won by 7 or 8 points, Xiao Ma declared confidently. Old Ma was puzzled. Your pieces are not in the box, Xiao Ma explained. So you are automatically disqualified. Are you playing some kind of absurd rules with me? Old Ma glared. After a series of covert exchanges of interests, Chao Jingde finally took action. His maneuver was as remarkable as a celestial being's whims. Under his meticulous orchestration, the capital swiftly responded, dispatching a team of experts composed of influential figures to Beijing to directly take over local law enforcement. This move instantly alleviated the invisible grip constraining Ma Tsinghua. However, this was merely Chao Jingde's opening gambit. Subsequently, a comprehensive dossier detailing Wen Xiong's group's embezzlement, bribery, and involvement in criminal activities was delivered through special channels to the desk of a certain elder in the Elder Council of the capital. The evidence was irrefutable and shocking. The elders, upon reviewing these incriminating documents, were left in a state of shock and anger. The high-ranking official presiding over the council made an immediate decision, issuing a decree. The order swiftly reached Beijing. Wen Xiong was summoned to the capital for an important meeting. Although Wen Xiong sensed something ominous, faced with the supreme directive from the capital, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and embark on his journey. Indeed, once he departed, Wen Xiong vanished without a trace, akin to a clay ox sinking into the sea, evidently succumbing to the central authorities' regulations. Concurrently, several task forces led by the Discipline Inspection Department discreetly arrived in Beijing. Swiftly initiating their operations, dozens of core officials from the Wen Xiong faction were taken away for investigation one by one. Complementing this effort was a specialized team formed by law enforcement from other regions, tasked with eradicating organized crime. This team circumvented the local police forces of Beijing, launching a thunderous offensive. Overnight, the underworld figures in Beijing were met with catastrophic disaster. The special task force apprehended individuals according to a predetermined list, effectively dismantling the criminal organization. Even Wen Xiong's beloved son, Wen Xiao, could not escape this fate. Rumor has it that during the capture, Wen Xiao, in a stupor from excessive drug use, attempted to seize a firearm from the special police. With predictable consequences, amidst this tempestuous upheaval, Qi Rongxing remained blissfully unaware. He merely sensed that since the end of March, the construction pace of the Beijing project had suddenly accelerated, and the previously disruptive miscreants seemed to have vanished without a trace. Time flew by, and before long, it was April. The Beijing project had made significant progress, with the internal infrastructure taking shape. This underground fortress was extraordinarily spacious, capable of accommodating 100,000 individuals. The dedicated line connected to the Beijing subway network had also been inaugurated, rendering both surface and subterranean transportation remarkably efficient. To ensure the professional design of the base, Sun Teng Company spared no expense in hiring specialized architects for doomsday bunkers. The designers ingeniously established multiple security gates, dividing the underground base into several independent yet interconnected spaces. Thus, should a pandemic erupt in the future, safe zones could be swiftly isolated. As the construction progressed at a breakneck speed, Sun Teng Company rapidly established a specialized entity named Sun Teng Security Defense. widely recruiting retired military personnel and passionate youths from society. This company quickly assumed nearly all security responsibilities for the tertiary sector in the Baishan region, even replacing security personnel at kindergarten entrances with their own. Qi Rongxing understood that Ma Tenghua was indeed making prudent preparations should disaster strike. These security guards, earning a mere 3,000 yuan monthly, would transform into a formidable private armed force. Simultaneously, waves of canned food ordered by Sun Tung Company flooded into Baishan, accumulating in the underground storage base like small mountains. Over 100 advanced recirculation water systems were also being installed and debugged within the base. However, all of this had become irrelevant to Qi Rongxing. On a certain day in April, Ma Xiaoling, feeling a sudden urge, sought to play cards and chat about life with Qi Rongxing. However, no matter how she tried, she could not reach him by phone. Full of curiosity, she made her way to Qi Rongxing's office, only to find it empty. Upon inquiring, her colleagues appeared equally puzzled, as if they had not seen Minister Qi for quite some time. Unwilling to accept this, Ma Xiaoling rushed to his hotel room, only to discover it completely vacant. Qi Rongxing had vanished as if he had never existed. Chapter 56. A Sudden Change. First update. Qi Rongxing drowsily opened his eyes, greeted by the dry, withered visage of Dr. Guan, resembling an aged chrysanthemum. Please, don't look at me with such a morbid gaze. That Qi Rongxing rubbed his temples, his tone tinged with resignation. Dr. Guan managed a faint smile. Thank heavens, the damned Qi Rongxing. You have finally been brought back. What transpired? Qi Rongxing inquired, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Dr. Guan nodded, his voice laced with a hint of trepidation due to certain technical issues. We nearly lost your temporal coordinates. However, fortunately, luck was on our side, and we managed to summon you back. That sounds rather mystical. Qi Rongxing shrugged, beginning to survey his surroundings. The traversal chamber remained in disarray, the space seemingly more constricted than before. Observing this scene, Qi Rongxing's mind began to murmur. Could it be that our mission failed? That seems unlikely. Dr. Guan sighed, slowly responding, how should I put this? You did indeed exert a certain positive influence on the future. At this point, Dr. Guan's mood suddenly darkened, and she opted for silence. This, in turn, piqued Qi Rongxing's curiosity. What do you mean by positive influence? Just tell me, did we succeed? Qi Rongxing, in his youthful exuberance, viewed matters in black and white, solely concerned with right and wrong. Dr. Guan could only explain. The specifics are quite complex. Overall, you were successful, at least in saving the survivors' base in Baishan. Then that's settled. Qi Rongxing's expression lightened instantly. As long as the future was altered, as long as the mission was accomplished, that signified success. However, Dr. Guan murmured softly. But, before she could finish, Qi Rongxing began to look around. Where's Lao Ma? Did he not return? Dr. Guan shook her head. Lao Ma did not return. He remained in the past. Qi Rongxing was taken aback, clearly not expecting such an outcome. Dr. Guan elaborated. When we sent Lao Ma through, there was an agreement. Once he ventured into the past, he would not come back. Is it possible to do that? Qi Rongxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Dr. Guan replied nonchalantly. It matters not. After all, Lao Ma is afflicted with a terminal illness. He will not last much longer, so let him enjoy his remaining days in the past. In fact, he did not even survive until the outbreak of the virus. Upon hearing this, Qi Rongxing's gaze dimmed. After a long pause, he replied slowly. So, in a way, it's rather fortunate. At least Lao Ma can spend his final days in a civilized era, which is not without its blessings. That it's wonderful that you can think this way. Dr. Guan nodded. Having settled the matter of Lao Ma, Qi Rongxing inquired, why was Mo Xia recalled prematurely? In response to this question, Dr. Guan seemed somewhat evasive. She received a new assignment, so she had to conclude her journey ahead of schedule. You all seem rather hasty, Qi Rongxing remarked, somewhat displeased. Where is she? Dr. Guan bit her lip, her tone turning serious. Qi Rongxing, during this period, it would be best for you to maintain some distance from Mo Xia. Why? Qi Rongxing frowned. Dr. Guan sighed. Now Mo Xia's identity is quite sensitive. Excessive contact with her could lead to complications for you. What on earth has occurred? Qi Rongxing's gaze bore into Dr. Guan, attempting to glean a hint of information from her evasive demeanor. Dr. Guan shook her head. The situation at the base has changed. It is no longer as it was when you left. If you familiarize yourself with the details, you will understand at this juncture. Dr. Guan's expression turned grave, her tone stern. Qi Rongxing, You must remember what I am about to say. It is of utmost importance to him. Qi Rongxing immediately became serious. Dr. Guan raised a finger. First and foremost, you must not disclose our true identities or the nature of our work to anyone. Upon hearing this, Qi Rongxing appeared bewildered. What does that mean? Dr. Guan spoke in a low voice. Within this base, aside from Mo Xia and you and I, you must not divulge our time-traveling activities to anyone, because no one else knows what we are truly doing. At this revelation, Qi Rongxing's mind buzzed. At this point, even a fool could sense the unusualness of the situation. Though unaware of the specifics, Qi Rongxing could read the tension and seriousness in Dr. Guan's expression, and he nodded firmly. Remember, outwardly, you are a staff member at the Beishan Base Weapon Research Institute. This is your public identity, sufficient for you to navigate life freely within the base, Dr. Guan said, handing Qi Rongxing an identity badge. Chapter 57. The Butterfly Effect, Second Update. Understood. Qi Rongxing accepted the identity badge. Dr. Guan continued to advise. As for the second point you must heed, it is imperative that you maintain distance from Mo Xia. I don't quite understand. Qi Rongxing frowned. Dr. Guan grasped Qi Rongxing's hand tightly. Her tone urgent and anxious. Promise me. Until I am prepared, you must not act impulsively. My greatest concern is that you cannot control your emotions. Qi Rongxing remained silent for a moment before nodding. Dr. Guan's tone grew even more grave. Regardless of the circumstances or unforeseen events you encounter, you must remain composed and calm. Never act rashly. Promise me. Observing Dr. Guan's agitated demeanor, Qi Rongxing did not take it too seriously. Casually replying, "Don't be like that. It makes me seem like a lunatic, ready to commit violence at any moment. Rest assured, my emotions are as stable as an old dog." As he spoke, Qi Rongxing glanced down at Dr. Guan's hand. Those aged hands, resembling chicken claws, clutched tightly onto him, and he could distinctly sense the tension and tremor emanating from her palm. "Doctor, what on earth has transpired at the base?" Qi Rongxing inquired. He could clearly perceive Dr. Guan's emotional instability, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Dr. Guan took a deep breath, striving to calm herself, and slowly said, "You indeed succeeded. The current state of the Beishan base has seen substantial improvement, and the blood corpse crisis has been contained. However, accompanying this are some unforeseen changes. The Beishan base is no longer what it once was. Qi Rongxing, you must remember my words. In the days to come, as long as you remain within this base, you must be cautious in your speech and actions. Never let them find any incriminating evidence against you." "Who are they?" Qi Rongxing asked. "Who else could it be?" "The current administrators of the Beishan base," Dr. Guan replied gravely. Qi Rongxing nodded solemnly. "I understand, and I will certainly exercise caution." After uttering these words, Dr. Guan appeared exceedingly fatigued. She waved her hand, signaling Qi Rongxing that he could take his leave. "Go outside and take a look for yourself. Witnessing the changes you have brought about is indeed a profoundly fulfilling experience." Leaning back in her chair, Dr. Guan gently closed her eyes, lapsing into silence. With a heart brimming with curiosity, Qi Rongxing stepped out of the time capsule, emerging into the world beyond. The sight that greeted him left him wide-eyed with astonishment. Compared to the past, the entire laboratory area had undergone a remarkable transformation. The survivor base in Beishan, as he remembered it, had been a wretched place. The walls were encrusted with repugnant filth, and the ceiling lights flickered like fragile candles in the wind, threatening to collapse. Now, everything was renewed. As Qi Rongxing traversed a corridor, he found himself in an expansive, open space that a breathtaking scene instantly flooded his vision. Before him lay an unimaginably vast weapon production base. Rows of meticulously arranged weapon assembly lines stretched out like colossal iron dragons. On the production lines, an array of bizarre weapons were being processed with remarkable precision. Grotesque creations seamlessly melding mechanical parts with remnants of corpses, as workers diligently polished, refined, and calibrated them, alongside various advanced weaponry that dazzled the eye. Their complexity so high that even the well-informed Qi Rongxing struggled to name them. Even more astonishing was a batch of armor being gradually shaped from the exoskeletons of fourth-generation blood corpses. The armor radiated a chilling gleam, as if it could pierce the very air. Qi Rongxing stood transfixed. This was hardly the Beishan survivor base he remembered, clinging to life in desperation. Passing through the production workshop, he encountered a spacious and brightly lit underground corridor. After walking for about 10 minutes, A living area unfolded before his eyes. The immense underground living space was beyond imagination. Ingenious artificial sun technology illuminated the base, bathing the entire underground facility in a gentle white glow. Gazing at the contours of the living area, Qi Rongxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was undeniably the first phase of the Bashan project that he had personally overseen and participated in. In the blink of an eye, the world had transformed. Before him lay the grandeur of an underground city, stirring a surge of passionate emotion within Qi Rongxing. The entire living area was imbued with the warmth of human existence. Numerous buildings constructed from composite materials stood in neat rows. Each compartment, though small, was sufficient to meet the basic needs of its inhabitants. Here resided a multitude of survivors. Qi Rongxing learned that the once meager population of 3,000 in the Bashan base had now ballooned to approximately 100,000. Such a vast population signified the possibilities for development. With these invaluable human resources, humanity could establish a foothold and strive for progress in such dire circumstances. At that moment, Qi Rongxing experienced a revelation. What he was participating in was a grand endeavor of immense significance. He was not mere dust swept along by the currents of history. He was a surging wave. Just as Qi Rongxing's emotions surged like tumultuous ocean waves, his gaze inadvertently swept across the wall beside him. There, a row of wanted posters caught his eye. Glaringly out of place as he scanned them, he suddenly froze. One of the faces on a wanted poster was familiar to him. It was Lu Kuan. Qi Rongxing rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting his own vision. Yet, no matter how closely he scrutinized it, there was no mistaking it. This was indeed Lu Kuan. How could Lu Kuan's photograph appear on a wanted poster? Qi Rongxing found it inconceivable. Lu Kuan was no ordinary individual. He was one of the power players in the base, responsible for extraterrestrial exploration and commanding a substantial following. How could such a high-ranking figure become a fugitive? With a heart full of confusion and disbelief, Qi Rongxing began to read the details on Lu Kuan's wanted poster. The more he read, the heavier his heart grew. The charges listed were nothing short of treason. This was utterly unfathomable. If his memory served him correctly, Lu Kuan's brother was a senior official within the United Government and the very head of the Bashan base. To put it bluntly, the state belonged to these people. How could they betray their own country? This was akin to asking why the monarch would rebel. Just as Qi Rongxing was lost in his wild speculations, he instinctively looked up and was horrified to see several corpses hanging from the pinnacle of the base's tallest structure. Among these bodies, one particularly caught his attention, a military-clad corpse riddled with wounds. It was none other than Lu Qian. Gazing at the corpse swinging in the wind, a chill surged down Qi Rongxing's spine. Chapter 58. Rival, third update. How could this be? What on earth had transpired in this base? Qi Rongxing felt utterly bewildered. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw Xia running towards him. But as soon as I heard the doctor say you were back, I couldn't wait to find you. Xia rushed into Qi Rongxing's embrace, giving him a hearty hug. That you've changed. Qi Rongxing looked at Xia, feeling both familiar and strange. The short, crisp hairstyle he remembered had vanished, replaced by long, lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders. The once spirited short-haired girl had transformed into a stunning beauty with long, straight hair. Do you find it beautiful? Xia asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Beautiful? Qi Rongxing wiped his mouth. Xia playfully punched Qi Rongxing's chest, chiding, you old lecher. With that, the two embraced and kissed. After a prolonged moment, Qi Rongxing gazed at Xia, momentarily at a loss for words. What on earth was going on? Qi Rongxing pointed at Lu Qian's corpse and asked, what happened to Lu Qian? Xia replied, Lu Qian's death is intricately linked to us. We altered history. While we saved many survivors in the Bashan base, we also brought about uncontrollable changes. The power holders in the Bashan base have undergone a shift, and Lu Qian's faction was thoroughly defeated in internal strife. As for Lu Kuan, he has fled to the perilous surface like a lost dog. Upon hearing Xia's words, Qi Rongxing fell silent for a long time. At that moment, his mind echoed a singular thought. The flutter of a butterfly's wings in the Amazon can stir a hurricane across the Pacific. Please, tell me in detail what the situation is now. Qi Rongxing urged Xia. Without hesitation, Xia divulged everything she knew. The trio's time travel had successfully altered history, allowing the Bashan base to flourish, while the Ma family, which had been on the brink of collapse at the onset of the cataclysm, unexpectedly rose to prominence. According to the normal course of history, the Ma family should have been eliminated in that disaster, yet they had transformed into new elites of the apocalypse, the Xuanting faction. centered around the Ma family, had become a formidable force that even the government feared. However, this was merely one facet of the power transition. Initially, to swiftly eliminate Wen Xiong, Ma Dinghua had enlisted Chao Zhengde. A move akin to inviting wolves into the fold, but Chao's involvement was an unforeseen black swan event we never dared to dream of. Mo Xia exclaimed. They were truly cunning and astute, seizing the opportunity. They acted decisively, meticulously planning step by step, ultimately gaining a firm grip on the entire situation. Now, the entire Baishan base is under the control of the Chao family. Qi Rongxing could not help but curse. Damn it, what is that fool Ma Dinghua doing? Is this some kind of joke? Mo Xia explained. I returned before you, so my understanding of the situation is, about 2 years after the outbreak of the blood corpse virus, Ma Dinghua died in an accident. His death led to the disintegration of the Xiuanting faction, sparking internal power struggles. Meanwhile, Chao Zhengde, adept at maneuvering, rallied one faction against another, swiftly taking control of the Xiuanting faction's power and emerging as the ultimate victor. Upon hearing this, Qi Rongxing pondered deeply. This world was utterly insane. Just as Qi Rongxing and Mo Xia were engrossed in their fervent conversation, a roar of engines erupted from the corridor. A green military jeep sped towards them like a flash of lightning. The jeep screeched to a halt a short distance from Mo Xia. With a cacophonous screech of brakes, a young man, thin as a reed, leaped from the vehicle. Upon seeing this young man, Mo Xia's expression shifted subtly. The carefree smile she had worn vanished, replaced by a barely perceptible annoyance. Xia, you were quite the challenge to find, the young man called out, grinning as he approached Mo Xia, affectionately using her name. Hearing him call Mo Xia by such a name ignited a flame of anger within Qi Rongxing. Xia, how dare this guy call her that? I've never called her that. Who did this brat think he was? Before Qi Rongxing could erupt, Mo Xia spoke first. Chao Jun, shut your mouth. Who gave you permission to call me Xia? If you keep babbling nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Mo Xia's face darkened as she harshly reprimanded the young man. To Mo Xia's scolding, the thin young man showed no sign of retreating. Instead, he continued to cling to her with a grin, as if accustomed to her ire. All right, Xia, I got it. Look, this military jeep was hard-earned. It's a strategic resource controlled by the base. How about it? Impressive, right? Hop in. I'll take you for a spin and let you experience the speed and thrill. No need. You go enjoy yourself. I have no interest in that. Mo Xia responded coolly. Ma gone, displaying no hint of anger, instead approached with a playful grin. Xia, please don't ignore me. His hand, resembling a chicken's claw, reached out towards Mo Xia's delicate, fair hand. Was he attempting to take liberties? Qi Rongxing, observing coldly from the side, narrowed his eyes and swatted Ma Gan's hand away. Kid, show some self-awareness. The girl isn't paying you any mind. Why persist? Qi Rongxing admonished sternly. Ma Gan immediately flared up like a lit powder keg, glaring furiously at Qi Rongxing, venomous malice flickering in his eyes. Hey, how strange. In this bomb mountain base, there is actually someone daring enough to meddle in Grandpa Chao's affairs. Ma Gan spat through clenched teeth. Curse you, Grandpa Chao. Qi Rongxing raised his hand, poised to deliver a slap to this foul-mouthed brat. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Mo Xia actually intervened to Qi Rongxing. Don't make a move. Her face bore a look of alarm. What? You dare to lay a hand on me? Ma Gan seethed with rage, seizing the moment while Qi Rongxing was distracted by Mo Xia to draw a gun. Was he actually preparing to kill in broad daylight? In a split second, Mo Xia lunged into Ma Gan's arms, gripping the gun tightly while shielding Ma Gan behind her, urgently exclaiming, Don't do anything. I beg you, just don't act. Qi Rongxing was momentarily taken aback by this sudden as the shadow of death looms over every individual, instilling a profound sense of despair and helplessness. At this critical juncture, where life and death hang in the balance, Qi Rongxing, like a bolt of lightning, lunges towards the vehicle. He swiftly bends down to retrieve the bomb-proof shield discarded by the soldier who had just been slain. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Rongxing raises the shield high, steadfastly protecting his body. Bang, bang. Several bullets strike the shield, erupting into terrifying sparks. Qi Rongxing remains utterly unafraid. In the blink of an eye, he has approached the luxurious sedan. With a sudden pull, he wrenches the car door off its hinges. Almost immediately, he forcefully yanks the panicked noblewoman from within the vehicle. The noblewoman gasps in shock, instinctively struggling against Qi Rongxing's grip. Desperate to free herself. Ma Xiaoling, do not move. Qi Rongxing admonishes in a low voice. Upon hearing the familiar tone, the woman's delicate frame trembles slightly, disbelief etched across her face. Her eyes widen, fixated on the man before her. Qi Rongxing, is it truly you? She murmurs. Qi Rongxing, with no time for further conversation, lowers his voice to whisper urgently in her ear. No time for chatter. Hold on tightly to me. At his words, the noblewoman's cheeks flush crimson, her neck appearing as if it might bleed from the intensity of her embarrassment. Her exquisite visage shines with a brilliance akin to the evening glow of the horizon. She ceases her hesitation, wrapping her arms around Qi Rongxing's sturdy neck. Just like in the days of your. Qi Rongxing firmly cradles Ma Xiaoling's soft form with one arm, while the other remains high, wielding the heavy bomb-proof shield. His movements are agile and swift, akin to that of a cheetah, as he dashes out of the exposed perilous zone in the center of the street, plunging into the labyrinthine shops of the adjacent block. At this moment, the fierce clash between the rebels and the base's defenders has reached a boiling point. Several rebels, under the desperate cover of their comrades, charge towards the shop where Ma Xiaoling is hiding like ravenous wolves. The foremost assailant, drenched in blood, resembles a frenzied beast. Upon entering the store, he begins to wreak havoc like a mad dog, seeking any trace of Ma Xiaoling. Yet, just as he is caught up in his rampage, a cargo cabinet at the entrance suddenly collapses with a thunderous crash. Without my command, no outsiders are allowed to enter. Ma Xiaoling issued a directive to the housekeeper, then took Qi Rongxing by the hand and led him into a building within the estate. Here lies Ma Xiaoling's private world. Inside the hall, the crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, while the crocodile leather sofa exuded robustness, and the stainless steel coffee table and desks presented a distinctly mechanical punk aesthetic. Once inside the secret chamber, Ma Xiaoling and Qi Rongxing sat down opposite each other, their gazes locking in a subtle, almost ambiguous romantic atmosphere. Are you really him? Ma Xiaoling broke the silence first, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qi Rongxing, revealing a hint of doubt and anticipation. Qi Rongxing smiled slightly, responding with unwavering conviction. Absolutely. Ma Xiaoling pressed further. How can you prove it? In the face of her skepticism, Qi Rongxing shrugged and said, just believe it yourself. Yet Ma Xiaoling was not so easily deterred. Her eyes sparkled with vibrant light as she continued to inquire. Surely you must say something to convince me. Qi Rongxing countered. What do you truly wish to hear? Ma Xiaoling sighed. That you bear a striking resemblance to that late acquaintance. This situation is simply too fantastical and surreal. I must find a way to convince myself. Qi Rongxing pondered for a moment before finally stating, then I shall share some lesser-known truths. Ma Xiaoling's curiosity piqued at once. Qi Rongxing, with utmost seriousness, declared, Ma Xiaoling, there are 3 moles on your backside. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ma Xiaoling's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She playfully scolded, you're incorrigible, Qi Rongxing. Despite having entered middle age, she exuded a girlish shyness at that moment. Her neck turned a vivid red, extending to her cheeks, resembling a ripe apple in its allure. Qi Rongxing could not help but burst into laughter, a joy that others could scarcely comprehend. Your mouth is still as foul as ever. Ma Xiaoling gradually resumed her seat, returning to her icy demeanor, embodying the essence of a woman who has long surpassed her youthful days. Qi Rongxing, upon hearing this, shrugged with a hint of innocence in his gaze. Honestly, I didn't wish to say those things. It was you who compelled me. How else could I prove myself? A prolonged silence ensued. Ma Xiaoling scrutinized Qi Rongxing with an intensity that felt almost invasive. Qi Rongxing began to feel uneasy under her gaze. It is said that at 30, one is as fierce as a wolf or tiger. Ma Xiaoling, in her prime, was indeed formidable, as if she could draw the very earth into her grasp, raising concerns of ulterior motives. What are you staring at? Qi Rongxing stammered. Ma Xiaoling turned away, a trace of sorrow gracing her features. Qi Rongxing, you truly haven't aged. Her tone carried an indescribable emotion. Qi Rongxing felt a pang of distress. How could he explain? His fleeting moments were but a blink in the span of another's 23 years. To him, time seemed merely a brief passage, yet for Ma Xiaoling, it represented an eternity. The dissonance of time brought forth not merely solitude and helplessness, but also the question of whom to share such sentiments with. Thus, Qi Rongxing opted for silence, 1,000 words lodged unspoken within him. Ma Xiaoling's gaze grew increasingly melancholic, her voice low and choked with emotion. The year you vanished, I searched for you for so long. But after that day, I never saw you again. Upon hearing this, Qi Rongxing felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He sighed deeply, his voice heavy with regret. I am sorry. I was beyond my control. His eyes reflected a blend of helplessness and suffering. The circumstances of his return were not a matter of his choosing. It felt as though fate had orchestrated these events, beyond his resistance or alteration. Yet, what followed from Ma Xiaoling struck Qi Rongxing profoundly. Qi Rongxing, you need not explain. I know you are a time traveler, just as old Ma was. Her gaze bore into Qi Rongxing, as if she had long since unraveled the truth. You are aware of all this? Qi Rongshin was taken aback. Ma Shaoling continued, "Have you forgotten? Old Ma is my father. Before he passed, he divulged these secrets to me." Qi Rongshin's expression shifted, a tumult of emotions churning within him. "You haven't disclosed this to anyone else, have you?" He quietly reached for the dagger at his waist. Ma Shaoling chuckled lightly, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Do I seem like someone who would gossip?" "Not at all." Qi Rongshin forced a smile, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. "Then it's settled," Ma Shaoling replied with a wry smile, tinged with resignation and self-deprecation. "Who would believe such things if I shared them? Others would merely dismiss it as the fanciful dreams of a lovesick girl. Moreover, this is our secret. Others have no right to know. At your words." Qi Rongshin felt a tremor of shock, guilt washing over him like a tide as he withdrew his hand from the dagger. Chapter 62. Dramatic Revelations. Second update. The two continued their animated conversation, akin to long-lost friends reuniting. Ma Shaoling's eyes sparkled with mirth, her words imbued with the exuberance of youth. Just then, a maid gently knocked on the door, respectfully announcing, "Madam, the master has returned." Qi Rongshin's expression shifted slightly. In contrast, Ma Shaoling maintained her composure. She nodded slightly, her tone calm as she instructed, "Let him come in." This brief statement revealed her authority and status within the household. Moments later, the sound of steady footsteps approached, accompanied by the soft tapping of a cane against the floor. An elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow walked in slowly. His back stooped slightly, yet his stride carried an undeniable air of authority, akin to an eagle surveying its domain, his gaze sharp and profound. Eagle-eyed and wolfish, Qi Rongshin could not help but scrutinize this elder. Though aged, the man exuded a commanding presence, unmistakably not an ordinary individual. However, it was not merely the old man's aura that struck Qi Rongshin. It was the relationship between him and Ma Shaoling that truly astonished him. The enchanting Ma Shaoling stood before him, while this elder appeared to be in the twilight of life, their age difference spanning 4 to 5 decades. Such a pairing of an elderly man and a young woman was difficult to reconcile. Like a pear blossom overshadowing a begonia, the elder approached Ma Shaoling, concern lacing his voice. "Madam, I heard you were ambushed by the rebels today. Are you unharmed?" Ma Shaoling waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I am fine. Thanks to this young friend, Qi Rongshin, I was able to escape with my life." With that, she turned slightly to introduce Qi Rongshin to the elder. It was then that Qi Rongshin realized this venerable figure was none other than Chao Zhengde. As Chao Zhengde's gaze shifted to Qi Rongshin, a glimmer of scrutiny flickered in his eyes. "Thank you, young brother, for your gallant assistance. May I inquire which unit you serve in at the base?" Chao Zhengde inquired slowly. Qi Rongshin produced his identification badge and replied nonchalantly, "I work at the Weapons Research Institute. At this." Chao Zhengde's eyes gleamed with a knowing expression. "Oh, so the rebels are no match for you. Given your skills, it seems a waste to be merely tightening screws at the arms factory." Qi Rongshin felt a jolt of apprehension. The old man had evidently investigated the scene. Quite astute. Chao Zhengde continued, "Young brother, you are quite the talent. You should not be wasted at the arms factory. Would you be interested in joining my team?" Qi Rongshin chuckled lightly. "Wherever I am, I will shine. I may be shoveling dung while you are the provincial secretary, but we are all serving the nation." Though this statement was a polite refusal, it carried an underlying sharpness. Chao Zhengde's expression flickered with displeasure, quickly masked. Observing this, Ma Shaoling promptly intervened. "Zhengde, you should properly express gratitude to this young brother." Chao Zhengde smiled faintly. "How madam wishes to thank him is entirely up to you." With that, he produced an exquisite badge and handed it to Qi Rongshin. "Take this as a token of my appreciation. With this badge, you may roam freely within the base. And should you tire of tightening screws at the arms factory, our base's city defense force would welcome a talent like you at any time." "Thank you." Qi Rongshin accepted the badge gratefully. Chao Zhengde turned to Ma Shaoling. "I have matters to attend to, so I will not be home for dinner." With that, Chao Zhengde exited the room. The moment he stepped outside, his expression darkened. He waved his hand, and a subordinate quickly approached, whispering, "Lord, what orders do you have?" Chao Zhengde coldly commanded, "Investigate. Who exactly is Qi Rongshin? His presence by Xiaoling's side is far too coincidental. He may be a spy planted by the rebels." The subordinate nodded in compliance. "Understood, Lord. I will look into it right away." Unbeknownst to Qi Rongshin, he was now under Chao Zhengde's scrutiny. He remained engrossed in a lively conversation with Ma Shaoling. "Don't leave for dinner. Stay here for a meal. I would like to introduce you to my son." Her tone was casual and natural, as though it were nothing out of the ordinary. Qi Rongshin's brow furrowed slightly. Is that appropriate? After all, he was merely a young man brimming with vigor. Ma Shaoling, however, was no longer the girl she once was. Nonsense. You are of similar ages and should be able to become friends. Ma Xiaoling paused, her tone tinged with a trace of helplessness and affection. My son has been spoiled since childhood, and his temperament is somewhat arrogant. Unlike you, who stands tall like a true man. Please keep an eye on him for me. Just as Qi Rongshan was about to refuse, a familiar and irksome voice called from outside, Mom, I'm back. The voice carried a hint of laziness and impatience, none other than Chao Jun. Qi Rongshan turned his head and coincidentally caught sight of Chao Jun swaggering in. Their eyes met, instantly igniting sparks, as the air became thick with the scent of gunpowder. The moment Chao Jun laid eyes on Qi Rongshan, his countenance darkened. What are you doing here, you lowly commoner? How dare you step into my house? Someone, throw him out. Chao Jun erupted in fury. Before Qi Rongshan could utter a word, Ma Xiaoling interjected sharply. Chao Jun, what nonsense are you spouting? Her voice rose suddenly, imbued with an undeniable authority. Clearly taken aback by his mother's fierce reprimand, Chao Jun froze, the arrogance on his face diminishing significantly, with Chao Jun silent. Ma Xiaoling's tone softened slightly, yet retained an unwavering firmness. Come here, and call him uncle. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife, fixed intently on Chao Jun, evidently issuing a warning. Mom, what do you want me to call him? Chao Jun's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He could hardly believe that his mother had lost her mind, asking him to refer to a peer as uncle. Realizing her mistake, Ma Xiaoling quickly corrected herself. It seems the generational titles are wrong. You can just call him brother. She added, yes, this is your little brother Qi. Although Chao Jun was unwilling, he begrudgingly approached Qi Rongshan, forcing out a barely audible little Qi brother, his tone rife with reluctance. Qi Rongshan sighed at the scene before him. This plot was utterly ludicrous. Even in his wildest dreams, he could not have anticipated that this spoiled brat was the offspring of Ma Xiaoling. Chapter 63, The Tide Like the Sea, third update. The dinner was consumed in a most awkward manner. Both Qi Rongshan and Chao Jun felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. At the table, Chao Jun transformed into a model child, fixated on counting the grains of rice in his bowl. As for Qi Rongshan, he too had his head bowed, pushing the food around in his bowl, occasionally glancing up at Ma Xiaoling. After dinner, Chao Jun found an excuse to slip away, leaving only Qi Rongshan and Ma Xiaoling in the dining room. The two faced each other, reopening the conversational floodgates, discussing a myriad of topics. When the inevitable subject of Ma Xiaoling's marital status arose, a bittersweet smile flickered across her face. She set down her teacup, hands clasped in her lap as if to gather her thoughts. After a moment, she spoke slowly, her tone tinged with resignation and fatigue. It turned out that before the outbreak of the apocalypse, the Ma family had received assistance from Chaojingda, successfully resolving the troubles in the Beishan region and toppling the mayor of Beishan City. When Xiong.in exchange, Chaojingda managed to secure his foothold. As a shrewd businessman, although Chaojingda was unaware of what Ma Tinghua was concocting, he was indeed positioned at the forefront of the storm. When the blood corpse virus erupted, both Chaojingda and the Ma family entered an underground base ahead of the concentrated outbreak, thus surviving. Subsequently, Ma Tinhua's unexpected demise and the tangled remnants of the old government nearly led to a shift in control of the base. As a daughter, Ma Xiaoling could not stabilize the grand vessel of the Suntung faction. In desperation, she had to downplay the situation, allowing Chaojingda to exploit the opportunity. Their union was both a means of survival in a tumultuous era and a product of mutual benefit. With a significant age gap of 3 to 4 decades, they belonged to entirely different generations, each with their own interests, and even the generational divide posed a challenge. Over the years, they had coexisted peacefully, primarily because each held leverage over the other. If one were to claim that genuine affection existed between them, it would be sheer nonsense. In Ma Xiaoling's words, many years ago, old Xiao had become impotent, rendering him a mere faade. The barbarian king had mere seconds left. Old Xiao had not even a second. Her tone carried a hint of mockery, yet more so, a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. She had once fantasized about love, envisioned the beauty of marriage, but reality had thrust her into this frigid prison. This conversation weighed heavily. With each word, Qi Rongshan felt an increasing sense of pity for Ma Xiaoling. This young woman had endured too much suffering in her life, far more than an ordinary child from a typical family. At least children from ordinary families experience the spectrum of emotions. He gazed at Ma Xiaoling's still beautiful, yet fatigued visage, a tumult of emotion swelling within him. He wished to utter words of comfort, yet every phrase felt utterly inadequate. As time slipped by, night deepened. Soon, the butler delivered the news that Chaojingda was too exhausted from handling affairs and would be spending the night in his office. This had become a regular occurrence that I should take my leave. Qi Rongxing said, rising to bid farewell, but Ma Xiaoling insisted he stay. Is my Ma family's grand estate not capable of accommodating just one more person? Ma Xiaoling retorted, feigning annoyance, displaying a touch of feminine petulance. Her voice held a hint of coaxing, yet her eyes radiated an unyielding determination. That wouldn't be appropriate. Qi Rongxing attempted to decline, but before he could finish, Ma Xiaoling interrupted. Today, you will follow my arrangements. Without further ado, she instructed the servants to prepare a guest room for Qi Rongxing. Unable to refuse any longer, he reluctantly accepted the arrangement. Indeed, as night fell, the door to his room was gently pushed open. A graceful figure silently slipped into Qi Rongxing's bed. Startled awake, he instinctively opened his mouth to speak, only to have it silenced by a soft tongue. Don't say a word, kiss me. Ma Xiaoling's voice was low and gentle. Laced with an irresistible allure, her body pressed against Qi Rongxing, her silky hair exuding a faint fragrance that enveloped the entire room. Like kindling meeting a roaring fire, the situation escalated uncontrollably, their bodies entwined tightly. As if seeking to release years of pent-up frustration and sorrow in that singular moment, the room was filled only with rapid breaths and subdued moans, the air thick with a suffocating desire. Omitted 12,000 words. In the early morning, Qi Rongxing awoke, his body aching, and discovered the bed beside him empty. A fleeting spring dream. Perhaps. He rose to take his leave. But the butler informed him that the lady had been working late into the night and was still sound asleep. Qi Rongxing nodded, his heart a tumult of complex emotions. He stepped out of the room, glancing back at the closed door, a vague, indescribable feeling welling up within him. Chapter 64. The List. Fourth update, in the Manor's bedroom. Ma Xiaoling applied her makeup, her face radiant with a glow that suggested she had been rejuvenated. Her skin appeared as if kissed by morning dew, emanating a lustrous sheen, and her eyes sparkled with an indescribable allure. She gently caressed her cheek, a smile gracing her lips, as a wave of uncontainable satisfaction surged within her. At this moment, Ma Xiaoling felt exceptionally content. Her body felt nourished, akin to a parched riverbed rejuvenated by a fresh influx of water. This long-lost sensation of fullness brought her immense comfort, as if she had been revitalized. Madam, that person has left. A maid, who had been observing Qi Rongxing's movements, reported softly, mindful not to disrupt Ma Xiaoling's thoughts. Ma Xiaoling's mood shifted, as if she had lost something precious. After a moment, she sighed gently, suppressing the fleeting sense of loss, and resumed her makeup routine. Madam, you look truly beautiful today, the maid remarked cheerfully. Flattery will get you nowhere, Ma Xiaoling retorted, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. The maid, with utmost seriousness, replied, Madam, I am not merely flattering you. Your complexion appears remarkably radiant today. I have never seen your face so rosy. Enough of the banter. Go fetch Butler Su for me, Ma Xiaoling instructed quietly. Understood, the maid replied, hurrying off. Shortly after, an elderly man, frail and weathered, entered the room. He had lost an eye and an arm, presenting a rather pitiable sight. Leaning on a cane, his gait was unsteady, as if each step was a struggle against his own body. Despite this, his gaze remained resolute, reflecting an indomitable spirit. Miss, you called for me? The one-eyed man raised his head, his worn face directed at Ma Xiaoling, his voice hoarse yet respectful. Suli, how is your health? Ma Xiaoling inquired. Thanks to your care, miss, I am still alive, Suli replied with a strained smile, the wrinkles on his face contorting painfully. Ma Xiaoling sighed, a flicker of guilt crossing her features. Had it not been for your protection back then, you would not have suffered such severe injuries. Serving you, miss, is my honor, Suli responded. Without your special care, I, a mere useless man, would not have survived the apocalypse and thrived as I have. Ma Xiaoling regarded Suli earnestly. Suli, there are few I truly trust in this space. And you are one of them. I need your help with something. Miss, you may command me as you wish. I would not hesitate to risk life and limb, Suli replied without hesitation. Risking life and limb is unnecessary. But this matter must remain absolutely confidential, Ma Xiaoling instructed. I understand. Suli nodded, his expression serious. Ma Xiaoling spoke deliberately. Very well. I need you to assist me in locating a certain document. What document? Suli asked, momentarily taken aback by Ma Xiaoling's request. Ma Xiaoling clarified. I need a list of those who were dispatched by the company to participate in the first phase of the Baishan base's construction. Find out how many are still alive, and provide me with a detailed roster. Understood, Suli replied, a flicker of curiosity flashing in his eyes. However, he refrained from asking further questions and silently noted Ma Xiaoling's request. Once you have located the individuals, what will be the next step? Suli inquired, and Ma Xiaoling replied with a chilling tone. Find all the living ones and eliminate them discreetly. Suli was momentarily taken aback, his facial muscles twitching slightly, clearly stunned by the abrupt command. However, He quickly regained his composure and softly asked, "Miss, is there an issue with these individuals? Do not ask what you should not." Ma Xiaoling coldly regarded Su Li, as if scrutinizing his loyalty. No. Su Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hastily lowered his head, daring not to express any further doubts. "Proceed with it." Ma Xiaoling gestured dismissively. Qi Rongxing returned to the laboratory, where he encountered Guan Wenshan and Mo Xia. "I was so worried about you. Where were you last night? The base is in utter chaos. Don't wander aimlessly." Mo Xia looked at Qi Rongxing with genuine concern, her eyes brimming with anxiety. "What does my whereabouts have to do with you? Focus on your partner and do not be so fickle," Qi Rongxing retorted, his tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. "Idiot, are you jealous?" Mo Xia exclaimed in exasperation. Yes, I am jealous," Qi Rongxing unabashedly admitted. Mo Xia, infuriated, stamped her foot, glaring at Qi Rongxing with a mix of disappointment and anger. "Idiot. How could I possibly be interested in someone as useless as Chao Jun? My involvement with him is solely to protect you. Can't you see that? Don't you know that Chao Jun's father, Chao Junda, is the one in charge, brother? The surface is exceedingly perilous. It is best not to wander aimlessly if there is nothing pressing." The captain patted Qi Rongxing on the shoulder. Qi Rongxing inquired, "What is the significance of establishing this forward base on the surface? With over 30 million blood corpses in Beishan, occupying such a small foothold will inevitably lead to being overwhelmed." The captain paused slightly at these words, then replied, "Over the years, we have never relinquished our efforts to expand our living space. We cannot remain forever in our subterranean refuge, can we?" Qi Rongxing nodded, finding the captain's reasoning sound. "The casualties must be substantial," he asked. The captain sighed. "Indeed, casualties are inevitable. We lose comrades every week." Qi Rongxing pressed further. "Is it worth it?" The captain chuckled, a hint of resignation and determination in his tone. "What does it matter whether it is worth it or not? Every generation has its own missions. Our generation bleeds and sweats so that the next can once again bask in the sunlight of the surface. Though the blood corpses are numerous, each one we slay reduces their ranks. If my generation cannot finish them, the next will continue the fight, and so forth, across generations. Sooner or later, we shall carve out a path to victory." Qi Rongxing felt a deep respect for these words. After a brief exchange, Qi Rongxing continued his exploration of the forward base. In the distance, the towering skyscrapers had become mere ruins. The once thriving commercial district now lay in tatters, with twisted steel and shattered glass facades. A skyscraper had collapsed at an angle, crushing adjacent buildings and creating a massive heap of rubble. At the end of the ruins, Qi Rongxing saw the defensive line established by the human army. Behind sandbag fortifications, the barrels of heavy machine guns glinted coldly in the sunlight. Countless blood corpses hung from barbed wire, their bodies riddled with bullet wounds, silently narrating the brutality of this war. After wandering for a while, Qi Rongxing reached the edge of the forward base. A step further would take him beyond the control of the survivors' base. Reluctant to leave, he turned to head back underground. Just then, a group of individuals blocked his path. Qi Rongxing was taken aback, about to inquire about their intentions when he spotted the scheming Chao Jun. A sense of foreboding washed over him. This vengeful individual was not to be trifled. "Why today marks your demise? Shoot me and avenge him." Chao Jun laughed maniacally, utterly oblivious to the shifting expressions of his subordinates. Amidst the ruins, several shadowy figures materialized out of nowhere. These individuals moved with agility, appearing as specters. Clearly, they were highly trained experts, adept at concealing themselves, as if they had merged with the surrounding debris. Each of them gripped a dark firearm, the cold muzzles unerringly aimed at Qi Rongxing and Chao Jun. Traitors. The sudden turn of events left Chao Jun aghast, his earlier arrogance evaporating without a trace. He never anticipated encountering rebels in such a place. Compared to the terror instilled by the insurgents, Qi Rongxing seemed insignificant. Without a second thought, Chao Jun turned to flee. Yet, it was too late. A butcher's knife was pressed against Chao Jun's throat. The assailant emitted a chilling laugh. "Chao family's little brat. Your day of reckoning has finally come. It seems the heavens have opened their eyes." The man's fierce eyes glistened with tears, his robust frame trembling with a hint of sorrow. Chapter 67. Farewell. Lu Kuan, third update. Chao Jun, his face a mask of terror, turned his head to glance at the young man beside him. In that instant, a wave of cold dread surged up his spine. He felt as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss, his spirit shattered by fear. Lukun.itsu. You're still alive. Lu Kuan's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on Chao Jun. He bellowed at Chao Jun, "How dare you live when the Chao family has not been eradicated?" This roar reverberated like thunder, causing Chao Jun's ears to ring. Weak in the knees, he nearly collapsed. His face turned ashen, tears streaming down as he pleaded, "Lu Kuan, I didn't kill your brother. That should be settled with their rightful owners. Please don't come after me, you little brat. What good are your words now? You've used your father's power to bully others in the base. I've longed to end your life," Lu Kuan retorted. Chao Jun cried, "Don't kill me, I beg you. Spare my life. Just let me go, and I will do anything." Lu Kuan remained unmoved, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "To end your life would be too merciful. I cannot allow you to die so easily. The pain I have endured, I shall repay you in kind." At that moment, one of Lu Kuan's subordinates hurried over, lowering his voice. "Brother Kuan, it's bad. The patrol team from the base is on their way. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. We must relocate immediately. You can deal with this guy anytime." Upon hearing this, Lu Kuan decisively ordered, "Capture everyone here and take them away. Let us retreat." As he commanded, his subordinates sprang into action. However, just as Lu Kuan was directing his men to retreat, he suddenly froze, as if struck by a spell, his entire being immobilized. For he had spotted an unexpected figure, Qi Rongxing. "Qi Rongxing, it's you?" Lu Kuan's eyes widened in shock. "It's me. I never anticipated seeing you again. Lu Kuan," Qi Rongxing replied with a wry smile. "How could you possibly be here? This is impossible." Lu Kuan exclaimed with growing agitation, seizing Qi Rongxing by the collar, shouting, "Aren't you supposed to be in the past? You bastard, my brother died because of you. Why are you still alive?" Qi Rongxing made no attempt to resist, allowing Lu Kuan to shove him. This matter was beyond discussion. Qi Rongxing had altered history, and Lu Qian was merely collateral damage. Time? Fate? Lu Kuan wished to articulate more, but his subordinate interrupted, "Boss, the situation is dire. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Upon hearing this, Lu Kuan gritted his teeth, yet ultimately released his grip on Qi Rongxing's collar. "Keep an eye on this kid. If he escapes, it'll be on you." The insurgents, along with their captive, moved forward, swiftly traversing the perimeter of the advancing base. They vigilantly evaded potential dangers, carefully observing their surroundings. The unfamiliar territory had become a haunt for bloodshed. To survive, caution was paramount. Soon, they arrived at a desolate ruin, where the structures lay wrecked by artillery, debris strewn everywhere. The rebels navigated through the wreckage, quickly entering a winding narrow path, flanked by overgrown weeds and thorns. Exuding an air of desolation, continuing along the path for several hundred meters, they suddenly encountered a concealed entrance. Without hesitation, Lu Kuan led his men inside, descending underground. Following the staircase into the basement, the rebels entered a starkly different subterranean realm. This underground space was spacious and well-lit, a stark contrast to the desolation above. Qi Rongxing's eyes widened in astonishment. Here lay a modestly sized refuge base. Chao family's second generation. You could never have imagined this. Right? Some of the blueprints along the Baishan subway line were modified by my brother, and some files were deleted. This secret base is actually connected to the Baishan transport line, yet remains outside your control. Lu Kuan was confident that none present would leave alive, and thus revealed the secret. Qi Rongxing opened his mouth, struggling to comprehend how such a grand deception had been executed. Upon entering the base, Qi Rongxing was taken aback to find hundreds of fully armed rebel soldiers hidden within. Some were seated, while others stood, some cleaning their weapons, others engaged in hushed conversations. These individuals spotted Chao Jun. Several approached him. It was evident that almost every face bore an expression of deep-seated hatred. This was an irrepressible vendetta. Each person present had, in one way or another, lost friends or family to the massacre perpetrated by the Ma family. This blood feud had left an indelible mark on their souls. At this moment, Chao Jun's presence had undoubtedly made him the target of their wrath. They longed to tear him apart. Lu Kuan ordered his men to keep a close watch on Chao Jun. However, Lu Kuan's interest did not lie with Chao Jun at this moment. After addressing the situation, he personally escorted Qi Rongxing to a secret chamber. Upon entering the chamber, Lu Kuan fixed his gaze on Qi Rongxing. Qi Rongxing sighed and remained silent. After a moment, Lu Kuan slowly spoke. "You astonish me, truly. All I can say is I'm sorry. I was powerless regarding your brother's fate." Lu Kuan coldly replied, "Let us set that aside for now. Let us discuss something else." "Discuss what? Is it about Moxia?" Qi Rongxing inquired. Lu Kuan chuckled bitterly. "Given my current state, why would I discuss such matters? Then what shall we discuss? It seems we have no common ground," Qi Rongxing stated. Lu Kuan began. "Generally, most people possess a singular, unique memory. However, I am different. I now harbor two distinctly separate memories." Qi Rongxing's heart raced upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Kuan narrowed his eyes and continued, "In my first memory, my brother, and I were leaders of the survivor base. That base was sparsely populated, and we were barely scraping by. Chi Rongshan's heart pounded in response. Lu Kun continued, in that first memory, my brother was alive. But in this current memory, many have suddenly appeared. Chao Zhengda, Ma Xiaoling, Chao Jun. My brother met a cruel betrayal and perished within the base, while I was forced onto this path of rebellion, becoming the leader of this insurgency. Chi Rongsheng, you understand. All of this is thanks to you. Chapter 68, The Prisoner. Fourth update. Chi Rongsheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed every word Lu Kun spoke. The concept of two distinct memories had never crossed his mind. But coming from Lu Kun, it took on a terrifying quality. He seemed to have overlooked something crucial. Yet, before he could ponder further, his mind was consumed by rage. He abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Countering Lu Kun, do not lay the blame at my feet. This entire time travel mission was a decision made by your coalition government. I am not the decision maker. I was merely an executor at best. Moreover, before we traveled, the survivor base was at the brink of extinction, struggling to ensure even the most basic survival. The entire human race faced impending doom. And now, look at the current survivor base. It has evolved into a formidable force with a population of over 100,000, occupying vast territories and possessing substantial resources, even capable of launching counteroffensive operations. Isn't this monumental success proof enough of our mission's achievements? In the face of Chi Rongsheng's accusations, Lu Kun's eyes brimmed with scorn and resentment. Your so-called success is built upon my suffering, Lu Kun bellowed. I have been reduced to a homeless wretch. And my brother met a tragic end, cruelly hanged within the survivor base. If this is the price of success, then such success holds no value for me. I would rather forsake it all. I would drag everyone down with me. Lu Kun gritted his teeth, each word tinged with boundless sorrow and indignation. Upon hearing this, Chi Rongsheng found himself at a loss for words. Lu Kun's extremity surpassed his wildest imagination. In this apocalyptic world, the innate selfishness and darkness within people's hearts were magnified to an infinite degree, and morality and conscience had long since vanished. Often, it was utterly impossible to judge right from wrong through the lens of common sense. Contemplating this, Chi Rongsheng could not help but let out a profound sigh. Given that matters had escalated to this point, he said, just tell me what you intend to do. Lu Kun responded, I will ensure your death is most suffocating. Suit yourself, Chi Rongsheng retorted, resigned to his fate. At this stage, he had become numb. The relentless pursuit and the current predicament had exhausted him. Let it all come to an end. Swiftly. Lu Kun gestured dismissively, commanding his subordinates to escort Chi Rongsheng to a prison cell. Inside the cell, Chao Jun and others were reflecting silently against the wall. Upon Chi Rongsheng's arrival, the group displayed little reaction. The two factions that should have been at each other's throats were now huddled together in the filthy cell. Lost in thought, they were all like stray dogs, with neither the elder brother nor the second brother speaking. Perhaps at this moment, Chao Jun felt a deep sense of regret. Had they not pursued Chi Rongsheng, they might have avoided this calamity. Yet what use was there in such reflections? There was no remedy for regret in this world. It wasn't long before the moment that would determine their fates quietly arrived. A group of rebel soldiers stormed into the cell, escorting Chi Rongsheng and the others to an underground arena. To their astonishment, a sizable gladiatorial arena lay within this seemingly modest refuge. Indeed, you heard it correctly. Inside this small sanctuary, there existed an arena for combat. The entire dueling ground was semicircular, spanning several dozen meters in diameter, with towering walls encircling the sandy floor at its center, resembling a colossal cage. The inner side of the walls featured tiered seating, expanding outward from the base to the top. These seats were composed of rough stone steps, with narrow passageways for spectators to enter and exit. Chi Rongsheng gazed at the center of the arena, where the sandy ground exhibited a dark brown hue, a color formed only after blood had congealed. Surrounding the sand were towering iron bars, adorned with sharp spikes. At that moment, a multitude of rebels had gathered. They were scattered about the upper levels of the arena, some sitting, others standing, resembling a horde of deranged individuals, all eagerly anticipating the commencement of this bloody duel. Chi Rongsheng and the others were ushered to the perimeter of the arena. There stood Lu Kun, imposing upon a high platform, loudly addressing the rebels. The rules remain unchanged. Those who survive may live for another day. No sooner had he spoken than two of Chao Jun's subordinates were ruthlessly shoved into the arena, akin to lambs to the slaughter, despite harboring a flicker of defiance upon raising their eyes. They were met with a sight that froze their blood. Dozens of ominous firearms were meticulously aimed at the arena, the cold muzzles akin to the unblinking eyes of death, fixating on them. It was as though the slightest movement on their part would result in their instant demise. Liu Kuan, expressionless, gestured, and his men carelessly discarded two rusted, dilapidated weapons into the arena. The two men, misinterpreting this as a compulsion to fight each other to the death, steeled themselves and picked up the long knives, facing one another. However, the situation was far from what they had anticipated, just as they focused intently on each other. A heavy sound erupted from one corner of the arena as the iron gate began to creak open. Accompanied by the chilling sounds of grinding gears, the formidable gate gradually swung wide. At that moment, the previously raucous rebels erupted into thunderous cheers. The two men within the arena were instantly engulfed by an unprecedented wave of fear and pressure. Their eyes widened, fixated on the slowly opening iron door. As the gate lifted to a certain height, a shadow shot forth like lightning from within. When Shi Rongxing finally discerned its true form, he could not suppress a gasp of horror. By the heavens! What emerged from the iron door was a mutated blood corpse. This blood corpse stood tall and formidable, easily exceeding 2 meters in height, far surpassing that of an average human. Its massive frame exuded a chilling aura, covered by a translucent layer resembling a carapace. Upon closer observation and analysis, it could be preliminarily determined that this blood corpse was in an evolutionary stage between the second and third generations. A massive iron chain was fastened around its waist, meticulously designed to allow the creature freedom of movement within the arena, yet preventing its escape. One could only wonder which genius conceived such a scheme to control this terrifying monstrosity. As the iron gate continued to rise, the blood corpse was finally liberated. In an instant, its murderous gaze zeroed in on the two individuals in the arena. A horrifying roar, unlike anything that a human could produce, reverberated throughout the space. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the two men were instantaneously consumed by fear. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and any semblance of courage for battle dissipated. Instinctively, they turned and fled in opposite directions. Yet, the speed of the blood corpse was beyond comprehension. Like a red whirlwind, it unhesitatingly chose one of them as its target. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate soul was mercilessly pursued and caught by the blood corpse. With a vicious bite, the creature sank its teeth into the man's back, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as it tore him apart, blood splattering everywhere, flesh and bones separating in a gruesome spectacle. Witnessing such carnage, the rebel spectators displayed no signs of compassion. Rather, they erupted in ecstatic cheers, reveling in the grotesque violence before them. As if they were a band of lunatics. Having dispatched one victim, the blood corpse swiftly turned its attention to the second. This second individual, perhaps finally realizing that fleeing would not solve his predicament, turned pale as a sheet. The instinct for survival compelled him to grip his long knife tightly, preparing for a final stand. As the blood corpse charged, he summoned all his strength to swing the blade at the creature. However, when the knife struck the blood corpse's hardened carapace, it merely produced a dull thud, leaving only a faint mark on the surface. The blood corpse, enraged by the attack, swiftly turned its head, its blood-red eyes flashing with fury. It opened its maw wide and unleashed a deafening roar before lunging at the man with lightning speed. In an instant, the creature's jaws clamped down on the man's shoulder, a sickening crunch echoing through the arena. The poor soul's neck and head were grotesquely torn apart by the blood corpse's terrifying bite force. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering across the surroundings, the man collapsed lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any remaining vitality. Subsequently, the blood corpse ignored its surroundings, immersing itself in its gruesome feast that ravenously devoured the flesh. Crimson blood trickling down its chin, creating a nightmarish scene. Ha ha ha, splendid. This appetizer appears quite delectable. Now, it's time for the next pair. Liu Kuan, witnessing the horrific display before him, felt no fear or compassion. Instead, he laughed maniacally like a madman. As his words echoed, two more individuals were callously cast into the death-laden arena at that moment. The blood corpse was engrossed in its meal, indifferent to the new entrants. The two newcomers, upon landing, trembled in terror at the gruesome sight before them. They gazed fearfully at the blood corpse feasting nearby, their legs trembling, struggling to maintain their footing. However, they quickly regained their composure, recalling the tragic fate of the first pair. After a brief moment of contemplation, they realized that aimlessly fleeing would only lead to a similar demise. Instead, uniting and resisting together might offer a glimmer of hope. Thus, despite the lingering fear in their hearts, the two men shakily picked up the scattered weapons and stood shoulder to shoulder. They fixed their gaze on the still feasting blood corpse, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Just then, The blood corpse lifted its head, preparing to tear into another piece of flesh in a split second. Seizing the opportunity, the two men shouted in unison, brandishing their long knives as they charged at the blood corpse with reckless abandon. The blade struck the creature's back. One of the assailants, an evolved individual, wielded considerable strength, and with a single blow, he penetrated the blood corpse's formidable carapace, driving the knife deep into its back with a muffled thud. Blood erupted from the wound, splattering the attacker. A deafening roar erupted from the blood corpse. It abruptly turned, and the blade was shattered by its overwhelming strength, fragments scattering in all directions. The creature's movements were swift as lightning, seemingly impervious to pain, its eyes glinting with a ravenous bloodlust. Simultaneously, a thick, veiny arm shot out, fingers curled like claws, reaching for the one who had dared to strike it. The man's face drained of color, fear overwhelming him. "Help me!" Feeling an impending disaster, the man let out a piercing wail, his voice laden with despair. Observing this, his companion immediately swung his blade towards the blood corpse's arm, attempting to thwart its assault. The clash of metal rang out as the weapon met the arm of the blood corpse, sending sparks flying. However, the blood corpse's arm seemed forged from steel, as the blade merely etched a shallow mark upon its skin, utterly incapable of halting its advance. In that instant, the individual who had launched the surprise attack was mercilessly disemboweled by the blood corpse's sharp claws, his innards and blood splattering across the ground. His cries ceased abruptly, his body collapsing lifelessly, his eyes still reflecting the final vestiges of terror. Almost immediately, the blood corpse clawed towards the one who had struck its arm, moving with such speed that there was no time to react. The man barely managed a short gasp before being lifted off the ground, suspended in mid-air. The ensnared man emitted a chilling scream, filled with hopelessness and agony. Without a moment's hesitation, the blood corpse opened its gaping maw and bit down. With a sickening crunch, the man's head was severed cleanly, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the severed neck, rendering the scene grotesquely sanguine. Cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd, as if this gruesome slaughter were a captivating performance. The onlookers wore expressions of excitement and fervor, seemingly desensitized to such brutality. Next group. Lu Kuan stood nearby, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. He turned to Qi Rongxing and Chao Jun, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 70. The next round. First update. Accompanied by Lu Kuan's near-mad shouts, groups of captives were ruthlessly thrown into the arena like lambs to the slaughter. Each gruesome battle unfolded before the audience. However, what filled the captives with sorrow and despair was no matter their efforts, they all inevitably fell victim to the terrifying blood corpse's razor-sharp fangs. Each cheer resonated with death. With each clash, lives were extinguished. Finally, after relentless and inhumane bloodshed, it was no surprise that all the captives had perished. The arena lay strewn with blood and severed limbs, resembling a hellish nightmare. "Now, it was your turn." Lu Kuan's menacing gaze turned towards Qi Rongxing and Chao Jun, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes. Qi Rongxing silently lamented his fate. "Damn it, being grouped together is the worst in ranking matches." Among those captives who had perished earlier, at least a few could be deemed valiant. But what of Chao Jun? Bound to him now? This second-generation scion was as frail as a reed. Qi Rongxing even suspected that a stronger gust of wind could easily topple him. To expect such a fragile figure to contend with the ferocious blood corpses was sheer folly, a delusion. Yet, the current situation left no room for choices. Under the ominous gaze of the guns, Qi Rongxing and Chao Jun could only brace themselves and slowly approach the arena. The arena had transformed into a veritable hellscape. The intense, acrid scent of blood permeated the air. Everywhere one looked, the ground was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely. The bodies of the deceased were stacked upon one another, severed limbs scattered throughout. Some even hung grotesquely from the railings surrounding the arena, creating a horrifying spectacle. The ground was slick with the offal and excrement, rendering it nearly impossible to find a foothold that moment. The blood corpse, drenched in gore and terrifyingly monstrous, lay in the center of the arena, ravenously indulging in its bloody feast. This chilling creature seemed perpetually insatiable, devouring without pause. Qi Rongxing pressed against the cold, unyielding wall, his eyes fixated on the blood corpse, voraciously relishing its macabre banquet. His mind raced, devising a strategy. Without a doubt, this was a battle of life and death. Strangely enough, at this critical juncture, Qi Rongxing found himself remarkably calm. This tranquility was almost unbelievable, as if it were not he who faced judgment of life and death, but others instead. In stark contrast, Chao Jun appeared utterly terrified. The gruesome scene of the arena had left him shaken to his core. His legs trembled like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to collapse at any moment. His once handsome face was now contorted in extreme terror, his jaw quivering uncontrollably, producing chilling clattering sounds. Do you want to live or not? Qi Rosheng suddenly turned to Chao Jun upon hearing this. Chao Jun was momentarily stunned, then, clutching at the last straw of hope, replied urgently, "What kind of question is that? Who doesn't want to live? If you want to survive, you must follow my lead and do exactly as I say." Qi Rosheng's gaze was piercing, his tone leaving no room for doubt or dissent. At this point, Chao Jun was utterly lost, devoid of any independent thought. He looked at Qi Rosheng as though grasping at a final lifeline, eagerly asking, "What do you plan to do?" Qi Rosheng replied, "First, hand over your knife to me, then follow my instructions step by step." Qi Rosheng imparted his strategy. Chao Jun, upon hearing this, wore a perplexed expression, feeling as if he were listening to an incomprehensible text. Can this really work?" Qi Rosheng countered. "Do you have a better plan?" "Not really," Chao Jun admitted. "Then shut up," Qi Rosheng commanded. "But what if we fail?" Chao Jun queried. "Failure means death." Chao Jun's eyes widened in shock, his pupils dilating. At this point, he recognized this was the only option left. He might as well gamble on a dead horse. Qi Rosheng fixed his intense gaze on Chao Jun, waiting for his response. Chao Jun swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth, saying, "All right, then let us give it a shot. But you mustn't betray me." Chapter 71. The Second Generation's Thought Process. Second update. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chao Jun suddenly charged towards the terrifying blood corpse. The blood corpse was engrossed in its bloody revelry, clutching a dripping human head in its left hand while its right grasped a chunk of flesh exuding a potent odor of blood. When the blood corpse noticed an inexplicable presence before it, its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Chao Jun. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Chao Jun's mind as he realized he had foolishly believed Qi Rosheng's words, leading him to undertake such a reckless act. "Come on, you scrawny old man," Chao Jun shouted at the blood corpse. Yet the blood corpse remained hunched over, continuing its feast, showing little interest in Chao Jun. Indeed, Chao Jun was too emaciated. This second-generation scion, resembling a mere stick, likely had nothing but bones to offer. The blood corpse certainly did not favor such a meal. As the blood corpse remained indifferent, the audience began to boo, expressing their dissatisfaction with the spectacle. Fueled by determination, Chao Jun's next action left everyone astounded. Realizing the blood corpse was ignoring him, he unhesitatingly pulled down his trousers. Yes, this fool was actually stripping in front of the blood corpse. After discarding his pants, Chao Jun brandished his manhood, aiming it at the blood corpse. This was the ultimate form of mockery. An ordinary person would likely be incensed by such an affront. Yet, the blood corpse remained unmoved. Oh dear, this sudden turn of events transformed the previously tense atmosphere into something bizarre. Soon, the arena erupted in uproarious laughter, the crowd roaring with mirth, some doubled over in fits of laughter, while others pointed at Chao Jun, chattering animatedly. The thought process of this second-generation scion was indeed peculiar. The arena, once a domain of bloodshed, had unexpectedly given rise to such a provocative scene. Has this guy lost his mind? He has gone mad. He must be insane, the crowd exclaimed, utterly bewildered by Chao Jun's behavior. Even Lu Kuan stood in shock. Death was commonplace in the arena, but to strip and mock a blood corpse was a first. Good heavens, this was a whole new level of absurdity. Observing the blood corpse's continued lack of response, Chao Jun remained unfazed. After all, they were both in this together. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. As time passed, Chao Jun reasoned that the blood corpse was not particularly interested in him, so he casually began to urinate on the ground. To his surprise, this action provoked a fierce reaction from the blood corpse. It is widely known that beasts often use their scent and urine to mark their territory. Chao Jun's actions unwittingly struck a nerve with the blood corpse. The blood corpse perceived this behavior as an affront and a blatant challenge. In an instant, the previously calm blood corpse was enraged beyond measure. It angrily hurled the piece of flesh it had been holding aside, then opened its gaping maw filled with serrated teeth, unleashing a deafening roar towards Chao Jun. Roar. As this furious roar echoed, a torrent of foamy blood sprayed forth from its mouth, splattering all over Chao Jun's face. The scene was utterly horrifying, the tension reaching a fever pitch. Witnessing this, the audience, previously dissatisfied, erupted once again. The blood corpse, stimulated as if it were a frenzied beast, lunged directly towards the Chao army. Upon witnessing this, the soldiers were instantly gripped by terror, their hearts pounding in fear. In their panic, they were so disoriented that they scarcely had time to pull up their trousers before turning and fleeing in a wild rush. Yet, in the throes of such chaos, Mistakes are easily made. Indeed, in their haste, the soldiers completely forgot that their trousers were still down. As fate would have it, just as one of them took off running, he tripped over his own feet. Losing his balance and crashing to the ground. To add to his misfortune, he fell squarely into a puddle of his own urine. Alas, this scene was nothing short of absurd. Tsk. Witnessing this spectacle, many could not suppress their derisive laughter. How foolish one must be to engage in such ludicrous behavior. However, as the ancients say, fools often find unexpected fortune, for in the midst of his unforeseen fall, the blood corpse unexpectedly leaped over him, allowing him a brief reprieve from death's door. Though merely temporary, this moment proved invaluable, granting him a few extra breaths. More importantly, it afforded Qi Rongxing the time he desperately needed. Chapter 72, Backlash, Third Update. At the moment when Qiao Jun successfully diverted the attention of the blood corpse and all the rebel forces, Qi Rongxing moved stealthily along the wall like a phantom, his footsteps as light as a whisper, making not a sound. Before long, he reached the iron gate where the blood corpse was confined. Like a slippery eel, he slipped through the gate. This was the holding area for the blood corpse. Permeated by an overwhelming stench of decay, the walls stained with mottled blood and deep claw marks. Qi Rongxing steadied himself, his gaze fixed on the thick iron chain before him. Following the chain, he quickly located its end, where he found a welding point. He approached carefully to examine the weld. As expected, the reality aligned perfectly with his prior conjectures, although the chain's end was welded shut. The area was neglected, as no one dared to check or maintain it regularly due to the blood corpse's confinement. Over time, clear signs of damage had appeared at this welding point. Observing this scene, Qi Rongxing could not help but speculate that perhaps the idle blood corpses had been tirelessly pondering how to sabotage this very weld. For there were evident claw marks at the welding site. This was a chilling thought. If given enough time, the blood corpse might indeed manage to escape. Qi Rongxing had no time for deep contemplation. Instinctively, he raised his long knife and struck down with all his might at the weld point of the chain's end. With each swing, 1, 2, 3. He unleashed a torrential force, determined to sever the seemingly unbreakable chain. With each powerful blow, sparks flew. Qi Rongxing's eyes widened in intensity, as if they might burst from their sockets. His face contorted with ferocity, his veins bulged, twisting beneath his skin like serpents writhing freely. At that moment, he had cast aside all thoughts of life and death, pouring every ounce of strength he possessed into this endeavor. All of this was solely to sever the chain. Qi Rongxing unleashed an unprecedented power, awakening every latent potential within him. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, akin to the thunderous crash of a storm. The once indestructible welding point of the chain finally succumbed to the onslaught. Shattering apart. He had succeeded. Witnessing this, a manic grin spread across Qi Rongxing's face, twisted from exertion, as he realized his monumental achievement. In the arena, the vast majority of the onlookers were utterly absorbed in the commotion between the blood corpse and the Qiao army. Only a handful noticed the stirrings within the iron gate. These few individuals attempted to raise the alarm, but their voices were swallowed by the cacophony of frenzied cheers from the surrounding crowd. No one noticed that behind this seemingly vibrant scene, a monumental disaster was quietly unfolding. The blood corpse, once tightly bound by chains, was now free. Qiao Jun lay prone amidst the mountain of corpses. His eyes wide as he beheld the approaching blood corpse, he felt the grim specter of death looming over him, certain that his end was nigh. Just at this fateful moment, a broken knife flew towards the blood corpse. Striking it unexpectedly, the creature howled in pain, its eye, the only vulnerable spot, wounded. This cry drew the blood corpse's attention towards Qi Rongxing, providing Qiao Jun with a fleeting opportunity to pull up his trousers. As the blood corpse roared and shifted its focus, it charged at Qi Rongxing. Qi Rongxing was no fool. His provocation of the blood corpse was deliberate. His aim was to guide its actions. As the blood corpse lunged, he deftly bent low, narrowly dodging its claws, and seized the chance to leap onto the creature's back, vaulting onto the arena's platform. This audacious act left the rebels in stunned silence. Previously, anyone daring enough to attempt such a feat would have been mercilessly shot down. Why, then, was Qi Rongxing taking such a risk? The onlookers were left baffled. Yet, they would soon comprehend his intentions. The enraged blood corpse, its eyes ablaze and emitting a low growl, was instinctively propelled towards the sturdy wall. Its immense form surged forward like a moving hill, its astonishing leaping ability leaving spectators awestruck. With a thunderous crash, the blood corpse leaped from the edge of the arena, as if freed from its shackles. Now liberated from the constraints of the chain, the terrifying blood corpse barreled into the crowd as if it were an unrestrained beast. In an instant, chaos engulfed the scene. The once orderly assembly was thrown into disarray, with panicked individuals scattering in all directions. The blood corps swiftly lost sight of Qi Rongxing, its initial target, yet it did not cease its rampage. Innocent bystanders bore the brunt of its wrath. Screams erupted from the audience as blood spattered, with grotesque limbs and severed body parts flying through the air. The gruesome scene was enough to chill one to the bone, as if one were plunged into a hellish nightmare. Despite the rebels' usual ferocity, when confronted with such a horrific blood corpse, an uncontrollable terror surged within them. In their unpreparedness, a singular thought consumed their minds. Flee this dreadful place at once. Even the armed rebels, tasked with maintaining order, found themselves in utter disarray. They frantically discarded their weapons, joining the stampede to escape. Only a few managed to retain their wits, quickly raising their guns to aim at the blood corpse and fire. However, despair washed over them as the ordinary bullets proved utterly ineffective against the blood corpse's hardened exterior. The bullets merely sparked upon impact or left superficial marks, failing to inflict any real damage. When Lu Kuan initially captured this mutated blood corpse, he never intended to spare the captives in the arena. Thus, the creature's strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans, even among evolved beings. It stood unrivaled. Consequently, in the face of the unleashed blood corpse, unless heavy weaponry was deployed, no number of soldiers could hope to withstand it. The treacherous designs of Lu Kuan had now come back to haunt his own men. The situation had devolved into complete chaos. The rebels, once reveling in victory, now wore expressions of fear and despair. They scattered like frightened sheep, desperately dashing for the exits. This panicked frenzy only served to further incite the blood corpse, which had already been agitated. It rampaged with wild abandon, slaughtering indiscriminately. Where the blood corpse tread, rivers of blood flowed, and corpses littered the ground. In a heartbeat, the scene spiraled completely out of control, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Qiao Jun remained quietly huddled among the mountain of corpses in the arena, his eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the harrowing chaos unfold. It was inconceivable. Qi Rongxin had truly succeeded in inciting this turmoil. Initially overwhelmed with joy, Qiao Jun was soon engulfed by a tide of fear. At that moment, the arena was a graveyard, littered with the deceased, while the few who had managed to survive, along with the bloodthirsty corpse, had broken free from the melee, escaping the arena. Qiao Jun's heart raced with terror as he realized he had been left alone in this horrific place. Damn it. Could it be that Qi Rongxing had escaped? Tears of frustration welled in his eyes. He had been so foolish, unwittingly aiding another's escape. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a half-corpse beside him, which began to tremble inexplicably. The once motionless remnant seemed to be infused with a new life. As time passed, the tremors intensified, soon followed by muscle spasms. Qiao Jun's heart leaped into his throat. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the bizarre sight before him. The onset of corpse transformation. This thought flashed through Qiao Jun's mind in an instant. As a survivor of the apocalypse, he was acutely aware of the nature and characteristics of blood corpses. These terrifying monsters not only possessed an extraordinarily formidable lethality in overwhelming numbers, but most perilous of all was their immensely powerful ability to infect. Anyone injured by a blood corpse, upon unfortunate demise, would immediately be transformed into a new blood corpse. At this very moment, the scene before him undoubtedly heralded the imminent outbreak of a large-scale corpse transformation. With this realization, a chill shot up Qiao Jun's spine, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He could scarcely fathom how long he might survive in the presence of so many blood corpses. Mother. I wish to go home. Having lived a life of luxury and never having faced such a harrowing trial of life and death, Qiao Jun finally broke down. He cried out helplessly like a child, tears streaming down his cheeks. No one could respond to his pleas or lead him away from this dreadful hell. Just then, an object descended from above him. Squinting in confusion, Qiao Jun realized it was a belt. Looking up along the belt, his eyes lit up. Xiao Qi, you've truly come back to rescue me. Overjoyed, Qiao Jun felt immense gratitude towards Qi Rongxin, nearly forgetting how exhilarating it had been to chase after him earlier. In Qiao Jun's mind, Qi Rongxin's status instantly elevated to that of an elder brother. Enough chatter, hurry and climb up. Qi Rongxin swiftly dispatched a newly transformed infected with a single stroke, then exerted himself to pull Qiao Jun from the arena. Chapter 73. Escape from the Abyss. Fourth update. Qiao Jun, overwhelmed with emotion, held on to Qi Rongxin tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Qi, you are truly magnificent. I shall never forget your immense kindness. Qiao Jun wept. Qi Rongxin, with a face full of disdain, glared at this second-generation heir, wishing he could immediately strangle him. Were it not for this fool, he would not have had to endure such circumstances. Under different circumstances, Qi Rongxin would have undoubtedly refused to save him. Yet, just the thought that this guy was Ma Xiaoling's precious son softened his heart. Not only that, Qi Rongxing even resolved to safely escort this troublemaker back to the Beishan base. Enough with the tears. From now on, follow my lead and do not cause any more trouble, Qi Rongxing warned coldly. Qiao Jun nodded vigorously, his head shaking like a rattle. Terrified, he no longer exuded his previous arrogance. Qi Rongxing cautiously led the way, with Qiao Jun closely trailing behind. Along the path, Qi Rongxing wielded his blade, decisively slaying several infected that had undergone transformation. Trembling with fear, Qiao Jun followed closely, daring not to glance around, lest he inadvertently invite disaster upon himself. As they continued, Qi Rongxing suddenly halted. It turned out that an increasing number of blood corpses had appeared ahead, a highly unusual situation. Qi Rongxing was no fool. The current scenario could only imply one thing. The mutated blood corpse must have emerged from this very location. If they proceeded further, it was highly likely they would encounter the mutated blood corpse. Why have we stopped? Qiao Jun asked softly. Qi Rongxing coolly turned back, his gaze piercing through Qiao Jun's terrified face. If you truly seek death, then by all means, proceed ahead. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Qiao Jun, like a startled rabbit, instantly darted behind Qi Rongxing, his body quaking uncontrollably. Observing Qiao Jun's cowardice, Qi Rongxing sighed and explained, "We absolutely cannot proceed any further, based on my judgment. The mutated blood corpse is likely just ahead." Upon hearing this, Qiao Jun's complexion turned pale, and he stammered, What should we do now? This way." Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Rongxing decisively turned and strode in a direction entirely opposite to the one they had been heading. Qiao Jun stood frozen for a few seconds, then quickly fell into step behind Qi Rongxing. In no time at all, Qi Rongxing led Qiao Jun to the very chamber where Lu Kuan had previously spoken with him. With a powerful kick, Qi Rongxing forcefully struck the ventilation duct above. With a dull thud, the cover of the duct flew open. Without hesitation, Qi Rongxing leapt in, swiftly navigating through the duct. Seeing this, Qiao Jun wasted no time, scrambling in after him. Thus, the two of them crawled laboriously through the narrow, dim ventilation duct. Along the way, they glimpsed numerous chilling scenes through the vents. A multitude of monsters infected with the blood corpse virus roamed densely below. Qiao Jun gazed at these grotesque, clawing blood corpses, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hands instinctively clenching into fists due to the tension. He silently rejoiced that he had heeded Qi Rongxing's advice to take the upper route. Had he chosen the lower path, he surely would have been surrounded by those terrifying monsters, meeting a gruesome fate. Just as Qiao Jun's thoughts wandered, Qi Rongxing suddenly halted. "Silence," Qi Rongxing hissed in a lowered voice. The abrupt command startled Qiao Jun, who quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. At that moment, below the ventilation duct, a massive mutated blood corpse crept by, baring its teeth and jaws. Its sharp fangs glimmered ominously in the faint light, sending chills down their spines. Upon seeing this blood corpse, Qi Rongxing's brow furrowed. In just a short span, it seemed to have grown even larger. The two remained silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Time felt as though it had frozen. After what seemed like an eternity, the terrifying footsteps gradually faded away. The mutated blood corpse had vacated the area. Once they were certain of their safety, the two cautiously resumed their crawl forward. And so, the pair progressed slowly through the narrow, dimly lit ventilation duct. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared ahead, and Qi Rongxing exhaled in relief. His suspicions had proven correct. The duct connected to the surface. They were nearing the exit. Qi Rongxing dared not linger, pulling Qiao Jun along as they dashed forward. After running a mere few hundred meters, Qiao Jun could no longer keep pace. The body of this second-generation heir was weaker than that of an average person. Unable to withstand such exertion. At this point, Qiao Jun lay on the ground, gasping for breath, akin to a dying wild dog. Cursing his misfortune, Qi Rongxing ultimately hoisted Qiao Jun onto his back and continued to run. Finally, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, the two emerged in the heart of the survivor base and encountered a patrolling squad. This signified their temporary safety. At this moment, Qiao Jun had regained his composure and assumed the demeanor of a privileged heir. With a single call, the patrol team yielded their vehicle. The two climbed aboard, and Qiao Jun, wrapping an arm around Qi Rongxing's shoulder, exclaimed, "Xiao Qi, you are truly remarkable. Had it not been for your assistance, I would surely have met my demise. It was all my fault. I was utterly blinded by ignorance, causing me to trouble you at every turn. From this day forth, you shall be my sworn brother. Regardless of our differing bloodlines, whenever you require my aid, I shall not hesitate to leap into the fray." Upon hearing this, Qi Rongxing's nose crinkled in anger. "Damn it. Were it not for the fact that I slept with your mother, I would have long since put you in your place," Qi Rongxing thought. Chapter 74, Brotherhood, First Update. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, the two successfully returned to the survivor base. Upon arrival, they were about to part ways. At the moment of departure, Qi Rongxing looked at Chao Jun with a serious expression, repeatedly admonishing him to keep his lips sealed. The events of the day must never be disclosed to anyone. Chao Jun, puzzled, asked, "Xiao Qi Gu, we have just eliminated so many traitors. This is a monumental achievement. Why would you so readily abandon it? If you report it to my father, you would surely gain a military rank." If it were me, I would seize this opportunity to make a name for myself, garnering the admiration of all. Qi Rongxing, upon hearing this, gave Chao Jun a light smack on the head, reprimanding him sternly. "You are utterly foolish. Why can't you consider the situation from a different perspective?" "What perspective?" Chao Jun inquired, clutching his head. Qi Rongxing replied, "Though we have dispatched many traitors, we have also provoked their wrath. Now they view us as thorns in their sides, eager to exact revenge for their fallen comrades. Are you truly willing to become famous at the risk of being assassinated?" This, Chao Jun was jolted into realization, breaking out in a cold sweat. He recognized that he had previously underestimated the gravity of the situation, failing to consider the potential repercussions. Understanding this, Chao Jun promptly pledged to Qi Rongxing that he would keep his mouth shut and avoid any further indiscretions. Seeing Chao Jun's sincere attitude, Qi Rongxing finally relaxed slightly. However, Qi Rongxing's concerns were far from over. Just as Guan Wenshan had mentioned, his identity was quite sensitive, and there were still many who knew him from his past. If he were to gain notoriety, unexpected troubles might arise. Contemplating these issues, Qi Rongxing hastened his steps, heading straight towards the laboratory within the base. As the day of arduous labor came to a close, Ding Hao returned home. As a mid-ranking officer with authority in the survivor's base, he was allocated a spacious residence exceeding 100 square meters. "Wife, I'm back," Ding Hao called out loudly upon entering. However, no response greeted him. Pushing open the door to the living room, he caught sight of a figure seated in the shadowy corner. The shiver ran down his spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. Instinctively, he reached for his waist, seeking the comfort of his weapon for a fleeting sense of security. "Ahau, it's me." A deep voice pierced the silence. The sound, Ding Hao's taut nerves relaxed, and his hand withdrew from his waist. "Eligo, what brings you to my humble abode today? My wife truly lacks consideration, not even emerging to offer you a glass of water," Ding Hao greeted with a broad smile. His tone warm and inviting. The figure in the corner was a one-eyed old man, crippled with a severed hand. Su Li, the steward of Ma Xiaolingji. In the civilized era, Ding Hao had served in the security department. With Su Li as his superior, a quintessential good-natured elder. Su Li waved his hand slightly, saying, "I have already sent your wife and child away to avoid any inconvenience." Ding Hao's mind raced with speculation regarding Su Li's purpose for visiting. Yet he maintained a courteous facade, inquiring, "Li Gu, your journey here must be for something significant, correct?" Su Li nodded gravely, responding, "Indeed, there is a matter of great importance. The young lady has issued me a command." Ding Hao's heart sank, and he quickly pressed on. "Does the young lady have any specific instructions?" Su Li inhaled deeply, then spoke slowly. "The young lady has ordered me to eliminate certain individuals." "Eliminate whom?" Ding Hao exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening. Su Li's gaze hardened as he coldly uttered a few words. "All who participated in the first phase of the Beishan project. Leave no one behind, as per the young lady's directive. And you are on that list." Ding Hao's expression transformed into one of disbelief, his voice trembling as he questioned, "Why? Why does the young lady seek my demise? I have done nothing to offend her." Panic gripped Ding Hao. "Consider this. Could there be some undisclosed secret at play?" Su Li queried. Suddenly, Ding Hao snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Li Gu, on the day the young lady was ambushed by the rebels, I witnessed someone. He left with the young lady." Su Li furrowed his brow, pressing for details. Who was it? Who could command such special attention from the young lady? Ding Hao hesitated for a moment before uncertainly replying. "It was Qi Rongxing. Qi Rongxing." Su Li pondered briefly before exclaiming in realization, "So it is him. It has been years since I last heard anything about him. I never imagined he was still alive." Ding Hao quickly added, "Not only alive, but Qi Rongxing appears not to have aged at all. How is that possible?" Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "How? You must be jesting. How could anyone achieve immortality?" Ding Hao sighed deeply. "Li Gu, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. But this is the undeniable truth before us." Su Li murmured softly, "I think I am beginning to understand why the young lady intends to unleash a massacre." As this thought crossed his mind, Su Li's expression grew increasingly somber. It dawned on him that he too was on that death list. How? We have shared decades of camaraderie, while the young lady has bestowed upon me a second life. It is utterly impossible for me to strike against you with my own hands. That I will grant you 3 days. Use this time to find an opportunity to escape. Once the dust settles, I will report to the young lady that you have mysteriously vanished. That in that case, you might just be able to find peace. That Su Li conveyed gravely. Ding Hao gasped in shock. Li Gu, are you truly jesting? If I leave this survivor base, how shall I survive? Not to mention the countless bloodthirsty corpses outside, which are enough to claim my life. The thought sent a chill down Su Li's spine. After a moment of silence, Su Li remarked, Ahau, do not be so pessimistic. Consider the rebels. They too managed to live well. Ding Hao fell further into despair. Li Gu, have you forgotten? My hands are stained with the blood of those rebels. If they see me, would they let me escape so easily? Compared to the blood corpses, the rebels are far more terrifying. Su Li sighed heavily, his face a mask of resignation. I can no longer afford to be overly concerned. It has come to this. 3 days hence, should you still be found within this base, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. Ahau, take care of yourself. With that, Su Li slowly rose, gripping his cane tightly, and ambled toward the door. Not long after Su Li's departure, Ding Hao's wife entered, leading their child by the hand, carrying fresh produce purchased from the market. Upon entering, she queried in confusion, why did Su Ge leave? Did he not intend to stay for dinner? Hearing his wife's question, Ding Hao slumped despondently at the table, akin to a deflated balloon. His expression shifted rapidly, oscillating between anger, sorrow, and indecision. After a fierce internal struggle, Ding Hao finally clenched his teeth. As if he had resolved upon a momentous decision, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with a newfound determination. Humph, if you insist on driving me to ruin, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Chapter 75. The Double-Slit Interference of Time. Second update. Qi Rongxing hurried back to the laboratory. Upon pushing open the door, he found Dr. Guan Wenshan engrossed in a pile of documents, her brow furrowed in concentration as she evidently searched for crucial information. Noticing his footsteps, Dr. Guan lifted her head, her gaze tinged with reproach and concern. Qi Rongxing, where have you been? Why have you only just returned? Her voice carried a note of urgency, clearly anxious about his tardiness. Is the past still functional? She inquired next. Qi Rongxing nodded, a wry smile crossing his face. It works just fine, though I encountered some unexpected events. What sort of unexpected events? Dr. Guan asked, curiosity piqued. Qi Rongxing recounted the harrowing experiences of his day, when he mentioned being captured by Lu Kuan. Dr. Guan's complexion turned pale, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Wait, how did you escape? Her voice trembled slightly. Qi Rongxing chuckled lightly, adopting a casual tone. I released the blood corpses and caused chaos in the rebel base, which allowed me to slip away. At this revelation, Dr. Guan's face grew even paler, as if she had heard something utterly unfathomable. Her fingers trembled slightly, betraying the turmoil within her. Dr. Guan, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Qi Rongxing noticed her unusual demeanor and asked with concern. I'm fine. Dr. Guan took a deep breath, striving for composure, before managing a strained smile. Qi Rongxing, you truly are remarkable for surviving this. Qi Rongxing waved his hand dismissively. It was merely luck. However, Dr. Guan, I have a question for you. Go ahead, she replied, lowering her gaze to continue sifting through the documents, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. Qi Rongxing recounted his conversation with Lu Kuan in detail, then posed his perplexity. Why do we, the involved parties, possess 2 sets of memories, while others only have one? Dr. Guan halted her movements, lifting her gaze to regard Qi Rongxing with a complex expression. After a moment of silence, she sighed. That is an excellent question. Her tone carried a hint of admiration, clearly surprised by Qi Rongxing's inquiry. Regarding this issue, we lack a definitive answer, only a hypothesis. Dr. Guan continued. What hypothesis? Qi Rongxing pressed. Have you heard of the double-slit interference experiment? Dr. Guan countered instead of directly answering. Qi Rongxing paused, pondering, before nodding. I have heard of it to some extent. But what does it have to do with my question? Dr. Guan clarified. The double-slit interference experiment is a classic problem in quantum mechanics, essentially revolving around the debate of whether light is a wave or a particle, a discussion that has persisted for over a century. In the experiment, when light is observed, it produces interference patterns. When not observed, it yields diffraction patterns. What does this imply? Qi Rosheng furrowed his brow, clearly puzzled by the explanation. Dr. Guan continued. This implies that light manifests in completely different states depending on whether it is observed or not. So, could it be possible that time behaves in a similar manner? At her words, Qi Rosheng felt a jolt, as if struck by an unseen force. He stared at Dr. Guan in disbelief. Are you suggesting that time also possesses duality? Dr. Guan nodded, a hint of resignation in her voice. This remains merely a hypothesis. What time truly is, who can really say? We, the involved parties, are the observed subjects. Thus we have received differing memories. As for others, they have not observed. Hence their timeline is singular. Qi Rosheng fell into a deep reverie. Although his level of education was insufficient to fully grasp these profound theories, Guan Wenshan's explanations provided him with a vague direction. He nodded thoughtfully and remarked, that seems to hold some truth. Noticing his contemplative state, Guan Wenshan gently reminded him, during this period, it is best for you to maintain a low profile. I am preparing to gather more information for the next journey. In the meantime, I do not wish for you to encounter any unforeseen incidents. Qi Rosheng solemnly nodded. I understand. Very well. Go and rest well. Moxia has been looking for you all day. Guan Wenshan waved her hand, signaling that Qi Rosheng could leave. In the secret chamber of the Lord's mansion at the Bashan survivor base, Chao Zhengde sat poised in a chair meticulously crafted from the hardened skin of blood corpses. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, fixated intently on Ding Hao, who was reporting the situation. Ding Hao's expression was grave. My lord, that is the gist of the matter. After completing his report, he bowed deeply, performing a standard military salute. Chao Zhengde scrutinized him, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Ding Hao, is all that you have conveyed truly accurate? Ding Hao replied without hesitation. My lord, every word I have spoken is the truth. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, I welcome severe punishment. To bolster his credibility, he added, if you harbor any doubts regarding my report, you may personally verify with the elders who participated in the first phase of the Bashan project. They experienced it firsthand and can provide more detailed and accurate information. Chao Zhengde nodded slightly. His fingers lightly drummed on the armrest of his chair, as if weighing something. 20 years without aging. Intriguing, truly intriguing. Chao Zhengde narrowed his eyes, memories of long-buried past events surfacing in his mind. It seemed that the machinations of Ma Tenghua from back in the day were not mere fabrications. After a long pause, Chao Zhengde returned to the present and slowly spoke. All right, you may leave now. Upon hearing this, Ding Hao's face displayed a hint of unease, and he cautiously inquired, then, my lord. Regarding my life and property. Chao Zhengde waved his hand, his tone authoritative. Rest assured, in this survivor base, I hold the power, not that Ma Xiaoling. Without my command, no one can harm you. Ding Hao was overjoyed, quickly bowing and expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your protection, my lord. You may go. Chao Zhengde gestured dismissively. As Ding Hao turned to leave, Chao Zhengde suddenly cautioned, remember, today's matters must remain strictly confidential, not a whisper should escape. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Ding Hao promptly nodded. I understand. After Ding Hao departed, Chao Zhengde's gaze shifted to a corner of the secret chamber, and he spoke slowly. Mr. Wen, what is your perspective? From the shadows of the chamber emerged a figure cloaked in a white robe. Its voice slightly aged. What does the Lord wish to know? Chao Zhengde pondered for a moment before asking, is there truly such a thing as immortality in this world? The figure in white shook his head. I have neither heard nor seen such a thing. Chao Zhengde sighed, his tone tinged with reluctance. I have grown old, yet the allure of power is irresistible. I do not wish to grow old. Nor do I wish to die. The cameras in that guest room captured the scene of Ma Xiaoling and Qi Rosheng in a passionate embrace, which is truly beyond temptation. I too desire such power. Yet alas, I am incapable. Aging has stripped me of too many desires. I am unwilling. The figure in white remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, however. It seems that there are indeed entities in this world that are neither old nor dead. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Chao Zhengde's eyes, and he quickly inquired, what is it that can achieve such a state? The figure in white replied indifferently, blood corpses, they're the embodiment of immortality. Chao Zhengde's understanding dawned, immediately followed by a cold glint in his eyes. Qi Rosheng indeed harbors secrets worth our meticulous investigation. He then picked up the landline phone beside him and dialed a number. My lord, what are your instructions? Came the respectful voice from the other end. Chao Zhengde spoke coldly. Go, secretly apprehend a person for me. His voice echoed in the chamber, imbued with an undeniable authority. Chapter 76. Information, third update. After hanging up the phone, Chao Zhengde fell into deep contemplation. His gaze traversed the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, staring into the distant, overcast sky, while his thoughts drifted back to a decision made years ago, throughout his life. There were few individuals whom Chao Zhengde admired, and Ma Tinghua was undoubtedly among them. Ma Tinghua had resolutely championed the construction of the Beishan base despite widespread skepticism and opposition, an endeavor once regarded as a reckless undertaking. Yet, with the outbreak of the blood corpse virus leading to a drastic decline in the global population, the existence of the Beishan base had become one of humanity's few sanctuaries. Ma Tinghua's foresight was now revered by survivors as a stroke of genius. Chao Zhengde had never believed in intuition or luck. To him, Ma Tinghua's decision was not a whimsical act, but rather based on some profound, undisclosed rationale. No one would invest such vast resources into what appeared to be a futile endeavor without possessing an absolute reason to do so. Even though Ma Tinghua had passed away many years ago, Chao Zhengde had yet to unravel this enigma. The unresolved mystery nagged at him like a thorn, troubling him through countless nights. However, today, a vague sensation stirred within him, as if he were finally nearing the truth. After seeing Qi Rongxing off, Dr. Guan immediately proceeded to the storage room to don a set of lightweight combat support armor. This equipment was specifically designed for the elderly, providing additional power assistance suitable for navigating complex terrains. Dr. Guan powered down the laboratory and quietly exited through the back door. Traversing a narrow passageway known to almost no one, he arrived at a sealed hatch. This door was hidden deep within the base and had never been marked on official blueprints. Dr. Guan entered a complex password, and the hatch slowly opened, revealing a deep, secret corridor. This corridor was one of the contingencies left behind by the late Ma Tinghua. Dr. Guan vividly remembered instructing Ma Tinghua to leave behind some hidden arrangements when he returned to 2026, in anticipation of potential future crises. This corridor was evidently one of those contingencies. Entering the passage, Dr. Guan activated the auxiliary armor and began to sprint. At the end of several kilometers lay a concealed sanctuary, where hundreds of refugees huddled beneath dim lighting. Upon seeing Dr. Guan arrive, a flicker of hope ignited in some eyes. "Doctor, you have come." A refugee stepped forward, greeting him in a low voice. Dr. Guan nodded, scanning the crowd. "Has Lu Kuan returned?" he inquired. The refugee replied, "Captain Lu is back." Dr. Guan responded, "Take me to see him." The refugee hesitated for a moment, softly cautioning, "Doctor, be careful. Captain Lu's emotions are quite unstable right now." Dr. Guan waved his hand, his tone exuding an undeniable confidence. "Do not worry, he will not harm me." Under the guidance of the refugee, Dr. Guan quickly found Lu Kuan, who sat in a corner with his bare upper body bandaged and blood seeping through the fabric. Upon seeing Dr. Guan, anger flashed in his eyes, and his tone was laced with evident discontent. "What are you doing here? Was it not agreed that we would only meet in dire circumstances?" Ignoring Lu Kuan's emotional outburst, Dr. Guan directly asked, "How many people have we lost?" Lu Kuan gritted his teeth, his voice filled with suppressed rage. "We nearly suffered total annihilation. What a stroke of bad luck." Dr. Guan's expression darkened instantly, his tone reproachful. "Did I not instruct you to exercise restraint? Why did you provoke Qi Rongxing?" "Do not mention him," Lu Kuan erupted, standing abruptly with clenched fists, veins bulging. "That bastard. I wish I could tear him to pieces." Dr. Guan regarded him coldly, his voice stern. "I warned you, Qi Rongxing's identity is special, and it pertains to our grand plan. You must not act impulsively." "Grand plan?" Lu Kuan scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. "My brother is dead, so many comrades have perished, and you tell me that keeping Qi Rongxing alive serves any purpose?" Dr. Guan inhaled deeply, his tone suddenly resolute. "If my plan succeeds, your brother and those fallen comrades will come back to life." Lu Kuan was momentarily stunned, the anger on his face gradually replaced by shock. What did you just say? How is that possible?" Dr. Guan's gaze was piercing, his tone unequivocal. "I do not have time for jest. As long as you follow my plan, everything is possible." Lu Kuan remained silent for a moment before finally sitting back down, a hint of concession in his voice. "Fine, I will trust you this once, but you had better not disappoint me." Dr. Guan nodded, his tone softening somewhat. "Have you found the materials I asked you to locate?" Lu Kuan stood up and approached the corner safe, entering a password and retrieving a dossier, which he handed to Dr. Guan. "I lost 50 brothers for this information." Dr. Guan accepted the dossier, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Their sacrifice was worth it. She swiftly opened the file bag and began to peruse its contents with great care. The documents meticulously chronicled the genealogical lineage of Chao Zhengde, as well as the family's experiences prior to the apocalypse. A faint smile graced Dr. Guan's lips as he murmured to himself, "Excellent, indeed very detailed. Moreover, there are records of the Wenxiang family here." Dr. Guan, I must admit, I am somewhat impressed. How did you ascertain that the underground central computer base in Beishan's Wenjiang district is still operational? Lu Kuan inquired. Before the collapse of the Yuxian nation, such arrangements were commonplace, Dr. Guan elucidated. Beishan has a population of 30 million. Thus, the central computer base must certainly have a permanent power source. After stating this, Dr. Guan closed the file, satisfaction evident on his face. It is done. With this information, the likelihood of my plan's success will significantly increase. Lu Kuan regarded Dr. Guan with a hint of warning in his tone. Doctor, should you fail to fulfill your promises, I shall resort to my own methods to resolve the issue. Dr. Guan tucked the file away, his gaze resolute. Rest assured, everything is under my control. You need only to act according to the plan and refrain from rash actions. With that, Dr. Guan turned and departed the shelter, his silhouette fading into the shadows of the secret passage. Lu Kuan watched his retreating figure, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh. Chapter 77. Trapped after spending a day of sweet and tender intimacy with Mo Xia, Qi Rongxing returned to his quarters, feeling somewhat fatigued. This dormitory, allocated by the weapons production workshop, offered a rather pleasant environment. Upon stepping through the door, Qi Rongxing found everything as usual, tranquil and orderly. However, just as he casually approached the bedroom and gently turned the doorknob, an unforeseen change occurred. At the moment the door swung open, a wave of indescribable unease surged within Qi Rongxing, as though an alarm had suddenly sounded in the depths of his mind. This is not good, Qi Rongxing silently exclaimed, instinctively retreating, just as he did. A shadow erupted from the bedroom with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain, a burly man, muscles rippling, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. The man's movements were as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he bore down upon Qi Rongxing. Before Qi could react, he was forcefully slammed to the ground. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Qi Rongxing made intimate contact with the floor. A wave of intense crisis enveloped him, and his survival instincts kicked in, prompting him to struggle with all his might. Despite the dire circumstances, Qi Rongxing fought valiantly to free himself from the man's hold. The assailant, expecting to subdue him easily, was taken aback by Qi's tenacity. In mere moments, Qi seemed on the verge of breaking free. Damn it, someone come help. The burly man bellowed in frustration. Yes, he called out. Several others emerged from the shadows. One of them, wielding a stun gun, mercilessly aimed it at Qi Rongxing's shoulder and pressed the switch. In an instant, a potent electric current surged through Qi, causing him to groan in agony. Amidst the excruciating pain, Qi unleashed a remarkable surge of potential, delivering a powerful punch to the man's head. Startled, the assailant loosened his grip, allowing Qi to prepare for a counterattack. However, a third adversary appeared silently, brandishing a baton and striking down toward Qi's head. Bang! Qi Rongxing collapsed, unconscious. This fellow is too fierce, the dazed giant muttered as he struggled to rise. Fortunately, our entire team is here. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss. Bind him up and report back to the lord of the city, commanded the woman holding the baton. The group swiftly secured Qi Rongxing and carried him away from the dormitory. When Qi Rongxing regained consciousness, he found himself bound within a cell, surrounded by instruments of torture, while an elderly man observed him with keen interest. Fixing his gaze, Qi Rongxing forced a smile. Lord of the city, what is the meaning of this? Chao Zhengde regarded him with the scrutiny of an appraiser. Qi Rongxing, we meet again. My lord, this is hardly the way to treat a guest. Qi Rongxing retorted with a grin. I find you to be quite intriguing. Chao Zhengde continued. What could possibly pique the curiosity of someone of your stature? Qi Rongxing countered. Chao Zhengde stroked his ring, speaking lightly. There were those who saw you before the apocalypse. What's so unusual about that? Qi Rongxing laughed, striving to maintain his composure. But why haven't you aged? Chao Zhengde pressed. Qi Rongxing's smile instantly faltered. I don't understand what you're talking about, he replied. You harbor a secret, Chao Zhengde stated. How about sharing it with me? I have no secrets to divulge. Qi Rongxing steadfastly refused to yield. You are not being forthright? Chao Zhengde slowly rose. But that's fine. I have my ways to make you talk. He turned to a thin, dark-skinned man beside him. Apply some methods to make him reveal what he knows. Rest assured, my lord, you are well aware of my techniques, the old man said with a sinister smile as he produced a toolbox. Just don't kill him. I still have use for him, Chao Zhengde instructed before departing. Chapter 78. The showdown. After Chao Zhengde left, the spacious, empty cell was left with only Qi Rongxing and the thin, dark old man. With a smile, the old man leisurely opened his toolbox, muttering, I must say, young man, you truly have stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Unable to restrain himself, Qi Rongxing retorted, "What do you mean by that?" The old man replied, "I have served the lord of the city diligently for decades. There are few who have been fortunate enough to be arranged for by him, and you are one of them. Wouldn't you consider yourself fortunate?" Upon hearing this, Qi Rongxing's anger flared. "To hell with your so-called fortune. You can keep it for yourself." The old man laughed heartily. "Look at your temper. I, too, am unfortunate and lack the fortune to enjoy such blessings." Qi Rongxing was infuriated by the old man's mockery. He yearned to strike him. The old man unhurriedly opened the toolbox, revealing a plethora of bottles and jars, an array so dazzling it was overwhelming. "Are you playing house?" Qi Rongxing scoffed. The old man responded unperturbed, "Youngster, you can be as cheeky as you wish. Soon enough, you shall know my capabilities." As he spoke, the old man extracted a vial and a slender needle. "This little gem will perk you up." He dipped the long needle into the small vial and let it soak momentarily. Then, without warning, he thrust the soaked needle into the top of Qi Rongxing's head. In that instant, Qi felt a powerful jolt of electricity strike his scalp, an overwhelming wave of pain crashing over him, leaving him utterly defenseless. It felt as though countless needles were simultaneously piercing every pore of his being, each one inflicting unbearable agony. Qi Rongxing let out a blood-curdling scream. In response to Qi's anguished cries, the old man remained remarkably calm. With a slight smile, he comforted, "Young man, your spirit is commendable. So vigorous and robust. Your cries are quite full of life. To hell with you." Qi Rongxing cursed. The old man chuckled. "This was merely an appetizer. A full 10-course feast awaits your enjoyment. Scoundrel, use every method you have on me." Qi Rongxing's anger flared anew, and rather than cowering in fear, he felt an uncontrollable rage rise within him. His eyes widened, his face flushed, as he roared at the old man before him. The old man's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Look at your spirit. Let me replenish your vitality." He swiftly withdrew several slender silver needles from a nearby cloth bag, his movements deft and agile. Next, he opened a mysterious small vial and dipped the needle tips into the potion within. After repeating the earlier process, the old man struck with force, the silver needles, now coated in the potion, darting toward Qi's waist. In that instant, a searing pain pierced through him, and Qi let out another heart-wrenching scream. The cell reverberated with his tormented wails, sending chills down the spine. As time passed, Qi's agonizing cries gradually subsided, giving way to mere groans. The old man, smiling, observed Qi, whose complexion had turned as pale as a sheet of paper. "So, how about it? Are you willing to confess now?" Qi Rongxing gritted his teeth and spat. "Confess to what? With your petty tricks? Do you really think you can extract information from me? Not a chance." Hearing this, the old man's expression darkened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "You are a tough nut to crack, but that's fine. If revitalizing your kidneys doesn't work, then I'll just have to nourish your stomach instead." With that, he turned and began rummaging through a wooden box nearby. Moments later, the old man exclaimed, "Found it." He held aloft a bottle of yellowish concoction, his demeanor radiating triumph. Qi Rongxing had vanished. The first to discover his absence was Mo Xia, who had gone to his dormitory in search of him. The room was in disarray, with signs of a fierce struggle evident everywhere. Mo Xia's heart sank as she sensed that something was amiss. She dared not delay even for a moment, and immediately conveyed this urgent matter to Dr. Guan. Upon hearing the news, Dr. Guan's expression turned grave. His current work was at a critical juncture. The collection of intelligence and data was nearly complete, and it was time to formulate a new plan for traversal. However, at this crucial moment, Qi Rongxing had mysteriously disappeared, which was far from auspicious. After a moment of deep contemplation, Dr. Guan turned to Mo Xia and said, "Mo Xia, we have no other recourse. You must seek out Chao Jun for assistance. And no matter what, you must find a way to persuade him to uncover the whereabouts of Qi Rongxing." Hearing this, Mo Xia widened her eyes in disbelief and retorted, "That fool Chao Jun, what help could he possibly provide?" Dr. Guan replied, "The only person capable of making a living man like Qi Rongxing vanish without a trace in the survivor's base, apart from Chao Jingda, is someone I cannot fathom." Mo Xia suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. I shall hasten to find Chao Jun and inquire about the situation." With that, she turned to leave. Dr. Guan quickly called after her, "Chao Jun has an affection for you. When necessary, you may need to sacrifice a bit of your allure." Mo Xia gritted her teeth and left without looking back. Watching Mo Xia's retreating figure, Dr. Guan pondered for a moment before retrieving a document from the safe and swiftly exiting the laboratory. He hurriedly made his way to the manor outside the Lord's residence. "Halt! Who goes there?" inquired the guard at the manor. Dr. Guan approached with a friendly demeanor. "Good sir, might you notify that I wish to see Madame Ma?" He slipped a meal ticket issued by the base into the guard's hand. Upon seeing the ticket, The guard scoffed. Old man, if it weren't for your age, I would have you thrown out. You think you can see the madam looking like that? You're dreaming. Dr. Guan explained. Actually, I am an old acquaintance of your esteemed madam. The guard retorted. I am also acquainted with the madam. Hearing this, Dr. Guan let out a soft sigh. It is often said that while the king of hell is easy to meet, the little ghosts are troublesome. And this was exactly such a scenario. The situation had reached a stalemate, and Dr. Guan could not afford to delay. So he gritted his teeth and produced another item from his pocket, handing it to the guard. The guard's previously impassive face transformed into one of astonishment. What Dr. Guan had given him was an incredibly precious gene serum. It is known that this gene serum serves as the key for ordinary individuals to become evolved beings. This serum was a treasure of immense value. At that moment, the guard's eyes sparkled with greed. With this gene serum, why should he toil away guarding the gate if he successfully evolved using it? He could instantly become a formidable evolved being and change his destiny. With this thought, he felt a stir of temptation. After much hesitation, the guard licked his lips and said, Very well, I shall begrudgingly notify you this once. Dr. Guan was overjoyed and promptly expressed his gratitude. She quickly handed over a small note, saying, Madam Ma will understand everything upon seeing this. Although the guard still harbored doubts about Dr. Guan's words, he ultimately nodded. Turning to stride into the manor point, one must admit, those who take payment for their services are indeed good comrades. Though the guard felt a twinge of anxiety, he mustered the courage to approach Madame Ma's chamber. He stood before the door, took a deep breath, and gently knocked. Enter, came a crisp and cold response from within. The guard, hearing the voice, cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. There sat Madame Ma at the table, her gaze icy and fixed upon him. The guard dared not meet her eyes, instead bowing respectfully, Madam, there is someone outside who wishes to see you and asked that I deliver this to you. With that, he extended the small note he had been holding. Upon hearing this, Madame Ma raised an eyebrow in surprise, then unfolded the note to take a glance. In that instant, her expression froze. Where is that person? Madame Ma's voice began to tremble. Madam, the person is waiting outside, the guard responded, somewhat perplexed. Quickly, bring them in, Madame Ma commanded the guard. Shortly after, Dr. Guan was ushered in. Madame Ma fixed her gaze on the elderly figure before her. Do we know each other? Dr. Guan replied. We have met on a few occasions, but why do I have no recollection of you? Madame Ma furrowed her brow. Dr. Guan explained, Madam, you are quite busy, and it is natural for those of high standing to forget. Not wishing to delve further, Madame Ma raised the note and inquired, Is what is written on this note true? It is indeed true, Dr. Guan affirmed. Madame Ma questioned skeptically, On what basis do you possess knowledge of these past events? She scrutinized Dr. Guan, seeking any sign of deceit in her expression. Dr. Guan stated, While I may not be well acquainted with you, I was familiar with your father. At this revelation, Madame Ma's heart jolted. So, you truly know the real cause of my father's death? Dr. Guan nodded slightly. Your father was poisoned and met his demise. Madame Ma's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, How can this be? The outside world has long claimed he died from the blood corpse virus. Dr. Guan calmly elucidated, I was the one responsible for the secret autopsy on your father's body. No one knows better than I. Upon hearing this, Madame Ma's emotions intensified. She furiously demanded, If that is the case, why was the truth concealed for so long? Why reveal it now? After a moment of silence, Dr. Guan slowly replied, Because we chose Lu Qian. Lu Qian, Madame Ma hissed through gritted teeth, her face contorted with utter loathing. So you are rebels? Dr. Guan replied, There has never been any rebellion. We serve the government. Madame Ma scoffed. Government? I haven't heard that term in years. That is not the crux of the matter. The focus is on your father's death. Dr. Guan continued. What exactly are you trying to say? Madame Ma pressed. Dr. Guan handed the document to Madame Ma, saying, You will understand upon reading it. Madame Ma, though skeptical, accepted the document and began to read it intently. As she perused the pages, she found herself in shock. Why father's will. How could it be in your possession? Madame Ma stared wide-eyed. When father passed away suddenly, how could there be a will? Dr. Guan explained slowly. I mentioned that I am not well acquainted with you, but I was quite familiar with your father. This will was entrusted to me for safekeeping. Hearing this, Madame Ma's heart grew heavier. With trembling hands, she opened the will, and familiar handwriting met her gaze. Each word and sentence was imbued with her father's profound love and concern for her. Gradually, tears welled in Madame Ma's eyes, flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. She finally believed in the authenticity of the will, for that handwriting belonged solely to her father. It turned out her father had long foreseen the tribulations she would face. He even anticipated his own death. He warned me to be wary of Chao Zhengde, Madame Ma murmured. her voice laden with sorrow and anguish. In that moment, she realized her father had always silently considered everything for her. Even in his final moments, bestowing upon her love and guidance. Setting the weighty will aside, Madame Ma gently wiped away her tears with quivering hands. She inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself. Then, she resumed her perusal of the document. Time ticked by. The autopsy report of her father came into view. When she read the word poison prominently displayed, she stifled her grief and continued to read, soon uncovering a series of shocking evidence. Over the years, through relentless efforts, we have meticulously compiled the complete chain of evidence implicating Chao Zhengde in the murder of Ma Tinghua. This includes not only the confessions of the executors and participants from that time. Dr. Guan stated gravely. Madame Ma's eyes widened, a spark of fury and hatred igniting within them. She could hardly fathom that the old man she had shared her life with for decades was in fact her father's murderer. Madame Ma slowly closed the document, leaning back in her chair, shutting her eyes in an attempt to quell the tempest of emotions within her. After a long while, she reopened her eyes, her gaze now somewhat clearer. Turning her head, she fixed her stare upon Dr. Guan and asked, her voice hoarse yet resolute, "Speak. What is it that you require of me?" At that moment, the previously silent Guan Wuxian suddenly spoke. "I need you to save someone." Madame Ma furrowed her brow at this, inquiring, "Who must I save?" "Qi Rongxing." Dr. Guan replied, "You should be acquainted with him. What has happened to him?" Madame Ma asked with concern. Dr. Guan explained, "Qi Rongxing has gone missing. And I suspect it is the doing of Chao Zhengde. Within this space, it is likely only he possesses the ability and audacity to carry out such an act. This revelation, Madame Ma's heart jolted. She looked at Dr. Guan in shock and stammered, "Qi Rongxing, is he one of yours?" Dr. Guan nodded slightly, solemnly asserting, "Strictly speaking, not only is Qi Rongxing one of ours, but so is your father. We share a common cause and historical mission." Madame Ma's eyes widened in disbelief, but she quickly regained her composure, stating, "Understood. Leave this matter to me." Chapter 79, The Death of Ma Xiaoling. Upon learning that Ma Xiaoling was willing to assist, Dr. Guan felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. In Dr. Guan's view, given Ma Xiaoling's status and capabilities, if she chose to act personally, Qi Rongxing would undoubtedly be saved. After bidding farewell to Ma Xiaoling, Dr. Guan returned to his residence, awaiting good news. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The following morning, Mo Xia rushed in, visibly flustered. Breathless and with beads of sweat dotting her forehead, she called out to Dr. Guan from a distance. "Doctor, something has happened. What is causing such panic?" Dr. Guan inquired. "Ma Xiaoling is dead." Mo Xia's words struck like a bolt from the blue. Dr. Guan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind going blank in an instant. How could this be? How could this happen? Dr. Guan muttered in disbelief, utterly at a loss. "But that is not all. Your identity has been exposed." Mo Xia exclaimed anxiously. "The city defense forces are on their way to capture you." Hearing this, Dr. Guan nearly lost his footing. "We must leave at once." Mo Xia urged urgently. "If we do not escape now, it will be too late." "No, I cannot leave. I still have to oversee the situation. I am indispensable here." Dr. Guan regained his composure, shaking his head resolutely. "But doctor, if you are captured, what will remain of the situation?" Mo Xia insisted, taking it upon herself to carry Dr. Guan as they hurried toward the secret passage of the laboratory. Their figures swiftly vanished into the shadows. Not long after their escape, the secret search unit of the city defense forces arrived at the scene with remarkable speed. These individuals were acting under the direct orders of Chao Zhengde, and thus their efficiency was formidable. Unfortunately, they arrived just a moment too late. Guan Wuxian had already disappeared without a trace. It was highly likely that the target had an insider, for the escape was executed with remarkable haste. Observing the plethora of documents scattered throughout the laboratory, the officer in charge of the capture made a judgment. Although this search yielded no results, it was not entirely fruitless. They discovered a wealth of invaluable materials and documents related to the laboratory's core secrets. All these significant items fell into the hands of Chao Zhengde. Sitting at his desk, Chao Zhengde meticulously examined the documents. Upon encountering a file concerning his family lineage, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, "My family tree. What on earth do these individuals intend to accomplish? Do they harbor some unspeakable conspiracy?" In that moment, a torrent of questions flooded his mind, plunging Chao Zhengde into profound contemplation. The death of Ma Xiaoling was no mere coincidence. As the saying goes, details determine success or failure. This truth eluded Ma Xiaoling until her very last breath, unbeknownst to her. Chao Zhengde had installed surveillance cameras and listening devices in both the estate and her bedroom to monitor her every move. More than half of the household staff were also his eyes and ears. This meticulous arrangement was a manifestation of Chao Zhengda's overwhelming desire for control, as well as the key to his ascent to power. In stark contrast to Chao Zhengda's meticulous nature was Ma Xiaoling's carelessness. The moment Dr. Guan entered Ma Xiaoling's room, Chao Mo bore numerous injuries, yet she resolutely brandished her weapon and charged forward. However, the city defense forces had sealed off all escape routes that it seemed that today would mark her end. Wiping the blood from her face, Mo Xia forced a bitter smile and spoke that Qi Rongxing crouched on the ground. Cradling Mo Xia in his arms, his heart heavy with guilt, just when everyone believed their demise was imminent, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A terrifying alarm resonated throughout the entire base, and the overhead lights began to flicker erratically. The city defense forces, sensing imminent danger, retreated in a swift, tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, the area outside the prison fell eerily silent. What had transpired? Chao Jun wore a look of disbelief on his face. Seizing the opportunity, several individuals bolted from the prison. Outside, chaos reigned in the base, with panicked survivors scattering in all directions. Chao Jun seized a soldier to inquire about the situation, only to learn that a grave crisis had unfolded. Someone had detonated the alloy gates of the refuge base, unleashing a massive wave of blood corpses. It was the rebels. The rebels had gone mad. They blew up the base, intent on taking us down with them. The soldier was clearly shaken, his pupils dilated in sheer terror. Witnessing this, Qi Rongxing thought to himself, heaven knows how brutal the battle on the ground would be. At that moment, an increasing number of fleeing soldiers scrambled back underground, while some of the remaining troops began to prepare for urban warfare. The entire base was engulfed in an atmosphere of apocalyptic panic. On the ground, countless blood corpses were surmounting obstacles, relentlessly assaulting the advancing base. The battered base could hardly withstand the onslaught of the blood tide, and defenses crumbled in all directions. A multitude of human soldiers, unable to retreat in time, fell prey to the hunger of the blood corpses. The sanctuary that humanity had painstakingly built over decades was on the verge of obliteration. Amidst the tide of blood corpses, several modified heavy trucks mingled within. These trucks, cloaked in the skins of blood corpses, were mistaken for kin by the vast horde of lower-tier blood corpses. The trucks emitted loud, distorted noise through powerful amplifiers, drawing the attention of the blood tide and guiding them towards the survivors' base. On one of the trucks, Lu Kuan, cloaked in the flesh of blood corpses, gripped the steering wheel with a resolute expression, embodying a sense of defiance against death. The truck was laden with high explosive materials, poised to blast a pathway to the underground. The blood corpses would surge through the breach, annihilating everyone. A manic glint flickered across Lu Kuan's face. As the truck barreled towards the base gates, the guards had already taken notice of its approach. They mobilized their dwindling forces, attempting to thwart the truck's advance. Bullets rained down upon it, yet this did little to impede its progress. Closer, ever closer, it was almost within reach. Accompanied by Lu Kuan's frenzied roar, the truck collided with the subway station exit, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In the underground base, seizing the moment of chaos, Mo Xia and Qi Rongxing returned to the laboratory. With no one to guard it, the laboratory had already been activated by Dr. Guan in advance. Spotting Mo Xia and Qi Rongxing's arrival, Dr. Guan urgently beckoned, "It's good that you're here. Time is of the essence. I'll be brief. Our target for this time travel is the year 1949. Qi Rongxing impatiently interrupted, "Doctor, the production team isn't solely reliant on me. Look at me in this state. How am I supposed to undertake a mission?" Qi Rongxing was covered in wounds, struggling to walk, and wondered what Dr. Guan was thinking, intending to have him enter the time capsule. However, Dr. Guan replied sternly, "Qi Rongxing, do you think just anyone can withstand the injuries inflicted by time travel?" "What do you mean by that?" Qi Rongxing frowned and inquired. Dr. Guan explained, "We have many volunteers, but only 2.5 have successfully traversed time. The 2 are you and Mo Xia, while the remaining half is Ma Tenghua.as for the others. They either suffered DNA molecular chain ruptures during the gene suppression injection or were killed by the overwhelming side effects post-travel. Do you realize you are 1 in a million?" Qi Rongxing was taken aback upon hearing this. It turned out there was such hidden truth behind it all. So, what is the objective this time? Qi Rongxing sighed, resigned. "This time, we are to eliminate 2 individuals in 1949. Dr. Guan placed the materials and equipment before Qi Rongxing. "You have only 10 minutes. Memorize everything." Following this, Dr. Guan returned to calibrate the time travel device. Qi Rongxing and Mo Xia hastily began to study the intelligence documents. The more they read, the more alarmed they became. The targets for elimination were none other than the direct relatives of Wen Xiong and Chao Zhengda. Dr. Guan had devised a plan to eradicate the roots by targeting the ancestors of both men. This was an outrageously reckless scheme. Qi Rongxing inwardly lamented. Dr. Guan, you truly are a ruthless individual. Chapter 81. The confused time travel. Just as Qi Rongxing was engrossed in recording the crucial clues from the intelligence documents, a series of explosions erupted throughout the base. The blood corpses had breached the defenses, invading the interior of the base. The Bashan survivor base faced a critical moment of life and death. This is bad. Dr. Guan, who was adjusting the equipment, suddenly broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "What happened?" Qi Rongxing hurriedly asked. Dr. Guan's face turned ashen as he trembled. The power supply to the laboratory has been cut off. The group exchanged glances, a sense of impending doom washing over them. We must activate the backup power. Dr. Guan seemed to grasp a lifeline and turned to the few remaining subordinates beside him, asking solemnly, who is willing to risk their life to go to the control room and activate the backup power? Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, no one willing to respond. This was undoubtedly a death mission. The control room was located in the living quarters, which had become a domain of blood corpses. A moment's carelessness would lead to annihilation. Faced with such dire circumstances, nearly everyone recoiled. Just then, a voice shattered the silence. "I'll go." Everyone looked up in astonishment. It was Chao Jun who had spoken. "Are you capable?" Mo Xia questioned, her eyes filled with skepticism. To her, Chao Jun was merely a spoiled rich kid, someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was clearly unworthy of such a life-or-death task. This fellow would likely falter at the sight of blood corpses. Yet, Chao Jun resolutely replied, "Don't look at me that way. I have a reason to fight with all my might as long as you can save my mother. I am willing to do anything. My mother is a good person." As he spoke, Chao Jun could not hold back his tears. Maternal love is as steadfast as a mountain. It is the softest spot in every man's heart. You must think this through. If we succeed, your mother might live, but you will certainly lose your life, Mo Xia coldly cautioned. The primary objective of this time travel was to eliminate Chao Jingda's direct relatives. If successful, the Chao family would be utterly annihilated, and Chao Jun would not escape the same fate. Whether I live or die is irrelevant. My mother's survival is what truly matters, Chao Jun declared emphatically. The others, upon hearing this, regarded him with newfound respect. "Very well. You know the base better than anyone. I'll trust you to go. You must succeed." Dr. Guan finally consented. Chao Jun cast a deep glance at Mo Xia before resolutely turning and striding towards the exit. "Chao Jun. Mo Xia suddenly called out. Chao Jun halted, turning back to look at her. Be careful." There was a hint of concern in Mo Xia's tone. Chao Jun forced a smile. "Your concern this time is the most genuine." With that, he left the laboratory without a backward glance. The group waited anxiously. Time dragged on, each second feeling interminably long. Outside the laboratory, screams echoed incessantly. The blood corpses had drawn near, commencing a frenzied slaughter. Workers in the armory were organizing a final resistance. This was the last line of defense for the base. The sound of gunfire reverberated in the enclosed underground space, while the roars of the blood corpses were deafening. Despair gradually clouded the faces of the others. "Prepare for battle." Dr. Guan ordered the remaining few clerical staff in the laboratory. The group solemnly picked up their weapons, joining the fray. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket. A handful of clerical staff could not alter the outcome. Soon, the blood corpses reached the laboratory, furiously battering against the frail door. It was over. There was no retreat, no escape. Defeat was certain. Dr. Guan fell into complete despair. Perhaps Chao Jun had already failed. In that moment of utmost peril, something incredible occurred. The power supply suddenly resumed. Dr. Guan was overjoyed and immediately activated the time travel equipment. With a surge of electrical energy, the time capsule flickered with light, and the energy field fluctuated violently. Qi Rongxing and Mo Xia stood within the capsule, desperately memorizing the information in their hands. Just as they were about to enter the time travel state, their bodies beginning to molecularize and be propelled into the currents of time. At that critical juncture, the power supply wavered, and the flaws of the backup system became evident. "This is bad. Insufficient energy. The coordinates may deviate," Dr. Guan exclaimed at the last moment. Hearing this, Qi Rongxing, on the verge of disappearing, could only curse inwardly, but in the next second, dazed and disoriented, Qi Rongxing found himself in a vast expanse of barren black soil. "Mo Xia, where are you?" Qi Rongxing surveyed his surroundings, seeing chaos all around. Before he could process what was happening, a booming voice shouted, pinning him to the ground. "Get down. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The voice was imbued with undeniable urgency. Before Qi Rongshin could react, a shell whistled through the air above, exploding not far from him. The terrifying blast sent a cloud of dirt soaring, burying Qi Rongshin in an instant. His already frail constitution succumbed at that moment, and he fainted on the spot. When Qi Rongshin regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a stretcher, his entire body swathed in bandages. He turned his head to survey his surroundings. He noticed numerous wounded soldiers, some of whom were missing limbs. It dawned on him. Damn that Dr. Guan. How utterly unreliable. He had been transported to a battlefield. This how one plays. Had it not been for someone saving his life the previous night, he would have surely met his demise. The chaos around him was palpable, with marching troops nearby, and the whereabouts of Mo Xia remained unknown, causing Qi Rongshin to feel an overwhelming sense of panic. At that moment, 3 soldiers clad in yellow khaki uniforms approached, accompanied by an officer. It's the squad leader, the very person who suddenly appeared in our ranks last night. Our team leader was killed in the explosion while trying to save him. One soldier pointed at Qi Rongshin and said. The squad leader lowered his gaze towards Qi Rongshin and inquired, "Comrade, which unit are you from?" Qi Rongshin's mind raced. He had no knowledge of the specific time or location. Speaking carelessly could lead to disaster. The best course of action was to feign ignorance. Reporting in. My mind seems to be malfunctioning, Qi Rongshin replied cleverly. Malfunctioning mind? A soldier frowned. You seem to be speaking quite normally, albeit with a peculiar accent. Could he be a spy sent from Chunqing? Speculated another soldier. The military doctor nearby shook his head. No way. I've examined him. His injuries are severe, indicative of brutal torture, and no matter how deranged the enemy might be, they wouldn't send such a wounded individual as a spy. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Rongshin asked, Comrade, where am I? What is today's date? The squad leader furrowed his brow. You truly do not know. I genuinely do not. Qi Rongshin replied, feigning bewilderment. Interesting. After pondering for a moment, the squad leader commanded, regardless of whether he has a malfunctioning mind or not, take him to the regiment's headquarters for isolation and interrogation. The soldiers promptly lifted the stretcher and carried Qi Rongshin away from the battlefield. Qi Rongshin was transported several miles away to a village behind the front lines. Here, he encountered a well-organized military regiment. Although these officers and soldiers appeared gaunt, their spirits were remarkably fierce, each bearing an expression of fearless defiance against death. Such a mental state was something Qi Rongshin had never witnessed at the Beishan base. The soldiers were clad in earth-toned and gray cotton military uniforms. The style of these uniforms was antiquated, with jackets featuring 4 external pockets and trousers resembling the old Zhongshan suit. Qi Rongshin had only seen such attire in television dramas. Chapter 82. The study class. Qi Rongshin was escorted to a temporary prison cell, where he was confined with several other captives. Once the guards departed, he finally found an opportunity to converse with the prisoners. After a series of inquiries, he was astonished to discover that he was on the front lines of the Chunqing battlefield at the end of September 1948. How could this be? Qi Rongshin gasped inwardly. He had originally intended to traverse to September 1949, but due to a malfunction in the time machine, he had arrived a year early in this war-torn era. To make matters worse, Mo Xia had gone missing during the transfer. Now he found himself utterly alone, his mission plan completely derailed. According to historical records, September 1949 marked a pivotal moment, the collapse of the old regime and the rise of a new era. Chao Zhengde's grandfather, Chao Wang, had moved his family to Xiangzheng around that time, eventually making their way to America. The plan devised by Dr. Guan was to ambush the Chao family in Xiangjiang to thwart their future ascent. However, now he not only arrived a year early but also found himself in the midst of a battlefield, rendering the plan utterly futile. Anxious, Qi Rongshin understood that his immediate priority was to recuperate before devising any further strategies. In the ensuing days, he nursed his injuries while undergoing ideological education from the military. The content presented by the cadres was little more than a rehash of junior high political lessons. Even more simplistic. He had to suppress his amusement and feign earnestness in his attentiveness, later pretending to summarize sincerely. Nevertheless, Qi Rongshin's level of education and ideological awareness distinguished him among the captives. One day, as he participated in the ideological transformation study, the topic of discussion was a recent editorial published by an instructor. While the other captives were left in a haze, Qi Rongshin was thoroughly engrossed. The instructor's words resonated deeply with him. Engrossed in reading, Qi Rongshin could not help but exclaim, "This is brilliantly written." At that moment, a light laugh emanated from outside the study room. What makes it so good? Qi Rongshin looked up to see a middle-aged officer in yellow khaki military attire smiling at him. Although he did not recognize the man, he respectfully replied, "The instructor's prose is concise, possessing the ability to dispel clouds and reveal the sun." And his analysis of current affairs incisively critiques the ailments of the old society. The middle-aged officer chuckled. "Ah, what a fine expression. Dispel clouds and reveal the sun, and incisively critique the ailments. Young man, then tell me, what kind of transformation does society require?" Without hesitation, Qi Rongxing answered, "In my view, this wicked old society must be dismantled and rebuilt." "Oh." The middle-aged officer raised an eyebrow. "Such a resolute stance," Qi Rongxing asserted. "That which is rotten to the core must be entirely eradicated, thus allowing for new space and fertile soil to emerge." "Well said." A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the officer's eyes, and he continued to inquire, "Then what do you believe our cause should be? What is our historical mission?" Qi Rongxing spoke confidently. "Our historical mission is to pursue national independence and prosperity, first removing the heavy burdens pressing upon our nation, then shedding the cloak of poverty, ultimately achieving common prosperity." What an admirable vision of common prosperity! The middle-aged officer showed a newfound respect. "Young man, your thoughts are quite exceptional," Qi Rongxing humbly replied. "The instructors have taught me well." The middle-aged officer laughed. "Their level of expertise may not match yours." With that, he patted Qi Rongxing's shoulder and added meaningfully, "Young man, would you be interested in working by my side?" An officer nearby hurriedly interjected, "General Tan, this is not permissible. He is still a captive." General Tan laughed heartily. "If every captive possessed such ideological awareness, our revolution would have succeeded long ago." Upon hearing the title general, Qi Rongxing's heart raced, and he immediately recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He promptly clasped his fists in respect and earnestly stated, "I have drifted aimlessly for half my life, yet have not encountered a wise leader. If you would not cast me aside." "Interesting. Are you reciting a script?" General Tan laughed heartily, though a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Qi Rongxing felt a sense of relief, knowing he had grasped a pivotal turning point in his destiny. Chapter 83. Decapitation Attack. Qi Rongxing followed General Tan out of the study class, where a military green Willis Jeep awaited them. In the back seat, an officer was meticulously polishing his shoes. The shoes gleamed brightly, nearly reflective enough to serve as a mirror. "Old Liu, stop polishing. We have important business to attend to." General Tan tapped on the car window, addressing the officer. "To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools." The officer replied unhurriedly, "Let me finish polishing my shoes. This is a mandatory lesson from the Valongzi Military Academy." After a brief wait, several more jeeps arrived. The imposing figures stepping out were formidable generals. Upon seeing General Tan and General Liu, the general saluted respectfully before falling silent, clearly displaying a demeanor of deference reminiscent of students in the presence of their superiors. "All the cadres from the 4th Division have arrived. Let us announce the orders." General Liu finally finished polishing his shoes and spoke. General Tan then addressed everyone. "Receive the highest directives. All officers and soldiers of the 4th Division are to assemble immediately and march southward." "What?" A bearded general's eyes widened in disbelief. "Chongqing has been besieged for 4 months. The enemy is on the verge of collapse. Why withdraw? Are we not to fight for Chongqing? Currently, Chongqing only needs to maintain pressure." "The higher-ups have other plans," General Tan explained. But someone attempted to argue further. "There are no buts." General Liu's piercing gaze swept over everyone. "The higher-ups have a strategic arrangement. Your duty is to execute the orders. War is not a banquet. There is no room for bargaining." General Tan's tone was equally stern. Ultimately, the various officers and commanders took their orders and departed. Qi Rongxing followed General Tan's convoy as they navigated through the various frontline divisions. The general's primary task was to inspect the front lines and convey the highest directives. Qi Rongxing was already well acquainted with this segment of history, as the foundational battle that would establish the new era was imminent. And this moment was crucial for troop deployment. In the face of such a significant historical event, Qi Rongxing felt a surge of fervent emotion. Although the timing of his arrival was askew, it appeared he had indeed come to the right place. The general conducted inspections, traversing the battlegrounds of various divisions. By early October, the notified divisions began to gradually assemble in the southern regions. On this particular day, after inspecting a unit of the 6th Division's 17th Regiment, General Tan was preparing to return to the rear command center when the convoy suddenly came under attack. In the wilderness, a rocket flew in at an angle, striking the lead vehicle and triggering a catastrophic explosion. The front vehicle erupted, blocking the rear vehicles and engulfing the area in gunfire. Within the rear vehicle, several soldiers swiftly disembarked to confront the enemy. A civilian personnel. Qi Rongxing was not assigned combat duties. He followed a few attendants to cover the general's escape. under the desperate protection of the security platoon. They managed to flee to a nearby abandoned village. Just when they thought they could catch their breath, the enemy quickly evaded the security platoon's fire and began to encircle them. General Tan's countenance darkened as he realized that his itinerary might have been compromised. Ready for battle, he sighed, drawing his Browning pistol from his waist, seemingly prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. The enemy advanced relentlessly, and the few remaining guards fought valiantly. The combat prowess of this wave of adversaries was utterly astonishing. Nearly beyond comprehension, the elite guard unit, which the general took pride in, was unexpectedly shattered. Moreover, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, gradually encircling them. Soon, the guards could no longer withstand the onslaught, although the civilian personnel fought with all their might. It proved futile. In this critical moment, Qi Rongxing stepped forward. He pressed down on the general while wielding a Sten submachine gun to break through. The barrel smoked as this weapon, limited in range and lethality, proved to be remarkably effective in close combat. At this juncture, the enemy had breached the abandoned village, leading to a brutal melee. Qi Rongxing, seemingly aided by divine forces, single-handedly obstructed a significant advance, causing a multitude of enemies to fall before his gun. Had Keanu Reeves been present, he would surely have exclaimed at the resurgence of gunfighting skills. Qi Rongxing, with nearly superhuman effort, thwarted the ferocious assault of the enemy. General Tan, who was hiding nearby, watched with envy. Truly, a reincarnation of Zhao Zilong, his valor was beyond compare. The battle raged on for nearly half an hour until the nearby 17th Division, having received a distress call, finally arrived. The enemy, sensing the tide turning, swiftly retreated. After a fierce engagement spanning several miles, the enemy left behind dozens of corpses before managing to escape. Qi Rongxing's singular defiance instilled fear in the enemy, earning the admiration of the guard unit soldiers. "Little Qi, you are filled with courage," General Tan remarked, patting Qi Rongxing on the shoulder in approval. "General, something feels amiss," Qi Rongxing replied, frowning. "I know. There may be a spy among us, but little Qi, it is certainly not you." General Tan spoke in a low voice. Had it not been for Qi Rongxing's remarkable stand in the recent battle, General Tan might have met a dire fate. Thus, he first eliminated Qi Rongxing from suspicion. "That's not what I meant." Qi Rongxing gestured towards a corpse on the ground. The body bore the face of a Yuxia individual, yet was clad in a combat uniform that did not belong to this era. The design of these uniforms was modernized, and the materials advanced, entirely out of place for the time. As Qi Rongxing examined the soldier's weapon, his suspicions grew stronger. This soldier wielded a firearm that did not belong to this epoch. This was too strange. A chill ran down Qi Rongxing's spine as a terrifying thought took root in his mind. There were other time travelers. "General, this matter is not simple. You must enhance security." Qi Rongxing urged. "I understand," General Tan replied, his tone still somewhat indifferent. Qi Rongxing asserted, "Not just you. Other leaders must also bolster their security. Who are you to speak so boldly to the general? Is there no discipline?" A guard reprimanded. Qi Rongxing ignored him, his gaze fixed intently on General Tan. Is it truly that grave? The general finally took notice. Qi Rongxing handed his firearm to General Tan. "Have you ever seen this weapon before?" General Tan fired a test shot, and his expression immediately turned grave. The weapon's stability and lethality were indeed exceptional. "Come with me. You must meet the commander," General Tan said, grasping Qi Rongxing's hand earnestly. Chapter 84. Big Tooth on the South Manchuria Railway. Aboard a moving train, several generals gazed solemnly at the weapons before them. Such exquisite firearms had never appeared on the northern battlefield. If the enemy were to equip themselves with these in large numbers, the consequences would be dire, remarked a middle-aged general with black-rimmed glasses. General Tan responded, "Comrade Luo, based on the intelligence I possess, the enemy lacks the means for a large-scale upgrade to new weaponry. What we must guard against are special operations personnel attempting to decapitate our senior commanders. What is your opinion?" asked a gaunt middle-aged man with a mustache, seated in the corner of the train compartment. Munching on roasted soybeans, General Tan suggested, "I propose the establishment of a specialized unit dedicated to safeguarding the senior commanders against potential threats from the enemy." The gentleman with the mustache replied, "That is a splendid idea. Let it be as you say." General Tan nodded. "Since you approve, I shall set it in motion." At that moment, the middle-aged man with glasses inquired, "I heard you were ambushed upon your return? If not for a young officer stepping in, you would have been finished, old Tan." General Tan chuckled. "Your information is indeed timely, Comrade Luo." The officer with glasses smiled. "Your guards informed us immediately, and the Internal Affairs Department conducted an overnight investigation." scrutinizing everyone who knew your exact whereabouts and apprehending several suspects. Satisfied, General Tan nodded. Little Chi is indeed a fierce warrior, possessing the valor to stand against a myriad. The mustached man displayed a flicker of curiosity. Is there truly such a formidable young officer? Let us summon him. I wish to meet him. I share that sentiment. General Tan chuckled. Outside the train compartment, Chi Rongxing had grown increasingly restless. The surrounding guards stood on high alert. While Chi Rongxing remained confined in the cramped space, wary of making any sudden movements, he had no doubt that should he attempt anything untoward, the soldiers would swiftly transform him into a pincushion. Just then, a rugged man clad in khaki military attire entered the compartment. The man's appearance was rather distinctive. Towering and robust, he bore a square face adorned with prominent buck teeth. I hear you single-handedly saved 104? The buck-toothed man inquired. Chi Rongxing was taken aback momentarily before responding. Not at all. That is merely exaggeration. Humph. I'll find out if you're exaggerating. Without further ado, the buck-toothed man launched an attack, driving his iron elbow toward Chi Rongxing. Strangely, as the brute attacked, the vigilant guards appeared to turn a blind eye. Chi Rongxing was furious. In the confined compartment, he had nowhere to evade. It was a fight he could not avoid. Reluctantly, Chi Rongxing raised his hand to absorb the blow. He staggered back 2 steps as both he and the giant displayed expressions of disbelief. Chi Rongxing, with his enhanced physique, had long surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary person. Yet, the force of the giant's elbow left his arm slightly numb, indicating the brute's extraordinary strength. Among ordinary individuals, he was already exceptional. Conversely, the giant's face was also marked by suspicion. His long-reaching combat skills usually overwhelmed even the guards surrounding his instructor, yet this young man had effortlessly blocked his strike. A skilled fighter, the giant licked his buck teeth, his expression brimming with excitement. All right, that's impressive. Let us see if you can take a few more hits. As he spoke, the giant unleashed a flurry of strikes, his arms moving like 2 black dragons toward Chi Rongxing once more. In a mere instant, they exchanged 7 or 8 blows. The giant unleashed his full power, employing all manner of techniques, creating a cacophony that reverberated throughout the compartment. The guards nearby were left dumbfounded, well aware of General Liang's exceptional martial arts prowess, and what they witnessed today was truly formidable, rivaling that of a legendary warrior. Meanwhile, Chi Rongxing found himself cornered. Unable to retaliate, merely defending against the onslaught. Chi Rongxing was infuriated. What had he done to deserve such treatment? Was it necessary for him to be subjected to such beating? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and soon he was ready to unleash his fury. Just as he contemplated whether to strike the brute with a lethal punch, the giant suddenly leaped back from the fray and laughed heartily. Little brother, you are indeed a skilled fighter. I admire your prowess. Admire my foot. Chi Rongxing was ready to curse. At that moment, General Tan's laughter echoed from the compartment. To earn Big Tooth's admiration, Little Chi, you are indeed a notable figure. Chi Rongxing wiped the blood from his nose and raised his fist, the size of a sandbag. That was merely a warm-up. Shall we try again? The buck-toothed man, his face now showing signs of distress, replied, no more fighting. If we truly engage, I would not be your match. I held back earlier, but I have already exhausted all my strength. Upon hearing this, Chi Rongxing's expression softened. Very well, let it be. It is for the best. He thought to himself that if he were to fight with all his might, Yu Xiao would surely lose a founding general 6 years hence. Little Chi, stop dawdling. Come with me. Someone wishes to meet you. General Tan instructed. Chapter 85. A notable scene as Chi Rongxing prepared to follow General Tan out. The buck-toothed giant called out, Old Tan, I want this excellent soldier. General Tan shot him a glance. You dream on. Dare you to snatch him from me? The giant pleaded earnestly. I'm not saying I wouldn't use him. You're a political officer. Keeping such a fine warrior around is pure waste. Who says I wouldn't utilize him? General Tan glared at the giant and continued. Good steel should be used where it matters most. Little Chi's appointment with Comrade 101 has already been planned. So say no more. Upon hearing the name 101, the giant lost his bravado and could only nod toward Chi Rongxing. Little brother, if you ever find yourself at the 6th Division, just mention my name. Liang Dia. As they parted ways, Chi Rongxing followed General Tan into a special compartment where he encountered a legendary figure whose place in Yuxia's history would forever be contentious. The person sat there, poised in their seat. His physique was remarkably lean. His face was gaunt, with slightly prominent cheekbones and subtly sunken cheeks, yet exuded an indomitable spirit that most could hardly fathom. His eyebrows were thick and slightly grizzled, resembling 2 stable mountain ridges, arching slightly to reveal a hint of dominance. His eyes, though not large, sparkled with intensity, their depths reminiscent of a tranquil pool, seemingly capable of perceiving the innermost thoughts of others. His nose was well-defined, and the corners of his mouth often hinted at a barely perceptible smile, suggesting that he was orchestrating the affairs of the world with ease. Upon seeing his true countenance, Qi Rongshan was momentarily taken aback. "What, do you know me?" inquired the fair-skinned gentleman with a smile. Qi Rongshan quickly replied, "Not at all. I merely noticed that the yellow beans on your table appear quite delectable." Laughter erupted among the passengers in the carriage. "It seems you two have a taste for fried yellow beans. Come, I shall share some with you," the fair-skinned gentleman said jovially. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Qi Rongshan responded as he promptly opened his pocket and poured the yellow beans inside. Goodness, if these yellow beans were to be auctioned off, they could easily fetch enough for a 3-bedroom apartment. He mused. "Such courage you possess, young comrade," the fair-skinned gentleman remarked, his smile fading. "In this army, you are the first to dare to seize my yellow beans." Qi Rongshan shrugged nonchalantly. "Surely not, General. You seem quite approachable. And I am certain you would not withhold good things from others." This General Luo, wearing glasses, chuckled. "You might have misapplied the term approachable. A bold lad. I find that quite commendable," the fair-skinned gentleman slowly began. What followed was a brief exhortation, essentially encouraging Qi Rongshan to work diligently and not forget the belief that a single spark can start a prairie fire. After a few simple words, the others sent Qi Rongshan on his way. Only a few generals remained in the carriage. It was then that the fair-skinned gentleman spoke again. "Seeing this youth, observing his courage and appearance, I am reminded of an old friend." "Oh." The generals were momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that he was not a man prone to sentimentality. Having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, the renowned general had long since shed any melancholy. Yet, the fair-skinned gentleman continued, "If that old friend were alive today, perhaps it would not be I orchestrating the strategies for a 1,000,000-strong army." "Who might you be referring to, Brother Yanchun?" inquired a middle-aged general with black-framed glasses, curiosity evident in his voice. Lin Yanchun slowly replied, "Who else could it be but Huai Zhou?" Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd was taken aback. To think, there was indeed a striking resemblance. The middle-aged general with black glasses sighed. "When I was promoted to the director of the political department, Huai Zhou had already risen to the rank of corps commander, truly a figure of heroic stature. It is a pity that time does not favor us." The fair-skinned gentleman proclaimed with vigor, "Revolution is indeed about sacrificing one's life and blood. Why should one need to wrap oneself in a horsehide shroud?" Just then, the train arrived at Zhangwu Station. Coming to a gentle stop, "Let us disembark and stretch our legs," the fair-skinned gentleman suggested. The group followed him off the train, where an aide approached, presenting a telegram. "General, a directive from the Supreme Headquarters." The fair-skinned gentleman took the telegram, scrutinized it, and then stepped into the deepening autumn dusk. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he suddenly turned, speaking with unwavering resolve. "Yalu, come here." General Lu, who had been instructing Qi Rongshan on how to polish shoes, hurried over to the fair-skinned gentleman, inquiring about his commands. "Take note, I am making the following deployment adjustments," the fair-skinned gentleman instructed. General Lu quickly produced paper and pen. The fair-skinned gentleman spoke in an undeniable tone. "We will organize 4 divisions, 11 divisions, and 2 independent regiments to strengthen the Taishan defense line. Divisions 2, 3, 7, 8, and 9 will join with the 6 divisions of the 17th Regiment to launch an assault on Jianzhou. The 10th Division, along with 1 regiment, will engage the Liao Yaoxiang troops along the Heishan and Dahashan front. The 12th Division, together with 12 independent regiments, will besiege Changchun. The 5th and 6th Divisions will monitor Shenyang, and the 1st Division will serve as the general reserve." Finally, the fair-skinned gentleman added, "Repeat that back to me." Not far away, Qi Rongshan, who had been polishing shoes, was utterly dumbfounded. What a remarkable scene. Chapter 86. Skillful combat in February of 1949. The cold winds of the northern country remained biting, and the earth had yet to fully awaken from its wintry slumber. On the southern roads, a convoy of military vehicles, laden with soldiers wearing dogskin hats, traversed the snow, producing a dull thud with each turn of the wheels. Qi Rongshan sat in a jeep, his gaze resolute, his expression radiating an unmistakable vigor. For several months, the People's Army had swept through the northern territories like autumn winds scattering leaves, completely liberating the lands beyond the Great Wall. The enemy in the capital had lost the will to resist and chose collective surrender. The ancient capital, with its millennia of history, had been peacefully liberated. Although the battles in the south were yet to conclude, the tide of the world had decisively turned. The decaying old dynasty was on the verge of collapse, and a brand new world was emerging on the horizon. To witness the dawn of a new nation was indeed a profound honor for a person of the later generation. As one of the first to enter the country, Qi Rongshun was assigned to garrison the capital. Tasked with safeguarding the safety of central leaders, over the past 4 months, he had repeatedly demonstrated exceptional agility and courage, thwarting numerous assassination attempts against high-ranking officers. These accomplishments had propelled him swiftly up the ranks within the army. And he now enjoyed the privileges of a regiment commander. After the unit arrived in the capital, Qi Rongshun remained on standby for several days. During this period, no tasks were assigned. In his leisure time, he explored the ancient capital. Despite having endured the ravages of time, the city retained its former splendor and tranquility, having been spared the horrors of war. Qi Rongshun strolled among the 10 scenic spots of the capital, including Jitai Evening Glow, Shishan Clear Snow, Lugo Dawn Moon, and Dongjiao Timely Rain, feeling a surge of emotions. In his era, many of these sites had vanished due to urban renovation and historical changes, and the old city walls had long been dismantled. Now, to behold these ancient monuments in all their grandeur, Qi Rongshun felt an indescribable awe. One morning, as was his routine, Qi Rongshun rose early. He stopped by a corner shop for a bowl of bean juice and purchased a copy of the Jingbao before heading to Jing Mountain Park nearby to exercise. The park was mostly populated by elderly individuals engaging in morning exercises, making young people like him a rare sight. Qi Rongshun approached a gnarled tree, preparing to commence his daily workout. Though he was an evolved being, far surpassing ordinary individuals in physical prowess, he maintained the habit of training rigorously in winter and summer alike. It was this relentless effort that continually enhanced his combat abilities. While Qi Rongshun was exercising, a middle-aged man in his 40s also arrived under the gnarled tree, unabashedly beginning to practice swordplay. The middle-aged man had a square face, well-defined features, and an expression that conveyed both determination and gentleness. With a bushy beard adding an air of grandeur, he wielded an unsharpened iron sword, initially performing Tai Chi sword techniques with soft, fluid movements that exuded beauty and grace. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's swordplay transformed, shifting from gentle to fierce, each move imbued with a decisive, lethal energy. The blade gleamed like cold steel, slicing through the morning light with a sound akin to tearing silk. The middle-aged man danced lightly on his toes, his form akin to a hawk soaring through clouds, the sword's edge flashing with violet and azure light, mesmerizing anyone who beheld it. Qi Rongshun couldn't help but applaud in admiration. The middle-aged man halted his swordplay, slowly lifting his gaze to Qi Rongshun, his stare deep and powerful, as if he could peer into one's very soul. "Young man, do you understand swordplay?" the bearded man asked with a hearty laugh. "Not particularly," Qi Rongshun replied. "Then how do you know it's good?" the middle-aged man inquired further. Qi Rongshun smiled. "Sir, your swordplay roars like thunder, truly embodying the demeanor of a master." The bearded man chuckled slightly. "Young man, you have a way with words." Qi Rongshun then shifted the conversation. "What a pity." "What a pity about what?" the bearded man asked, momentarily taken aback. Qi Rongshun candidly replied, "Though you possess the demeanor of a master, you lack the true strength of one. There is a bit too much showmanship." Upon hearing this, an old man nearby scoffed. "Humph, you insolent child, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you not know who you are speaking to?" Qi Rongshun turned to the old man, noticing the pronounced veins on his temples, clearly a master of martial arts. Moreover, several others who appeared to be exercising were actually keeping a close eye on the situation. Qi Rongshun realized that the bearded middle-aged man was likely an exceptional individual. The old man approached, speaking slowly. "Xiang Yu Gong is a disciple of Han Mu Xia, possessing sword techniques that are breathtakingly exceptional. In modern times, perhaps only Tan Fushin could rival him. The insolent child dares to make unfounded judgments. Truly, he does not know the height of heaven or the depth of earth." The bearded man hastily waved his hand. "Brother Suanzhou, you flatter me. How could I dare to compare myself with Tan Fushin?" The old man clasped his hands. "Xiang Yu Gong, you are being too modest." Qi Rongshun observed the two, unable to suppress a chuckle. "I merely spoke the truth. Boy, do you believe I could teach you a lesson?" The old man glared, veins on his hands bulging. The bearded middle-aged man quickly intervened, then turned to Qi Rongshun. "Young friend, what is it about my swordplay that does not meet your approval?" Qi Rongshun replied straightforwardly, "It is not the swordplay that is lacking. Rather, it is you. You rascal." The old man exclaimed angrily. "Do you believe I would not beat you to death?" Qi Rongshun paid no mind to the old man's fury, merely addressing the bearded man. "Your right hand has suffered a severe injury. A fracture has led to misalignment of the bones. With advanced surgical treatment, it could have been restored, but alas, you opted for conservative treatment, resulting in a slight disability." The bearded man's eyes narrowed slightly. "You can see that." Qi Rongshun nodded, tacitly acknowledging his observation. "Little rascal, you speak with such confidence. You seem to possess quite a bit of skill. The old man, Sun Suinzhou, rolled up his sleeves. Come, let me show you a few moves. Perhaps not. I do not strike old men. Qi Rongxing laughed heartily. You insolent brat. You infuriate me. The old man, fuming, appeared ready to explode with rage. Qi Rongxing understood that if he did not reveal his skills today, it would be difficult to conclude the matter. So he spoke up. Big Beard, may I borrow your longsword for a moment? The big beard tossed the sword to Qi Rongxing. Watching him with great interest, Qi Rongxing caught the sword and began to swing it casually. He had never practiced swordplay and was entirely a novice. However, as an evolved being, his strength, speed, and agility far surpassed that of an ordinary person. The sword in his hand danced like a mere fire poker. Devoid of any of the fundamental movements of the 13 basic sword techniques, such as drawing, carrying, lifting, pointing, and thrusting, instead, he merely adopted a chopping and hammering posture. Initially, the onlookers were taken aback. And an old man mocked. This is merely an amateur. However, before the laughter could dissipate, the crowd abruptly ceased their mirth, their expressions turning to one of disbelief. The longsword in Qi Rongxing's hand emitted a terrifying whoosh, resembling the sound of an explosion. The air was torn apart, exuding a searing heat. Although Qi Rongxing's swordplay lacked technique, its speed was extraordinary, creating a sound akin to a sonic boom due to the violent friction with the air. The old man's face turned ashen, his heart profoundly shaken. He understood that the power and speed of this young man before him had far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. The so-called swordplay was rendered meaningless in his presence. Any proximity posed a lethal threat. After Qi Rongxing completed his set of sword moves, the iron sword in his hand had even developed warmth. With a casual swing, the nearby crooked neck tree fell to the ground with a resounding crash. At that moment, several armed security personnel suddenly appeared, vigilantly observing the situation in the arena. The big beard laughed heartily, gesturing for the security personnel to stand down, and then addressed Qi Rongxing, young brother. Your extraordinary talent and martial prowess should not go to waste for the country. Qi Rongxing introduced himself, stating that he was in the capital to report for duty and awaiting arrangements. Ah, I see. That's wonderful. The big beard nodded with a smile, then turned to the old man. Brother Suinzhou, perhaps you should refrain from participating in the contest. Youth is formidable, and the nation still needs talents like you to promote our national arts. The old man, pale-faced, chuckled awkwardly. What you say is entirely true. No need for a match. Qi Rongxing chuckled and returned the longsword, departing with a nonchalant air. What a remarkable talent. The big beard marveled as he watched Qi Rongxing's retreating figure. The power and speed he had just displayed were undoubtedly extraordinary. Could it be that there truly existed a prodigy in martial arts in this world? Sun Suinzhou was filled with uncertainty. The big beard smiled slightly and remarked to his secretary, such a talent deserves significant responsibilities. We must add his name to the list for that matter. The secretary nodded. Chief of Staff. This Qi Rongxing was selected for this mission. His strength is beyond doubt, and he has achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield. It is said he even saved General Tan's life. The only issue is that his identity is somewhat suspicious. We have been unable to ascertain his background, which is why he has been held up in the political review. The big beard chuckled lightly. Even the heavens are stirring. We should not be constrained by such details when it comes to talent. In our revolutionary efforts, do we still care about these trivialities? Convey my orders. This individual is to be specially recruited into the list. Good steel must be used on the cutting edge. The secretary complied, immediately writing a note to have it carried out. Just then, someone else arrived to report on work. The big beard exclaimed in surprise, Has Shua Qing arrived so soon? Wonderful, wonderful, truly a swift advance. Leading the charge, Chapter 87. The 7 Southern travelers. Upon returning to his station, Qi Rongxing received notification from the higher-ups that he would have a personal meeting with a leader the following day. To express the organization's concern, he even received a new outfit. This was the uniform of the Central Security Department, tailored specifically for him. The official in charge of the reception said, Starting today, your organizational affiliation will be transferred from the Northern Army to the Office of the Guard. Congratulations, comrade. This is a position many dream of. Qi Rongxing smiled faintly at this. Wherever I am, I will shine and contribute. To me, it is all the same. This was his honest sentiment. During the 4 months Qi Rongxing spent following the army's southward campaigns, he had thoroughly experienced the thrill of battle. Yet Dr. Guan's task remained elusive. He had arrived too early in the timeline, and he had not yet awaited the right opportunity. He could only wait for the southern conflict to subside and for history to draw closer before he could take action. During this time, what he needed most was to remain low-key and hidden. For this reason, being transferred to the Guard Bureau was less than ideal, according to his plan, after the failed peace talks in April. The million-strong Northern Army would launch a full-scale offensive into the southern provinces. At that time, he could follow the army southward and conveniently resolve his task. Now, the job transfer had inadvertently complicated his situation. However, he could only proceed step by step given the current circumstances. Qi Rongsheng relaxed and began to prepare for the meeting the next day. Early the next morning, a black Stipang luxury car, the type used by Director Wu, arrived outside Qi Rongsheng's door. The car crossed a block and stopped in front of an unremarkable red brick courtyard. Several armed soldiers gathered outside the courtyard, checking Qi Rongsheng's documents before allowing him entry. He walked into the courtyard and saw several young individuals, dressed in the same uniform as himself, anxiously waiting. As Qi Rongsheng approached, he noticed that two of the young individuals cast him peculiar glances. One, a young woman with delicate features, looked at him with curiosity, while the other, a young man with a buzz cut, regarded him with a hint of hostility. Qi Rongsheng was puzzled. He had not offended anyone. So why were they scrutinizing him so? Just as he was musing, the door to the courtyard opened, and the big beard, clad in a Zhongshan suit and exuding a hearty laugh, stepped out. Qi Rongsheng focused. Realizing that this was indeed the person he had encountered in Jingshan Park the previous day, his assumption had been correct. This was a significant figure, yet, he felt that his memory of this person was somewhat lacking. Wait, Qi Rongsheng suddenly realized. Could it be that individual? The more he observed, the more he felt it resembled him. Was it truly that person? But something seemed off. It was not that Qi Rongsheng was lacking in perception. Rather, the historical figure's appearance was drastically different. He had been misled. Qi Rongsheng felt a jolt. Could history be erroneous in some way? Upon seeing the big beard, the waiting youths all stepped forward to greet him. Among them, the older ones referred to him as chief of staff or director, while the young woman and the young man who regarded Qi Rongsheng with hostility called him uncle. This further solidified Qi Rongsheng's suspicions. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The awkwardness was fleeting, and no one delved deeper into the matter, assuming it was merely a slip of the tongue on Qi Rongsheng's part. The big beard then spoke. You are all talented individuals recommended by various army groups, skilled and promising newcomers. I have summoned you here for a specific mission. Upon hearing this, everyone grew serious. Fully alert that I need you to conceal your identities and head to Haidu City, cooperating with Comrade Pan Heng from Haidu City to rescue a group of professors from higher educational institutions. These individuals are about to be forcibly relocated and kidnapped by the reactionary puppet government to Dongfan Island. Your mission is to ensure their safe return to the capital. The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon their enthusiasm waned. What happened to the grand mission? They wondered. The big beard earnestly explained. War will eventually come to an end, and society will need to be rebuilt. These individuals, experts in their respective fields, are our most valuable assets. Protecting their safety is a significant mission for the new government. Upon hearing the big beard's explanation, the group nodded in agreement, expressing their commitment to fulfill the trust placed in them by the organization and to complete the mission successfully. Haidu is still under the puppet government's control, so you must prioritize your safety, the big beard cautioned. Feeling the big beard's concern warmed their hearts, he added. Gu Hong, you will act as the team leader and be fully responsible for the operation. The big beard then turned to the oldest member of the group, emphasizing, should anything happen to Gu Hong, the team will follow Qi Rongsheng's orders. The group was slightly taken aback, aside from Yi Xiangchuan, who was also from the Northern Army. The others looked at the relatively unknown Qi Rongsheng with expressions of surprise, curiosity, and a subtle hint of jealousy. After leaving the courtyard where the big beard was staying, the 7-member team, under Gu Hong's direction, held a separate meeting. I am Gu Hong from the Northwest Bureau, formerly a guard for Dagong. Leading you on this mission is a trust placed in me by the organization. Please introduce yourselves to one another to get acquainted. Gu Hong initiated. Upon hearing that Gu Hong was a guard for Dagong, everyone showed him respect, including Qi Rongsheng. Each introduced themselves in turn. And then Gu Hong began assigning tasks. The greatest challenge for their journey to Haidu was how to arrive smoothly. Given the situation of the North-South standoff, it was unrealistic for all 7 to travel together. So they would split into smaller groups. Gu Hong stated. Shenzheng and Lu Zhou will be with me. Yi Xiangchuan and Jiang Tong will be a pair. Qi Rongsheng, you will be with Su Jianwei. We will travel separately and regroup at the National Hotel in Heiju. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man named Shenzheng interjected. Captain, I want to be with Su Jianwei. That's excessive. Gu Hong frowned. The organization did not assign you to date. The reason I am not pairing you two together is to prevent you from jeopardizing the mission. Qi Rongsheng observed the two, sensing that there might be something more to their relationship. Chapter 88. Su Wenxiang. After the meeting concluded, Qi Rongxing was blocked on his way back to the station by Xinjiang. Qi Rongxing, don't think that just because you showed your face in front of Uncle Zhou yesterday, you are truly a person of importance. Xinjiang spoke with a rather unfriendly tone. Are we well acquainted? Qi Rongxing turned his gaze towards Xinjiang. Yesterday, you disregarded my master's dignity. According to the rules, I should seek retribution from you. However, considering the weight of our mission, let us set our personal matters aside for now. But I must warn you, Jianwei is my childhood sweetheart, that you'd best tread carefully and do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Xinjiang warned, each word dripping with arrogance. Qi Rongxing's temper flared instantly. Are you out of your mind? What jealousy do you have to be so possessive? Qi Rongxing turned to leave, unwilling to jeopardize his image before a great figure by getting into a brawl at the door of the Duke of Zhou. Qi Rongxing, once the mission concludes, I shall make you regret it. Xinjiang threatened. I await your arrival. Qi Rongxing retorted without looking back as he departed. Upon returning to their base, Yu Xiangchuan remarked, be cautious. Brother Qi, this Xinjiang is not broad-minded. If you provoke him, your days may not be easy. What kind of person is he to be so arrogant? Has he never tasted the iron fist of socialism? Qi Rongxing scoffed, puffing on his cigarette. Yu Xiangchuan explained, Xinjiang is a disciple of Sun Suanzhu, quite renowned in the Central Security Department. Qi Rongxing recalled the loud old man from yesterday and couldn't help but inquire. What is the background of this Sun Suanzhu? Yu Xiangchuan replied, Sun's father is none other than Sun Lutong, known as the Saint of Martial Arts. Qi Rongxing suddenly understood. The next day, Qi Rongxing received funds and documents from the organization and proceeded to Zhangyamen Station to rendezvous with Su Jianwei. To disguise his identity, Qi Rongxing donned a somewhat worn student outfit, tucked a datong pin into his chest pocket, procured a pair of second-hand leather shoes from a pawn shop, and added a small wicker box bought from the market. Standing before a mirror, he indeed resembled a wandering scholar. Upon arriving at the waiting hall of Zhangyamen Station, Qi Rongxing spotted Su Jianwei. The young lady was clad in a dark indigo qipao, adorned with a silver brooch at the collar, and wore black cloth shoes with white cotton socks reaching her ankles. Her hair was neatly styled, presenting a fresh-faced appearance. Just one glance was enough to evoke an overwhelming sense of pure youthful vitality. Even Qi Rongxing, hardened by the relentless barrage of social media, nearly lost his composure. This lady, having endured the trials of war, was incomparable to those delicately filtered beauties. The only thing that could potentially diminish her charm was perhaps the dark, straight hair of Mo Xia. Qi Rongxing momentarily found himself lost in thought. Senior Qi, over here. Su Jianwei waved. Qi Rongxing approached, and they sized each other up, both surprised by what they saw. I never expected that with this transformation. You would actually resemble a student, Su Jianwei remarked with a smile. Indeed, I am a bona fide university graduate, Qi Rongxing muttered. Even a diploma from a lesser university is still a diploma. How do you find my outfit? Su Jianwei asked, somewhat self-satisfied. Qi Rongxing chuckled. Your style is reminiscent of a character from a cosplay of the Long Sen age Yefrem Simalu. You scoundrel, take this punch, Su Jianwei retorted angrily. The two boarded a train from Shanjing to Jigu, then traveled along the Jinpu Railway to Puku, where they transferred to a ferry to cross the river, ultimately switching to the Huning Railway line to reach Haidu. Along the way, they encountered numerous checkpoints. And the further south they traveled, the more palpable the clouds of war became. Before crossing the river, things were manageable. With their student identities, they were allowed passage by the military and even provided accommodations. However, once they crossed the river, the situation deteriorated rapidly. The minions of the puppet government seemed to sense impending doom, thus exerting every effort to plunder the populace, despite the cover of their student identities. Qi Rongxing and Su Jianwei still faced exploitation. Fortunately, Qi Rongxing had the gold yuan ticket to mitigate some troubles. Nevertheless, Su Jianwei's striking legs attracted the attention of numerous ill-intentioned individuals. Just as they dismissed a self-proclaimed secret police officer, two ruffians from the Green Gang approached Su Jianwei to engage her in conversation. Little girl, where did you come from? One of the leering thugs said, unable to tear his gaze from Su Jianwei's legs. Su Jianwei trembled slightly, her hands showing visible veins, a sign that she was ready to retaliate at a critical moment. Qi Rongxing stepped in front of her. Young man, I'm blessed by ancestral spirits. My boss is naturally a family member. The thug paused, then inquired, who is your family elder? Qi Rongxing swiftly replied, Su Wenxiang. Huh. The thug's eyes widened. I've never heard of that name. Qi Rongxing continued. Our elder is from the big character generation. With shares in the Sanchin company, Du Dada is our uncle. The thug, visibly intimidated, withdrew his hand that had been reaching for Su Jianwei's leg. Qi Rongxing added, "If you don't believe it, feel free to inquire on Hua Jin Road." The thug was thoroughly convinced. As a lowly henchman of the Green Gang, although lacking in educ, however, my teachers assert that the West is the epitome of excellence, suggesting that we lag behind by at least 2 centuries, and even our script and language serve as symbols of our backwardness. Su Jianwei felt a twinge of insecurity. Qi Rongxing interjected, "Your teachers might not have contemplated a crucial question." "What question?" Su Jianwei inquired. Qi Rongxing replied, "When we gaze upon the millennia of history of the Yuxian nation, we find that for the vast majority of our existence, we have been expanding our territories and assimilating barbaric tribes. Of the 4 ancient civilizations, 3 have perished. Why do we alone endure?" "Why?" Su Jianwei pressed. "Because we endure through generations." Qi Rongxing stated, "The source of our resilience lies in our culture, our language, our script, and our profound historical legacy, which is unparalleled by any other nation. I don't understand. Aren't these burdens we must bear? After that movement, we have been advocating for a lighter path forward, seeking to cast off our burdens and embrace the West." Su Jianwei expressed, a look of confusion on her face. A narrow-minded perspective. Qi Rongxing declared emphatically, "Remember, culture has boundaries, art has boundaries, science has boundaries, and civilization has boundaries. The so-called embrace is merely a trap." Upon hearing this, Su Jianwei fell silent. Qi Rongxing continued, "Our century of weakness ultimately stems from an unprecedented upheaval. This upheaval is the Industrial Revolution. We started late, hence our subjugation, but we cannot remain in this position forever. Our nation is industrious and brave. Our people are resilient and hardworking. We can survive in the cracks, unlike those pirate civilizations and shameless individuals. The blood we shed today, the suffering we endure, is for the sake of ensuring that future generations no longer bleed or suffer." Su Jianwei stared at Qi Rongxing, struggling to believe that such words could come from a young man. "I apologize, your words are too striking. I need time to digest them." Su Jianwei said, "Take your time." Qi Rongxing shrugged. "I still find it utterly incredible." Su Jianwei remarked, "Ever since I was old enough to remember, all I have witnessed are the sufferings of our fractured and weakened nation, besieged by invaders. This is completely different from what you say." Qi Rongxing sighed. "The future will change. Will it really?" "Absolutely." "Why?" Su Jianwei asked. "Because." Qi Rongxing took a deep breath. "Because the wheat has ripened thousands of times, while the people have only lived once." "I do not comprehend your meaning," Su Jianwei replied. Qi Rongxing smiled faintly. "You will eventually understand, provided you live long enough." At that moment, the hotel manager approached. The manager was a Caucasian, his expression exuding arrogance. Qi Rongxing stepped forward to converse with him, speaking in a flawless, rapid dialect of British English, which instantly transformed the manager's demeanor into one of respect. After clarifying matters, Qi Rongxing waved, and the manager scurried off to attend to his duties. Damn it, after all this, it turns out to be just a third-rate operation, with a dead rat at their waist pretending to be a hunter. Who knows which hand they used to eat? Qi Rongxing cursed, his face a mask of disdain and contempt. Before long, Gu Hong and Lu Zhou arrived in the lobby. Upon seeing each other, Gu Hong immediately said, "This is dire. Xinjiang has been captured by the secret bureau, and Yi Xiangchuan and Jiang Tong are missing." Chapter 90. The Rendezvous. The group gasped in shock. "How could this happen?" Su Jianwei asked with concern. Ji Hong then explained the situation. It turned out that on their way to Haidu, Gu Hong's team encountered a group of returnees from the puppet government terrorizing the common folk. Xinjiang, unable to tolerate such injustice, intervened. They initially thought it would be a swift act of heroism. However, Xinjiang's boldness attracted unwanted attention. Just as they entered the territory of Haidu, agents from the secret bureau appeared and apprehended Xinjiang. To maintain the greater good, Gu Hong dared not intervene and could only watch helplessly as Xinjiang was taken away. I knew his character would lead to trouble. Su Jianwei bit her lip, her face flushed with concern. "And what of Jiang Tong and Yi Xiangchuan?" Qi Rongxing inquired. Ji Yu Hong shook his head. "This group is unaccounted for. They must have encountered trouble along the way." "What do we do now?" Su Jianwei asked. "The immediate priority is to establish contact with local comrades in Haidu," Qi Rongxing suggested after a moment of thought. "We are unfamiliar with this place. Let us see if the local comrades have any connections." Qi Rongxing's viewpoint is astute, Gu Hong affirmed. "How can we contact the locals?" Su Jianwei asked curiously. "When we were about to depart, the organization had already given me special instructions." "Look, I have already sent out a signal." Ji Yu Hong said calmly, producing a copy of the Haidu Political Daily. spreading it open to reveal an advertisement the size of a tofu block. Qi Rongxing focused his gaze and saw the newspaper printed with New book Lu Ruyan's Battle with Pan Jilian has completed review. Publishers interested in purchasing copyright, please inquire. What is this? Qi Rongxing felt baffled. Ji Yuhong asked. Do you understand it? Qi Rongxing shook his head. I do not. Not understanding is precisely right. Gu Hong smiled. To decode these words requires a special cipher book. With that, Gu Hong produced a copy of The Plum in the Golden Vase, saying, this edition, carved by the Wudu Mountain Man, exists in only 3 sets, one in the central office, one with me, and the last with the liaison. The key lies within this book. Upon hearing this, the others were astonished. Qi Rongxing could not help but admire the genius of the mind behind this idea. The group settled into the National Hotel, and before long, someone came to pay a visit. The visitor was dressed in a long, deep silk robe with a patterned vest, the collar fastened meticulously to just below his throat. Clearly an old-fashioned gentleman, the dignified middle-aged man tapped the ground with his sandalwood cane and slowly spoke. Do you have a manuscript of a new book to send for publication? In response to the inquiry, Gu Hong glanced at the middle-aged man's old cloth shoes and asked, which brand of cloth shoes is the best? Naturally, the best are the layered soles from old Beijing. The middle-aged man replied leisurely, holding his sandalwood cane. So it's a fellow countryman. Please come in. Ji Yuhong welcomed him into the room. The 4 positioned themselves in the corners, blocking all routes. The middle-aged man surveyed the scene unperturbed, then sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Tea or coffee? Gu Hong asked again. The middle-aged man politely removed his wool coat and quietly inquired, do you have tofu pudding? The conversation became increasingly abstract. Yet Gu Hong remained earnest. Would you like sweet or savory rice dumplings? The middle-aged man replied, dumplings must be savory. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou, a native of the north, clenched his fists, ready to physically settle the sweet versus savory debate. However, the middle-aged man and Gu Hong exchanged smiles and clasped hands. Comrade, you have finally arrived, Gu Hong said. At last, we have made contact. You are sent by the central government, right? I am Pan Hong. The middle-aged man smiled. Upon hearing Pan Heng's name, Qi Rongxing could not help but cast a few more glances at this individual. Aside from the 3 heroes of Long An, he was the most capable subordinate of Kugong, an outstanding representative working on the secret front among the founding fathers. Unfortunately, this man was ill-fated, spending his later years either addressing issues or en route to do so, until he was eventually purged. Dying with grievances. Why are there only a few of you? Did Kugong not say there would be 7? Pan Heng inquired. Ji Yuhong sighed, explaining the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Pan Heng said, do not worry. I have some connections within the secret bureau. Allow me to inquire further. He then made several phone calls from the living room. It must be said that Pan Heng's capabilities are remarkable. After just a few calls, the situation became clear, even down to where the 3 were being held. Their identities are relatively clean, and currently there is nothing that can be extracted from them, as long as they endure the interrogation. They will not be exposed, Pan Heng stated. How do we rescue them? Su Jianwei asked. For now, let them remain where they are. Once we have completed the tasks assigned by the organization, we will return to rescue them. Pan Heng suggested. Is that all right? They will suffer greatly. Su Jianwei expressed her concern. Pan Heng replied, what of a little suffering? If we attempt to rescue them now, it will surely alert the enemy. And executing the organizational tasks afterward will likely become more difficult. If the mission fails, who will bear the responsibility? This logic holds true, and Gu Hong immediately concurred. The mission takes precedence. Back to the topic at hand. Pan Heng produced a list, saying, these are the personnel in Haidu that need to be relocated. Each one is a leader in the academic field. What we need to do is entirely at your discretion. Mr. Pan, Gu Hong stated earnestly. In the presence of this veteran agent, Gu Hong was exceedingly humble. Pan Heng replied, actually, the preliminary work has already been substantially completed by our comrades in the Central China Bureau. Most of the individuals on the list have been successfully relocated. I even managed to secure a foreign passenger ship that can travel to the Jigu area without inspection. The only issue is that a few prominent figures needing relocation are under close surveillance by the Secret Bureau. Thus, we lack the execution capabilities here in Haidu and sought assistance from Zhou Gong, which is why you were dispatched to aid us. As he spoke, Pan Heng pointed to one of the names and said, Professor Huang Taiyuan from the Physics Department of Haidu University. A doctoral graduate returning from overseas in 1946, is one of the few experts in weapon research in our country. He was a disciple of Enrico Fermi and is a key target for the Security Bureau. Before the puppet government retreats to Dongfeng Island, they will undoubtedly take him with them. If they cannot take him, they will likely resort to ruthless measures. At this point, Pan Heng turned to Gu Hong and Qi Rongshan. The main objective of summoning you is to rescue Huang Taiyuan, which will inevitably involve confrontations with the agents of the Shanghai branch of the Security Bureau. Ji Yuhong smiled and said, "We are quite skilled in fighting. However," Pan Heng cautioned, "do not underestimate the Security Bureau. They have many elite troops stationed in Haidu. We must not be complacent. What plans do you have?" Qi Rongxing inquired. Noticing the sudden interruption, Pan Heng scrutinized Qi Rongxing for a moment before replying. "Currently, I have no solid strategies, but time is of the essence." "Why?" Su Jianwei asked. Pan Heng explained, "Because we have insider information confirming that the puppet government intends to forcibly abduct Professor Huang in the near future." Chapter 91. The Poetry Society. Outside the alley of Sha Fei Fong, there stood a church built a century ago. When Western missionaries arrived in Haidu, they took root here, preaching the gospel of Jehovah. Atop the church's bell tower, Qi Rongxing lay concealed behind the glazed tiles, his gaze fixed on every corner of the alley. He had been observing for 2 days, intent on discerning the Security Bureau's defensive arrangements in the vicinity. At that moment, 2 individuals ascended the bell tower. Qi Rongxing glanced back to see Gu Hong and another comrade, thin and dark-skinned. "Rongxing, allow me to introduce you to Comrade Yang Feng from the Liaison Department of the East China Bureau. The organization has arranged for him to assist us," Gu Hong whispered. Qi Rongxing was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Yang Feng with newfound interest. This Yang Feng, historically, was a notorious unfortunate soul. In the 1930s. He was tasked by the organization to secretly investigate Miss Land's background. Despite his earnest efforts, he successfully unearthed her dark past, which nearly jeopardized the organization's interests after the founding of the nation. While recuperating in the northern region, he inadvertently revealed too much, leading to Miss Land, who had since risen to the status of the nation's first lady, discovering his involvement. In a fit of rage, she unleashed her fury upon him, resulting in endless denunciations and scrutiny for both him and his former superior, Pan Heng. For the next 25 years, he endured relentless tribulations until the historical narrative was finally set right, allowing him to clear his name. Nevertheless, he was far more resilient than Pan Heng, surviving until the dawn of the new millennium. "Hello, Comrade Qi," Yang Feng greeted warmly, extending his hand. "Hello, Minister Yang." Qi Rongxing promptly returned the gesture. "Have you made any progress in the past few days?" Yang Feng inquired. Qi Rongxing pointed to 6 corners of the alley and said, "There are fixed sentries at these 6 locations, rotating in 3 shifts. At the intersection, there are 4 mobile sentries, also on a morning and evening rotation. Within the alley, there is a resident who seems to be the leader of this group, keeping a close watch on Huang Taiyuan." Upon hearing Qi Rongxing's words, Yang Feng gave a thumbs up. "Comrade Qi, your keen eye has pierced through the Security Bureau's arrangements. Did you know this in advance?" Qi Rongxing noted a different smile on Yang Feng's face. Yang Feng chuckled. "We have someone on the inside." Qi Rongxing rolled his eyes. "So my efforts were in vain, not entirely in vain. At least it proves your professional prowess." Yang Feng praised. Ji Yuhong frowned. "With so many of them, is a direct confrontation feasible?" Yang Feng replied. "The nearest military police station is only about 100 meters away. Making a move would immediately attract attention. There would be no escape." Qi Rongxing glanced at Yang Feng and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Yang Feng sighed. "If it were easy, we would have acted already, and we wouldn't have needed to call you here." The 3 men pondered deeply, striving to devise a foolproof strategy. At that moment, several students appeared at the alley's entrance. The Security Bureau's hidden sentries glanced at them, then disregarded them, allowing them to enter the alley. "Who are these people?" Qi Rongxing inquired. "They are all students of Huang Taiyuan," Yang Feng explained. Qi Rongxing pointed to 2 of the students. "These 2 have been coming for 3 days. Yang Feng squinted at one of them and said, "That student seems to be the son of the Ning family. Let's make contact," Qi Rongxing decisively suggested. Within the Poetry and Drama Society at Haidu University, an evening gathering was underway, where participants engaged in discussions of poetry. A student took the stage and proclaimed, "Today, we gather to celebrate poetry. I shall first cast a humble stone to attract jade, hoping everyone will enthusiastically participate." Upon concluding his words, the student opened a poetry collection and began to recite, "Softly I leave. Just as I softly came, I gently wave goodbye to the clouds of the western sky. The golden willows by the river are the brides of the setting sun. The shimmering reflections in the water stir my heart." After reciting Farewell to Cambridge, the audience erupted in applause. Mr. Su Jima is indeed a rare talent of our time. It is a pity he passed away young. Otherwise, we would have been graced with even more magnificent works. The reciting student remarked. Suddenly, someone interjected. But it is merely a glitch. Every time you analyze He Zhongming, you drag out Su Jima. There is truly no growth. A student named He Zhongming immediately retorted. I would like to hear what fine works you Ning Xiangming have to recommend. Ning Xiangming glanced at a female classmate beside him, who gazed at him tenderly, then said, coincidentally, I recently acquired a new poetry collection that I would like to share with everyone. With that, Ning Xiangming opened his handwritten manuscript and began to recite, such lingering shadows of the sun, such warm silence, the fragrance of this afternoon's drink, how familiar it is to me, after finishing. Ning Xiangming looked at the audience with a hint of pride and asked, Guess who authored this work? The audience, puzzled yet intrigued, began guessing the author. However, despite their efforts, they could not arrive at the correct answer. This garnered Ning Xiangming considerable attention, and he cast a triumphant glance at the girl he admired. Just then, someone inappropriately exclaimed, This seems to be Dai Wangshu's passing by the old residence. At this, the venue fell silent, all eyes turning to the speaker. Although the person wore the Haida University uniform, they looked quite unfamiliar. Who are you? Ning Xiangming asked, his expression one of astonishment. This piece is from the poetry collection that Mr. Dai entrusted to my family as publishing house, but it is still in the printing process and has not yet circulated. How could this person know the name? How strange. How mysterious. Just as Ning Xiangming's expression fluctuated, a female voice cried out, Qi Rongxing, you understand poetry? The speaker was none other than Su Jianwei. Qi Rongxing replied nonchalantly, I merely understand a little. You are quite modest. You already know of Mr. Dai's unpublished work. Ning Xiangming remarked. Qi Rongxing was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Dai Wangshu's passing by the old residence published in 1948? Wait, could it be that history has gone awry somewhere? However, he had no time to ponder these questions. As Ning Xiangming now asked, What do you think of Mr. Dai's poetry? Qi Rongxing replied, Mr. Dai's poetry is naturally exquisite, but it is a pity. A pity about what? Ning Xiangming inquired. It is nothing. Qi Rongxing wished to reveal that Mr. Dai would pass away the following year, but ultimately refrained from disclosing such a secret. He Zhongming then asked, What do you think? Can it surpass Su Jima's poetry? Qi Rongxing chuckled. Su Jima's poetry is also quite good. But it is a pity that the man himself was somewhat lacking. What? You dare to speak ill of Su Jima? He Zhongming rebuked. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Clearly. Many in the audience were devoted admirers of Su Jima and took offense at Qi Rongxing's dismissive attitude. In this era, students idolized poets and literary giants, not rock stars and pop icons. Qi Rongxing had ignited a powder keg of outrage. You scoundrel! How dare you insult my idol? If you have the guts, recite a poem. Let us see what you are capable of. The daughter of the flower artisan can only pluck and not spin. Throw this guy out. Let go of me. I want to challenge him. The crowd was incensed, directing their ire squarely at Qi Rongxing. Even a female student demanded to duel with Qi Rongxing. Behind him, Su Jianwei was also flustered. Oh no, Qi Rongxing, you have incurred the wrath of the masses. At this moment, Ning Xiangming stepped in to protect Qi Rongxing, saying, This classmate, perhaps you should step back for a moment. The girls in our school are quite fierce, and I cannot guarantee your face will remain unblemished. However, Qi Rongxing boldly stepped forward into the center of the crowd and proclaimed, Since you all wish for me to showcase my skills, I shall oblige, so you may know that there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Upon uttering these words, the raucous poetry society fell into a hushed silence. All eyes turned to Qi Rongxing, many faces adorned with icy glares. The crowd was eager to see what this individual had to offer. Stealing himself under their gazes, Qi Rongxing silently urged the poets of the past to acknowledge that the poets of the future are equally worthy. Clearing his throat, Qi Rongxing began to recite slowly, From tomorrow onward, I shall be a happy person. I will feed the horses, chop wood, and travel the world. From tomorrow onward, I will care for grains and vegetables. I have a house facing the sea, where spring warms the flowers. From tomorrow onward, I will write to each of my relatives, telling them of my happiness, that the joyous lightning has revealed to me that I will share this with everyone, giving each river and mountain a warm name. To strangers, I extend my blessings, wishing you a brilliant future, wishing you find true love, wishing you happiness in this mortal realm. I only wish to face the sea, where spring warms the flowers. Having recited the poem Facing the Sea, spring blossoms without altering a single punctuation mark. A profound silence enveloped the poetry club, which was soon broken by murmurs of admiration. Many girls cast affectionate glances at Qi Rongxing. In this day and age, it is no longer fashionable to merely perform rap. True talent can indeed rival the likes of Chao Daohua. Thus, Qi Rongxing undoubtedly became the brightest star of the evening. Alas, such is the way of the world. Who could have anticipated that Qi Rongxing would summon the spirit of Haizi, the most acknowledged modern poet in literary circles? Qi Rongxing, it seems, has indulged in a bit of mischief. However, he paid little heed to such matters, as he had no aspirations to mingle in the poetry world, whether the future brings floods or droughts. Today he merely wished to showcase his brilliance to draw closer to Ning Xiangming. It appears his intentions have borne fruit. Chapter 92. I am that ghost within the Ning residence. Qi Rongxing was treated as an esteemed guest. Although Ning Xiangming was a student of physics, he was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, clearly a prodigy nurtured by an elite family. The Ning family was well established in Haidu, having engaged in commerce for 4 generations, amassing considerable wealth in Ning Xiangming's generation. There was an unmistakable potential to ascend to the upper echelons of society. Little did one expect that Qi, a fellow student, possessed such profound knowledge of poetry. His recitation of Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms alone was sufficient to etch his name in the annals of poetry. In the study, Ning Xiangming personally offered Qi Rongxing tea, a mark of great respect. Slightly blushing, Qi Rongxing hastily waved his hand, saying, "It is too much," really. As they spoke, his gaze fell upon Ning Xiangming's bookshelf. In the spacious study, there were at least a dozen shelves, containing no fewer than 1,000 volumes. Qi Rongxing cast a quick glance and could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, Ning, you are a person of literary depth. Such a vast collection must have taken years of dedication to assemble." Ning Xiangming smiled gently and replied, "Collecting books is merely a hobby of mine." As he spoke, he retrieved an old tome from the shelf, its rice paper pages yellowed and corners frayed. Qi Rongxing focused intently and was astonished to discover it was the miscellaneous records of Shimi Hall by Gui Zhenchuan. Opening to the first page, he found Gui Zhenchuan's own handwritten annotations of the Chronicle of Ziyang Jixuan. A jolt coursed through Qi Rongxing, and his scalp tingled. If this were indeed an authentic manuscript preserved to this day, it could fetch a staggering price at Christie's or Sotheby's. What a treasure! Qi Rongxing's eyes widened in amazement. Ning Xiangming casually produced a few more books, among them with academic registration by Qian Shouzhong, collected works of Zia Kangxian by Yuan Zicai, and collected poems from the Book Exposure Pavilion by Zhu Shichang. These volumes were all hand-copied, and even if not originals, they held immense collectible value, truly breathtaking. Qi Rongxing repeatedly exclaimed in admiration, pondering that just the books in this room might rival 10 courtyard homes in the capital. Although Qi Rongxing's literary knowledge was not profound, as a person of the future, he possessed a comprehensive methodology. This was the essence of modern liberal arts education. With this methodology, Qi Rongxing could converse on virtually any topic, from the Northern Ireland issue to the Dark Lighthouse across the ocean, from ancient cosmic creation to lunar expeditions, from the Grand Canyon's tranquility to the daily journeys of 80,000 miles. He could effortlessly discuss matters, whether Ning Xiangming understood or not. The two engaged in lively conversation, as if they were long-lost friends, leaving Su Jianwei and Yi Wanqing, who accompanied them, utterly astonished. While Su Jianwei had been repeatedly impressed by Qi Rongxing's daring and erudition throughout the journey, Yi Wanqing, as a female student from Haida University and Ning Xiangming's childhood companion, was acutely aware of her boyfriend's lofty self-regard. Yet, at this moment, the self-important Ning Xiangming was completely captivated by a peer, a sight Yi Wanqing had never witnessed before. Qi, come take a look at this book. Ning Xiangming, still yearning for more, finally gritted his teeth and extracted a finely bound foreign book from a very discreet corner of the shelf, presenting it solemnly to Qi Rongxing. Upon receiving the book, Qi Rongxing displayed a knowing expression. The pages bore the title Manifeste Communistischen Partei. Though he recognized the letters, he could not comprehend them when combined. Yet that was of little consequence, for he was all too familiar with the 2 bearded foreigners depicted on the page. Qi Rongxing squinted in feigned confusion, asking, "Ning, what is this?" Ning Xiangming excitedly pointed at the page, declaring, "The path to salvation for the Yuxian nation lies within." "Who told you this?" Qi Rongxing inquired. "Professor Huang informed me." Ning Xiangming replied. "Did Professor Huang tell you all this? Isn't he afraid you might end up in jail?" Qi Rongxing questioned. Ning Xiangming's eyes sparkled with determination as he asserted, "What of jail? The People's Army will soon cross the river, and the wicked reactionaries won't last much longer." So, Qi, would you like me to convey the essence of this book to you? His gaze was fervent and sincere, akin to a missionary crossing the ocean in days of your Qi Rongxing, observing this progressive-minded youth, could not help but smile. Qi, what are you laughing at? Ning Xiangming asked sternly. Qi Rongxing replied with a calm smile, "Actually, you need not teach me. Although I cannot read this book, I am perfectly aware of its content. What do you mean? Ning Xiangming asked. Bewildered. Qi Rongxing recited aloud. A specter is haunting Europe. To exorcise this specter. All the powers of old Europe, the Pope and the Tsar, Metternich and Guizot, the French radicals and German police, have united in a holy alliance. How do you know this? Ning Xiangming was utterly shaken. This was his secret, one that could cost him his head. Qi Rongxing smiled nonchalantly, his gaze profound. I know, of course, because I am that specter. Who exactly are you? Both Ning Xiangming and Yi Wanqian wore expressions of terror. At this point, I shall not hide it from you any longer. I hail from the north. Qi Rongxing began slowly. Ning, your beliefs now require you to take risks. Do you possess the courage to do so? Chapter 93. The gambler. Qi Rongxing acknowledged that there was an element of gambling involved. The two sides had laid their cards on the table, and Qi Rongxing awaited a definitive response from Ning Xiangming. If the answer was satisfactory, it would be a cause for celebration. If it was not, Qi Rongxing touched the dagger at his waist. As it turned out, he had indeed gambled wisely. The ideological awakening of the progressive students was no trifling matter. In the time it took to enjoy a cappuccino, Qi Rongxing successfully won over Ning Xiangming. He chuckled to himself. The name of the gambler was well-deserved. Qi Rongxing was filled with pride, and in this moment, it felt as though he could call for everyone to rise in applause. The following morning, disguised as a student from Haida University, Qi Rongxing followed closely behind Ning Xiangming, successfully evading the watchful eyes of the secret police as they entered the alley where Professor Huang resided. Ah, young Master Ning, back again. Upon entering the alley, a figure emerged, clearly a covert agent of the secret police disguised as a resident, tasked with closely guarding Professor Huang's household. Good morning, Master Liu. Ning Xiangming greeted the man, preparing to step inside. This student seems unfamiliar. The agent's discerning gaze quickly fell upon Qi Rongxing. Master Liu, your memory. My classmate just visited a few days ago. Ning Xiangming produced a few gold yuan notes, discreetly slipping them into the agent's pocket. Right. How could I forget? Please, do come in. The agent, pleased with the bribe, immediately stepped aside. Observing this scene, Qi Rongxing could not help but smirk inwardly. The puppet government was doomed to collapse. It had rotted to the core. Arriving at Professor Huang's door, Ning Xiangming approached to knock. The door was opened by the professor's wife. Ning Xiangming presented the prepared pastries and gifts, saying, Madam, I have come to see the teacher. Oh, Xiangming, just come whenever you please. No need for such extravagance. Come in. The professor's wife beamed with delight, regarding Ning Xiangming as if he were her own son-in-law. Alas, Huang Taiyuan's daughter was already expecting her third child. Qi Rongxing exchanged pleasantries with Madame Huang before entering the room. As he pushed open the door, the fragrance of camphor wood mingled with the scent of ink filled the the 10 square meter room. Bookshelves lined the walls, pressing the floor slightly downwards. The writing desk made of rosewood sat a balding middle-aged man, engrossed in his reading. A Yixing teapot exhaled wisps of pale green tea smoke. Before the desk, the nib of a fountain pen left ink marks on the drafting paper, with a stack of yellowed student essays held down by a paperweight. The essays bore meticulous red annotations in small script, resembling an engraved stone tablet. Qi Rongxing felt a surge of respect. This man before him must be Professor Huang Taiyuan. Indeed, he emanated an air of noble grace, even in humble surroundings. This individual would surely become one of the founders of the nuclear industry in the Yuxian nation. Qi Rongxing's gaze sharpened, his thoughts racing. Xiangming, why are you here today instead of studying at home? Have you encountered an academic dilemma? Huang Taiyuan set aside the untranslated copy of Niels Henrik David Bohr's On Atomic Structure and Molecular Structure that he held in his hands, his gaze piercing as it turned towards Qi Rongxing, who was scrutinizing him. Who was this student? Huang Taiyuan could not recall having such a pupil. Upon hearing the sound, Qi Rongxing snapped back to reality and slowly approached Huang Taiyuan, whispering, Professor, I come from the north, and the organization has requested your cooperation for our relocation. Before he could finish, a glint of keen awareness flashed in Huang Taiyuan's eyes, and he glanced towards the doorway. Rest assured, the tail is not around, Qi Rongxing reassured him. Are you truly from the north? Huang Taiyuan inquired softly. Without a doubt, Qi Rongxing affirmed. What reason do I have to trust you? Huang Taiyuan challenged. Qi Rongxing produced a letter and handed it to Huang Taiyuan. This letter was penned by Professor Qian Weiguo, a close friend of Huang Taiyuan. In the matter of the southward migration and return to the north, Professor Qian had made his decision. The letter served both as proof and as a means of persuasion. After reading it carefully, Huang Taiyuan's expression brightened with excitement. Indeed, it is written by Senior Qian. What plans do you have? I am currently under close surveillance by the puppet government. Qi Rongxing replied. Their surveillance is merely a futile endeavor. I possess a method to help you escape unscathed. But the only challenge lies in your cooperation, Professor. Cooperate. I shall certainly comply. Huang Taiyuan readily agreed. Then, the plan is as follows. Qi Rongxing whispered the details into Huang Taiyuan's ear, causing the latter's heart to soar with delight. Splendid. Splendid, comrade. We shall proceed as you suggest. Huang Taiyuan wholeheartedly concurred. At number 145, Beichuan Road, Huangkou District, Haida City, stood an office building, with its blue bricks and gray tiles. It exuded an air of antiquity and elegance. This three-story structure nestled among lush trees featured intricately carved doors and windows. With wide stone steps flanked by neatly trimmed shrubs, sunlight bathed the edifice, imparting a sense of tranquil passage of time. Yet, this place was a den of iniquity. The office of the Bureau of Secrets was firmly established here. At that moment, the director and chairman of the Anti-Traitor Commission, Wang Shuren, was in his office tallying his gains. Through extortion of a businessman suspected of collusion, Wang Shuren had acquired 20 small yellow croakers in one fell swoop. After locking the fish in a safe, he settled into a sofa, lifting a glass of red wine from the table. The ill-gotten wealth would secure Wang's retirement in Xiangjiang. For 30 years, Wang Shuren had pondered the phrase "unite our will to safeguard the leader." Yet all he discerned in its essence was a single word: profit. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. "Come in." Wang Shuren returned to his desk, adopting a demeanor of loyal service to the party and nation. The door swung open to reveal a young officer with prominent cheekbones and deep-set eyes. "Director." The officer saluted crisply. "Nan Sheng, what brings you here?" Wang Shuren inquired, glancing at his disobedient yet capable subordinate. Reporting to the director, after our extensive efforts, Huang Taiyuan's attitude has significantly changed. He has agreed to relocate to Dongfeng Island ahead of schedule. Lin Nanxing reported. Is that true? Splendid. Wang Shuren exclaimed with delight. Then added, "Move him immediately. This is a crucial task assigned by Director Mao." Lin Nanxing continued, "Director, Huang Taiyuan has indicated that he will allow his family to depart first while he organizes his research materials from the university to take with him to Dongfeng Island. That is acceptable. Send someone to assist him fully." Wang Shuren, focused on garnering credit, readily acquiesced to the request. After dismissing Lin Nanxing, Wang Shuren eagerly picked up the special line to call the Beitian authorities. "Hello. Director Mao, I have some important news to share. That Huang Taiyuan. Which Huang Taiyuan? The one specifically tasked by the chairman to teach. Yes, he has decided to move to Dongfeng Island ahead of schedule." Immediately, a voice of encouragement came from the other end. "Director Wang, I will commend you to the chairman at once." Wang Shuren's heart soared, unable to contain his joy. "Thank you for your support." "Director," the voice corrected him. "It is the party and nation that nurture you, your personal conduct." Then, the voice inquired, "By the way, how did you manage to convince this old stubbornness? I heard he even disregarded the chairman's wishes." Hearing this, Wang Shuren hesitated, then replied, Director, I must admit there was an element of chance involved." Chapter 94. The foolish one's Huang Taiyuan's conciliatory stance gradually eased the scrutiny from the Bureau of Secrets. The hidden sentries near Xiaofi Fang were also being withdrawn. This provided the Huang family with a glimmer of hope for escape. However, Huang Taiyuan remained cautious, following Qi Rongxing's plan by allowing his wife and daughters to depart first. Under the escort of the Bureau of Secrets, they boarded a ship at the dock along with a significant collection of books amassed by the Huang family. Meanwhile, Huang Taiyuan himself was still under the close watch of Lu Shan. The leader of the Bureau's second action team, Lu Shan, who harbored ambitions to claim Lin Nanxing's position, was particularly meticulous in his approach. While others had relaxed their vigilance, Lu Shan remained vigilant. After days of surveillance and observation, he sensed, with the intuition of an experienced agent, that things would not proceed so smoothly. On this day, Lu Shan curiously observed a large box placed at the alley's entrance. The box was long and wide, resembling a coffin. What could be contained in such a large box? Lu Shan inquired of the two men transporting it. One explained, Director Song considered Huang Taiyuan's prestige among the students at Haidu and feared that a hasty removal might incite protests, so he decided to use this box to transport him discreetly. Lu Shan's expression betrayed his skepticism. In his view, Wang Shuren was merely a bumbling fool. Such measures were an unnecessary extravagance. According to his plan, it would suffice to abduct Huang Taiyuan at night and toss him onto a boat bound for Dongfeng Island, without the need for any elaborate arrangements. "Continue," Lu Shan scoffed, turning to leave. Just then, a voice called out, "Group Leader Lu, why not try the dimensions of the box personally?" Startled, Lu Shan turned to see Huang Taiyuan accompanied by two students. It was one of the students who spoke. What did you say? Lu Shan furrowed his brow. Before he could inquire further, Qi Rongxing surged forward and suddenly attacked. Lu Shan, caught off guard, smirked. How dare a mere boy lay a hand on him? However, as he attempted to block Qi Rongxing's punch, he felt as though he had collided with steel and concrete. A sharp pain shot through him, rendering one of his hands numb. I've encountered a formidable opponent. Lu Shan realized, instantly recognizing that this individual was no ordinary student. What student possesses such formidable martial prowess? This was absurd, but it was too late. Lu Shan turned to call for his subordinates, only to find the two men transporting the box watching him with glee. At that moment, Lu Shan understood he had fallen into a trap. You traitors of the party and nation, Lu Shan roared in fury. But with the surrounding sentries having withdrawn, and his own team members absent, his cries were in vain. Of course, Qi Rongxing was not about to grant him the opportunity to scream. With a swift knee strike, he broke through Lu Shan's defenses, then landed a punch squarely on Lu Shan's face, knocking out the man who was reputed to be the strongest fighter at the Haida station. Done. Let's pack him up. Qi Rongxing clapped his hands. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Qi Rongxing, particularly the two agents of the Bureau of Secrets, whose minds were reeling. They knew Lu Shan's strength well. If he could be so easily subdued, there would have been no need to call for outside help. This young man before them was simply too formidable. On the Huangpu River, a group was bidding farewell to Professor Huang. Professor, do not worry. Your family has already been arranged to arrive at the Jigu border ahead of you, Yang Feng assured him. Ji Yuhong added, our comrades in Jigu will ensure your family's well-being, and you will be reunited upon your arrival. I wonder how your party will arrange for this old man. Huang Taiyuan inquired. Ji Yuhong smiled. The conflict will soon conclude. At that time, the nation's construction will rely on esteemed elders like yourself. This old man is willing to contribute his humble efforts to the new government, Huang Taiyuan replied with a respectful gesture. Thank you, Professor. You stand with the people, Yang Feng remarked. I appreciate you all. Huang Taiyuan shook hands with each person, and upon grasping Qi Rongxing's hand, he could not help but exclaim, when the youth are strong, so too is China. With that, the old man laughed heartily and boarded the vessel. In a secluded corner of the dock, a whistle sounded as they watched the ferry gradually recede into the shimmering waters. Pan Heng turned to his contact beside him and asked, Comrade Postman, will this operation expose you? If Wang Shuren were present, he would be astounded to discover that standing next to Pan Heng was none other than Lin Nanxing, the deputy station chief of the Bureau of Secrets in Haidu and the leader of the action team. No one could have anticipated that a graduate of the Righteousness Society's cadre training class would turn out to be an enemy agent. With infiltration reaching such depths, how could the puppet government ever hope to succeed? Upon hearing Pan Heng's question, Lin Nanxing shook his head. Wang Shuren has kept me out of this matter, thereby indirectly safeguarding me. Pan Heng nodded and said, I have already asked Major General Han from the 2nd Operations Room to issue you a letter of assistance, instructing you to make a trip to Jinling. Lin Nanxing was taken aback at this. What do you mean? Indeed. In order to rescue our captured comrades, we are preparing to take action, Pan Heng replied. Isn't that too dangerous? Shouldn't we consider alternative methods? Lin Nanxing suggested. There is no time left, Pan Heng explained. The window for negotiations is extremely brief. If the talks fail, the army will march south, and our comrades will surely face execution. If we do not act now, we will lose our opportunity. I understand. Lin Nanxing nodded. I will comply with the organization's directives. 3 days later, at the office building of the Bureau of Confidentiality, Wang Shuren was presiding over a meeting. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Nanxing was away in Jinling on official duty, Wang Jian aimed to make several personnel adjustments, further diminishing the authority of others to achieve absolute control. I will begin with 3 points. We are now on the 6th. Suddenly, the door to the conference room burst open, interrupting Wang Shuren's eloquent discourse. Chief, your call on the priority line, the secretary gasped. Upon hearing priority line, Wang Shuren did not dare delay. Promptly returning to his office to pick up the receiver, Director Mao, what are your instructions? Answer me. Where is the leader of your Haidu Station's action team, the one named Lu Shan? Where is he? Mao Renfeng's voice on the other end demanded. Wang Shuren, bewildered, replied, it seems he has suddenly vanished. Have you searched for him? Director Mao inquired. Wang Shuren responded. I searched all night without success. I thought he might have defected across the river. Director Mao snorted coldly. Let me tell you where he is. He is currently cutting sugarcane on Dongfen Island. Cutting sugarcane. Wang Shuren was momentarily taken aback. Director Mao, what do you mean by that? You ask me. I should be asking you. Director Mao retorted angrily. Wang Shuren was left in a state of confusion. Director Mao continued, I ask you, what person was concealed in the box you sent to Dongfeng Island? Without hesitation, Wang Shuren replied, who else could it be but Huang Taiyuan? Nonsense. Director Mao scolded, Wang Shuren, think carefully before you answer me. How could Lu Shan, that fool, have crawled out of that box? How is that even possible? Wang Shuren's jaw dropped in shock. Wang Shuren, the troubles you've caused, you shall resolve them yourself. Director Mao berated before hanging up. Wang Shuren placed the receiver down, still in a daze when suddenly the ground shook violently, and the sound of a tremendous explosion rang in his ears. Chapter 95. The demolition genius. The deafening explosion reverberated. The entire world seemed to tremble. Picture frames on the walls fell, and shards of glass scattered everywhere. The chandelier from the ceiling swayed precariously before crashing down, debris littering the floor. Wang Shuren's ears buzzed. The shockwave from the explosion nearly knocked him off his feet. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of charred material, a distinct odor of explosives. Yet, as a seasoned agent, Wang Shuren quickly regained his composure. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt out of the window. The third floor was not too high. Wang Shuren rolled upon hitting the ground and quickly got to his feet, limping away into the distance. Once he had reached a safe distance, he turned back to look. The outer walls of the Bureau of Confidentiality had been blown to smithereens. Flames and thick smoke spewed from every window, resembling an entrance to hell. Panic-stricken crowds surrounded the area, with screams and cries echoing. Some ran with bloodied faces, while others lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. The aftershocks of the explosion continued, and Wang Shuren's vision grew hazy, with only the sounds of roaring and wailing remaining in his ears. It was over. All of it was utterly finished. The epicenter of the explosion was none other than the conference room. The mid-level officials of the Haida Bureau of Confidentiality had been completely wiped out. Zhao Dizhu's watched the scene of the explosion from a distance, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This was his masterpiece. Zhao Dizhu's hailed from Zizhou.it. Is well known that Zizhou natives possess an innate talent for demolition. Children in that region can independently detonate biogas pits by the age of 8, sending dozens of luxury cars flying like fish leaping from water. If an 8-year-old can do this, how much more so for Zhao Dizhu's, who was a disciple of Yu Peiluan? What? You ask who Yu Peiluan is? You must be quite ignorant. With today's explosion, the Haida Bureau will likely have to rebuild from the ground up. However, this is merely an appetizer for today. With the sound of the blast, the signal has been given. Surely, the comrades have already begun their actions. At number 32 Fuxing Road, the residence formerly belonging to the notorious traitor Liang Hongji has now been repurposed into a secret prison by the Bureau of Confidentiality. Within the mansion, numerous revolutionary martyrs are held captive. The residents along Fuxing Road regularly hear screams, and even at midnight, the cries of children cease, causing the dogs in the vicinity to refrain from barking. Seizing the moment when the military and police were drawn to the explosion, the underground party members hiding in the Haida region collectively sprang into action, launching a surprise assault on this den of iniquity. Outside the Liang mansion, 2 agents were on duty. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and both fell to the ground, lifeless. This was the handiwork of Gu Hong. Qi Rongxing approached and saw that each of the agents had a throwing knife embedded in their throats. Such precision from 100 meters away was nothing short of miraculous. Captain Gu, impressive. Qi Rongxing exclaimed. Ji Yu Hong replied nonchalantly, just basic skills. My ancestors served in the previous dynasty's guard. It runs in the family. Qi Rongxing, struck by a sudden thought, asked, your ancestors were from the Nyo Galu clan? Gu Hong shook his head. I belong to the Gualuluo clan. Qi Rongxing let out a silent sigh of relief. He had nearly made a blunder. While the two chatted, the other comrades had already stormed into the mansion, advancing in a scattered formation toward the building. Suddenly, the doors and windows of the mansion swung open, revealing a multitude of dark gun muzzles. In quick succession, a hail of gunfire erupted. The distinctive rat-a-tat of a Chicago typewriter echoed all around. The first wave of comrades, caught off guard, fell to the ground. Struck down, the remaining members hurried to find cover. Unable to lift their heads under the barrage, the momentum of the charge faltered. Yang Feng, who was commanding the assault, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. Despite having received inside information, the enemy's firepower was still fearsome enough to make Yang Feng's heart race. The personnel he had organized were all elite intelligence agents, not mere soldiers on the battlefield. Losing them here would indeed be a tragedy. Just after a brief charge, Yang Feng began to doubt the correctness of their mission. However, at this critical juncture, someone stepped forward. A shadow, moving like a whirlwind, charged toward the mansion. During the advance, the shadow was struck by several bullets, yet this did not hinder its speed. The individual raised a gun and took down an agent positioned by a window before leaping into the room. Then, those outside witnessed an astonishing scene. Gunfire erupted within the mansion, explosions followed in rapid succession, and the sounds of anguish filled the air. The clamor of battle raged from the east to the west of the mansion. Then from the back door to the front entrance. Ultimately, as two corpses were hurled out of the window, the most heavily defended front entrance of the mansion swung open. Bathed in blood, Qi Rongxing stood at the threshold with a Thompson submachine gun. Gazing intently at the comrades. What are you all still standing there for? Aren't we pressed for time? Go save the people. Qi Rongxing lit a cigarette. Thanks to Qi Rongxing's extraordinary performance, the battle swiftly transitioned to the MVP tally screen. The underground party had already ascertained the internal layout of the mansion, allowing them to systematically clear it, quickly reaching the area where comrades were imprisoned. Resistance here was negligible. One by one, they unlocked the cells, liberating their fellow comrades, including Shun Zheng, Yi Xiangchuan, and Jiang Tong. There was no time for pleasantries. Seizing the moment before the reactionary enemies could respond, the underground party swiftly withdrew, dispersing to vanish within the vast expanse of Haidu. From this point on, the sea was vast for the fish to leap, and the sky was high for the birds to fly. The beleaguered puppet government found itself unable to capture anyone else. In this tumultuous season rife with insurgents, the reactionary lackeys had also grown complacent. Hundreds of gold yuan notes for a month. What was life worth at that price? Would that sum even suffice to purchase a box of matches? Chapter 96. The Snow White photography studio inside the safe house. An old desk lamp emitted a dim yellow light. Qi Rongxing sat bare on a makeshift operating table, his body riddled with numerous bullet wounds, at least a dozen in total. The charred edges of the wounds bled profusely, exposing raw flesh and bone, a gruesome sight. Blood streamed down his body, staining the edges of the operating table. The air was thick with the smell of blood, causing the foreign doctor responsible for removing the bullets to gasp in shock. With a heavy accent and a grave tone, he remarked, "I've never seen anyone so severely injured yet still alive. You are the first. Perhaps you shouldn't be seeing a doctor. It might be better to arrange your affairs." Upon hearing this, the room fell into a heavy silence. The comrades present wore expressions of sorrow. Su Jianwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears, nearly breaking into sobs. Shenzheng's face was filled with anguish as he trembled, addressing Qi Rongxing, "Comrade Rongxing, if you don't make it, how will I ever face you again?" Qi Rongxing furrowed his brow and retorted, "Go well somewhere else. I'm not dead yet. Are you rehearsing for a funeral?" His tone was light and teasing, instantly dispelling the somber atmosphere in the room. The others were uplifted by his nonchalance and fortitude, and the heavy mood lightened somewhat. Let's not waste time. Get on with removing the bullets. Qi Rong spoke calmly, as if he were not the one injured. The doctor took a deep breath and said, "You must endure this." His breathing was even heavier than Qi Rong's. The scalpel in his hand glinted coldly under the light, trembling slightly. There was no room for the doctor to be anxious. The conditions were rudimentary, lacking anesthetics, and even basic medical equipment was scarce. In the doctor's eyes, the success rate of the surgery was minuscule. Even if the bullet were extracted, the patient was nearly beyond saving. "I apologize, but due to the blockade, we couldn't procure anesthetics. The stockpile we had was sent to the front lines." Pan Hung explained softly, his tone laden with guilt. "It's fine. I have my own," Qi Rong said, retrieving a small yellow book from his pocket and casually flipping it open to read. Upon seeing it, Pan Heng exclaimed, "Goodness, it's Jean Ping Mei, and an illustrated edition at that." The doctor poured alcohol onto Qi Rong's wound, and the intense burning sensation caused Qi Rong's muscles to tense instantly. A low, muffled groan escaped Qi Rong's throat, veins bulging on his forehead, and his fingers gripping the pages of the book became slightly contorted from the pressure. Yet, despite this, Qi Rong's face remained as tranquil as still water, as if the pain had no connection to him. "If you can't hold it in, just let it out." The doctor couldn't help but remind him. "Spare me the nonsense," Qi Rong replied coldly, his gaze still fixed. To know that countless individuals are eagerly awaiting the opportunity to bring about peace and reap rewards for their efforts is a notion that resonates widely. Yet, one must ponder what virtue or capability one possesses to seize sustenance from the jaws of a tiger. Qi Rongxing remained unaware of this. His fame was established following a notable battle in Haidu City. Tales of his exploits and the retrieval of bullets had become the talk of the town, even reaching the ears of high-ranking officials through various channels. This newfound recognition enhanced Qi Rongxing's reputation significantly. Embracing the principle that those capable should bear a heavier burden, he was personally designated by central leaders for promotion to a pivotal role, tasked with selecting talents for the nation. Thus, Qi Rongxing stepped into the ranks of officials. Acquiring a measure of foundational equity, as July unfolded with clouds drifting and the sun blazing, Qi Rongxing received invitations from Xun Zheng and Su Jianwei. The two, childhood friends bound by fate and matchmaking, were finally united in matrimony, facilitated by the organization. Qi Rongxing held affection for Su Jianwei and owed a debt of gratitude to Xun Zheng for saving his life, hence his inclusion among the invitees. On the day of the banquet, Qi Rongxing selected a few gifts from the East Suburban Market, and then, with great enthusiasm, made his way to the event. In those times, monetary contributions were not customary. Even 2 pounds of noodles were considered a splendid gift. At the banquet, the group of 7 from the South reunited once more. Amidst joyous toasts, they reminisced about their struggles and aspirations, forging deep bonds of friendship. Yet, as the revelry concluded, each would soon embark upon their own paths, some not to meet again for many years, while others would find this their final farewell. By September, the capital was adorned with festive decorations. The populace brimmed with joy, the military donned their uniforms, streets were swept clean, and the city presented a fresh visage, with even the street trees meticulously pruned. The weight of responsibility bore heavier on Qi Rongxing's shoulders. At that time, the Ministry of Public Security had yet to be established, and the Guard Bureau undertook policing duties, maintaining order throughout the capital. As a senior leader, Qi Rongxing's responsibilities grew increasingly significant. With the founding ceremony approaching, any disturbance in the capital caused sleepless nights for many, including Qi Rongxing. It is often said that what one fears may indeed come to pass. On one particular day, a subordinate received a tip-off regarding suspicious activity outside Zizaman, where a household had recently vacated, replaced by 2 unfamiliar young men. These individuals exhibited odd behavior, prompting the neighborhood watch to report their concerns. Upon receiving the tip, the guards promptly set out to investigate. However, the officers sent to gather information inexplicably vanished, their absence extending beyond 12 hours. Recognizing the unusual nature of the situation, Qi Rongxing personally led 2 subordinates to the West District to ascertain the facts. Yet, upon arrival, the house stood empty, and the alley revealed no sign of any suspects. Send Lu Zhou to keep watch over these streets. Inform me at the slightest hint of movement, Qi Rongxing commanded. His subordinate hurried away to relay the orders. Exiting the alley, Qi Rongxing's gaze fell upon a church not far off, the West Chiming Church, also known as the Church of Our Lady of the Cloak. Colloquially referred to as the West Church, is one of the 4 major churches in the capital. Established in 1723, it had been destroyed and rebuilt twice, standing as one of the few tall structures in Zizaman. Qi Rongxing scrutinized the church, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. At that moment, Lu Zhou arrived with a team of guards, who began to secure the area as per Qi Rongxing's instructions. Inside the church, the lofty vaulted ceiling stretched into the distance, flanked by towering columns that supported the vast space. Stained glass windows cast a kaleidoscope of colors, imbuing the atmosphere with an air of mystery. It was eerily quiet, too quiet. Qi Rongxing surveyed his surroundings but noted nothing amiss. However, as he glanced upward, a dark shadow darted overhead. A man clad in camouflage suddenly descended from above. The guards behind Qi Rongxing were caught off guard. Instantly knocked to the ground. Reacting swiftly, the guards began to fight back, but their efforts proved futile against the overwhelming strength of the assailant. In a swift motion, the mysterious attacker plunged a knife into the neck of one guard. In that moment, Qi Rongxing wished to intervene. However, he found himself unable to do so, for another figure burst forth from behind the statue of Jesus, charging directly at him. The speed of the assailant was astonishing. In a moment of crisis, Qi Rongxing steadied himself, using his strength to withstand the oncoming force. The 2 struggled like bulls in a ring, Qi Rongxing gripping the attacker's arm before executing a powerful throw. Slamming the assailant onto a prayer bench with a resounding crash, the attacker, however, remarkably sprang back to his feet, seemingly unfazed. Witnessing this, Qi Rongxing's expression darkened. A fall that would cripple an ordinary person had left this individual unscathed. Something was amiss. This man's strength, speed, and resilience were far beyond that of a normal human. An evolver, Qi Rongxing inquired, fixing his gaze on the enigmatic assailant. You actually know about evolvers. Are you one as well? The man was taken aback, nearly revealing too much. Yet, he composed himself, his expression darkening as he retorted, We should have anticipated that there were pests at play. Who are you? Qi Rongxing pressed, We are justice. The man replied. Qi Rongxing fell silent. Such melodramatic rhetoric often indicates a troubled mind. It is best to engage minimally with those of questionable sanity. At that moment, soldiers from the Guard Bureau began to arrive. With Lu Zhou leading the charge, armed and ready, effectively encircling the church, Qi Rongsheng felt a surge of confidence as his emotions stabilized, opting to bide his time rather than risk direct confrontation. Once the trap was set, he commanded, "Open fire, but do not kill. I want them alive." Upon receiving the order, the guards immediately opened fire. Their marksmanship was exceptional, each shot a display of precision. Yet, following the gunfire, the two assailants had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Qi Rongsheng's heart sank. The two killers had disappeared right before their eyes. The occurrence was exceedingly bizarre, akin to witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. The guards exchanged bewildered glances. Had there not been numerous witnesses present, explaining the situation would have been nearly impossible. Qi Rongsheng commanded the church to be sealed off and reported the incident to higher authorities. The higher-ups took this supernatural event very seriously, promptly dispatching experts to investigate. However, despite numerous meetings led by Guodingyang, the experts found themselves at a loss. After much deliberation, the matter ultimately fizzled out. The incident lacked a clear beginning or end, making it impossible to pursue further inquiries. The higher-ups could only issue a gag order to minimize the fallout. The shooting range of the capital military academy. Sunlight streamed in at an angle, dust particles dancing in the beams. Several officers were intently gathered around an unusual firearm. This weapon was exceptionally long, nearly 2 meters in length. Its material was peculiar, resembling iron yet exuding a metallic sheen, lending it an otherworldly quality. Following the church incident, Qi Rongsheng had led a search of the premises, initially uncovering 5 corpses in the basement, and subsequently discovering this strange firearm in the church's attic. The authorities, upon examining the weapon, were increasingly unsettled. Its craftsmanship and manufacturing level far exceeded contemporary standards, leaving even the most seasoned weapons experts astounded. "Let us take it out for a test run," suggested a stout general, his voice authoritative. Old Ping concurred. "Indeed, we must see for ourselves." "I have someone in mind for the trial," added General Lin, a lean man with a pale complexion. A military officer bent down to adjust the scope, his fingers awkwardly fumbling with the dials, each movement indicating unfamiliarity. Once the firearm was calibrated, he cautiously opened the magazine and loaded the ammunition, which had an impressive caliber of 20 millimeters, more akin to a small artillery shell than a typical bullet. "Is this truly a gun?" one officer remarked, incredulous. "Unprecedented," another added, as discussions among the generals ensued. The officer, having completed the loading process, aimed at a target 200 meters away, holding his breath as he squeezed the trigger. A thunderous roar erupted as the bullet shot skyward, sending the officer sprawling to the ground. The accompanying medic rushed forward to assess the situation, discovering that the officer's shoulder had been utterly shattered. "This weapon is not meant for human use," declared General Peng. The weapon's recoil was terrifying, akin to that of a small mountain cannon, far beyond what any individual could handle. Yet, at that juncture, General Lin interjected. "I have a candidate in mind for testing this gun." Qi Rongsheng was urgently summoned to the shooting range. Upon seeing the anti-material sniper rifle on the ground, he immediately grasped the situation. This was the very weapon he had unearthed and submitted. He was all too aware of its capabilities. He had previously experimented with the weapon and could attest that its manufacturing quality was at least half a century ahead of its time, if not more. It represented a comprehensive mastery of materials science, structural engineering, and manufacturing applications. "Comrade Shaoqi, why don't you give this a try?" General Lin proposed. "Is this young comrade capable?" "He doesn't seem particularly robust," remarked General Ping skeptically. General Lin replied, "If Comrade Shaoqi cannot manage it, I doubt anyone else will be able to." "Humph, such grand claims," scoffed General Ping. Qi Rongsheng observed the unfolding scene, unable to suppress a sigh. The onlookers awaited with bated breath. Stepping forward, Qi Rongsheng took hold of the anti-material sniper rifle, familiarizing himself with its mechanics before loading it with ammunition. He then raised it to aim and pulled the trigger. With a resounding roar, the weapon discharged. 200 meters away, the target was utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Such a terrifying lethality, it is truly monstrous. This is no mere firearm. It is distinctly akin to a small cannon. The generals exclaimed in astonishment. Qi Rongsheng, after lowering his weapon, regarded the assembly of generals and could not help but sigh. It seemed these commanders were yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Esteemed generals, I implore you to set a target at 1,000 meters, Qi Rongsheng proposed. Upon hearing this, the general's eyes sparkled with anticipation. At that time, the optimal range for rifles was no greater than 800 meters, rendering a 1,000-meter target virtually impossible to hit. "Are you certain you can manage this?" General Liu, the one-eyed veteran, expressed skepticism. Nevertheless, Qi Rongxing effortlessly struck the target 1,000 meters away. At this moment, a realization dawned upon someone. General He, his face ashen, declared, "Let us try a 3,000-meter target." Now that seemed somewhat ludicrous. A 3,000-meter target, let alone shooting. Merely aiming would present a challenge. Yet Qi Rongxing managed to obliterate the target from 3,000 meters away. It was then that nearly all the generals comprehended the unsettling nature of the predicament. "Let us change to a 4,000-meter target," General Lao Su suggested. "No need," Qi Rongxing replied with an undeniable tone. "We shall proceed directly to a 5,000-meter target." The assembly gasped in disbelief. "Comrade, this is no jest," General Yi admonished. "I am not jesting," Qi Rongxing replied, his expression grave as he continued, "General Yi, with your sharp perception, you must understand my intent. Change," General Lin decisively commanded. The capital possessed no 5,000-meter shooting range, thus they were compelled to erect a target in a remote area. Qi Rongxing ascended the coal hill, approached a gnarled tree, and commenced measuring the wind speed, jotting down calculations on the ground. "What are you doing?" General Chen inquired with curiosity. "Calculating the trajectory, calibrating the angle, and minimizing shooting errors," Qi Rongxing explained. He could not disclose to the previous generation of generals that in the future, professional snipers would be equipped with dedicated observers. Once his calculations were complete, Qi Rongxing adjusted the scope of his weapon and successfully took aim. The generals awaited with bated breath. Before long, a sentinel reported that the target had been destroyed. "Bring me the map," General Lao Zhu shouted, trembling. "No need," Qi Rongxing interjected. "Esteemed gentlemen, I have already calculated that the distance from the cathedral to the Changtian Gate podium is 4,600 meters. Upon hearing this, the generals turned pale. They knew precisely what this implied. "Gentlemen, let us discuss your thoughts on this matter," General Zhu urged. As the head of the generals, old Zhu felt compelled to voice his opinion. However, no one responded. Still grappling with the shock of such a terrifying range, Qi Rongxing sighed. "Esteemed gentlemen, this matter is of utmost importance. As reactionaries are plotting to subvert our new government, we must remain vigilant. To be more specific, how shall we maintain this vigilance?" General Zhu inquired. His gaze piercing. Qi Rongxing had already devised a plan and promptly replied. "On the day of the celebration, the areas surrounding the capital within a 10-kilometer radius of the Changtian Gate must have all high-rise buildings under strict control. You shall personally oversee this matter." General Zhu appointed decisively. Chapter 100. The Thief. In June of 1950, as the heat of summer began to rise, a train ambled along the Sichuan-Han Railway. After several days of jostling, the train finally halted at the Beishan train station. Dressed in civilian attire, Qi Rongxing disembarked, carrying a rattan box. As he crossed the platform, he collided with someone, a scruffy little beggar. No more than 12 or 13 years old. I'm sorry. The little beggar repeatedly apologized before darting away. Initially, Qi Rongxing paid no heed. But upon exiting the train station and preparing to purchase a pack of Jinshu brand cigarettes at a stall, he suddenly realized his wallet had been stolen. The few bills within mattered little to him. It was the documents and introduction letter from the capital that were critical. This was his proof of reporting to the Southwest Bureau. In this era, who could do anything without an introduction letter? Qi Rongxing was infuriated and began to stomp his feet. The local gangsters displayed such a lack of decorum. He decided to remain there. Squatting at the train station entrance, his piercing gaze scanning every passerby. After months of apprehending the nefarious elements in the capital, Qi Rongxing had honed his keen eye. Soon, he spotted a figure, a hunchbacked old man clad in tattered hemp trousers. With worn-out straw sandals on his feet, his body scarcely clothed, revealing his emaciated belly and protruding ribs. Anyone would assume he was merely a destitute man trying to make a living. However, Qi Rongxing keenly noticed something unusual about the old man. He had 6 fingers. In the old society, such a peculiarity was the mark of a genius in the art of thievery. Sure enough, it was long before the old man made his move. He brushed past a hurried passerby heading for the station, and with a slight touch, the man's wallet was deftly sliced open, falling into the old man's hand. Qi Rongxing observed this with clarity. The old thief's technique was extraordinary. He did not stir any alarm, but followed the old man discreetly. The old thief pilfered 3 wallets in succession before clocking out for the day. This line of work certainly allowed for a leisurely existence. The old man strolled out of the train station, humming a tune, as he made his way along the cobbled streets of the mountain city, weaving through the alleys until he arrived in Yuzhong district. Entering a sundry shop, he purchased 2 dimes of white liquor, and at a stall selling marinated meats, he acquired some pig's head, offal, and marinated tofu. casually pocketing a few cloves of garlic as well. Wrapping the marinated meat in old newspaper, the old man hummed a tune as he returned to his slum. The crowded shanties were packed tightly together like a beehive. The tattered oilcloth roofs fluttered in the wind, exposing the mottled bamboo framework beneath. In the narrow alleys, sewage flowed freely, and trash piled high, emitting a nauseating stench. The walls were covered in mold, resembling the scars of time. Ragged children ran through the mud, while emaciated stray dogs scavenged nearby. The old man pushed open the door, and several half-grown children rushed to him. "Grandpa, you're back," they exclaimed joyfully. "Today, I had a good haul. Come, everyone gets a treat." The old man laughed heartily. At that moment, the little girl who had stolen Chi Rongshin's wallet approached, proudly presenting the documents to the old man. "Grandpa, today I got this bag. And it has this inside." The old man opened it to find the marinated meat tumble to the ground. The black document bore the 3 gilded characters of the Public Security Ministry. These may be illiterate, but the old man could read. With a glance, he realized the little one had made a grave mistake. "What on earth were you thinking, child? Stealing from a police officer?" The old man raised his hand to strike. Just then, a cold voice cut through the air. "Do not strike the child. Let us discuss this calmly." The old man spun around to find Chi Rongshin blocking the doorway. "Who are you?" The old man tensed, as if facing a formidable foe. Chi Rongshin pointed to the documents in the old man's hand. "I'm here to retrieve my belongings." Before he could finish speaking, the old man lunged at Chi Rongshin with a punch, yelling, "Children, run!" Yet, Chi Rongshin's reflexes far surpassed the old man's expectations. In a mere moment, the old man was apprehended. "Let go of my grandpa!" The little girl thief cried, resembling a furious kitten as she lunged at Chi Rongshin. Subsequently, she too was lifted by Chi Rongshin. The old man resigned himself, pleading, "Officer, please do not make it difficult for the child. If there's an issue, take it up with me. I can take the bullet. Serve the time. Just let her go." Chi Rongshin released both the old man and the little girl, reclaiming his documents. Confirming that the introduction letter was intact, he let out a sigh of relief. His gaze then fell upon the marinated meat wrapped in newspaper. Is the marinated meat tasty? Chi Rongshin inquired. At a noodle shop near the Kayuamba dock,